I have never been to Los Angeles, and I'm really excited to go there.
We're going to play against all the top teams from each region.
It will feel great to have so many people watching you, cheering for you.
All of us are really hyped.
It's gonna be awesome.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championships. It's time for our first match of the Worlds. A group stage showdown between the international wildcard champions from Lithuania, Gaming Gear EU, and North America's Team Solo Mid. And for TSM, this is their third trip in a row to the League of Legends World Championships. But for the first time, they are North America's #1 seed coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and after dominating North America in Season 2, TSM has kind of had an up-and-down Season 3. They had a great run at the end of the NALCS Spring Split where they took first in the Spring Playoffs, but then they struggled all summer until once again they turned it around and won when it counted. They made that run in the regional playoffs. They earned their way to the Worlds with that second-place finish there.
Yeah, TSM is known for being able to really turn it on when it counts, and really doesn't count any bigger than the World Championships.
Yeah, this is kind of important for them. While they're able to turn it on once again in the regionals, this time it doesn't really feel the same for a lot of the TSM fans. No one feels confident in their chances here at Worlds besides TSM themselves right now. And, you know, the key for TSM has always been Reginald. They rely on him to just kickstart the team, but he's been struggling this summer. In fact, he has 125 deaths during the summer split, which was one short of tying the all-time record for most deaths in the split. So he's struggling.
It's not a good record to try and tie either.
No.
And while Reggie may well have struggled through the summer, well, TSM's mid or other solo laner, I believe you could call him the top laner, I think, in this World Championships. He's had his second solid split in a row. It is, of course, Dyrus.
Yeah, Dyrus was North America's all-star top laner in Shanghai after a great spring split. And even though his numbers slumped a little bit in the second half of the season, he still ended up leading TSM in KDA for the season. His numbers show his consistency, but I also think that they show he might be playing too conservatively at times. You know, when TSM needs him to dive in and make plays when it's just Reggie going in sometimes. But with all that said, he's stepped up his game at the end of the summer and in the regional playoffs.
Well, while TSM and Dyrus have rumbled on through the North American regionals to lock down their third trip to the Worlds, today they face a team that is making their very first appearance on the grand stage. It is Lithuania's Gaming Gear.
Yeah, so coming into group stage, Gaming Gear is clearly a huge underdog, partly because they lack the experience that the other teams have here at Worlds. But they did get to Worlds here by sweeping through the International Wildcard Tournament. They went 7-1 there, so they look good against that competition.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive showing by a team that very few people picked to win the wildcard, including ourselves, I would say. But when you talk about the success of Gaming Gear at Gamescom, you have to start talking about that captain and shot caller in the jungle, Alunir.
Yeah, Alunir likes to take a bunch of risks early on in the jungle. He will aggressively counter jungle and aggressively gank, for better or worse. And while he's the one who kind of sets the pace for them, it's actually Mazarin who farms a Storm in mid lane. He doesn't really make too many plays other than just farming, and then late game, he will come into his own, really. And at Gamescom, he had to go against some pretty good mid laners. Team Immunity had Heavens, and then Payne had Kami, who was actually an extremely strong mid laner from Brazil. But Mazarin held his own and actually came out on top against him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the scene is set. Let's check out those starting lineups for these two teams. On the blue side, it is going to be Gaming Gear. So, the top lane, it is going to be MBS. Alunir in the jungle, Mazarin in that mid lane, Deadly Brother as the AD carry, and Inspiro as the support.
And in the red corner, we have Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane now. Odd One in the jungle. Mid lane, of course, in mid lane, Reginald. And Wild Turtle AD carry, X-Special support.
So, Jat, coming in to pick some bans. The first game about to get underway. What are we expecting from these two teams? How will they scout each other? We both had two big teams through big tournaments. TSM, you've probably got all the footage from the last 3 years to check out what you want to look at those guys. Gaming Gear, well, they've just had a pretty well-publicized tournament in Gamescom as well.
Exactly. So Team Solo Mid is always a team that's actually fairly easy for teams to scout. I imagine Gaming Gear was able to pick out exactly kind of what TSM's been looking to do. I know that TSM, kind of some of their secret picks, we're a little hyped up right now.
Interesting first ban. So Dyrus played a lot of Karthus, but not to great success at Max.
He had the successful games occasionally, but That's not something I actually expect TSM to do much more of. Dyrus has always been a player who has a small champion pool of highly practiced champions. So at least with a couple of these bans, what Gaming Gear is doing is they're just banning pretty much what TSM played at regionals, and not much deeper than that.
So we do see Elise also being taken away. Orianna and Sona. This is a big deal because so many teams I've talked to, Lemon Dogs just a few moments ago, say, you ban Sona away, Inspiro's in trouble.
Yeah, well, Inspiro played Sona 6 times. He went 5-1 with it in the International Wildcard Tournament. Outside of that, he played Zyra. Wouldn't want to know, but, like, come on. He's played everything on Sona. So that's TSM having the smart bans right there. Mazarin's most successful champion was Orianna. Inspiro's most important champion was Sona. So, I mean, TSM is doing exactly what we thought they would, watching the games of the International Wildcard Tournament and basically just banning out the most successful champions for Gaming Gear because they can't necessarily know what they're picking past that.
Well, Twisted Fate was also taken away as Evelyn, but first lock in there was Jarvan. So Alinir, well, we believe it's going to be Alinir in the jungle with Jarvan.
Yeah, that's most likely just an aggressive jungler he can counter jungle with and go for big early ganks with. And I want to see here what TSM does because I know they've been learning new champions. They have, like, there's no way they have not been. They did not have the most successful picks here. Corki is Wild Turtle's pick.
Well, as is Zed for Reginald, or we believe it will be Reginald at least. He's got a good record on it.
Yeah, people give Reginald a lot of flack for his Zed play.
Well, that video didn't help.
Sometimes he makes a couple mistakes, but he's 4-1 on Zed. He has a 80% win rate. And Wild Turtle, I want to talk about his Corki pick for a little bit because he played Corki as his main AD carry back before he was kind of a professional player. Also, Corki has a lot of spell-based abilities, the ultimate, the Q, all the missiles. And Wild Turtle did play mid lane in Season 2 as well, so this is a transitionary champion for him where he can use his mid skills as well as his AD carry skills. And with the Trinity Force buffs, Corki, I'm expecting a lot of early picks and bans this entire tournament for Corki.
We're seeing familiar champions coming out from Gaming Gear here. We have got Gragas locked in that mid lane, as well as Thresh, but quick picks coming from TSM as well. Vi and Fiddlesticks locked in.
Yeah, I didn't want to give too much away there, but the Vi and the Corki are the things that TSM has been practicing. The Odd One has picked Vi as his kind of Elise substitute for these games. The ability for Vi to channel in and guarantee a kill at level 6 is perfect for the TSM playstyle with Reginald in mid lane.
Well, I don't believe Teemo's going to come out here. Siva is currently being hovered over. We haven't seen what AD and top laner they're going to come out with. Mordekaiser, nope, not really falling for that one. They kept doing that throughout the Gaming Gear when Pain Gaming were there, but they didn't fall for it either.
That's the
But
twist,
let's talk about Gragas in that mid lane for Mazarin, because that was one of his big champions.
Yeah, and they like to say that Gragas isn't even one of his mains and that they don't care if it gets banned away. But let's be honest, when they qualified back into the International Wildcard Tournament and then even in the International Wildcard Tournament, Mazarin wanted to play Gragas.
Yes.
So that is his tried and true. I think Deadly Brother is going to go, I thought he was going to go for Twitch because that's what he played the most of in the International Wildcard, but he might be a little too vulnerable against Corki, just can't trade with that damage, so he's going for something a little more mobile.
So we do see NBS locking in that Renekton just like he did at the International Wildcard, as well as Ezreal for Deadly Brother.
Yeah, that Renekton pick will be interesting. And even throughout the entire World Championships here, because Renekton seems to be a favorite pick of a lot of the teams that aren't favored to do very well right now. And I think the success of Renekton and those teams will kind of tell us a lot about the value of those picks.
We're going to see whether it works out. The final pick, well, it's definitely been deliberated over. Will it be Dyrus' top laner? He's going to be up against Renekton, or it could be in a 2v1 lane, of course.
Shen is available here, and TSM generally just loves picking Shen for Dyrus. That's been their fallback. He also played a lot of Vladimir that got banned away in the finals for them against Cloud9. I'd say it's one of those two picks, but they're taking their time with this one.
Well, it looks like it will be Shen. The crystal ball is still with you, Jack. Don't worry. It's good research, really.
Had to shine it during this because we had the research down for these picks. We know that TSM's composition has been highly practiced. They're mainly looking surprised to work around Reginald right now, but this composition allows them to do that even better because Vi's ganks at level 6 for Reginald can potentially guarantee a kill on a fairly highly mobile Mazarin Gragas. I look at Gaming Gear's team, and aside from the Ezreal pick, that's pretty much exactly what they were playing at the International Wildcard Tournament. NBS is going to look to try and dominate his lane. That doesn't usually work that well against Dyrus because he's such a consistent player, and I think the focus of this game is really, normally it's the mid lane. I'm expecting to see Wild Turtle go crazy against Deadly Brother here, and if something pulls ahead for TSM, it's going to be that late matchup.
Yeah, I do feel that there's a lot of pressure on Mazarin's shoulders here for Gaming Gear. Alanir started things off. We'll see how those ganks work out, but a Zed is very hard to gank in that mid lane early on.
Yeah, the Zed is very mobile for Reginald, and the Gragas play, we know Mazarin doesn't make big plays in mid lane. Gaming Gear in general doesn't actually have extremely strong laning phases. They're the team that likes to group up.
So while the players load into the Rift, let's take a look at who you guys at home think is going to win this first game of the Season 3 World Championships. According to lollysports.com, well, no surprise here. 83% of you think that TSM is going to win their first game at Worlds.
Yeah, all 4 analysts chose them as well. Freak, although, did have Gaming Gear as his dark horse team. Remember, you got to vote with your head, not with your hearts for these games. And sometimes that's a problem for the TSM fans, but the 83% seems valid right now, knowing what huge underdogs Gaming Gear are coming into this tournament.
Well, we'll see how that works out as we start to load into the game. You can see our awesome studios right here. We are on a giant screen. I mean, how good is that? That's got to be happy with that ourselves. But the teams are ready. The match is ready. And we, ladies and gentlemen, are about to go into the first game of the Season 3 World Championships. It's going to be Gaming Gear EU as the blue team and Team Solo Mid. Well, you can hear the fan favorite as the red team.
Home field advantage here for TSM. A lot of these guys that are going to be playing in this World Championship, some of them haven't been on a plane before. Some of them haven't traveled to the United States before. And that does give TSM a little bit of that edge early on. I think this team composition fits TSM and their playstyle very strongly. They have the double ninjas already, obviously, with Zed and Shen. It's going to allow Odd One to take some blue buffs as well and not fall behind in farm, knowing that Alonir is an aggressive counter jungler. These matchups, even though Gaming Gear has a team composition that kind of works to the style they played at the International Wildcard Tournament, just seems to favor TSM.
There's certainly nothing going to be happening at level 1. They haven't even really gone too deep on the ward placement either. If you look around, they normally get that red buff ward placed in there, but neither team has risked just taking those couple of steps into the enemy jungle. So it does mean that the first couple of minutes of this game will be slow, but TSM are gathering for something here.
Yeah, as far as international competition goes, though, Dyrus in particular has had very bad luck against Thresh. If you remember at the All-Star game, he got picked off at level 1 and died trying to scout. He blamed Doublelift for not checking the bush, but it's still something that TSM is very conservative about, knowing that they are the favorites in this game, knowing that the first game of the World Championships is so important for their momentum. They're playing it a little extra conservative, I'd have to say.
Yeah, it does mean, of course, it's going to be a 2v1. Inspiro down that bottom lane. Reginald just taking a peek, keeping them in focus. And it is going to be TSM starting off the blue buff. Gaming Gear are going to be doing just the same, but Mazarin's actually in that mid lane. He's already pushing it, keeping that wave cleared. And we can see Inspiro getting caught on Reginald, taking a lot of damage from Deadly Brother already.
Yeah, he actually popped his red elixir right away because he was almost overcommitting so the Odd One could get a good start right here. You can see Mazarin's already just pushed the wave to the turret as quickly as possible, and that's going to put Reggie in a little bit of a small hole here early on in that mid lane.
Well, some laughing coming out from Mazarin. Seemed very happy with his start there. Of course, gives him that CS lead, the fact that Reggie has only just returned to that lane. Smite was also used by the Odd One. Well, Alonir hasn't used his, but he's just going to be going down that red. That's going to mean red will be a little bit slower for the Odd One in that jungle start.
Yeah, no early counter jungling coming down. Also the lane swap, which I wonder how that's going to impact here. X Special in the top lane with Wild Turtle will be a strong 2v1 lane. The amount of damage that Corki can burst out onto MBS is quite substantial. I don't think they're going to be able to line up any type of tower dives, and it's going to be a little bit until Wild Turtle can really take off in this game. Both the Trinity Force user 80 carries have actually been picked in this game as well, which is something I wanted to talk about. The 311 patch here, Trinity Force now being cheaper, having the remade Phage, and also having 200% damage when you get those Trinity Force procs, really just buffs up Corki and Ezreal to some unreal proportions, and we'll see how they battle against each other in this game. I think Wild Turtle with the Corki should have an edge.
Well, death sentence coming out there, getting very close to landing. MBS doing a fairly decent job in that top lane at keeping Wild Turtle and X-Special at bay, but this mid lane, this is what we really want to focus on. Reginald versus Mazarin. We feel both teams actually teeter on the edge of how well these players do.
And Reginald's already burned through all of his health pots. Reginald actually put himself in that hole when he tried to help out the Odd One because Deadly Brother and Inspiro were invading the TSM blue buff. So he's actually just in a bit of turtle mode right here. Mazarin's going to continue to push him up to the turret, and unless the Odd One comes to help, Reggie's going to be in trouble.
Well, Alunair slid through, tried to be sneaky, but he stood on top of that ward, so he's double buffed up. Is he not really going to get the help from the odd one? So they wisely just step away from this one, realized he'd already been spotted, and makes himself visible. So how do we rate these two? MBS on Renekton versus Dyrus and Shen, because eventually these two are the big tanks of the game. They're going to be the guys getting in the faces of the opposition.
Yeah, and generally the way NBS played in the International Wildcard Tournament was he would be in his own world and try to turn himself into a bit of a lane monster, which is why I like TSM's chances here of trying to keep NBS in a 2v1 most of the time, because Dyrus has spent so much time in 1v2s due to the meta in the LCS for a really long time that he's extremely comfortable and knows he can get his farm back later. Dyrus is also beating NBS just in the early farm. Odd One's been babysitting him a little bit more, and especially if we get into the late game scaling once they are able to farm a little bit, I like his chances on Shen over NBS's chances on Renekton.
Back in his mid lane, neither team going back yet. 5 minutes gone. Mazarin keeping the pressure on towards Reginald, keeping him pushed up against that tower. It does look like Alunair is going to try and take advantage of this, come around, steal those wraiths. So they saw the odd one was down that bottom. They know this is going to be a free steal.
And this is actually safe counter jungling. This isn't even the aggressive stuff, because he's just using the knowledge that the odd one effectively gave him. And this is actually a little bit of reactive jungling from the odd one, which is something he needs to get away from. He needs to be more of a proactive jungler, because he's essentially getting told where to go right now. Reginald is low in lane, so he's pulling him towards the mid lane. You could tell Gaming Gear was actually already on top of that. That's why Alunair was able to go around, counter jungle, get another camp, and then Odd One still has to stay in the mid lane. This is giving Alunair a little bit of an edge on him and lets Gaming Gear actually dictate the pace a bit to TSM.
Yeah, potential for a gank on Dyrus, but both backing away, so realizing it's not on the cards, they are going to go back and buy. Let's see what they come out with. Ruby Crystal going to be for MBS, so he's going for that Hell Stack. In armor came out for Dyrus. He went back and got that standard cloth, but the mid lane, because Reggie trying to get that Brutalizer out early, but Mazarin, he's gone for that double Doran's rings as well as an armor.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get level 6 spiked out by Reginald. He knows what the Vi Zed combo is designed to do. Gaming Gear has done their homework on TSM. So Mazarin's getting a little bit of extra health while making sure he can still clear waves with the spells. But the cloth armor is specifically to just guard against the level 6 double assault and battery to Deathmark combo that Zed and Vi are going to be trying to execute on him.
Speaking of junglers, Alunair's taking a look down this bottom lane, and this is a potential for a gank. There is a ward in the bush in the river, though. That's going to give them possible to spot it, and they're already backing off.
And TSM is actually going to be putting a bit more emphasis on pink ward control this game. Something I personally noticed when I was scouting a lot of the Korean teams is they pink warded a lot more than the rest of the world. Specifically, they'd get a lot of pink wards on their mid laner and jungler, but here TSM's kind of taken it a step farther. Odd One's already placed a pink ward, Reggie's got a pink, and even Dyrus does. Knowing that Dyrus has swapped off to the top lane, and knowing that TSM has so many pink wards, they're going to look to pink ward control around the Dragon Pit and then threaten with the Stands United from Shen to try to pull off a play. Gaming Gear kind of needs to see this coming if they don't want to concede a Dragon.
And interesting, that's an early second back from Wild Turtle. I went back to make sure he got that phage out. So making sure he's safe in that bottom lane. Very secure play from TSM early on, and they know really the ganking potential that Gaming Gear have. This time, Alunair is snuck in towards that bush, but again, look at that. They ping straight on top of him. They know his exact location.
This could still be a little bit tricky, though. They get Inspiro.
Inspiro's in all sorts of trouble. This could be first blood going to Team Solo mid. It will. It's the odd one that picks up first blood.
And check this out by TSM. Alunair was in the Wraith camp because they recognized people were level 6, and they were trying to predictably read TSM here and say, Reggie's going to be here with the odd one. Let's make sure Jarvan's there for the counter gang. But the odd one proactively went to the bottom lane, made his own decision. TSM did not try to camp Reginald's lane, and it gets him the kill. Most likely this dragon as well, but Mazarin's actually going down to contest.
Yeah, Alunair going for that red buff steal. We're going to see the flash. He tried to go for the kill. Deadly Brother comes around the side. Dragon is yet to go down. Mazarin's going to get engaged on. He will pop off him towards him. He's going to go down. He can't slide on through. That's going to be another kill. Wild Turtle picks it up.
NBS roamed all the way down. Dyrus has his Shen off.
Dominus comes in there. It's Reginald they're going to focus on. Alunair manages to lock him down, but it's Wild Turtle they need to go for because Corky is doing damage. Reginald turns it back around. NBS in all sorts of trouble. He's trying to back away from this one. Has to slide away. Puts Deadly Brother in trouble, and Gaming Gear back away, and it's yet another kill. Aluneer going down.
That quick succession of moves gives TSM a 3-kill advantage, and they were honestly just one step ahead of Gaming Gear right there. They knew NBS was coming down. They knew they wanted to wait to bait him into a fight. Let's actually just check out, as he came in, immediately, Dyrus comes in on Shen, as well as X Special setting the trap with the Fiddlesticks ultimate. He got off a full channel in front of all of Gaming Gear, and the worst thing about this fight for Gaming Gear is Wild Turtle's secret weapon Corki that he wanted to talk about before this tournament. It's not too secret to anyone else at this point, but 2 kills for him. When he gets that Triforce, he is just going to take off in power, and the double buffs. We know how powerful Wild Turtle is going to be in this game.
Yeah, well, that Sheen already completed, so he's well on his way to that Triforce being completed, and as analysts will confirm, it does do tons of damage when in a big fight. So
I agree with that.
Mazarin in that mid lane. We talked about the pressure on him. It is absolutely loaded on him right now. This bottom lane, though, we talked about it at the Wildcard tournament. Inspiro and Deadly Brother. We always focused it the weak point for Gaming Gear.
We might get to that in a second because this is a gank coming in from the auto. He has all.
Assault and battery used on towards Mazarin. He's not going to be able to slide away from this one. Puts a lot of damage back on Reginald. Realizes it and does slide away. Nicely done, Mazarin.
The syncing of the ultimates there wasn't quite there for TSM because Reggie's death mark wasn't up. But let's get back to this bottom lane with Deadly Brother and Inspiro because they struggled at the International Wildcard Tournament, specifically in the laning phase. Wild Turtle, especially in the spring split, was just all-star level as far as his play, and he's fallen behind a little bit since then. I feel like just him being on Corki is a mismatch in that lane. Wild Turtle and X Special have more experienced and honestly just more skilled right now than what Deadly Brother and Inspiro can do, because Gaming Gear has yet to show great things in that bottom lane.
The hook lands on towards X Special, but it's being turned back around. Trisha Bros comes across, Inspiro in all sorts of trouble. Wild Turtle puts the damage down, puts the exhaust down. Deadly Brother pursuing here. He's going to chase on through on towards Wild Turtle. Has he got enough damage? Yes, he has. Aluneer now slides in there, and you can see Mazarin, one more shot towards X Special, flashes away at the right moment to avoid another kill, but it was a 1-for-1 trade, 80 carry for support.
And now it's all about whether Gaming Gear can get a push on this bottom lane. Reggie's pushing mid lane while Gaming Gear has 3 in the bottom. Overall, that trade isn't that great for either team unless a turret happens.
Unless a turret does happen, he's going to be the odd one just off the side. I don't think he's got enough power to prevent this one, so it's going to be Gaming Gear taking down the first tower of the game against Team Solo Mid.
And that moves the gold as well to about 700. So Gaming Gear fighting back, even though they didn't necessarily get the kills early. That was actually the first reactive play that Gaming Gear had. They recognized that Wild Turtle Next Special would get a little bit aggressive, and they knew how confident Turtle would be after getting the kills at Dragon Pit and sitting on the double buffs. Great bait there, knowing that Aluneer was going to come in from the back with Jarvan. Does pick up Deadly Brother, that very key kill on Ezreal, so he can try and keep pace with Wild Turtle's Trinity Force.
And keeping pace and keeping the heads in the game, because you've got to realize the massive gulf of experience between Team Solo Mid and Gaming Gear. TSM, as we mentioned at the start, this is their 3rd time in the World Championships. Looks like the Dragon will be theirs. Gaming Gear not going to be able to contest this one. Aluneer thinking of sliding in. True Shot doesn't manage to get it. It will be TSM that take it.
X Special played some really strong defense there from Aluneer, who was trying to come in from the side and get the steal. And then the True Shot Barrage actually got the Dragon low enough that the Odd One could just securely smite it away. Big objective control there for TSM, actually. That's going to really help them as they try to outscale here.
MBS not having a successful trade with Dyrus in that top lane now. That didn't seem to go his way at all. So Dyrus getting that power, and he got that Sunfire Cape built up. Mazarin's going to come through. Blue buff will be secured for him, while the Odd One will be taking the blue buff for himself.
They know there's 2 energy users here for TSM in the mid lane. I'm actually expecting that's probably the last blue buff that the Odd One gets. Wild Turtle requests blue buff when he's playing Corki, because actually the internal cooldown of the missiles, which is normally a second, is affected by cooldown reduction. So if you have a blue buff on Corki, you can shoot out much faster missiles in teamfights, and that's what TSM's going to be looking to do later on in this game, especially now that Wild Turtle has rushed that Trinity Force. Now, he's actually gotten that Trinity Force so much sooner than Deadly Brother because he skipped Vamp Scepter. So he saved that 800 gold as well as the 3 kills he was able to pick up. The power mismatch in this bottom lane is massive right here tonight.
There is the Trinity Force completed. Wild Turtle returning to lane with that one, so we'll see how that transfers. Deadly Brother, meanwhile, as the ward battle, would you believe it, starts.
We're not getting into that again.
We're not going to go down that route, ladies and gentlemen. That was Season 2. This is Season 3. Double buff picked up by the Odd One. Alanir was sniffing around, see if he could get in there, and actually may have put himself into an interesting position to get a gank onto Reggie in that mid lane.
Yeah, Odd One is kind of close. There are all ultimates up here. Reginald blowing some cooldowns really quickly here. The ward control is on the other side for Reginald right now, so it's interesting he's not cheating that side of the river a bit more. Now he is.
That seemed like a big bait to me, that one.
Yeah.
Going using that living shadow, getting in towards that middle, saying, come on, slide in,
like,
see
I know
if you
you're
want to
there.
go for me. Meanwhile, Deadly Brother, he's trying to get that Triforce built up as well, it seems. Not going to go for the standard blue build. That was kind of an old build. It doesn't really happen so much anymore. We've seen a lot of Bloodthirster Ezreals as well coming out lately in Europe. But as it is at the moment, he is some way behind Wild Turtle. In terms of gold, I feel that just between these two is really where the big difference is. You can see it's a 2,000 gold differential for the teams, but in terms of players, well, that 600 gold is making a big difference right now.
That was a great juke by Odd One
Yeah.
in mid. And yeah, to talk about the gold a bit more, it's actually Wild Turtle and Dyrus who are the ones stepping up right now. Mazarin and Reggie are really just farming back at each other, and it's the rest of TSMs who's making the moves here for them as they try to move in ahead in this game.
There's the Odd One going, just going to take out those
May as
golems.
well.
Red buff going for Alanir, just using his smite as well, so that's not going to be available the next time around. As it stands though, TSM, they are 4-1 up and looking confident. So from Gaming Gear's perspective, this is really one of the games, if you look at the other teams, they have to be winning if they want to get themselves out of this group stage, because TSM they're going to see as, I hate to say, the weakest target in the group, because these are really big groups.
This is the World Championship.
Yeah.
So every team deserves to be here, and every team is going to be a tough game. But with what you said, that is the truth here. Like, both these teams need to win this game as far as predicting their chances of actually making top 2 in each other's groups. And I really wonder what Gaming Gear is going to do in this one. They excel in team fights, and when TSM is successful, it's actually through a lot of control. And right now, Gaming Gear isn't forcing TSM into any decisions. TSM has all the time in the world to make whatever decisions they want, and they've generally been the right ones in the first 16 minutes of this one.
Alanir once again going round to those raids.
They might just try to dive this.
We are seeing Odd One coming in. He's going to flash Assault Battery on towards Deadly Brother, followed up by the Crowstorm. Spyro goes down, and now Deadly Brother being locked up. Has to flash away from this one. He is going to get away successfully. The Odd One will not be able to catch him out there unless he comes back in towards it. Meanwhile, look at Reginald. He's tracking down it. It's a 4v2. Mazarin joins the party. Didn't want to lose 2 towers, but definitely going to lose that one. That's the first tower for TSM.
And it's that bottom lane mismatch right now that TSM has created over Gaming Gear. It's just the item differential on the 80 carries. Yes, they had the jungler there for the turret dive, but those items are not even close. Gaming Gear trying to get something back, 2v1ing the top.
They're going to get this tower as well. Dyrus can't fend them off, so MBS Alanir doing a good job at counteracting that. They realize they're in trouble down the bottom and quickly counter it to get themselves another tower. Keeping that tower advantage, by the way, 2-1 currently to Gaming Gear, so keeping that pressure on. You see the Dragon Timer in the corner, just 1 minute time before that comes around. So let's see what they do. Let's have a look at the items that are starting to gather out, Jack, because we can see very early Zhonya's Hourglass coming out for Gragas here on Mazarin. Meanwhile, Reginald, he's trying to get that Blade of the Rune King.
Mazarin is absolutely itemizing to prevent assassination from Reginald, but that also hurts Gragas substantially in trying to put a bunch of damage down in teamfights. Knowing that the next battle is going to be around the Dragon Pit and the mid lane, you want Gragas' AoE damage to hit for full, because that's the main threat in those fights. The fact that he's went for a more defensive Gragas build, I feel like hurts Gaming Gear as a whole. It's not like that Zhonya's makes Reginald's targets impossible to find. He could just go for Deadly Brother instead and blow him up and get rid of the Trinity Force Ezreal early on in the fight. Pink Ward control once again is paramount. Dyrus' ultimate is up on Shen. Gaming Gear is going to try and get this dragon, but I really expect TSM to try a collapse if Gaming Gear tries anything funny.
Odd One having to use his smite there. That's an important one. Dragon is up in 11 seconds, and there's going to be no smite available if Gaming Gear can go for it early. They saw him using it.
And there's a lot of wards in TSM's jungle right now. They do not actually have the pink ward control to stop this, which means Gaming Gear will have choice of where and when to fight. Gaming Gear is forcing on the dragon, and TSM expect them to fight this. They know they have Dyrus, and they know they're stronger.
Crowstorm not available either, so Xpecial's not going to go in for that one. There is the dragon going down, but his Spyro's already been dropped. MBS taking low now down the side. That's going to be a Deadly Hug Brother going down as well. The duo lane all sorts of trouble. They're flashing away. Alinir trying to get away from Reggie, but I feel Reggie's got the damage to close him down. Tries to catch on towards him. MBS is being taken low as well. Mazarine having to dash through. Alinir, I believe, may have just about got away from this one. It's going to be a 2-for-0, but Dragon wins to Gaming Gear.
An incredibly risky call for Gaming Gear. They give up 2 kills for the Dragon, which gold values alone is an even trade. But now the man advantage that TSM has in the other lanes is going to turn the tides for TSM.
Well, the middle turret in all sorts of trouble. Mazarine having to back away from that one. TSM will be taking this one down, equaling things up 2-2 in turrets. But look at Reggie down that bottom. He wants to keep on pushing as well. TSM keeping that advantage, keeping that gold pushing. It's a 3K difference now. We'll see what that equates to in items. The blue buff being stolen away as well from Gaming Gear's jungle.
Yeah, and they gave it to Wild Turtle. He's also got 5 kills up here. Reginald doesn't have energy to escape right now.
Well, Mazarine may be able to lock him down here. He's going to have his ultimate available shortly. Does manage to catch the slowdown. Deadly Brother
all season long. You won spring, you won summer, but fell at the very last hurdle, losing out in the end to Royal Club. Talk to us about your feelings after that game. Was it a surprise?
嗯，当时的话，皇族的他整体状态和那个战术都是很好的。那几场比赛他们的应该是整体状态比我们好吧，然后他们的战术打法也创新吧，很有创新精神，然后输得很值吧。
So for those games, Royal played in a very good condition, and their performance is so powerful, and they have like a lot of strategies, which is much better, and they are very creative in developing new strategies playing the games. That's why they think they did very well in that time.
So let's talk about, life after that qualifier. It only ended on Sunday, actually, and you guys have flown here since then. You've had time to practice. What's your practice regime been like? Because you've not had much time to prepare for the Worlds here. Microphone?
Oh, sorry. 就是我们之前就是一直训练得很辛苦，然后到现在呢，没有很多的时间来准备，只有1个星期。你是怎么看待这样的呢？
首先来这里就是为了证明自己，拿一个好的名次吧。所以不管再怎么样，也得保证好自己的状态吧。
Because for coming here, they really want the championship, so they are trying their best to do well in the games. So they are trying to adjust as much as possible.
So in the short time that you've had, obviously flying in from China, where has your focus been in terms of your opponents? Because you've got the likes of SKT in your group, but you've also got the likes of Gaming Gear and TSM, so many different play styles and teams. Where has your focus been in terms of practice?
你们在练习的时候的那个重点是哪个队伍？
我们会学习其他的队伍，就是借鉴其他队伍的战术，但是我们主要还是针对我们自己来训练吧。其实我们可能就是以我们自己为一个针对点来不断的加强自己吧。
They actually have studied and researched for a lot of different teams, but the most important thing for them is that to focus on their own team. That's the more important.
So you have a chance now, because there are a lot of people back home supporting you guys, both yourselves and Royal Club. You have a moment now to thank your fans and give any shout-outs to all those millions of people back home watching.
他说，有很多的人来支持你们，然后包括皇族，然后你有什么要对他们说的吗？
皇族，我们的兄弟战队一起加油吧。We
want to fight together with the Royal Club. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, guys, and good luck in your games both today and in the future as well. So, guys, we're going to get into our second game and send it over to Jat and Demon at the desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. And it is indeed time for our second match of the group stage. Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Europe's Lemon Dogs. And for the Lemon Dogs, they have to be feeling a little bit sour after European regionals.
Yeah, I mean, they came into the regional finals against Fnatic as the #1 seed in Europe, having won 16 out of their last 20 games. But even though the game didn't technically mean they'd get a bye, it could still be important for them. They fell to XPEK and Fnatic 3-1, and then they ended up as the 2nd seed here at Worlds.
Yeah, but even though they took the 2nd at the European regionals, the Lemon Dogs have to be happy about making it to the World Champions after just one LCS split. They qualified in the summer.
Yeah, and to be fair, they were the most consistent team in the European LCS all season long. They were actually the only consistent team in the European LCS in the summer split as well. It's because they just, they play smart, they play safe, they don't rush into fights, and they generally just don't fall behind early on in the games. They were actually the only team other than Alternate to hold first place in the European LCS all season, but yet they were underdogs in the eyes of the fans almost every single game, Demon.
Yeah, they had the fan vote against them. I think it was like 26 times or something by the time we were at Gamescom. The Lemon Dogs, well, they still won most of those games. They finished their first split in the LCS with a record of 18-10, thanks in part to their two big weapons, Nuke and Tabs.
Yeah, let's talk about him a little bit, because Tabs is a former mid laner, and then he turned AD carry effectively for this team. And then he led all of the European AD carries with 137 kills, which was third in the actual European LCS overall. He's also the one who kind of invented the Bloodthirster Last Whisper Caitlyn build over in Europe. But then there's also their consistent mid laner Nuke. He's just solid all around. He's got an extremely deep champion pool, which is required in the European LCS. And he also just split pushes a lot for Lemon Dogs, which is required in the current game state right now.
And today, Nuke and the Lemon Dogs will be looking to blast past Korea's SKT and their mid laner, Faker.
Yeah, we got to introduce you guys to Faker if you haven't seen him already. His playstyle and SKT's playstyle is just built around mid lane. You know, it makes sense because he might be just the best mid laner in the world. He consistently wins matchups, actually, that he shouldn't sometimes. Like, he go Chalice of Harmony on Orianna and beat a Zed straight up. And it's generally, he's the carry if they win in the games. He actually won the MVP of the summer season when SKT won the summer season of OGN.
Yeah, absolutely. So Faker not only won the MVP and Korea's Summer Championships, he also helped SKT win a place at the Worlds by finishing on the top of the regionals, Korean regionals.
Yeah, they had to do a lot actually to get here just because they were slow starters in the point system they had over there. But, you know, they're one of the favorites not only to advance out of the group stage, but also to win Worlds, as our analyst desk pointed out earlier, which makes sense since Korea is looked at as the strongest region coming into the tournament. And SKT just won the latest Korean season, beating the other Korean team in the group stage, Ozone, in the process.
Well, coming off that summer season victory, SKT definitely is looking like one of the best teams of the tournament today. Faker and crew are hoping, though, to build on that momentum and make a home atop the world leaderboards.
합숙하는 게 그 팀 게임에 도움이 된다고 생각해요. 처음에 여기에 합숙을 했을 때는 이렇게 좀 불편했었는데 점점 하면 할수록 여기가 이제 집도 잘 못 가고 그러니까 여기가 좀 더 집 같아서 여기가 엄청 편할 때도 있어요. 저는 처음 합숙해서 이게 좀 걱정이 됐는데 그래도 이게 그냥 좋더라고 같이 있으니까 팀원들이. 그 이유 분명해야지. 빨리 친해지는 기분이라서.
처음 만났던 사람들이랑 친해지고 이걸 프로게이머로 하니까 그냥 사람들 많이 만나서 좋은 것 같고.
저희 게이밍 하우스가 좀 많이 생활하다 보니까 집 같아요. 여러 번 사는 집이랑 거의 똑같은 것 같고.
영화 보러 딱 한 번 간 적 있어요. 1년 동안. 1년 아니고 반년 동안 딱 한 번 영화 같이 보러 간 적 있고.
저희 팀 리더가 우리 푸만두 형인데 그 형이 사실 저희 팀의 권력자거든요.
저는 서포터니까 팀의 어머니 같은 역할을 하고 있어요.
전혀 아니고.
저희를 좀 조종하는 그런 형이에요.
그래서 잘해주시게 하는데 욕을 해요. 왠지 몰라서.
저 욕 한 번도 안 해요. 욕 안 해요, 저.
욕을 안 한다는 건 거짓말이고 욕을 하긴 해요.
멘탈이 제 팀에서 제일 안 좋아요.
멘탈도 이게 쉽게 박살 나긴 하지만 이렇게 빨리빨리 좀 돌아와요. 그래도
박살 안 난 적을 본 적이 없어요.
그래도 빨리빨리 돌아오잖아.
랭킹 1등 찍어가지고 섭외했어요.
평범한 학생이었는데 공부하면서 게임하다가 한국 서버 오픈되고 나서 롤을 좀 많이 했거든요. 좀 많이 하니까 랭킹이 올라서 섭외가 들어오잖아요. 그래서 제가 제일 먼저 저희 SK텔레콤에서 확정된 멤버인데 그래서 그때부터 프로 생활을 했던 것 같아요. 스트레스 풀라고 얼마 전에 화분을 샀는데 2개 정도 샀는데 효과가 있는 것 같아요.
가장 뽑고 싶은 팀은 저는 OMG, 푸나틱, 갬빅 게이밍.
북미의 C9 팀이 되게 잘한다고 들어서 그 팀이랑도 만나고 싶고.
일단 해외여행이 처음이라서. 여행가? 여행이지 그래도. 여행가? 경찰 자료? 일단 롤드컵 경기하러 간 거긴 한데 제가 비행기를 처음 타는 거예요 그게. 그래서 정말 가고 싶고 LA라는 곳이 어떤 곳인지 제 눈으로 보고 싶어요.
제가 외국에 나간 게 처음이라 여러 가지로 되게 보고 싶은 게 많을 것 같은데
가서 좀 사진도 많이 찍고 그럴 것 같아요. 한번 해외로 한번 나가보고 싶어요. 이거 햄버거가 다른지 미국 음식 담당 디즈니랜드 거기 한번 가고 싶어요. 그냥 외국에 가도 좋을 것 같아요. 걱정해.
Well, let's see if they can keep it together. So let's check out those starting lineups. For the Blue Health Bars, it is going to be SKT T1. In the top lane, it's going to be Impact. In the jungle is Bengi. The mid lane superstar is going to be Faker. And the AD carry Piglet alongside him will be Mandu as the support.
And of course, in the red, it is Lemon Dogs. Top lane is Zoro Zero. Dexter in the jungle. Nuke Duck having to go up against Faker in the mid lane. Tabs on AD carry. And of course, Mithy joined the mid-season, went on a huge run on support.
Absolutely. And something we should talk about these teams actually, along with the travel, is more the mid laners. So many mid laners that I've talked to said, I'm excited to go up against Faker.
They kind of have to see what it's like, because everyone just hears about what Faker does, you know, the things that he's able to do. Winning the matchups with Orianna against Zed, like, you can watch it for one, but to actually experience it is something these guys have to see. They need to see if it's all hype, or if it actually is something crazy. They need to figure out what it is so they can try to level up their own game, because everyone says that Faker is just ahead of the game.
Well, I think everybody saw Ryu's face when he got completely outplayed by Faker, and it's just like, but what happened then? I don't know what happened. And these are the things that could happen. SKTT1, you can see there on your screen, just getting ready for this one. Lemon Dogs themselves also traveling across. And we should talk about the travel, because for both of these teams, this is the first time they've come across the ocean to these big tournaments. Obviously, for Lemon Dogs, they played in, Tenerife, Moscow, DreamHack, but this is much bigger. And of course, you could talk about the fact that SKTT1, they just played at the massive finals in OGN. So
yeah,
they both had played in front of big crowds, but that travel can affect teams. We've seen it so many times, big teams that come abroad and just don't perform.
And also the expectations and realities for these teams is going to be a little different, because Lemon Dogs playing in a lot of those different places, even before Gamescom, they were saying, wow, we qualified for Worlds, or, you know, we're in the number one seed. This is an extremely successful season for us, you know? And they're just kind of saying, let's see how far we can take it. Prediction-wise, yes, there's a lot of European hopefuls that think Lemon Dogs could do crazy things, but if they don't make it, they're a new team, right? They have plenty more to do. What is strange, because SK Telecom T1, they're also a pretty new team. They did not do well in Champions Winter. I don't even know if they were a team then.
It was the spring.
Yeah, but then spring they finished like 8th. In summer they won.
Yeah.
But that's a short span of time. They've been together as this team for half a year, right? But yet they're expected to be this amazing powerhouse. They've never been on a plane before. They've never been outside of Korea. Yes, they're amazing at League of Legends, and they've dominated the Korean League of Legends scene. But we don't know what these outside factors are going to be for them. The pressure that comes from these guys. Number 3 seed in Korea, but expected to win. Coming from the group stage. Traveling all the way to America for the first time. Everyone expect, like, if they make one mistake, how are they going to affect with that? We saw Mandu talking about how he, you know, takes losses really hard, but then he bounces back really quickly. What's going to happen if they drop a game in the group stage? How are they would adapt?
And I'm interested to see how those plants that they look after would handle and
Did
survive
they
in
bring
the
them
TSM house, because I don't think they'll last that long myself. But they seem to work out very well for them. Lemon Dog's there on your screen. There is Mithy. He is the man on the right-hand side, or pretty much the foremost full screen. He's kind of the mouthpiece of the team, and he's really been quite vocal throughout the season of what he thinks is good, strong.
Yeah.
And he is going to be the one that's been researching these. I can remember we had that second place playoff. Lemon Dogs were top. That was it. They'd finished. Everybody else went home. He stayed in the player lounge, the only person. Everybody else had gone. He was on his own. He stayed and watched all 6 games and just absolutely watched him. He's just such a big fan of League of Legends and just scouted those teams.
And even though Mithy likes to say that it's, you know, a team effort and he's not the one that makes all the calls, there was a drastic improvement in Lemon Dogs when they picked him up as support. Near the end of the regular season, they went 14-4 after picking him up and secured the #1 seed going into the European playoffs. He is a difference maker on support. We've seen, you know, Bumandu, team captain of SK Telecom. Last year's Season 2 World Championships, TPA, Mistake was the one who just made all the shot calls. A lot of times having the support in those roles is extremely beneficial for them, and it's what we've seen from some of the world's most successful teams.
And if you wonder why we're just waiting for the teams to get themselves prepared, of course, this is the first time they are setting up on the main stage in our beautiful studios here in Culver, and it's just fantastic at Los Angeles studios. I was impressed by this. I got to be honest. I walked in. I wasn't sure what to expect because I was on studio group stage. Oh, okay, we'll see what this is like. Walked in. I was like, damn, you guys have done a good job. And all within about a week's build. It was a fast build. These guys, this crew has worked incredibly hard to get us to this stage, and these teams are sat ready waiting to go. You can see using the old white Microsoft mouse there, I can add as well, by the way.
Well, he's got to be comfortable.
I've always been interested by the peripherals. Of course, we can talk about Kerb. He's not here, sadly, but he used to use a trackball in the top lane. That's probably why he's not here.
You know, it's all about just transitioning exactly. Oh, come on. You can do well with the trackball. He's top of the solo queue ladder. What have you done with that? But really, no. These players have to be able to just whatever's the most comfortable for them, right? Being comfortable with your gear is something that a lot of these players don't get to. Obviously, like, think of it this way. For SK Telecom T1, everyone expects them to win, obviously. We've been over that. But I'm just talking about the things that they need to be able to account for. They've played at the OGN studios, right? And they're always playing in those isolated booths. Sure, they have the soundproof headsets on right now, but at least setting up in what is a different environment. Maybe the desk is a different height. Maybe the chairs feel different for them. Any of these little things can make them extremely uncomfortable. And they have to take all that into account and then still make those amazing plays, which is kind of the most impressive thing to me about these professional players is think about how difficult it is if you went to like a friend's house and played League of Legends. You would play awful your first game. These guys, while they've been able to warm up and have their settings, they have to be ready to play on these gaming machines, right? And just perform world class.
Yeah, I mean, they're fantastic gaming machines, but at the end of the day, it's a different machine. Everybody knows, like you say, if you go and play it elsewhere, you just generally do very badly. And then you blame, of course, all the equipment. Because what else are you going to blame? It's not me. It's not me that's possibly gone bad. Looking at these group stages, we've seen Group A. Obviously, we've already just seen Team Solar Mid taking that first game against Gaming Gear. They're going to be looking at these two teams here, as well as OMG, of course, who are going to be playing Team Solar Mid after this match happens. There's 10 games today. We've only got one out of the way. We've got another 9 to go, guys. So this is going to be a long day for everyone involved. It's going to be a fantastic day of League of Legends as well.
Yeah.
But what are we thinking between these? TSM just put up a fantastic performance to these. They're going to be looking at these two teams, looking for weaknesses. Where are those weaknesses right now?
Yeah, well, right now, Gaming Gear did not have a good showing against Team Solomid, and I think Team Solomid's weaknesses are still somewhat exploitable, right? You need to be able to shut down Reginald, get Corky away from Wild Turtle, and then kind of try round 2. There are going to be plenty more games for that. As far as these two teams go, SKT definitely shows the least amount of weaknesses of all these teams. Thinking about the way they play the game right now, it's very mid-lane focused, and their jungler, Bengi, is extremely counter-jungle heavy, and almost just pressure-oriented rather than someone who camps a lane or farms a lot. He has low farm, high ward control, and a huge amount of just overall presence of the game. It's one of the reasons Faker can succeed so well. But on the rest of the team, we heard Doublelift talking about Piglet being one of the most underrated AD carries in the world. His Vayne play, and Doublelift is someone who also knows a fair bit about Vayne, is extremely impressive, right? Him and Mondu do exceptional things in the bottom lane. Nami and Zyra, also two of the big picks for Mondu, which might throw some people for a bit of a loop. So much of the support play in Season 3 has been about Thresh and Sona, so the fact that Mondu, even though we see Nami and Zyra frequently, does bring a slightly different edge to that equation.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued to see how Nuke, I don't say steps it up, or how he plays against them, because actually they've got a fairly similar champion pool, Faker and Nuke in the mid lane. Nuke, you know, he came into the season as effectively one of those superstars. And we talked about how good the three European, the European mid laners were. And he's up against probably one of the champions, one of the players that everybody respects. I mean, I've seen Bjergsen making quotes saying, this guy's winning a lane he shouldn't win, which is where some of those lanes comes from. A lot of the mid laners have done just that. And they've talked about, you know, how the hell is he winning this? So Nuke surely will have come into this knowing that SKT1 would be his first match, put a heck of a lot of research on, say, those OGN Summer Games, Champions Games that they've just...
And there's a lot of film on Faker.
There's a lot of film on both of these players.
They
Yeah, but
played
Faker especially.
So many recent games. Specifically, SK Telecom, they played the best of 5 against KT Roasterby, all 5 games. And then they played 4 more games within a week of themselves. And those are the most recent, extremely high-pressure games for Faker. So they're going to be able to look at what each other do. And I'm interested, actually, to see what outside influences happen to these games. We know that Zoro Zero loves to do the push up the top lane and just roam explore and try to make action happen in that mid lane. One of the underestimated or underappreciated things about dominant mid laners is how much the rest of the team is able to help him. I know in one of the last games of SKT against KT Rolster B, Ryu tried to play Syndra against Faker. But it was actually their top laner Impact who came down with the Elise at level 3, cocooned him and towered over him. And that gave Faker the edge in that lane, and then he just kind of took off and destroyed the game as Faker would tend to do sometimes. These are the things that either Lemon Dogs or SKT are going to be planning to do against each other to really give their mid laner an edge. We know how important the mid laners are in League of Legends right now, but especially so with Faker.
So let's talk about what effects 3.11 may have had on these two teams, because obviously both coming into this one, I wouldn't say cold, because 3.11's been out. They've all had equal amount of time to practice on it.
Yep.
But it has changed some champions. Who will be affected from both of these two teams the most?
Absolutely. So Zach had pretty substantial nerfs. It's going to be hurting him a fair bit in these upcoming games.
An impact on the
and
top
I think
lane.
like the pure tank top laners are definitely taking a little bit of a hit, which means the top laners that are more aggressive or do higher damage are actually a little bit in. It's even more of a high damage assassin-based game right now for these guys. Impact and Zoro Zero aren't actually that affected by this. I'd say Lemon Dogs and SK Telecom aren't the teams that are heavily affected by that. Yes, the Trinity Force is going to have a large impact on the bottom lane. If anything, I would say that actually helps SK Telecom a little bit more, but both of the AD carries, like, it's a Caitlyn Varus for Lemon Dogs, and it's a Vayne Caitlyn for SK Telecom. Those aren't necessarily Trinity Force users. So if they've adapted it, we'll see how it goes, but it's not giving them this huge edge.
And it's going to be changing things around. We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, we are just waiting for them to get around. You've seen Faker already. He's got people around him. I wonder how much that's going to affect him, because obviously, you know, coming into this major tournament, he's clearly got an issue where he's just not happy with some sort of setting, which is just being tweaked and sorted out right now.
Have to find out what's going on there.
I have to find out what is going on there. But as it is, we are just waiting for things to get underway. If you have just joined us, well, welcome. If you've been with us all the time, thanks for listening, guys, because we are just obviously talking while the teams do sort themselves out. You've had Team Solar Mid already, though, sorting themselves out. They picked up the first win. It's a big win for them.
Yeah, that TSM win is so important for them. But really, when these next two games get played in the group stage, we're going to get to our first look at all 5 teams in Group A, and then we'll really start talking about that.
Okay, so while we wait for the players to hop into the game lobby, let's send it over to the Quick Shot and the guys at the analysis desk to see their opinions.
Thank you very much, D-Man. The Quick Shot here with the Freak and the rest of the analysts on the desk. We're going to talk a little bit now while we wait for SKT and Lemon Dogs to actually just sort out some of those technical issues. And I want to pick up from where D-Man and Jat left off, talking about 3.11. They've already highlighted, you know, the Trinity Force changes. And as an AD carry and a support, our analyst bottom lane, talk me through Wild Turtles, Corki, and how much more Trinity Force champions we're going to be seeing this tournament.
Yeah, so definitely I think Corki's going to be early picked, early banned every game. He's really, really strong right now. He was always strong, actually. I think Cop was like the first North American player to pick him up before the Trinity Force buffs. And people realized, like, wow, Corki's actually really strong. And now he's just so top tier bottom lane. He has almost no losing matchups except for like a few like Graves. And my problem with it is that people are going to go into Ezreal a lot with Trinity Force, which I personally don't like. I personally like blue build Ezreal, but, you know, that's another thing.
As a support player, agree or disagree?
I played quite a few games against Corkis in the European solo queue, and it's really, even once they get that phage, it throws you off your game once they get that continuously speed ups after every spell. And it's really, really hard to play against that. You have to get used to it, and it just has a really early ramp-up time, and especially Korean teams will be able to abuse that.
Yeah, I think actually the Trinity Force top laners actually have a really big impact as well, because you're seeing Jackson, Aurelia, and these types show back up into the scene. A top lane that was, for the most part, dominated by guys like Shen and Zach and Nasus and Elise, who are either tanks or casters.
Yeah, and you know, going along with this too, we've seen that transition. Now, the Korean qualifiers for this third place seed that SK Telecom played in, they started to adapt that style because they were on 310A at the time. And so we started seeing Impact play some more Jacks and other carry top laners already starting to move away from that meta and pick up the new Trinity Force, or new, I should say, old Trinity Force bruiser tops.
It's back.
And to go off of that, like, as an AD carry player, the champions that top lane play that use Trinity Force, like Aurelia and Jax, those are champions that are really good against like Caitlyn and Varus. And so you're going to see like it snowball more where Corki and Ezreal are actually really good against other Trinity Force users. So the AD carries that use Trinity Force are good against Trinity Force top laners. So it just kind of builds upon itself a lot.
So let's step back a little bit. We've discussed the top and the duo lane. How does this affect the jungle or the mid lane at all? You know, we've seen this heavy assassin sort of meta game in play right now. Do the changes in 3.10, 3.11 affect the mid or your jungle at all?
I think it will affect the jungle in one way, that certain champions who were really early picks in both viable positions, some teams were still picking jungle Shen early for the possibility to have that, or Zac really early, and then just swap him out and put him in the jungle. I think pick patterns are definitely going to change with these item rotations, and then I can see a lot more emphasis just getting Zed early. Every team's going to want Zed this patch.
What makes Zed still so good that over all the current patches, he's still, you know, relevant?
He seems to bring out the best in, like, the players can do so much with Zed. We've seen Faker 30% HP, come at me with another Zed, well, no problem. I'll just QSS your ulti, jump away, jump back in, jump away again. It's such a versatile champion with which you can do so much, especially in an assassin-based mid-lane meta game. I feel Zed's going to have so much impact.
One thing I'm actually surprised about with the sort of proliferation of Zed is that we're not seeing as many champions who are specifically good against Zed. Guys like, for example, Lissandra, who can basically self-ult and at least have some impact in the fight, right? Like, she can put the Frozen Tomb out, do a bunch of stuff, or just target stun the Zed, and then your team can kind of group up on that. Fiddlesticks, 3-second fear. Unless Zed rushes the QSS, he's going to have a really hard time doing anything in a fight. I'm surprised people aren't killing Zed quickly in fights more.
Well, and to run with that, too, there have been a lot of theories about, are we going to see Kayle in this tournament because of the power of Zed? But I think mostly we're just going to see Zed bans, frankly.
Well, I want to step back now, because if there was ever a time to pull out a new champion, a new composition, pull out something that's maybe a little off the wall from the current meta, now's the time to do it, right? Talking about Kayle, Kayle's, you know, can do very well against the likes of your Zed. What other kinds of champions could we be seeing very, very quickly, Crep? I throw that out there.
I'm waiting for Soraka. Armor buff, silence, flash bananas. I'm hoping.
We'll have to see if it works out. I am hearing that apparently the players are just about ready. So let's actually throw it back over to Demon and Jet for Champion Select.
Thank you very much, guys. So the players are into the lobby and ready to start Champion Select. So let's get it on, as it were. Hopefully.
Let's get to it.
Hopefully we will get to it. That's what we're hoping, because we're back on the screen, so which means the Champ Select is about to come in any moment. So what do we think? They've just talked about the fact that the Zed ban will come through, almost certain.
I think the assassin picks in the mid lane are extremely important. Ahri, Fizz, Zed are probably the three biggest priorities here in the mid lane. Junglers, obviously Jarvan is extremely played by Dexter as well as Bengi. And then AD carry-wise, we're really going to get to see whether Corki is the thing to do this tournament for these two teams or not.
Well, research has happened, it seems, and Fizz and Kennen being taken away from Nukeduck and Zoro, both champions they played heavily throughout Gamescom and the end of the summer split. Orianna being taken away from Faker, no problem there. Caitlyn also being banned out. Not going to let Piglet have that one.
Yeah, so those are interesting bans so far by Lemondogs, because Faker, although he played a lot of Orianna, I still feel like he's most deadly on the Assassin champions. So they're just kind of generally banning out SKT's larger team fight compositions and almost maybe daring them to go more of a split style. I'm not sure.
Not Shen being taken away. That kind of surprised me. Zoro not prolifically on Shen, but Zed. There is the final ban, no problem there. And Ahri instantly picked for Faker.
Of course. I'm very surprised Ahri made it through these picks and bans. I was expecting Fizz, Zed, and Ahri, kind of the trinity of the mid lane assassin powerhouses right now, to just either be taken away or at least trade them back and forth. Because now Lemondogs, what are they going to play against Ahri? What does Nukeduck necessarily have left? He used to draw a lot of Fizz bans for himself, which he already has, but his Ahri is strong as well. Lemondogs of all teams got destroyed by XPeke's Ahri during the 5-game set of the European playoffs. Very, very interesting that Ahri gets through.
Well, has Tabs adjusted to 3.11? It seems he has. Boom. And he's locked in Corki alongside Thresh as well.
Well, here's the thing. Former mid laner, Corki is actually kind of a pretty good AD carry mid lane, but he's obviously going to play him bottom lane. It will fit Tabs fairly well with that Bloodthirster Last Whisper build that Tabs popularized over in the European scene. That style of sitting in the back and basically just spamming your spells, using them well, obviously, fits him, and I think the Corki will as well.
Yeah, not just spamming them out there. Bengi looking like he may well select Lee Sin here. Always excited to see a Korean player on Lee Sin, especially a prolific jungler. Ooh. Elise could get selected. No, switching back to that Zyra. Going between them. Which one are they going to go? Which one are they going to go? No reason to select that support right now because it's already been locked in the other side. And it will be Elise, potential top laner.
Yeah, it looks like a top laner right there with the Lee Sin being picked in. Bengi can go jungle Lee Sin, and then they can just do top lane Elise, the higher damage, more threatening top laners as opposed to just the straight up tanks. That obviously leaves Twisted Fate open for Nuke Duck, and it leaves the Vi open in the jungle. So even though Dexter hasn't played a whole bunch of Vi, we know everyone's been practicing it. Whoa, indeed.
Swain getting locked in for Nuke Duck. What has he pulled out here? Has he pulled himself a sneaky champion over Ari in the mid?
Swain against Ari in the mid lane here. If he can get powered up a little bit, Swain is a bit of a drain tank against Assassins if you're not able to put him down. We saw a little bit of Swain at the International Wildcard Tournament of all things. That is extremely dangerous pick, though.
Well, what the crowd are happy about is Vayne being locked in for Piglet. And there is, of course, going to be Zyra alongside him. So those are the champion choices for SKTT1. What will the final pick be for? And of course, well, what else is ZombieMasterSasu going to play? He's going to play what he began the summer split with. It is going to be Malphite in the top lane.
Wow. So we have the Unstoppable Force plus Vi combo right here, which means they pick one person and they get rid of that person. And that's probably going to be Piglet is what they're going to try to do this for. My prediction here would be in team fights, Lemon Dogs wants to power down Piglet and then hope Nuke Duck can live through assassination attempts from Faker. Faker lives for just eating supports alive on Ari, which means if they're not putting enough immediate focus on Nuke Duck, and if Lemon Dogs could take down Piglet, Nuke Duck could then have strong things in teamfights as Swain. But seriously, D-Man, Swain in the first game against the World Championships, that is something new here.
And I don't recall seeing Swain at all in the summer LCS. I don't think anyone played him.
I don't
Certainly
think so,
not in Europe.
No, and I mean, I look at SK Telecom's team comp, they pretty much got what they wanted.
Yeah.
Lemon Dogs didn't take anything away from them. They're planning to beat their strategy.
Well, we'll see how that works out for them because this could well be an interesting one. So those are the teams selected out there. Well, Zoro on Malphite along that top. No surprise there. What are we expecting from these two teams?
These two teams, I'm expecting what has to be an aggressive game from Lemon Dogs. Even though they're a team that generally waits for other teams to make moves. If you're going to be going into a game with Vi Malphite, you're going to have to go aggressive.
Well, while the players are spawning into the Rift, let's check out who you guys at home think is going to win this one. According to LollySports.com, well, you guys have been voting. 68% of you think the SKT will come out on top of this one.
Yeah, and all the analysts chose SKT1 as well. Not as high as the Team Solo Midverse Gaming Gear thing, but no one's going to argue with you if you say SKT is the strongest team coming into this group. 68% actually might even be a little low as far as the chances go.
Well, it's only approaching 11 p.m. in mainland Europe, so these guys have been up still voting for the Lemon Dogs. They've been trying, despite the fact they've not voted for them all season long. So Lemon Dogs, well, they've been the underdogs every single time they play generally in the European LCS, and they've generally turned them into wins. We'll see how that works out. We do have a pause in the game at the start, which is why we haven't launched straight into that. We are ready and waiting to go, though, Jap.
We will be, and I can't wait to see the way these picks and bans interact with each other. Just specifically, how much focus gets placed on the mid lane early. Because Swain, if he gets a couple kills, can just turn into an absolute monster. And we know what Faker can do on Ari because he rushes that Deathfire Grasp and is so perfect with the way he uses his spells to assassinate generally supports that it's basically over from there. So I'm expecting Impact's Elise to come down in the mid lane frequently to help out that matchup. And honestly, Dexter might just be camping that mid lane with Vi. It's really, so much of this is about the Swain versus Ari matchup between Nuke Duck and Faker.
But how much of a gamble is that? The
Huge gamble.
Taken
huge gamble.
A huge gamble.
Yeah.
Swain versus Faker's Ari. That is enormous. And you talked about Dexter. That is something Dexter will do. He will be camping that mid lane. We're going to see ZombieMasterSasu. He's going to be left on an island generally in that top lane on Malphite. It's what he did throughout the start of the season. He was effectively, ironically, when I was on the bus towards DreamHack, the very first week of the summer LCS, they were laughing and joking, basically saying ZombieMasterSasu is the only champion you can actually play.
ZombieMasterSasu is the only champion you can play?
No, ZombieMasterSasu Malphite is the only champion he can play.
Yeah, I mean, he's going back to it in the time of needing comfort. We talked about all the different pressures for these guys. They've now traveled across the world. It's their first game of the World Championships. And guess what? They had a delay before the game as well, just to amp things up a little bit. And then they get through picks and bans, and then there's a pause. It's a good thing that he's on a comfortable champion. I don't know if I can say the same for Nuke Duck Swain, though.
No.
That's the risk.
That is a big risk. Let's talk about that bottom lane, though, because we saw Piglet getting Vayne locked in there. as well as against the Corki. So how do we see this one balancing out? Are they going to be switching to go for that 2v1? Because it's going to be Elise, of course, for the top lane for Impact.
I think a 2v1 swap is a definite choice for these guys, and it will really depend on what type of confidence SKT has in their laning ability. I think Corki, especially with Phosphorus Bomb early, can just out-trade Piglet, specifically because Piglet also went Cleanse. That's not like a combat fighting summoner early on against a Corki. It's not going to help you trade, especially when your health gets low. If we see a lane swap, SKT would be the ones that want to initiate it, because right now Lemon should have confidence in their straight-up lane matchups.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Game 2 of the Season 3 World Championships here live in Los Angeles in front of this packed house. SKT T1 are going to be playing as the blue team, and Lemon Dogs from Europe are going to be representing themselves on the red team. So, big choices, big team decisions, big picks and bans. Swain versus Ari in their mid lane. We've talked about it so much. They're going to see whether we get any level 1 action happening here. As of yet, we didn't see anything in Game 1. There wasn't this early ward placements. And again, it seems that it's going to be very nervous play from these two teams. Lemon Dogs, though, they seem to be the ones setting up for something.
Early warding has really calmed down early on at the World Championships here. Normally, the plan is that teams just 5-man invade each other's red buff area, place 2 to 3 wards, and get out of there. But here, Lemon Dogs has already placed 2 wards in their own red jungle, so at least they have better knowledge of what SKT does and where they get their wards.
Yeah, 5-man invade, walk straight past that ward. SKT will know exactly where they are, which is why you see Bengi and Mandu going here. But Lemon Dogs, well, they've spotted themselves because they've passed straight over them wards, and every single member of that team is backing off.
And that's a little bit smart because they predicted that SKT would have an entrance ward into their own jungle, and Lemon Dogs walked through it, but then didn't let SKT know that they've walked back. So now SK Telecom has to be a little bit cautious of wherever they look in their red jungle.
And they've got that ward. There is actually 2 wards there, by the way.
Oh, what is this?
You just could see they were double stacked. Lemon Dogs want to fight for this red buff, it seems.
And SKT has stayed around a little bit longer. They are on the wards of Lemon Dogs, and they might try something sneaky over the wall here. They're going to wait for SKT to get on the red buff and try to set a trap.
Oh, look at them all. They're all ready to go. Miffy comes around the side there. He's going to throw out the hook. They're getting towards Mandu. He has to flash away. Bengi taken low. He's forced to flash away as well. And Lemon Dogs successfully defend the red buff. They didn't get a kill, though.
No kills. Nuke Ducks never move on Swain, gave him nothing. They burned a lot for that, but they could teleport to the bot lane, so they still get all their lanes in place. The big thing to track, though, is the summoner spells burn. Lemon Dogs' bottom lane has no flashes and no ignite, whereas SKT still has a flash and cleanse on Piglet. That'll be fairly impactful.
So we'll see how that develops. Aggressive stuff already, and it does seem that the lanes, they did try and trade, but Lemon Dogs have traded straight into it. Mandu and Piglet in this top lane, taken low already. Mandu already under pressure here. Piglet's trying to return that pressure, but look at Mithy, trying to keep them lashes going. He's taken low himself here. Mandu keeping pressure on him. Very aggressive stuff early on here.
They are ready to fight in this lane, and it is a slight edge to Lemon Dogs as far as the 2v2 matchup goes, but Mandu is confident. He's the captain of that team, and Zyra's early on laning is still extremely strong. It's really on Zyra to carry Piglet out of this laning phase because Lemon Dogs wants to be as aggressive as possible.
Seems to be working that way, keeping out tender hooks here. As Mithy just waiting to see if he can land that death sentence through any of those little gaps. This mid lane, what an interesting one that's going to be. Faker versus Nuke Duck. And that is an Ari versus Swain. We talked about it so heavily in the pre-show. We can see that Faker already with a big CS advantage.
Yeah, he's pushing the wave in early, which is the big reason he has the CS advantage, as well as Nuke Duck was a little late to lane. But that's Mandu getting pulled in. Exhaust burned.
Exhaust burn. Mandu taken very low, but Tamsa replying, taking low himself. Pressure continuing to be kept on here. The bottom lane, though, we haven't talked about it. It's going to be Zoro0 on Malphite up against an Elise for Impact.
And this is not a good matchup for Zoro0. Impact should be able to do what he wants to him early on. He's already shoved up to the turret, and that's what almost everyone on SKT is doing right now. They're generally shoving their lanes here, which can give Bengi an opportunity to make some counter jungle plays. But Dexter waiting in the wings for a gank.
He manages to land the slam on Piglet. Piglet goes down. First blood there. It was Dexter that managed to take it up. Mandu being the focus for so long, but Piglet gets targeted.
Lemon Dogs really making the moves here early on in the game. They're the ones that tried for the level 1 fight because they scouted and predicted where SKT was going to go at level 1. Then they recognized where Bengi would be in the game, and Dexter planned that top lane gank. It's a very bold choice by SK Telecom to 2v2 lane the cleanse vein against someone who is strong as laning as Tabs' Corki. Dexter trying to make as many ganks as possible happen now.
Faker realizing what was up here. He's not going to get caught out that one. He's not going to get slammed either by Dexter. Instead, the charm will land and turns the damage back around. He read that one like a book.
Yeah.
He kept well away from that CS, and instead, he's going to turn around and continue farming.
Flawless gank avoidance by Faker there. Honestly, like, I actually thought that never move was going to land on him, and I would have been fairly close to maybe using a flash away from that one. But Faker just casually walks out, lands a charm onto Dexter, and that's effectively forcing the back from Dexter in the jungle and giving Bengi an opportunity to get a bit of a foothold in the jungle.
So Zoro has gone back. He's picked himself up a Negatron cloak for that bottom lane, playing into the lane against Impact. We'll see how that works out as the game progresses. Bengi now finally starting to make himself active in this game. Of course, he was effectively bullied out of the first 5 minutes of that match from that initial play by the Lemon Dogs. We'll see how he comes back into this match.
And it definitely looks like Dexter has a bit of love for this top lane right now. Tabs and Mithy want to get going for here. Piglet has been a bit struggling in this lane. He's got the double Dorans. He's down Boots in the matchup against Tabs, but they're very heavily pushed up. SK Team's going to have to pull back in this one.
And it's Faker once again having to pause, of course, the pressure on him. There's a bit of a mouse issue for him, so he's going to make sure. That's kind of important when you play a game of League of Legends.
Your main input device, I'd have to say. We should be able to get this one sorted really quickly here for these guys, but man, what a start.
And remember, these teams, you can see them sat there in silence, not allowed to talk about this match, not allowed to talk about it, analyze it, to see what's happened, which is actually probably quite hard. I'd find that tricky because I talk all the time.
And you have to be talking constantly throughout the game to get your strategy through. The main communication metrics for a lot of the most successful teams is everyone relays information to the jungler, and then he kind of makes decisions. Sometimes you have your overarching decisions coming from someone else and team fight calls coming. But yeah, everyone has to talk. So for instance, you know, need a ward here, just placed a ward there. You got to ping every time someone comes through. Constant flows of information, and then a pause comes and you're like, well, got to remember all that now.
Gotta sit in silence, yeah, gotta remember where it all is. So let's talk about the opening 5 minutes that we've had here. First blood, of course, went to Lemon Dogs here. It was simply Dexter coming out of that top lane, sneaking through there. Actually caught Piglet by surprise.
Yeah, that was a very... I mean, I'm pretty hyped about this game.
Yeah.
So I want to say, man, that was a great game coming in top lane. But honestly, he came in through the brushes right there. And since Mondu and Piglet had been pushed back for so long, they didn't have really time to set up any Zyra plants or forward wards, so the through-the-lane gank worked just perfectly for them right there, and it gave them the first blood. It did go to Vi, though. I think Lemon Dogs would have rather had that on Tabs' Corki, but it'll work out.
So we're back in the game. As you can see, the hook straight on towards Mandu. He's going to get locked up. The damage coming out. Tabs goes aggressive. They may even get on towards Piglet. Piglet's going to have to tumble away from this one, and that is the second kill now, and Tabs picks it up.
Mithy just landing the death sentence and doing just that. This is a Lemon Dogs lane through and through. Only a 5 minion farm advantage for Tabs, but the summoner spells are getting recycled for SKT as they keep having to run away from them. It's given Lemon Dogs, got to be giving them a lot of confidence.
Well, they haven't quite got the time for the blue buff. They are a little bit ahead on that one. It seems instead they want to get this man in the middle. Faker, he's actually quite far up his lane right now. Mithy has come in. If he can land that death sentence, it would be very well aimed. But Faker, once again, just strolling on away from that one.
And Faker is level 6 right now. He is as safe can be. He has not been pressured in the slightest. The bold Swain pick, thus far, not really doing much for them. Faker has been pushed up to Nuke Duck's lane the whole time, is incredibly escapable, and will actually have many roam opportunities. It's not like Nuke Duck can shove back at him right now with that Swain. So Faker will be the one who tries to pull SK Telecom back in this game.
Well, we can see that Faker's actually...
This could be a counter gank, though. It's in a ward, and Faker could pull the Vi ultimate back into a turret, and Bengi could pounce. Very dangerous if Dexter goes in here.
Dexter is going to go in. Oh, thought about pulling the trigger on Faker, realized it's not going to land it, so just backs off once again. That never moves still, being avoided. The fact that he went for those early boots as well is helping him out in that respect.
Yeah, that's what you do against Swain. Faker knows every matchup in this game, even if you don't see that much Swain. And when someone has a skill shot snare like that, that has a slow detonation, the boots, if you have quick reaction times, basically allow you, unless you get caught against a weird maneuver, it basically saves you from every single one.
So Bengi getting that blue buff, that's going to go across the Faker. He should move across to pick that up in a moment. Red buff was just picked up by Dexter as well. So both junglers keeping control of their own jungle so far in this game. No massive counter jungling coming out. Bengi effectively being removed from the first few moments of this game by that first counterplay that Lemondogs did. You can see that pink ward in that top. They really want to make sure nobody goes up there. Impact and Zoro0 down that bottom. We haven't seen a great deal of them because, frankly, there's not a lot going to happen so far between them.
I gotta say, though, considering it's a teleport versus an ignite, it's a good lane, but Dexter, he's going to have to smite this away, otherwise Bengi's stealing.
He's going to have to go for it, and he does, so that's actually going to be taken away from Swain. That's quite important. The flash comes out, Nuclear's going to get locked up, the charm comes in there, and now Faker is managed to get a soul battery. Faker goes down. Dexter can turn this on his head, but Bengi, now he's got the help. Impact comes in there on towards Zoro0, has got unstoppable force available. He does manage to use it. Zoro0 is going to go on towards Impact. Impact will go down, but Bengi manages to counter it. Dexter going down as well. Bengi gets away from it. Both of them back away, and he's going to take the Wolves as well.
May as well get some counter jungling in after a 2-for-2 there, but honestly, they're just going blow for blow here in the jungle. Nuke Duck comes out behind on that one, but honestly, so does Faker. Neither mid now has a blue buff, and it's all about Bengi coming away with the double buffs after that one and what he can do with it.
So we'll see how it works. Well, he's gone straight for the counter. He's taken away the Wolves. He's taken away the Wraiths. And he's really even go for the Golems. I'm not too sure. He may come up towards his top lane. Tabs and Mithy have been putting a lot of pressure. Mithy gets condemned. He gets rooted down there. Piglet didn't follow it up, though. And Mithy, well, he's taken a lot of damage. We are going to see Bengi back off, though.
And Mithy has put so much in this game to just lane superiority thus far. So has Pumandu. They don't have their sight stones or anything yet. Those supports are as squishy as possible. There have been immense ward battles going on in that top lane, which is why supports aren't able to buy anything right now.
So Impact returns to the bottom lane. Went for that haunting guys early on. Zoro0, he's gone back on himself. That Giant's Belt. Dexter pink warding up that Dragon. I don't believe that's a focus for either of these teams right now because the focus is so heavily on the lane phase at the moment.
And a little bit of counter jungling as well, but that was all about getting Faker going because they wanted to deny Nuke Duck of a blue, and they ended up kind of denying Faker of a blue buff as well. Nuke Duck needs a lot of farm if he wants to be able to live through Faker. We know how quickly he died in that blue buff fight, and already Lemondogs trying to roam a little bit mid here. Zoro0 did that disappear move, and now he's kind of trying to make a play, but he doesn't even have his unstoppable force up. They're doing a long form lane swap with a little bit of a roam mid. It's getting matched by SKT.
Deathfire Grasp is being built up by Faker. Meanwhile, we can see the looks like Rod of Age is going to come out for Nuke Duck. Nuke Duck actually falling behind in that farming. Remember, he was back into that lane quite early on, but already there's a gulf starting to happen in terms of CS between these two. Top lane switches, of course, we do see Tabs and Mithy moving towards his bottom. Dexter once again moving into position to try and get that game.
Well, he has yet to be spotted here, and Impact knows he's in a 1v2. Actually, SKT doesn't counter the lane swap. They decide to just accept it, which to them, Piglet wasn't doing well in the lane against Tabs anyway. This will, however, sacrifice potential Dragon control. Knowing that a teleport is up for Zoro0, it is a potential 5v3 at the Dragon for Lemondogs, and Faker is actually just trying to get a catch right now.
He's going to go in for Nuke Duck, sidesteps the charm, doesn't get landed on, manages to avoid all of the damage. Nuke Duck knew that Bengi was close by, and it does mean that Lemondogs actually, they're going to try and counter this and go for Dragon.
If you don't counter the lane swap against a team with a teleport top laner who gets to send their teleport top laner top lane, yeah, it's a Dragon, because Lemondogs has more people. The gank from SKT didn't work mid, and it just means Bengi tries to counter jungle a little bit more.
Well, Zoro0's got to be careful here. He's going to be in a 3v1 situation if he's not careful. Bengi going to come around the side there. Zoro0 will be backing towards that turret. It's very hard to dive a Malphite in that bottom lane, and now Impact under pressure from Tabs.
SKT's really respecting Lemondogs' moves right now. Just not throwing Bengi Qs and just trying to tower dive Malphite, not just going all out on Nuke Duck. They recognize that Lemondogs knows how to hit back because this is almost a 2,000 gold lead already.
Well, Nuke Duck just walking in a straight line to avoid that charm wreck. Kind of realized I think he'd got the advantage, and Impact now starting to try and be focused on here. Tabs trying to keep him at bay, but Zoro0, he's under a little bit of trouble.
This could be a gank right now.
Look at Dexter come in and stop all force, gets his soul battery on towards Mandu. Mandu, though, hadn't locked up. Stranglethorns goes down. He may be able to walk away from this one. Zoro0 putting the pressure down. Piglet tries to turn it back around. Piglet, can he kite it? No. They're going to go towards Piglet now. The He's not following.
They have to get out of here because Bengi and Faker could pick up double kills right now. Nukeduck's trying to come up, but they just don't have the time.
Bengi sits, lays away. They're going towards Piglet. He seems to be the focus target. ZombieMasterSasu is going to get locked up. Can they go towards Piglet? No, they can't. Piglet comes in. They pick themselves up a double.
They get it back right there, and it moves the game a little bit closer. That's kill for Faker and a kill for Piglet. Two of the key members right there for SK Telecom pulling back in the game. And Nukeduck, if he's going to roam up that far to try and stop the dive, he didn't do anything from that. He could have been pushing up mid lane or arrive. He got caught in between two places, and it gives SKT the edge.
Yeah, far too slow to react there, I felt. Meanwhile, Impact, all the pressure that's been on him, he's continuing to keep that farm rolling. He's closing in on 100. Creep score now compared to ZombieMasterSasu. ZombieMasterSasu himself teleports in towards that mid lane. So it looks like we're going to have a switch around because obviously Nukeduck was up the top there. Of course, without those blue buffs, he is starving for mana right now.
Absolutely. Nukeduck, he has to find a way to get farm in this game because even though they have a 1,000 gold advantage, the Swain pick will not have an impact in games unless he can just be in the fray, essentially just tanking the damage from SKT because Lemondogs' damage is so upfront with the Malphite and the Vi. They need to take out Piglet, which means that Nukeduck needs to have enough power and farm to withstand the rest of SK Telecom's damage. Otherwise, Faker's Ahri is just going to roll over.
He's almost got that Deathfire grasp complete. You can see he's just gone back, needs the large rod in there. Miffy now going to go focus, flashes out of the cocoon from Impact there. Bengi trying to be baited in, will back away. We do see Dexter actually making his way down here. No ward coverage for Impact, so he's going to get in pretty much blind to SK Telecom.
Yeah, Dexter does get pinged going around that orb, but he's just looking to get one of his own. Right now, the Lemondogs bottom lane is in a very weak spot, which is explaining that what seemed like a bit of a preemptive flash for Mithy, because Tabs is trying to get the last bit of gold before going back for his Trinity Force. They're not looking for any types of fights right now.
So, blue buff picked up by both mid laners finally. Faker's had his for a while. Nukeduck just returned into lane, sidesteps the charm, and the orbs, making sure he doesn't get caught out by anything from Faker. Faker already heading north, though. That's going to have to surely be countered. Every time he heads away from that lane, Nukeduck's got to be looking to react.
Yeah, Nukeduck has lost presence in this lane, and Dexter is walking on top of wards right now. It's a very dangerous time in the game, because since both mids just picked up their blue buff, both junglers want it back.
That is the bottom lane turret, first one of the game, going down. Dexter comes around the side there, locking on towards their Faker. Not going to land his turn, the charm comes in there, and now Bengi gets on towards him. He can kick him towards the tower. Dexter in all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down. Faker picks up the kill.
That was a very close fight. All credit to Bengi there for getting the kick into turret range. While all that was happening, though, Lemondogs and SKT got top turrets of each other, and this game has just gotten real close.
5-5 in kills, just 200 gold separating the two teams. Piglet keeping pressure on the top lane on ZombieMasterSasu, unable to really react to it. Look at the bottom lane, though. They're moving in towards it. Tabs and Mithy coming across here. Faker just keeping them away alongside Mandu. Lemondogs trying to put pressure on towards this mid.
Tabs has no mana and no items right now. He's sitting on a Phage and a Mana Crystal. He needs to go back and buy items. That entire roam to the top lane was just wasted time, and they can't waste time against SKT.
Well, you can see that the Blade of the Rune King was already completed by Piglet. That's why he's feeling so confident up against ZombieMasterSasu, who's still yet to complete that Sunfire Cape. Almost got it ready, but look at Piglet. Comes around, unstoppable force. Sorry, he manages to pin him onto wall. It's not going to be enough damage, though. He's going to have to dive this one very deep. And ZombieMasterSasu just avoiding it with that ulti.
Yeah, but knowing that the unstoppable force is down is actually a defensive maneuver by Piglet right here. Dexter's looking to make a play. If he lands the Q, he might have enough damage, but man, that would be scary.
That would be ballsy play. Piglet was out of mana, but basic attacks, play the Rune King down, still he's going to be pulling out a lot of that damage in there, and wisely chooses not to go for that one. The call coming out. Faker just dodging out the side for that death sentence from Mithy. And Lemondogs, well, it seems that they want to pressure this mid lane.
Over the past 5 or 10 minutes here, SKT's been pulling back. A lot of it has to do with things that we can't necessarily notice. Faker's only 17 farm up on Nukeduck, but Nukeduck has been pushed to his turret this entire time. And Faker's been able to make moves kind of side to side, as well as Bengi getting ward control within Lemondog's jungle. it's made farming very dangerous for Lemon Dogs, which means they've had to be a lot more cautious about the moves they make, and it's taken the aggression away from them. That's why SKT has been able to farm up a bit better in the lanes now, and it's basically forcing Lemon Dogs into making some potentially questionable decisions.
Faker may go aggressive here in this mid lane.
He has his DFG.
Taking that turret to absolutely nothing. The rest of the team starting to come around. Oh, Miffy nearly caught out of position there. You saw 3 members of SKT grouping up around it. Dragon is up, and they're looking to make the first one their own.
Yeah, this is not a Dragon Lemon Dogs can safely contest. There's not even a teleport up on 0-0 right now. If anything, I'm a little surprised SKT took it so quickly because they may have been looking to bait a fight in the Dragon area since they had such impressive ward control.
So that's a Dragon apiece, and that is the middle turret going down. SKT move themselves into the lead as the gold advantage swings their way. 0-0 heading down south here, just going to ward out, keeping that pressure on that top lane. Impact is coming up to counteract him though, so he's not going to get any free time. Mandu, meanwhile, coming down to join Piglet in this bottom lane, and once again we see Tabs and Miffy up against Piglet and Mandu, but it is very different now.
Yeah, Trinity Force versus Blade of the Ruin King. I still think if Miffy landed the death sentence, it might be enough to turn around onto SKT, but that lane has gotten extremely interesting. The early lane phase where Corki had an edge turns into a mid game where both Vayne and Corki have a lot of power. That may just be about where Vi or 0-0 go for ganks.
The moment Vi passed that mid lane, the moment he went down there, you saw the bottom lane of Piglet and Mandu just backing the hell away from there. Side stones have been picked up by both supports, so now keeping that gold flow going. We are seeing a couple of pinks being picked up by Mandu, and both the bot lane for Lemon Dogs is also backing off, so we'll see what they come out with. Nuke Duck, well, he got that Rod of Ages completed, went for that Negatron's Cloak, which is almost certainly needed up against Faker with that Death Fire Grasp early on. Top laners, we did see that Haunting Guys being picked up very early on by Impact as well, as those Source Boots, and now he's gone for a bit of health in there up against 0-0, who has now completed the Sunfire Cape.
Absolutely. I know that Lemon Dogs has struggled a bit in the season if they're a little bit inactive. They will generally wait for the game to kind of lose around them if they're losing and know how to farm up. They're not the best at playing from behind, and their playmaking ability has been taken away. We can see already now SKT planning a 4-man dive with all their ward control. They're the ones looking to create action since Lemon Dogs is so defensively waiting back.
Oh, I think Nuke Duck tried to bait that one, but he may well turn back around on him. Is he going to have enough coming out from that lifesteal? No, he's not. Faker pops that DFG and just pulls the trigger.
Ignite as well to just stop the Swain healing, and that was a bait into death.
And Dexter in trouble in his top lane. He can't go up against Impact in a 1v1, and that means that Bengi and Mandu just going to be taking away that blue buff. The tower going down on the bottom. It's now 3-1. All the outer towers are down, and SKT1 keep on pushing.
And this is the reward for what SKT has been doing for the past 10 minutes. Every lane has been pushed up. They're slowly scaring Lemon Dogs off, creeping their wards into Lemon Dogs territory, and it's allowing them to make plays.
So Impact keeping pressure on, and again, Bengi taking away those wolves. Every time he comes into this jungle, takes away those key gold items, just like Impact is doing right now. 70 gold rolling his way instead of Dexter's. And he's also taking away the Wraith as well. So the entire jungle of Lemon Dogs has just been pilted by SKT1, and well, 6-5 kills, 31.2k to 27.7, 3-1 in turrets. It is all on Lemon Dogs to try and react to this.
And I don't know what their answer is for Faker right now, because Faker has 2 levels on Nuke Duck, and even though Nuke Duck was able to pick up a Negatron Cloak, Faker's finished his Void Staff at this point. He's going to be cutting through Nuke Duck's defenses right now. Him and Bengi are such a great tag team, just doubling up and finishing them off. You can see now his minion farm advantage is really starting to accelerate because he's scared Lemon Dogs out of their lanes and has really had free roam around the map.
Well, Faker's just building up that power with that Void Staff as well. And the Source Boots he had early on. 0-0, you're caught, you're going to be completely captured. Having to use the Unstoppable Force to get away from this one, or will he just save it? You can see Nuke coming around. No, because there's the Lantern coming out from Miffy to save his bacon.
Thing is, that was Faker's burst without his ultimate right now. Onto who should be the tankiest person on Lemon Dogs. Knowing that 0-0 is now kind of out of the equation, it allows SKT to take even more territory from Lemon Dogs. This game could very quickly get out of hand. It's already a little bit, but SKT could actually look to make some big plays extremely shortly.
Ooh, death sentence being thrown out. Faker once again sidestepping it. Not once being caught out by one of those skill shots yet. Every time he manages to avoid it as the wards get cleared out across the Lemon Dogs jungle. And SKT starting to put the pressure across multiple points. And I've talked to the teams about, you know, the practice, the scrims they've been having since they've been here at Worlds. And that's the one thing they've said against all the Korean teams is that they just know how to keep the pressure on them the most.
And right now, it's the pink ward placement by SKT. We just saw Bengi take the pink ward into Lemon Dogs' blue buff and get rid of Lemon Dogs' vision within their jungle. Look at the amount of wards that Lemon Dogs actually has in their own jungle. I count 2. Which isn't enough vision considering you're against an Ahri, Lee Sin, even Vayne. Anyone who, if they catch you when you don't expect to see them coming, you're just going to die. And that's one of the big reasons SKT is keeping the pressure on.
And the big thing I'm seeing from Lemon Dogs is just no burst damage right now.
Nope.
Other than Tabs, he's really the only one that could lay down some real damage. Nuke's going to keep on ticking the farm. But meanwhile, Faker Piglet can just do burst damage and absolutely pop someone out of the game.
And how would Lemon Dogs even find the burst if they don't know where SKT are? They're roaming through a jungle that is completely blind to Lemon Dogs right now. And all the playmaking Lemon Dogs was making earlier has gone away. They do not know what to do against SKT's onslaught right now.
Well, I know what they're doing at the moment. Nuke's losing out against Faker. That was actually a closer trade than I would have expected, considering everything was burnt out from Faker there. On towards Nuke. Nuke didn't even use that Ignite. Zoro trying to bait out Impact, see if he can go towards him again. Trying to pull in the rest of his team do come to help. Nuke at the moment is keeping Faker at bay in that bottom lane.
And Lemon Dogs has to fully commit in order to find a fight. Malphite and Vi have to go in extremely deep together. And when they're now behind, nearing 5,000 gold, that becomes an increasingly dangerous proposition. And since they weren't pulling the trigger 4,000 gold ago, I don't really know what they're going to do now to pull the trigger and try to get back in this game.
So, obviously at 25 minutes, the game is going to roll on. Currently, it's Lemon Dogs in a full defensive stance. They're holding off, they're keeping their inner turrets at bay. How is this going to roll through if this game continues the way it's going? Obviously, SKT going to keep on getting powerful, but have Lemon Dogs got anything in the late game to turn this around?
It doesn't look like it right now. It looks like SKT is going to keep rolling, and I don't even know if we're going to get to a late game. SKT, during the summer season of champions and also the Korean qualifying tournament, averaged 31 minutes and 50 seconds in their game. Average. That's a really fast game for most teams. We're nearing that point right now, actually. They've pilled up about a 5,000 gold lead, and they don't let things kind of go crazy. Maybe if Nuke Duck could get 5 or 6 items Swain, he could become that monster. No way SKT is letting that happen. They're going to look for Faker to catch someone with the charm, maybe Bengi, next Dragon, next Baron. They're just continuing to take these objectives on cooldown and build up their gold lead.
This is possibly the problem. If you think back to the playoffs, the Gamescom, Lemon Dogs, they were long games. That's what they needed. They needed to go that long distance to get themselves going. But as it stands, as you point out, SKT don't want a long game right now, it seems. But this could be an important blue buff. Nuke Duck's going to be getting this one away. SK don't really have the timing on this one, it seems, or they do, and they're just trying to create an opportunity for something else, which seems to be the Baron.
Once again, total ward control over Lemon Dogs' jungle. If Lemon Dogs wants to commit, they need to do it sooner rather than later, because SKT is just slowly building this one up. But when they're using the Lantern in to help scout, it means they don't have clean initiation helpers. Zoro taking a bit of damage, but even so, Dexter and Zoro need to be able to get in the front line safely, pick their target, and go. And because of how well SKT is playing the Vision game right now, it is just not a realistic proposition for Lemon Dogs to do anything aggressive.
Dexter is trying to come in, but look at this. They're baiting in there. Piglet's going to be the focus, and he is going to get melted. Unstoppable Force was used out there. They're trying to get on towards Impact, but Impact has just repelled away from this one. Zoro's getting absolutely melted to the back there. Dexter comes in on towards them. Faker's going to be the target. They do manage to get Bengi down. Faker taken low, but he's not going to be enough. And Piglet joins the party. He comes around. Nuke Duck gets condemned on the wall, gets dropped down there. Tabs did take down Faker, but he's the last man standing. And that is going to be absolutely destruction. It's a 4-for-2 to SK Telecom.
And Zoro was extremely low at the start of the fight. That was the fight SKT wanted from the start. They had the vision in the jungle area and just collapsed in. Faker eats supports. We knew this beforehand, and we saw a perfect example of it in that Baron fight.
Absolute destruction. Zoro does use those home guard boots to get out and just try and keep the damage to a minimal. It was only one inner turret, not the end of the world, but we're already seeing some interesting developments. Let's check out this fight.
Absolutely. So it's a DFG as he jumps in so that all of his damage hits afterwards. It just makes supports disappear. And at that point, Impact was out the bottom, distracting most of Lemon Dogs, which allowed SKT free reign on a 0-0. You can see the Swain pick coming in a bit with Nukeduck, how well he was able to stick in that fight as Swain, and how difficult it was for SKT to focus him down. But because SKT got the jump on them, because SKT had the gold lead, it just wasn't a fair fight.
And the mobility that SK have, of course, is the fact that 4 of them could get across that wall. No problem there. You saw Mandu finally join in the fight because he was the only one that had to walk the whole way around the map.
Poor guy.
Poor guy indeed. So Lemon Dogs have regrouped. They are 5 members in that mid lane. They're actually clearing out the Baron wards that SKT did put down there. They're grouping up. They may try and clear this one out.
They need to. I mean, they lost that last fight because they got initiated on unexpectedly, but there's no way they can get an expected initiation unless Lemon Dogs puts their back to the Baron pit and dares SKT to just come at them. The gold lead is probably too large at this point for them to even do this successfully, and they're backing away.
They're backing away because SKT were just saying, fine, we can keep that mission, keep that pushing down that mid lane. And we do see Mandu working his way back in there to put all of those ward coverage that Lemon Dogs have put in there to clear it back out. The dance of wards continues as the game progresses in towards the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, so let's look now. Faker finished his Rabadon's death cap 28 minutes in. He has a measly 525 ability power right now. He's going to eat anyone he wants next as far as Ahri goes. Deathfire Grasp to that full Ahri combo, Spirit rushing in right after the DFG flies to get the full burst down. Nukeduck Swain pick hasn't necessarily panned out because, not because it's not a good thing in team fights, but mainly because his lane presence was too low and it allowed Bengi and Faker to just take control of his territory and slowly SKT just kind of starve Lemon Dogs out here.
And the difference is you can see Piglet not too worried about defense, going for that last Whisper next after the Phantom Dance has already been completed, while Tabs, he had to get that Spectral Cowl in there because he's so worried about how much Faker's been putting out. Bengi checking with that kick there, moves across, puts himself the ping ward down, and continues that wall clearance, taking away every little bit of vision that Lemon Dogs have just gained in that Baron pit.
And it's pink wards on top of pink wards on top of pink wards. Faker, even though he does buy pink wards, is full on items now for the most part, so he's not buying as many. It's all on Bengi and Pumandu to get that ward control, plus the Oracles. Lemon Dogs, the same thing could happen again to them right here. They should just go before they get initiated on.
Ooh, the hook on Bengi, but look at this. SKT didn't quite jump for this one around. They could well have gone on towards Mithy, like you said. They were all set up, ready and waiting to go. This time Nukeduck is down the bottom in the mid lane alongside Impact. There's a lot of wards in that push right now.
And it's patience by SKT. They know they have this play that works. Since Lemon Dogs has seen it work multiple times, they're like, all right, we're going to think about going for the Baron. They can tank it with Spiderlings and plants, not get too low themselves, and Lemon Dogs has to pull the trigger to go in, but the vision has been denied.
They've got to go in.
Do that.
It's down to 2,000 hit points, but look at Dexter just getting melted. That is it. Jungler out. No steals coming here. SKT going to turn this one around. Tabs is going to be the focus target for good unstoppable force on towards Bengi. Mandu getting taken down, but Nukeduck just gets melted out there. Tabs puts some good damage down, but Faker gets himself the double. Zorro Zero, he gets caught out. He goes down, and that's going to be Tabs caught out. He just gets melted and destroyed. The moment someone gets focus targeted, their hit points are gone. And that is the ace for SK Telecom T1.
So much damage comes out, so organized by SKT. Look at Dexter. He is gone. That was Faker. It just kills him immediately. And then Lemon Dogs is like, I guess we have to fight a 4v5 because they're already partway committed. Zoro Zero landed an amazing ultimate. Nukeduck was in good position, but as soon as Nukeduck went in to try to tank, everyone focused at once. They did not allow Swain's healing to take into effect, and then they land their skill shots, they flash in, they finish off Lemon Dogs. Great ace, and they get the inhibitor as well.
Inhibitor goes down. Lemon Dogs up against it now. 15-9 and a 12,000 gold lead up against a Baroned up SK T1. So, all the power is with the Koreans right now. The European team, the number 2 seed coming into this one up against the number 3 seed, but we all know SK Telecom. They are the current summer champions, and they are very strong. Would you believe it? Lemon Dogs are thinking of fighting for this one.
They need to find out a lot more things to do right now because they're things went from bad to worse to out of control for Lemon Dogs in the past 10 minutes, or even ever since they started the game so well. They got the first blood, and SKT just kind of took it slow, respected Lemon Dogs' playmaking ability, and then just turned it on, it seemed like. They flipped a switch and just played their game. Bengi got enough counter-jungling down. Bengi got enough wards inside Lemon Dog's jungle. And the clock just kind of turned there. So now we're at a point where Faker gets to kill whoever he wants. But after that, Piglet is still a huge threat. He's got all the move speed, nearing a full item build. Even the Führer boots, because Vayne is so reliant on move speed, it's too much for Lemon Dogs to deal with right now, knowing that they have to go all in with Zoro and Dexter Malphite Vi together, knowing that Tabs is front-loaded with damage and has built that defensive item in the Banshee's Veil. There's not enough power coming from Lemon Dogs to fight back against SKT.
And just can't burst anyone down, and as you said, Faker can effectively kill who he wants now. We saw Dexter, the second most tankiest member of the team, just dropping without even being able to react out of that charm. Lemon Dogs do defend out this bottom inner turret. Whether they're going to be able to hold on is another matter. Faker wasn't with them, but he is coming around the side right now. Puts down the pink ward, but Mandu up the side there. We could see Faker coming around the backside of Lemon Dogs. Mandu getting ready and waiting. Could throw that Stranglethorns in the backside of them. Lemon Dogs realizing the dangerous situation they're in. He's going to go for it. The Mythic just about gets melted by Faker. Finally, just sidestep the last hit.
Oh god, this is dangerous right now for Lemon Dogs. Even without the Faker ultimate impact, if they land a stun. But it's actually Lemon Dogs who goes in.
Zoro Zero decides to go aggressive, assault battering on towards Piglet, but they've just got no follow-up. There's no damage coming out from Lemon Dogs, and I can see SKT1 just turning around. Faker picks up one, picks up two, comes on through. Impact locks in towards it. Tabs trying to do a valiant effort, but he gets caught with the grasping roots. Piglet rolls on through. Mithy gets dropped. He's going to get taken down. Impact will get on towards him. Mandu follows on through. Bengi locks in there. That's going to be Nuke Dog. He got Impact down, but Mithy's the only man standing, and it was a triple kill for Faker.
And the fight just kept going, and it was gone. Now SKT have the minions in the mid lane, getting the Nexus turrets down. This looks like a 35-minute win.
That to me seemed like a bit of a crazy initiate. I think in that they realized that the goose was cooked, the game was over, and SK Telecom T1 will be taking their first game against the Lemon Dogs in this group stage.
He got him.
Faker got him, but he goes down to the tower as well. Didn't even get caught out. Just pads out those stats there. Feeling happy with that one. Job done for the man in the middle.
It's all about the kills right there. 6-1-6 for Piglet as well. We can't take away from the rest of SK Telecom. But after a rough start against Lemon Dogs, they just turned it on. 60,000 gold by the end of that game. 16,000 advantage over Lemon Dogs. And the Swain pick was a gambit. That gambit didn't work.
That gamble was attempted to work. And, you know, it started out so well for the Lemon Dogs, and we talked about the confidence of traveling abroad early on. SKT1 must be on top of the world now because, frankly, they were under pressure at the start. That very early play on the red buff, you got to remember, there's first blood and the second kill as well for Dexter in that top lane. Seemed to work well. They started to build up a great advantage over SKT1, but the fact that they've now turned that one around and in such great style just will boost their confidence. They'll be thinking, that's it. We're on top of the world now.
In big games, SK Telecom is notoriously slow starters. Their best of 5 against MVP Ozone, they lost their first game, won the next 3. The finals of the summer season, they lost the first 2, won the next 3. In the regional finals, they lost the first one, won the next 3, right? They didn't lose their first game this time. What happens now?
What happens now, everybody else in the world is watching. That is the what happens now, of course. OMG and TSM, they're going to be playing next. They're going to be sat waiting in the wings watching that one. Where do you see the weaknesses in SKT1?
Well, right there, it did seem like they were slightly vulnerable in the early game right there. Their early lane matchups weren't necessarily that powerful. Letting the Corki through and then not necessarily respecting its power because they gave up a couple kills in the top lane there. But then, obviously, their strengths just came well through and were able to finish them off. There's obviously, when they're the favorite to go in, you don't spot many weaknesses in a team.
Maybe just don't let Faker have Ari.
That was a mistake.
So we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Reginald and Team Solar Mid challenge China's OMG and their MVP mid laner, Cool. Plus the Lemon Dogs, well, their coach N-Rated is going to be joining us, and he's going to be talking about how his team's first time on the world stage has done. Not so well, it seems. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because Season 3 World Championships, live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
We just work really well together when the time comes and we need to focus, we do. Definitely if the North American team does well, it'll send a message that we're not all useless.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, live from Los Angeles, California. Now we're just minutes away from the third match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus OMG. But first, I'm happy to be joined by the Lemon Dogs analyst and rated. Let me quickly touch on that, because last time we saw you over in the LCS, you were an analyst for EG. Now Lemon Dogs, what happened there?
EG didn't manage to qualify for Worlds, so I had to look for other opportunities, and I got offered to help Lemon Dogs out for Worlds, and there was nothing better to do in that time. So Lemon Dogs is a really great team. I like every one of them, and having the opportunity to help one of the best teams in Europe right now is like such a big chance for me as well. So I came up and I stepped up and I did everything I could for them.
So tell me about their first matchup, coming as a second seed out of Europe, immediately thrown into the deep end against SKTT1. Tell me about that game.
Well, we respected them. We highly respect them, and I think they're really strong opponents, and they're right now probably one of the strongest teams in the world. So coming to this match, we came up with a lot of respect, a lot of preparation, and we knew we were going to play a really hard match against them, and we did everything we could, and we tried, but it didn't work out in the end.
Tell me a little about the Swain pick, which was the most unusual in that. You told me before that you might have something special lined up. Was this it, or...?
Yeah, kind of. Swain versus Ari is a really strong pick, because as soon as you get to a point where Swain is actually not being able to be one-shotted by Ari, it's like a complete counter pick, because if you don't get bursted, Swain always sustains up, and at a certain point, like 3 or 4 items, Swain is like such a beast and cannot be like beaten by any DP.
Played a fair bit of time.
Sure. While OMG has been pulling out some unusual champions over in China, Team Solo Mid, well, they came out with their own unexpected comp in the first game of the Worlds earlier today.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM went with Wild Turtle on Corki, X Special on Fiddlesticks, and then the odd one played Vi. And it may have been unexpected by their opponent's gaming gear. It's definitely something that TSM has been practicing, and they got off to a fantastic start here at Worlds with that team composition. Wild Turtle in that game with Corki, he almost beat gaming gear by himself. You know, he played a lot of Corki, back when he started playing the game, and it just seems like it's comfortable for him to pick here at Worlds.
Yeah, 12-3-8 is a pretty big score to have. So before we see what Wild Turtle and TSM have in store for their second game of Worlds, let's first take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Team Solo Mid. So in the top lane, it will be Dyrus, John the odd one, of course, in the jungle, Reginald in that mid lane, Wild Turtle as the AD carry, and Special Crowstorm his way into the support.
We'll see if he does that one again. Of course, the red side, it is OMG with Going in the top lane, Loveland in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, San on AD carry, and Big Pomelo on support, who we actually weren't sure if he was going to be the support coming into this one. They brought two supports here, Koma and Big Pomelo, and they get to have the choice of which one to use before every game.
Yeah, the other one's kind of out cold right now. He'll be joining us later on, maybe. No. So let's get into the champion select. Of course, once the picks and bans come through, what are we expecting to be taken away from these champions? We obviously seeing potentially Corki being banned out there. What are we thinking from OMG's mid laner? Because Cool plays a lot of very good Zed alongside Reginald.
It's absolutely the assassin play right now, right? Because he plays Zed and Ahri. Of course, though, Cool does play a lot of Orianna in these games as well. We did see a bit of Orianna bans in our previous games, but we're not really sure what he has left from him. We know Reginald, free to play Zed, also free to play Orianna. They share a lot of champions there in the mid lane.
They've got some interestingly colored keyboards. Yellow and black. That's sort of
Fits their
matching
team
up with
colours.
it. Does fit their team colors, which seem to be red and black. I'm not too sure how it fits in.
There's
There's yellow in
yellow
there. There's yellow in there
in
somewhere. I mean, for the Western world, this is probably the first time that you guys may have seen OMG. So we really should clarify just how dominant that they have been through the spring and the summer of the LPL, which is the Chinese, basically the Chinese version of the LCS. Exactly the same format, guys. So nothing different, but they have been dominant over there. You know, obviously, you guys probably know Team World Elite, WE, who are here, obviously got themselves the quarterfinal place last year, as well as Invictus Gaming, IG, which you guys would have seen PDD. But OMG, they're the team that have been dominating in China, along with Royal Club now.
Yeah, and to give you some context onto why OMG is here and we don't see WE and we don't see IG is even going back to the first split. OMG was the first team to really embrace and excel at the 3v1 turret pushing kind of dive game, because so much of the game that IG and WE were playing back then was just farm focused. They wanted to get 400 farm on Wei Xiao and just let him carry the game on Caitlyn, or they wanted Messiah to do the same and carry the game slowly as well on something like Twisted Fate. But that wasn't a possibility against OMG because they were so good at forcing fights around the map and ripping the farm away from WE and IG, and it's kind of carried them through. Even though 3v1 turret diving isn't as crazy anymore, they have the confidence to adapt new strategies. The top lane Mundo, the jungle York, Royal plays support Annie, the other Chinese team that has the bye here. They play a lot of different things. It's a very isolated game they have over there. They really don't take too much influence from other regions, which is why when OMG came in with that 3v1 turret diving, it was so revolutionizing for them, and it's one of the reasons they were so dominant.
And actually, TSM, I'm trying to think of their record up against Chinese teams. Obviously, they played WE, IPL 5. Not too sure whether they've played IG on, but yeah, I mean, this is Season 2 era, so it's been a very long time since they've been up against a Chinese team. You know, obviously, we know they've got a disastrous result against Korea. In fact, Special already pointing out that the likes of Velocity have already got a better record against Korean teams than TSM do. But, you know, up against the Chinese teams, actually, they've not done too bad in the past. They're about equal.
Yeah, it's so difficult to call here as well. I mean, the closest we can say is the All-Star game, where Dyrus and Special were on the U.S. All-Star team against China All-Star team, who, by the way, doesn't have a representative from OMG. So it's a whole different ballgame for them. But at least they came from the same type of game, since China really just plays against each other so much, and they get very, I almost want to call it a weird evolution of their game over there, just because there was a time where it was just all about killing the 80 carries, and they were the ones who played Hecarim, and it was like Hecarim Malphite were 100% like pick and ban over in China, but the rest of the world was, at least in competitive, saying, yeah, Hecarim's okay, maybe he'll do something, but China was just really wanting to just ride Hecarim to victory over and over again. I'm not sure about this one. We have so much unknown about the strength of China in general, and specifically OMG.
So let's look at the rest of the group. Obviously, we've just seen SKTT1, clear favorites in the group now. It seems, you know, they've just effectively, from a bad start, a shaky start, it's safe to say here in the World Championships, turned it around into a convincing victory over the Lemon Dogs. So they're looking very strong. Lemon Dogs obviously looking along in this one. They actually started off really well.
Yeah.
So up against the likes of TSM and Gaming Gear, who we've already seen this morning. Well, how do we rank this group now that we've actually seen? Well, we've seen 2 games. We haven't seen the final team play just yet.
Sure. This is going to tell us the completion of it because OMG hasn't been seen yet. It definitely seems like the underdogs coming in Gaming Gear are going to remain the underdogs. The victory with SK Telecom over Lemon Dogs, who really, Europe is a region that I think is a little bit underestimated coming into this, just because everyone was beating each other in Europe so much that everyone just assumed that, oh yeah, they must not be that good because there's so many teams that are on the same level. But you can't necessarily rank the overall power of that region. And especially when we saw like the proliferation of those European picks into the rest of the game, Ari, Fizz, those were all bigger picks in Europe before they made it to the rest of the world. And then you have China, who is completely isolated, and also the only team we haven't seen here now. So obviously SKT at the top, Gaming Gear right now kind of at the bottom, and these 3 teams in the middle, we got to wait to play the games.
This is going to be interesting to see how they work out. And, you know, just like we talked about with SKT, with the Lemon Dogs, and effectively with Gaming Gear as well, OMG, Chinese team coming to America. Other than WE, they haven't performed in the past. WE definitely had a very successful trip over here in the Worlds. IG did pretty well in the Worlds as well, but WE got themselves into the quarterfinals last Season 2 and won IPL 5. Since then, obviously, we haven't had too many international tournaments. We haven't seen them travel. This is OMG's first trip to America. This is their first trip abroad, just like SKT had to deal with this one. How do you think they're going to handle this?
I think it's a bit of a shell shock at the start of it. Obviously, they played on a stage this size before. They played in front of huge crowds in China. But the giant plane trip, your first 16-hour plane ride, is always an experience. And even though they did it a while ago, remember, OMG had the most recent qualifiers of any of these teams. They hadn't even really wrapped their minds around going to Worlds until just over a week ago. And now they're here, playing the game against TSM, who they hadn't even really considered as a team because they were only considered about the other Chinese teams. Their prep time for them in particular, and even just knowing they would be here, is so short. I really can't wait to see what they have ready and if they have a slow start.
And let's not forget, their last competitive games, they got 3-0'd.
Yeah, they're on a 3-game losing streak right now. And that was a big surprise for them coming into this one. They play so aggressively. I mean, we talked about SKT's average game time in their regular season and playoffs at 31 minutes and 50 seconds. I got to say, OMG's faster. 31 minutes, just flat. Royal, 30 minutes and 18 seconds. OMG plays quickly. They will just fight everywhere.
And that's something we should point towards. If you guys haven't seen the Chinese play style, it's aggressive. Let's put it that way.
This will be a fun game.
You guys think Korea play aggressive? You wait till you see these boys playing. Because they tend to go all in.
It's a little reckless at times.
Reckless is one word I'd use.
Yeah, if there's a turret, there's not a turret there. They're just going to go anyway. And it's actually one of the reasons they like the Jungle York so much, because they can put the ghouls down a lot of times and just go for turret dives. They do a lot of early gambit strategies just with that early York Ghost or the support Annie for Royal. They just turret dive at level 3 in mid lane with support Annie. We saw some jungle Aatrox coming out from Royal as well. I mean, all these things are about finding their targets and going on them. So I wonder actually if TSM's going to practice any kind of somewhat weird strategy, because TSM usually likes to play their controlled style and kind of initiate fights when they want. They're not the best at letting teams come to them. OMG's going to come to them if they're ready for it.
Well, picks and bans are underway, ladies and gentlemen. And that first ban, thank you very much, is Yorick.
Haha. Well, even though I personally don't think the Jungle York is that threatening, it throws them off their game. Because it's something that OMG would want to do. It's something that has been scouted by TSM, and it's gone.
It seems that the odd one is being kept awake. Maybe not the usual gamer hours that he's used to, but the bans are coming through. There is the Zed, a bit of a respect ban being taken away from Reginald after game 1.
And I wonder if Corki's going to get through here. TSM has definitely considered first picking Corki if it comes through. OMG obviously saw that first game, but they're banning out the other threats on TSM right now. Top champion from Reginald, Zed, gone. Top champion from Dyrus, Shant, the double ninja's gone. And Corki's available.
Well, Oriana also taken away from Cool and Renekton. You talked about this earlier on when we saw MBS picking it. These are the teams that have been using Renekton in that top lane quite prolifically. Thresh being taken away. Corki is available for first pick for TSM.
And the Renekton was a pick or ban in almost all of the Chinese final games.
Well, there is Sona, the first pick. That's what they've gone with. That's what X-Special wanted. No fiddlesticks this time around, and it seems that they may have done their research because Caitlyn and Ari have been locked in for OMG.
Especially with the Zed ban here and Reginald's poor performance on Fizz at the regionals, having Ari available and then first picking Sona instead, this could be a big Pomelo thing. There's not that much scouting on him because Koma played Sona for most of, or almost all of OMG's games at the finals, and now he's coming in with a different support. It's something that we don't know too much about. Big Pomelo was the support for OMG for most of the season. He actually used to be the team's jungler at a time and then moved to support. But TSM in the past has put so much priority on that first pick Sona. It's not that surprising, but they did give up a lot.
Well, it's definitely put decisions on them. The fact that TSM have completely slowed down their picks and bans. Looks like Corki will be selected here. We're seeing him hovered over right now, but it definitely seems to have caught them out, and you can see they're discussing exactly what they're going to go with.
Yeah.
Seems that it will be Elise.
TSM, they're doing their TSM thing right now. Elise is Odd One's #1 on his tier list of junglers. Vi is probably #2. Corki's #1 for Wild Turtle. They're just picking those things into whatever OMG wants.
Wow, okay, it's the champion we've seen a lot of in European LCS. It is Aatrox getting locked in there alongside Zyra with Caitlyn.
Jungle Aatrox, lots of fights very early on in the game are to be expected. It could be a top lane, but the majority of Aatrox we've seen in China has been from the jungle.
We'll see how that works out. So, Team Solo Mid, what are they going to do? What is Reginald going to go with? Is that going to be Dyrus rumbling along the top? That's the question.
Well, the Shen is gone. Rumble has had a lot of success early. The only thing they have to do with this, though, is if Dyrus picks Rumble, it means Reggie has to pick something that has a fair bit of control for the team. Otherwise, there'll be nothing to keep them in the equalizer outside of a random cocoon or a crescendo that lands in. We've seen TSM run comps like this before, but it's a little shaky for them. I really want to see what X-Special picks for Reggie. Yep. It's on now.
There is the Fizz. You told it out. You said it didn't exactly perform to the best at PAX.
No. That was 2 weeks ago, though. And they've had a lot of practice. They picked up Vi. Wild Turtle picked up a Corki again. You're skeptical. I can see it in your face. I'm not saying he's going to do well. I'm saying it's been a while.
I have faith in Reggie. I have faith in Reggie. Don't worry. We'll see how it works out. But Kennen seemingly going to be the top pick for OMG. We'll see how that works out. It's going to be Go-Going selecting that one.
Still haven't locked it in, though. It would make sense in the context of this composition to really just lock down TSM since OMG really wants to go for a lot of fights. But we got to remember, you know, he did play a lot of that top lane, Mundo. He likes those unconventional picks in the top lane, and Kennen is surprisingly conventional, even though it fits with OMG's team fight dive play style.
Yeah, it would fit with his comp with Aatrox going in there, popping the Stranglethorns, jumping on top of them with that slicing Maelstrom. We'll see whether it is going to get locked in. Just a second to change it, so it seems that it will be selected. OMG's just simply using the time to sort out their runes and masteries. So, team comp setup, chat. What are we seeing overly?
All right, so we see OMG gets to do their thing. They get to dive in and go. Aatrox, Ari, Kennen, going to be dive galore for OMG and attempting to win the lanes. TSM needs Reginald to perform on Fizz. If he gets back in this game, OMG is going to roll over them. He's not going to have time to turn into the hyper carry Fizz that a lot of teams like to go for. He can't lose lane, basically. But as we saw in the first game, Corki for Wild Turtle. We didn't think he'd get it again. He got it again. He was a monster in that game against Gaming Gear EU, and I think we have to look for Wild Turtle to excel, and we have to wait for Dyrus on Rumble to wait for OMG to dive in and then use the equalizer. That's TSM's goal here in this game.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of the World Championships in Group A about to get underway. Team Solo Mid, they're 1-0 up already. They're going to be facing off against OMG, their first game of the championships. We've already seen SKTT1 picking up a win as well. So while the game loads up, let's check out what you guys at home, who they think is going to win. According to LollySports.com, 59% of you think that TSM will be taking their second game here at Worlds.
Yes, and all the analysts chose OMG. A couple of them were saying, yeah, TSM's got a decent chance, but none of them pulled the trigger for some reason. A lot of the fans have the 59% fan vote as well. We know China is not necessarily that well known to a lot of our English viewers here because, you know, let's be honest. It's a very isolated scene right there. Hopefully TSM knows what's up against them. They're going to be diving. They're going to be fighting fast. And honestly, like, I think this is a very close matchup as well.
Well, we know that TSM have done the research because Dyrus said they've got sheets.
They had the sheets.
They had sheets.
All you need is sheets.
Sheets and everything. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the teams are ready. The Rift is loaded. And we are about to get underway for Game 3 of the World Championships here live in Los Angeles. TSM, they're going to be the blue team on your screen. And red team will be OMG, coming out of China as the #2 seed. So both #2 seeds facing off against each other. Of course, TSM being the #2 seed for North America. Summoner's Rift is loaded, Jat, and we've seen some interesting level 1s. We saw Lemon Dogs go in heavy, get the ward down.
And Chinese teams specifically fight a lot at level 1. They have no fear about where they go. Reginald is playing with fire right now.
I'm not sure whether he realizes, he sees that San is there, but doesn't realize that Aatrox was so close by on Lovelin.
Wild Turtles played a lot of Corki.
Wild Turtles played a lot of Corki. He's up against Cool in that mid lane at the moment, but that's not going to be where they're going because look at OMG going in.
Well, they went into the bush.
Yep.
There was no one there.
No one there.
They're going for an aggressive invade, though, and Reginald has ran away from that one. If anything, I feel like we're going to see a buff trade like we usually see here at the red buffs.
Yep, you can see TSM getting ready and waiting for it. We did see Lemon Dogs quickly backing off and going straight back towards that red buff. They are going to pass on towards that ward. They've already pinged it and said that something's here.
Yep.
It's either going to be a ward or a person. We're going to walk face first into them, which we've seen many times from Dyrus. But as it stands, TSM are going to walk themselves straight around there. Ward placements go out, and it will be a standard red buff trade. So, overall, team comps. We've seen so much of this team from TSM. The Rumble works very well in the past, the Fizz not so much.
And I want to see how much that first pick Sona plays into this game. Reginald's an amazing Ahri. He was undefeated on it in the LCS, and they had the chance to pick it first. It would have just meant that they give Sona back to OMG. Maybe it's because X-Specialist played so much Sona and Thresh, he didn't have any trust in his third-tier support, which would have been Lulu. But they gave up so much for that. Cool versus Reginald is TSM's choice for X-Special's pick. Let's hope it works out for them, because normally TSM is all about Reginald, and they need to make sure he's comfortable. He says he's comfortable on Fizz.
Well, Dyrus is going to be in that 2v1, or is it going to be a 3v1? Because Lovelin
This is the way
already
OMG
ready
plays.
to go.
Dyrus has the Doran shield, so he is a little bit more resilient to these turret dives, but that's a huge wave. Dyrus is level 1, and he has no help.
He's got no help at all. He's got nowhere to go. He's going to get the Ignite down. Just managed to flash out of the slap from Lovelin. Gets a good catch on Big Pomelo. He's going to go down to the Ignite, but First Blood will go down. Lovelin's passive gets popped. Really well played by OMG.
And honestly, Dyrus played that as well as he could have, assuming he gets caught under the turret by 3 people. Looking at TSM, they're like, let's do the same thing, guys. Go-Going's not there. OMG excels at the 3v1 turret dive game, and that's what they've been playing there. They get a kill for nothing because Going just decided not to be there.
Instead, TSM choose to try and stack. Remember, those towers are much stronger right now, so they're going to have to put a lot of pressure on towards that turret. Instead, they're just going to farm between the lanes and keep the pressure onto them from the minions.
It's actually kind of cute. Going is turning himself into a jungle cannon right now because that lane is not coming to him anytime soon. Lovelin doesn't need that jungle because he currently is returning to base from his successful turret dive. TSM will get this turret. It's just going to take a few seconds longer than usual.
Yeah, they're definitely going to work it down. Going has already left that lane, so he knows the inevitable is already going to happen. This may free up some time for Dyrus. We'll see whether Dyrus switches up here. I expect TSM to switch it straight around. First turret of the game has gone down, though, and it's TSM that pick it up.
Maybe Dyrus sticking around and forcing the dive from OMG is going to work out for TSM in the long run. Let's watch how well he holds now, because they're not going to dive him again. They don't have the Aatrox passive. Nice dodge by Reginald in mid.
Straight aggressive, playful tricksters and urgent strikes on towards Cool. Having to back away from this one. Pulls the Ignite down, turns it back around. Tries to put some pressure back on towards Reginald, but just out of range.
So Reggie keeping up in farm with Ahri in the mid lane, which usually, even though Fizz is known as a counter pick to Ahri, not for the first 6 levels. Reginald doing a great job keeping up in farm against Cool, who is the star and has dominated all season in the Chinese LPL.
And TSM, they kept the pressure on that top lane. They thought, fine, if Going is not here, let's keep going. And they do push through. You can see half the hit points gone off that top turret already. Aatrox close by in this jungle. The bottom lane is almost low, though. Reginald taking those orbs. Cool having to throw out all the aggression. He's going to have to back away from this one. That bottom turret very, very low. But I feel Darius has defended it well enough.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Whether TSM can get back in time with Corki and X Special to save this turret. If they can, then the turret for kill trade is worth it because they can swap the lanes back. Turtle is here. So is X Special. Big Pomelo and San pulling back away. That is going to hold at a one-turret advantage for TSM.
Successful trade working out for TSM. Reginald backing off. Cool goes back as well. We'll see what they pick up as items. Second Doran's ring for Cool, as well as the boots and the pink ward. Keeping track of Reginald, who himself does a pretty much identical back there. Can't afford the boots, though. Went for that pink ward instead.
So the turret is 750 gold. First Blood is 400 for the killer, and then 50% of that in assist pool, so a 600 gold spike for OMG, which means with this 300 gold difference, OMG is substantially out-farming TSM in minions right now. Some of that has to do with the size of the wave that is reaching Darius' turret, but laning phase alone, the farm differential between Going and Darius is pretty big. Darius has to play from behind and use his consistency here to not make this turn into a problem.
I'd be interested to see how much gold difference that is, because in terms of
baited in
minions, Reginald's going to try and back away, has to flash out there, does get slowed down, but it's not going to be enough, and he will get away from OMG's gank in that mid lane. Back to my point, what I was about to say is because he picked up a lot of those jungle minions, so that kind of a misleading number.
Reggie is just deciding to continue to go in. It might cost him.
Why did he go back in? Who will know? Because Loveland picks up the kill. I have no idea what he was doing there.
Being overconfident, for one. Cool pinged level 6 right as Reggie re-engaged, and it allowed him to turn it around with that Spirit Rush. Big misplay there by Reginald, going back in after his flash had already been burned.
Was not expecting that one, as you may have noticed. San's going to put the pressure. This turret will go down, and OMG going to keep the pressure. Loveling's coming down to this bottom lane. He's coming on towards Wild Turtle Next Special. They've already backed up enough, though, so they will be safe. And Loveling actually nearly got closed in on himself. See, that red buff was left alone, and it's the odd one that clears out that wave.
And this is the early game onslaught that we've been come to see, that we've known from OMG in their games. They just never stop doing this. They will go like this until the end of the game, and TSM needs to set traps. They can't just be lackadaisical and walk into things.
It comes straight in there. Charm on towards X Special. He gets melted, and Cool finds himself another kill.
Things are going well for OMG right now. They've traded the turrets back. They're getting the kills roaming that they need to generate their action. And the big difference between OMG and some of the other Chinese teams is they get the kills around objectives, and then they go for the objectives oftentimes. OMG is opening up a chance at a dragon. Next time they gank, I'm expecting them to go there.
Well, aggression coming out from TSM, trying to keep them at bay there. San's been left alone in this bottom lane again, up against Wild Turtle. We did see Big Pomelo making his way up there. Big Pomelo, as we mentioned, substitute coming into this tournament. Didn't even play in the qualifiers. Instead, it was Coma, but he seems to have won favor here at 3.11 since they arrived in the United States.
And Odd One doing a little bit of counter jungling, but there's a lot of people watching him.
You can see Going coming around. He does manage to get the cocoon on him. Flashes out of Lovely. He's going to have Darius in support. And he's going to try and push in towards this one. Down the bottom, we see Reginald going aggressive on towards Cool as well. Good defensive moves from TSM.
Get the steal and an escape. That's a little bit chewed back for TSM in the battle for this game, but that doesn't mean Wild Turtle is okay right now. It's San on Caitlyn has done a very good job at pushing with Wild Turtle. Even though he was involved in the turret dive, it is still OMG's bottom lane that is out farming Wild Turtle Next Special, and that is the lane that is actually doing the best for TSM. Everything else on OMG is still going their way.
San, with that Vampire Acceptor, just gone back, got himself a pickaxe as well, so splitting his build right now. Of course, it does seem means he's going to return back to that bottom lane, keeping up identical farm at the moment, as you mentioned. And these two top lanes, really across all the lanes, apart from that mid lane, is where the only gap is starting to form, which is Cool. Starting to tip ahead of Reginald just due to that kill he got early on.
It's not often that we say to TSM they need to slow the game down, but that needs to be their priority here against OMG. OMG wants to just try and find as many fights as possible, accelerate this game. They know they have a quick edge right now, and TSM needs to wait for the traps. Right now, Darius is in the top lane. They need to somehow stall this dragon from OMG so Darius can get down there and have an impact with his equalizer in that dragon fight.
Well, we do see Cool returning, got that blue buff. We'll see how much pressure he can turn on towards Reggie. Reggie himself is backing off right now. That's actually a fairly late blue buff pickup as well for Cool. Yeah, Go in this top lane with that big golem being stolen away. He's keeping that farm going. This is what we talked about. So it seems that Lovelin is actually giving up a lot of his jungle to him. Look at it between the two.
That's exactly the way Lovelin plays. He only seems to look for fights and objectives. And if those fights and objectives don't come frequently, he's just going to be miserable in the game. But he's gotten a couple good ganks this game, so it's 22 farm to 52. But if we look at the gold, he's only down 150 to the odd one. And as a team, OMG is up 1.8k. So it is worth it in this game for him. But if the ganks continue to not come frequently and the odd one continues to farm, TSM will claw their way back.
And he's given a 500 gold advantage to going over Dyrus in his top lane as well. Going actually, first item, Source Boots.
Yeah, so he is just, that's mid-game Dragon Fight to me. A lot of times you need the Zhonya's like quickly, but that's all part of a larger end-game build. Right now, he recognizes that like Dyrus and Reginald don't want to build any magic resistance at all because they're both damage dealers as well as far as the solo lane priorities go, and those Sorcerer Shoes are going to allow him to potentially spike one of them out in a duel.
Well, speaking of aggression, TSM are trying to set up their own gank, but it seems that OMG are moving for one of their own.
Reggie knows that Cool's been missing. Odd One sees their ward gets taken out, and this means Dyrus is actually going to roam down. Dyrus is very good at this back and forth game from top lane, almost always able to make a play in the Dragon Fight.
That's going to be coming down his face.
Oh, they caught him!
With Cool, and it's going to be Big Pomelo going down. The Odd One picks up the kill.
Crescendo seemed a little over the top there. It's now down for a potential Dragon Fight for TSM, but they do have a 4v5. Kennen and Rumble are both amazing in these mid-game Dragon Fights. TSM is trying this on top of a pink ward, and knowing OMG, we might see a fight.
I think they're going to go for this one. We see Go-Going is coming down here. Lovelin's ready and waiting to dive straight in there, try and go for that Dragon Steel. Whether he can get the smite down in time is another matter. Reggie's going to get focused on. Cool comes in there. Equalizer burnt out. Lovely taken very low. Tries to go for the smite steal. Not going to happen. Passive pop there. There's going to be OMG in all sorts of trouble. Dyrus taken low. Slicing Maelstrom comes on through, but Go-Going hasn't got the damage. He's only got those Sorcerer's boosts. Dyrus manages to pick up the kill, but Cool finishes another one off. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Can they get more out of it? Odd One goes on towards Sand. Dyrus taken so low. The charm lands in there. It's a double kill. Sand comes in. Now the Odd One's in trouble. It's going to be a 4-for-2 trade. The Odd One is not going to be able to get out of this one. Or is he?
No. Sand had the damage tick on him, and the assist timer did not wear off there for the Odd One. And that was, you know, fighting without the Crescendo here for TSM really hurt them. X Special would have had an opportunity to line up a 3-man Crescendo there, and it just wasn't to be. Lovelin kind of zoned, and Reginald tried to zone out OMG as well, but then once Go-Going got in there, even though he died on Kennen, he got enough damage down that San and Cool were full health and could just chase down incredibly weak members of TSM. That was really just all about fighting without their Crescendo. You're trading supports anyway, and it was essentially a 4v4.
And then the Odd One went down quite simply in that top. Sam, the passive doing its work. So 7-3 to OMG. They have the gold lead. They have the lead in terms of kills, of course. And it seems that the first dragon of the game will indeed be going to OMG.
Yep.
Because TSM can't counter this one.
OMG fighting around objectives and then getting the objectives down for themselves. They put themselves into a 4v5 because they knew TSM was in a bad spot. And then since they won the fight, they were able to get back to the dragon sooner. TSM wasn't going to fight that one again.
The Odd One once again going in, stealing that red buff. Didn't see whether he actually managed to get it. He doesn't have the red buff on him, so he didn't get it. He successfully backed away, and the entire OMG team moves up there and secures that red buff.
They were hoping there was a fight up there. They wanted to find it, because that's been working so far for OMG. 7 kills in 14 minutes, not the most insane clip, but still, it's because TSM's not looking for their own.
Look at the difference building between Cool and Reginald. That is a big CS gap. Go in, trying to secure himself the golems at the top. TSM not going to go for it, but that is a big gallstone to develop in terms of creep score.
Yeah, Deathfire Grasp already for Ahri means trouble. Yes, Wild Turtle got back with a little bit, 4,500 gold, but just the gold across the board. That's a 2,000 gold edge Cool has on Reginald right now. That's not the result you want when you give up Ahri and then counter pick it with Fizz. Reggie has to do better than that.
He has to do something. 3-0-2 for both carries for OMG right now. That is big, big trouble for TSM. We are in, of course, North America. They are effectively the home favorites, I guess you could say, despite the fact Cloud9, of course, were the #1 seed. TSM always have the fans behind them. And OMG are not looking shaky at all in their first game. There's no sign of nerves here from this team.
We really have to see now the rest of TSM's ability of carrying a game. Because Wild Turtle on Corki and Dyrus on Rumble are the people who have to get TSM back in this one. Reginald is too far behind to have an impact right now on Fizz. And in Game 1, when TSM had the resounding victory against Gaming Gear, it was because of Wild Turtle getting so many kills on Corki and Dyrus having such a large impact in that game on Shen. It has to be that way again, and OMG is far more aggressive right now, not really allowing TSM the ability to make plays.
Well, that Trinity Force has been completed by Wild Turtle. We'll see what sort of impact it has. They're going in towards Cool. They're pinged out towards him. Does manage to land the charm on the odd one, but the Cocoon came through. Wild Turtle goes in, goes aggressive. Doesn't land enough on Cool, and he does manage to back off.
And Cool landed a whole bunch back onto the odd one, too. If there wasn't backup for TSM, that would have been a very dead odd one. You can see now Reggie's trying to split push off in that side lane as Fizz just the Sheen. He can't even push turrets very quickly if he were to get the lane to that spot. It means OMG looking to pounce.
Yeah, you can see they're using their advantage. Goes in, gets that turret successfully. And that's the second outer turret of the game for OMG. No problem coming in to take that one down.
So OMG, 2 outer turrets. They're going to look for a third fairly quickly. The Dragon isn't necessarily up immediately, so they have time to roam kind of where they want. Reginald isn't doing, he isn't creating any pressure on the map right now in the bottom lane, so it's giving OMG free reign of wherever they want to go next to make a play. I'm expecting they're probably going to send someone down to clear off that wave that Reginald's finally pushed in, and then they're going to go for the third turn of the game, probably in top lane.
A lot of respect, I feel, from Going to go for that Negatron Cloak as his second item up against Dyrus. He's obviously feeling that, you know, this could go against me, so he's just feeling he can just keep on holding that lane.
And here's another thing about that Negatron Cloak early, is Corki does a lot of magic damage with his Phosphorus Bomb and his missiles. So getting that doesn't just stop double AP, it's almost like a bit of a triple AP composition coming from TSM when you combine the odd one's Elise damage with the Sorcerer's Shoes and the magic damage that can be pumped out from Corki.
Well, that Negatron Cloak turns into an Abyssal Scepter on that back. Now, it should well spell trouble for Dyrus. Dyrus keeping up in terms of farm, as I mentioned earlier on. Going, of course, did pick up a lot of jungle minions, so a little bit misleading. It was about a 500 gold lead he had earlier on. That may well have snowballed a little bit towards his favor, but as it is in the mid lane, what is Loveland doing? He's looking for kills.
Look out. He wants to fight, as usual. Still only 46 farm and level 8. 17 minutes into the game. He is only there for the success of others. That's the reason Cool and Going are farmed right now. But he's going to be a bit of a non-factor on Aatrox. It's really all about Cool, Going, and San at this point.
Actually the same level as the supports right now. But then again, the odd one's only at level 9. He's been just as much trying to keep distracted, been trying to get in to get that red buff. They can see they're looking for another gank. Lovely may walk into this one. Nope, goes straight back to his reds. Not going to fall for that Tribush gank. Instead, we do see, well, ward placements were put down from Big Pomelo. They were pushing heavily on that bottom lane earlier on. The Jews chose not to go that way. Infinity Edge has been completed by San now, up against, obviously, the Triforce of Wild Turtle. Still probably give the damage to Wild Turtle now, though.
Yeah, Corki's 20 minutes in, like, his 20 minutes damage in this game is very high. Corki lives for just the Triforce. He doesn't necessarily multiply that great off of other stats. You know, we said so much physical damage and magic damage means the armor penetration isn't always great. He's got low base attack speed. So the Triforce is really all he's about.
This is a level 8 going all in on Dyrus at level 11.
He's got backup,
and he's
though.
already got backup now. Going comes around. Cool is there as well. The charm's going to come on through. The damage is being layered down. Loveland tries to back away. Going is the one that picks up the kill with the Slicing Maelstrom.
And OMG commits so much into taking down Dyrus, but the rest of the map doesn't have anything going on. OMG was allowed to commit that kill. Dyrus did a great job of avoiding it for a little while, but nothing else is happening for TSM. That was a brilliant move by OMG, getting it down.
Wild Turtle Valkyrieing away from that Stranglethorn. So you can see the crescendo on towards Big Pomelo, but San is turning this one around on his head. Wild Turtle does get that kill. That's going to be the passive. Big Pomelo on towards X Special, and this is a 1-for-1. We talked about the power. It is very, very close.
Oh, odd one's there.
He doesn't have ace in the hole. And the odd one pounces to finish off the kill.
Right before Sand Splash took him over the wall as well, he got the damage down. And the timing with the Dragon is extremely beneficial for TSM. That was Wild Turtleneck Special trying to use their mechanics to outplay Sand and Big Pomelo right there. Flashing in, getting crescendos, blocking Ace in the hole. Very well played duel down there.
But the turret has gone down in top. Yep. So, after all that fighting, an objective has been gained once again for OMG. Dragon up, the rest of OMG start to gather. They're moving into position for the next objective.
And we're already 20 minutes in, which means we're 66% of the way through an average OMG game, which means we're going to see a lot of action, I feel like, in the next 20 minutes. They have that 4,000 gold edge. They know TSM just went back to base to shop. They should have went back. TSM should have went back well before now to heal up for this next fight. OMG's looking to kill X Special.
Yeah, X Special there on top of that ward. Immediately puts, Big Pomelo puts a ward back down there. Loveland is just off the side. We know how much he's could dive on towards X Special. Got support, comes in, gets himself another ward down with the odd one. The ward battle continues. But more importantly, we were interested in this team fight. Sam wasn't there, which is why they didn't go aggressive. He's just getting himself that red buff and the Wraith. He's going to come around and join the party soon, and that means TSM are going to have to fight the way for this Dragon.
And these teams might be waiting on their supports ultimates right now, like Special's Crescendo, as well as the Stranglethorns on there. But OMG, never mind, they don't wait.
Stranglethorn's root goes down, grasping roots. Reginald taking low. Loveland passive pops once again, but it's Dyrus being focused. Cool gets him the kill. Slicing Maelstrom comes on through. X-Special, Wild Turtle all locked up at the back there. Then going just backs away, takes down Wild Turtle. Reginald tries to slide on through, but he just simply gives another kill to Cool. And that was a 3-4 for 1 for OMG.
Another crisp fight there by OMG. They forced a team fight when TSM wasn't ready, and now they're trying to get a Dragon. Odd One wants to steal this, but he is way in over his head.
Oh, and there's load from Loveland, just catching the tail end of the Odd One. I don't believe he's going to be able to escape from this one. Repels away to his tower. Loveland's going to continue chasing. There is no tower there to help him out. Cool is going to collapse in towards him. Gets away from the charm. Sand tries the 90 caliber net to collapse in towards him. He may have just bought himself time. Woo, built over Peacemaker, not quite enough to take him down.
Even so, that is not what TSM wanted. It's exactly what OMG wanted, though, because they got a team fight around an objective, and then they were able to take down the objective once again for them. It's going to do huge things for their overall item builds. It means Loveland can still hold his own. He's got an ore item now for ages. He doesn't need to do much else on top of that, because the rest of OMG is just destroying TSM in these team fights.
And we go all the way back to that first pick. TSM talked about the sheets, the research they had done. They locked in that Sona. Did they realize that the support had changed to Big Pomelo from Coma? This would have been announced to them, they would have known it, but did they research it enough? Because at 046 for X Special compared to a 603, a 503 Coma, this is a big, big choice for that first pick.
And at the end of the day, TSM chose Sona over Ahri, and they opted into this Ahri Fizz matchup. It is not come close to working out right now. Cool looks completely at home. He's very relaxed, playing it cool, one would say. DFG, Abyssal Scepter, he's just ripping apart TSM, and that Abyssal Scepter as well. You can see how actually both Kennen and Ahri have went for it. They might actually go for a dive here, but that's also for offensive and defensive purposes. You wouldn't think the double ores would be necessary, but it helps him live. Look out!
The Odd One caught out and locked up. There was no doubt about that one. The kill even going to Loveland, which is going to help out those levels. He was under leveled. He's caught out. Dyrus is going to come around the side. Passive not available, and Loveland will go down. Good counter.
Jungler for the jungler, and TSM trying to mount a counterattack. The blue buff is actually on Wild Turtle for an extended missile siege, and this is a very large gold lead for a fight that TSM may be looking for. It's a dangerous proposition. They know the Ahri ultimate is down, and they might look to siege down this turret.
See if they can land any shots on towards Cool, dodging out from those big rockets coming out from Wild Turtle. The big bomb's not managing to land through. The Odd One is back up. Loveland will be up shortly. And they are back in towards a siege and holding off this mid lane.
It's OMG that's now going to be able to turn their tables a little bit and kind of siege down. If they land a charm from Cool, they can generally combo that into a Stranglethorns and just probably burst down someone from TSM. The gold lead really speaks in the items right now. It's an Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer for Sam. Wild Turtle's Corki, while it has been effective and farmed well, isn't enough to take on the game alone. Dyrus's equalizers haven't been able to catch OMG in any positions because OMG just jumps right over top of it or dashes through. And the Fizz versus Ari matchup, we talked about that.
Yeah, and the problem is that TSM, while they've got 7 kills, 3 of them are on the odd one. They're not on towards Wild Turtle, whereas you look at OMG, Cool on 504, San on 416, both the important carries that you need all that damage on have been getting those kills. They've been gifting them the kills, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I'd say especially for OMG's team comp, the kills are exactly how they want them. You want your mid on Ari to be the most farmed, second is 80 carry, and then you want Ken third so he still has enough power to go in there with the Slicing Maelstrom. 7,500 gold, and objective focus is going to be coming out from OMG right now. TSM has already put a few wards around the Baron area. OMG's going to want to be going in there with some pink wards or an oracles. They actually don't have that many pink wards. They're going to have to clean this with oracles, which they feel safe doing just because they have such a big lead.
So OMG clear out those wards around the Baron area. You know what? For the speed and aggressiveness that they had early on, they've definitely slowed the pace down here. And this may suit TSM. This may actually give them that respite that you said they needed. Because see, Lovelin, though, he's off on his own. He needed those levels, and he's getting those levels now. You can see he's got himself up to level 11, caught back up with the odd one in terms of leveling. Cool, meanwhile, he's off down that side, continuing that massive farm advantage he's got over Reginald. 244 CS to 160. That goal is, look at that. Oh, it's a goal. It's nearly 4,000 between the AP mids.
That is not what you need if you're TSM right now. Having a 4,000 gold advantage and 2,000 just in the bank right now for Cool means it's not even a matchup right now. It is just Cool chasing down Reginald and doing what he wants. Reginald cannot make an impact in this game. 26 minutes, still no Lich Bane. He rushed to Zani's Hourglass, which build path-wise I do not disagree with, but he's this far behind and still with no real threat on Fizz. Fizz, at this point, the game would have to go 40 minutes before Reginald can have a large impact, and that's not what an OMG game does.
Well, OMG setting themselves up for a pretty easy inner turret take here. The moment TSM trying to collapse around it, finally Wild Turtle comes in with those bombs to clear out that minion wave, but a good chunk of health taken off that turret, already below half. And OMG just back around and try and create another pressure point.
One thing about playing against Corki is Corki's turret defense is extraordinary. Spamming his missile barrage over and over again, Wild Turtle can keep at least the turret safe, but that doesn't mean TSM is safe.
No, it doesn't, because Lovelin comes leaping across there. Actually caught with the cocoon. Lovelin will go down. Passive is available. San gets focused. Wild Turtle on San just up the top there. Reginald's going to get caught out there. Ace in the hole coming back on through, but buried out. San has to get away from this one. This could turn around in towards TSM's favor if they find the right targets. But Cool is there once again and gets on towards the odd one. Wild Turtle caught out the side there. He's been spotted. Ace in the hole comes through. Gets blocked off nicely by X-Special, but Cool once again comes in. Gets himself a double. Wild Turtle trying to back away. San doesn't want to get too close, but Cool is going to come in. He's got his number. He's got everything available to him. Sets himself up. Wild Turtle desperately trying to get away. There's no Spirit Rush for Cool, so he may just be able to zone him, get enough time, enough seconds to get away from it. They don't care. They've gone for Baron.
They're actually a little low for getting Baron. So they're just going to have to take this fight as is. Wild Turtle, can he get it?
Can he get it?
Can
he get it? He's got away. Nicely done from Wild Turtle. Nevertheless, it's a small victory for TSM because it's 17-7 in kills.
Let's not forget they gave up 3 kills there and got nothing in return, as well as burning pretty much all of their major cooldowns. So OMG finding the right fight once again. Even though it seemed like TSM had caught an edge, they were not able to finish off anyone from OMG in that fight. And the items just continue to grow for OMG. Their team fighting, we really get to see how much they do it, because they're team fighting extremely well. Even though it seems messy, they seem to make the right decisions in the team fights themselves.
Well, they're going to catch on towards Big Pomelo. It just managed to get the ultimate down, Dyrus, but again, not enough damage ticking from that Ignite to finish him off. Will it buy them time for this Dragon? I'm not too sure. Dyrus is going to go back in towards Lovelin. Lovelin 2 levels lower than he is, but Lovelin is not backing away from this one. DFG comes out. Dyrus just gets melted straight away. Reginald caught out. Has to use that Zhonya's Hourglass. Lovelin's going to lock back in towards him. Catches the slow on towards him. It's another double kill for Cool.
I gotta say, Lovelin's shots with that slow from Aatrox are right on point. That skill shot gets smaller the farther it goes away, but he's landed almost every single one of them. TSM cannot escape the chase of OMG. San is just able to take this Dragon all by his lonesome as they're going for another objective. OMG just has no cares right now.
No cares. They go straight to Baron from Dragon after double kills in that mid lane. They realize they have a huge advantage, and they are dealing with it very nicely. That's going to be a 10,000 gold lead for OMG. 2 of 2 dragons so far, and I'm sure this is going to be the first Baron of the game. We do see X Special and Wild Turtle just down the bottom. And the odd one is close by, but I'm not sure he's got enough. He's going to have to go so deep to try and land this one. He wants to get in, get the smite down. He gets it! He gets the smite down for TSM. Well, it was a sacrifice, but it was worth it.
You cannot let a team that's that far behind get a smite steal, but they're going to try to chase him down for extra kills.
Yep.
They just get the odd one.
Ace in the hole comes out, not going to land it, but again, it was another kill for Cool. Let's not take that away. He is now 10-0-5 on that Ari.
And we'll see what OMG does with this, because the Baron is gone, so they're trying to make something happen, almost to make up for their blunder right there. The minion wave is gone, however, and TSM can charge out. They have Baron.
Equalizer was used. Reginald wants to get in there. He needs to try and get something going because he's 1-5-1 right now. And we talked about how important Reggie is for TSM to get that game going. We need the opposition, the enemy, other players to actually get rolling, to start carrying the game. Wild Turtle yet to pick up too many kills. Dyrus, he's trying to create things. He's throwing down that ulti. He's landing it actually very well. But they just don't have the follow-up.
No, they just do not have the damage. I want to talk a bit more about that Baron steal, though, because that was something that was completely avoidable by OMG. They knew the odd one was coming in. He was all by himself, repelling in, and then just jumping in for a smite. If OMG just stopped damage on the Baron, killed the odd one, which half the team did, and half the team didn't stop damage, that's why the odd one went in for the steal. But OMG will fight anyway. Baroned up TSM.
Loveland goes in. He had his passive available, so why the hell not? He's quite happy to go in suicidal, maybe, if he does manage to get that down. There is a ward. Oh, Charm lands on towards X Special and just gets dropped straight there. Big Pomelo actually picking up the kill with one of his plants. Reginald, again, unable to get himself a kill.
That may stop that push for TSM. They seemed like they were confident because they have a Baron buff, and they want to go in on OMG. They still haven't gotten that mid-turret. Reginald actually just used his Zanyas in the middle of the lane, and this just means OMG can go in.
Stranglethorns catches out, manages to throw the equalizer down, but he's ticking away, and that's going to be another kill for Cool as he flashes away. Sand, meanwhile, takes down Reginald at the top. The Ignite might be enough to finish off the damage. Wild Turtle comes in. He wants to get damage down on Sand. He will get damage down on Sand. He's going to get Big Pomelo as well. It's a double kill for Wild Turtle, but overall, it's a 2-for-2 trade.
That's still fantastic if you consider the overall momentum of the game for TSM. The bounties on OMG are much larger, and TSM had so many people from OMG low in that fight that they can continue this push on for a little bit.
So despite the pressure, you can see they take the turret, they put a lot of pressure on towards that inner mid turret. Go in. Chase is in there, wants to get on towards the odd one. Wild Turtle, sneaky, taking away that red buff, is a very dangerous play because Go in is coming behind him.
Yeah, he gets it, but yep, he's free.
Valkyrie in towards that Baron pit. Of course, they already had the Baron. So, gold-wise, well, they've actually stolen themselves a little bit back there. They're back down to 8,000. Let's check out that crazy fight.
Yeah, so the Zanyas was used early by Reggie, but then the Charm did not combo. And before this fight, Cool is actually out of mana, which was a huge boon for TSM. He can use a Spirit Rush, but that's all he had left. And the rest of this fight was really just about TSM trying to chase down the rest of OMG. Sant was trying to stick in there, but because the Cocoon landed from the odd one, it allowed Wild Turtle enough time to just crush them down. Like, Wild Turtle is doing a lot of damage on Corki, and if Cool is out of mana, which, by the way, isn't going to happen again, TSM can take team fights like that. But that was a fight without the 11-kill Ari having an impact.
While Wild Turtle, he bullied Cool away from that fight down the bottom. I feel if he'd have been at the top there when they were focusing Reggie, he could have picked up quite a few kills. They were grouped up heavily on low hit points. Phosphorus Prom could have done a big bit of damage there.
Well, Wild Turtle is, he's hit his items, like 304 farm. This is his game to try and come back in. And Shark's not doing much, unless you're going to go in with it. And now this just means OMG has a bit of confidence. Maybe it's a trap, but OMG doesn't care.
Oh, Cool is going to get taken low. Wild Turtle trying to put the damage down, equalize.
They killed him!
Dyrus manages to get Cool down. Big Pomelo now going to get focused. Go in, tries to turn it. Puts that Sonya's hourglass down. Is the ultimate going to be enough? Reginald comes in. He gets himself Big Pomelo down. Dyrus is getting on towards Go in. He's going to go down. The odd one picks it up, especially with a crescendo. They don't have the follow-up, and OMG are going to turn this back around. Ace in the hole comes in from San. He takes down Dyrus, and TSM, while they land landed a lot of kills. They still went 4 for 3.
This game has become a bloodbath now, the biggest fight we have seen. Watch how Cool actually goes down to Wild Turtle at the start, which honestly gives Wild Turtle a bit of overconfidence. He sniped him with that missile, but then Turtle, Valk flashes in to a cannon. Bad idea. San is on the side, and that's one of the big reasons he was able to clean up the rest of this fight. Reginald tried to dive in, but the damage wasn't focused onto the AD carry of OMG. It allows Caitlyn to clean up. The shock, or the crescendo, is a bit late because everyone else on TSM is dead.
San manages to clear out the turret. He inhibits a turret, the first one of the game, and he put that trap under Reggie when he slid in Zonya's hourglass. Like, yeah, I've got you after this one. No way around it. Timers are up there. You can see Dragon and Baron. They're going to be coming up shortly, but San is motoring away. Lovelin's getting focused on by Wild Turtle here, putting a lot of damage down on towards him. Wild Turtle is going to continue chasing. Steps on that trap, though. Big Pomelo stays in that bush, ready and waiting to counter him. Aggressive stuff from both of these teams. 27 kills to 12 so far, 35 minutes in.
This game has been all OMG. But if Cool dies in team fights or engages in team fights where he was low on mana, it is leaving the door open for TSM to come back into the game. Reginald on Fizz now, since he has Zonya's Hourglass and Lichbane, is a real threat despite his 2-7 score and the fact that he's down 150 farm to Cool. You can't compare them necessarily because Cool is clearly much greater, but at least Reginald is a legitimate damage dealer. San and Cool are obviously the big priorities for TSM, but if they can catch them in these fights, in these very chaotic fights, TSM still has a chance in this game because 10,000 gold is a huge amount, but 35 minutes into the game, it's a whole lot less.
TSM have managed to land that cocoon on Lovelin. They're coming around the side, actually OMG pushing down. Remember, there's no tower on that inhibitor turret, and TSM out of position here. OMG realize it. They are going to drive on through in towards that middle lane, try and catch them out the side. Big Pomelo running interference, throwing down those plants. TSM going to come around the backside of them here.
This is so dangerous for TSM. They are basically giving up their inhibitor for a chance at a fight against a team who loves to fight. OMG trapped now inside the base. Something has to happen. The poke is going down. Someone's got to initiate here.
X-Special has that crescendo available. No flash though, so he's going to have to land it perfectly. And TSM, well, they're in between OMG. They really want to poke it down. Lovelin is being poked slowly. Those rockets are doing work from Wild Turtle, but OMG choose the right path, and they just head off to the left-hand side. Safety.
TSM lost their inhibitor in that. They did not want to engage in OMG without a big advantage, and now TSM's hoping something happens. Cool. Spirit Rush down, going in.
Spirit Rush comes across. He doesn't actually manage to pop X Special, so that's going to be his ultimate down, and TSM realize they may have an advantage. They're going to push for that turret.
There is a lot of hesitation from both teams right now, and OMG is normally very decisive. This could be a turn for TSM, and this no Spirit Rush. Cool's 11 kills are a lot less impactful.
Remember that equalizer from Dyrus could be impactful. They do catch on towards Lovelin. Dyrus is going to keep on chasing down. Does manage to land that equalizer across most of the OMG, but they haven't got enough damage. He doesn't want to follow it up. Instead, they keep him away. They got the turret from it, though.
Equalizer does not really hit, and there was no attempt for TSM or ability to follow up. They're now actually trying to clear with Oracles despite not having an Equalizer. There is still no Spirit Rush, but this is an immensely risky move by TSM. This is dangerous.
No Equalizer against the Slicing Maelstrom. This is crazy, crazy play. Stranglethorns goes down. They managed to avoid it. And TSM back away from that Baron, trying to force some tanking, but they have taken a lot of damage from that Baron already. Going, taking a lot of damage. OMG are low.
Cool Spirit Rush is up in 3 seconds. He is low on mana, however, which happened in another fight TSM fought. These teams are honestly pretty close right now.
He's going to go in, but he goes straight into a crescendo. Oh, go, he gets taken down. OMG are going to get low. Lovely taken low as well, but they can see the Spirit Rush coming through. Big Pomelo comes across the side. Sandman just get the damage down. Wild Turtle is still alive in the back. Now he's taken down. Dyrus is going to be the last man standing. And OMG with a triple kill for San. Take them down 5-2.
San was untouched in that fight. Cool distracted so many members of TSM, and then Going and Lovelin were just dogpiling on top of Wild Turtle. Nothing was to stop the full item AD carry Caitlyn Sad from ripping through, and that's going to be the team fight that finally ends the game for OMG.
You can see the Nexus turrets, they're getting broken down. It's going to be 38 minutes, 49 seconds. It's a very long game for OMG in terms of averages, but it seems that OMG will be taking down TSM in game 1 of their match. And you can see that's going to take TSM to 1-1. A great, great start for OMG.
So we wondered coming in if OMG or the Korean teams would have slow starts because they haven't been out of the country. It's their first time playing here in North America. That was not a slow start from OMG. It was a slow finish, but they definitely finished off TSM with that. 11 kills for Cool, 11 kills for San. Really just on-point team fighting throughout the game for OMG. They're looking strong.
And my question is, you know, we do as much research on these teams as effectively the team should be doing more. I guess they shouldn't have been seeing it way more in depth than we'd be looking at it. We knew what was coming from OMG. Did TSM?
Yeah. Once again, everyone's going to be questioning that Fizz pick from Reginald right here because Reginald has had so much success on Ahri. He knows better than anyone how strong Ahri is and what an impact she can have on a game, and they gave it up. They chose Sona instead. And obviously, in a game where your team dies a lot and you're losing, if you're trying to make plays on a support, it doesn't work out. But 08 and 11 for a first pick Sona, when you're giving up Ahri, has to be questioned.
And Sona was a champion. The reason we're harping on about this point is Sona was a champion that was picked 6 times by OMG, but it was by Coma. They replaced Coma last night as substitute, and Big Pomelo stepped in. The teams would have known this. They'll be aware of it. Did they research the change?
It's a really tricky choice there right now for these guys, but that's the state of the game right now for TSM. They're 1-1. They effectively need to be able, if we're assuming that SK Telecom is the strongest team and people are expecting them to get out, these are all games TSM has to win, and these games OMG has to win as well.
Well, it is a very strong performance. So, Jat, we've seen all 5 teams now. How do we rank them out there? Because OMG, we know they're going to be crazy aggressive. Would that work against SKTT1?
Oh, that's going to be another game.
Juicy
to
game,
watch.
I
That's
believe,
a
to
juicy
watch
game
that
as
one.
well. All of these, it's the World Championships. All these games are a little bit exciting, but really...
That is today, by the way. There's so many games today, guys.
It's coming up.
It's coming up soon.
So the aggression that OMG shows early in the game actually kind of plays interestingly into SKT1 because Lemon Dogs, who's not typically a hyper-aggressive team, was able to get a lead on SK Telecom, but then they were able to pull it back so much more strongly. I've seen SKT actually be down 3,000-4,000 gold sometimes in Champions, and they were still able to come back in those games. And OMG, even though they are objective-focused, I don't know if they're that good at smelling out base. I mean, that was a 32-kill game for them alone. They gave up 14 themselves. Like, these are bloodbaths, and I feel like it's dangerous or difficult to go into a bloodbath with a team who controls map vision as well as SK Telecom.
Yeah, 46 kills in total in just under 40 minutes, so a pretty aggressive game. Overall, I'm seeing Gaming Gear, they were the underdogs coming into this one, and now it seems that they definitely are. You've seen all the teams play. TSM obviously beat Gaming Gear early on. TSM, I wouldn't say got manhandled by OMG, but they definitely got a good clip around the ear.
They came back a little bit at the end, but that was often due to just OMG's being a little bit over-aggressive. And when you get 32 kills in 38 minutes, you're going to be a little over-aggressive sometimes.
Yeah.
OMG was never in like the real danger of losing that game. They had a couple miscues, but because they had such an early lead at the start of the game and were forcing so many team fights, I'd say that was actually a fairly resounding victory by OMG. So TSM has to kind of regroup here. There's plenty of games left for them.
And from a player that used to be an ex-jungler way back with Dignitas, what are you seeing from the junglers? We've seen Bengi playing. We've seen the craziness of Lovelin there. Obviously the odd one with his smite steals. He played very well in game 1 as well. What are we seeing from these guys? Alunir trying to lead from the jungle. Didn't really work out for him.
I'm actually kind of noticing 3 different styles, and it's a little bit handled by the region that you're in. Because American junglers, and we'll see this more when we get to the quarterfinals with Meteos, are actually farming more than all the other regions. They're trying to do a little bit of ganking, but mainly farming. You look at the Korean junglers, they're a mix, mainly focused around vision control and overall game pressure, where Bengi will have a ton of wards and a few ganks. And then you have, at the total other end of the spectrum, Lovelin and the Chinese junglers, who have almost no farm and do nothing but fight and gank.
Well, if those kills work, they do manage to get themselves the levels. So we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we return, our experts at the analysis desk will be breaking down what has happened so far in Group A and make their predictions for the next 2 games. Up first, it's going to be the Lemon Dogs and Gaming Gear battling for their first win here at the Worlds. That's going to be followed by the showdown between the 2 undefeated Group A teams. It is going to be China's OMG and Cool taking on Korea's SKT and Faker. Plus, we'll be checking in with fans who joined us here in the studio for day 1. That's all. And Season 3 World Championships will be returning soon, ladies and gentlemen. We are live in Los Angeles.
Cincinnati, Ohio, so we're a long way from home.
There's a line about a mile long behind me, so I'm excited to get inside and see these matches start.
I'm here from Sacramento, California.
I'm Doublelift's #1 fan.
I'm so excited to see all the pro players together.
I'm really excited to come and see the Korean teams, especially SK Telecom 1.
I'm so excited and looking forward to meeting Dyrus.
And I came only for Doublelift. And I plan to take him with me.
So to be here in the audience live is just going to be great.
And yeah, I'm really excited. Oh, actually, I gotta go. They're letting people in.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. And I got to give mad props to every single one of you guys out there in the audience. It's awesome to have you here. And thanks for queuing up for hours beforehand. There's about 450, 500 people here just for the group stages.
A large number, yeah.
It's massive. It's massive.
And it's great. Through the soundproof headsets we have, I can still hear you guys cheering from like across the stage. We're about as far away as we could
They're
be.
a little loud.
And your TSM chants, your cheers come through, so thank you guys for making this magical.
Well, once again, we would also like to welcome OGN's Monte Cristo, EG's Crepo, as well as CLG's Doublelift. Welcome back to the desk, guys. Now that we are 3 games into Group A, let's take a look at the standings. Tied for first place is China's OMG and Korea's SKT T1, while Team Solo Mid is sitting in 3rd at a 1-1 record.
And rounding out the very, very early standings is Gaming Gear and Lemon Dogs at 0-1. But with 7 games left to play for those teams, we still have a lot of league to go before we can crown a Group A winner.
Yeah, so I want to open this one up to the panel, and before we get to our next couple of matches, let's actually take a look back at those first 3 games, starting with the inaugural battle of the Season 3 World Championship, Gaming Gear versus Team Solo Mid. Now, I want to cast your minds back just a little bit, and let's talk about the picks and the bans, because Monty, you were feeling very strongly about this game.
I really did feel strongly about the picks and the bans in this game. I don't really understand why TSM got so many of these powerful champions. I mean, coming from the Korean scene, this is pretty much a dream team for the KT Rolster Bullets, a team that aren't here. So,
Just to clarify for everybody as well, we did see a first pick Jarvan from Gaming Gear. Later on, we've seen TSM securing Vi, Corki, and Fiddlesticks.
yeah, you know what stood out to me is that Gaming Gear played like they weren't on the latest patch. We see the Elise, Karthus, and TF bans against TSM, but I don't really see them picking up those champions when there are other picks like Shen, Vi, Zed, and Corki that are all available and all really particularly strong right now. And the other thing is they gave them so many options with this composition. Vi coming in, or Shen coming in onto Vi into the back line is a great combo. Shen and Zed is a great combo to turn around a fight instantly, give Zed a little more time to deal damage. It's just absolutely terrifying. And Corki with that Trinity Force is pretty darn strong right now.
Yeah, really, there was a heavy emphasis on TSM's bottom lane. If like the opening I was going to say for GG was the mid lane. Okay, can Mazarin beat Reginald and can Alunir kind of gank and get that lane ahead? But the top lane and bottom lane were the lanes that I was going to give the TSM, and it looked like that was their plan as well. Special pink warded that lane a number of times and let the ganks come in. You had a Vi gank it
before. Talk me through that.
Contested their own red jungle, which almost worked. They didn't get a kill from that. I feel if Lemondogs could have gotten a kill, they could have gotten a snowball needed to beat such a humongous team as SKT1. They got a really big lead early, but then later on the composition kicked in, especially stealing the blue buff. Like me and Monty, we went back and forth on that a lot. I think for me the game went back into SKT1's favor once they denied the first blue buff of Swain.
I mean, we talked about that. I think that the blue buff accelerated the game pace, but I don't think it was actually critical to that victory. I think SK Telecom, based on the composition, and I do agree that Lemondogs planned out the pick and ban phase and knew what was coming, but I actually think that they misplanned it. In that, Piglet is known. He's one of the very few AD carries who will split push by himself on Vayne, the other one being double lift. So in this case, you have Elise, and the build on Elise too, going for the early haunting guys. So you had strong split pushing coming in. So you had the Vayne in one lane, the Elise in another. They got control over bottom side jungle with Vision and planted Faker in there to punish rotations. From Lemondog's perspective, if you're going to deal with these split pushers, the only answer you have is Corki. But if you take Corki out to go split push against Vayne, all of a sudden, with Thresh, Swain, Vi, Malphite, you don't have any more damage to take it. So you need Vi and Malphite there to make picks, but if you lose vision control, SK Telecom sees it coming every time, you start losing towers. So they didn't have an answer to the split push with their comp unless they had better rotations, and I don't think that Lemondogs can out-rotate SK Telecom.
I think the only answer would have been a really big early lead, and I just wanted to say, like, Faker was godlike. Every chance, Lemondogs had such a lead, it just wasn't big enough, and Faker denied them every opportunity to get a bigger lead. Okay, Vi's ganking me, you know what, I'll jump out. That's what a normal Ahri would do. No, Faker would just put a charm in his face, put him under the tower, and he drew so much attention to him, and he just outplayed every fight. You could see it every fight, he would jump away just right before Malphite ulti came, Vi ulti landed. He just decided that game on his own.
And I just wanted to add, like, the Vi Malphite combo that Lemondogs pulled is really strong against, like, old CLG style or like traditional Chinese style where it's very AD centric. But against SKTT1 where both the solo laners are so scary, that game it was Elise and Ahri, Vi and Malphite won't be able to kill one target where they have 3 threats. So it's just really not that strong.
So going into game 3, it was a little bit more chaotic, TSM versus OMG. During the course of the picks and bans phase, you know, Double Lift, you had some strong words about the assassins that TSM were picking, and it was going to be difficult for them to kill OMG.
Yeah, I definitely felt like TSM had a very assassin-heavy team comp with Fizz and Elise, and I believe their top lane was Rumble, who I kind of consider an assassin as he's a backline disruptor. The backline that game was Ahri, who is not going to be caught, Caitlyn, who's incredibly hard to get to with Zyra plants and like Zyra ulti to zone, and their top lane was Kennen, who's eventually going to get an Hourglass. So who are you going to assassinate on OMG's team? It's just really hard to come back from such a big deficit like that when you're outcomped.
The one thing I do want to just highlight is, as the final point in this game was that the roaming death squad that came up from ONG, they pulled it off. They got it going very early on in that particular matchup, and they really made it work in their favor. It was something that, you know, before 7 minutes, they'd tower dove once and they picked up kills. Monty, do you want to chime in on that? Because it was something that we all talked about and knew was going to be happening leading up into this match.
Well, OMG has been dealing with this style, executing this style ever since really they started in the LPL, the roaming gang squad. And it did work. They got that first blood at 3 minutes, but it is difficult if the other team starts pushing down towers or putting pressure on the other side of the map. I feel that it leaves them very naked and exposed in a lot of ways as well. And for me, why OMG took so long to close that game out was because of their composition. They only had secondary initiation. They didn't have a primary initiator, so they had to engage in poke wars around Baron, and Cool ran out of mana because he was trying to assassinate. So it could have closed faster if they had a better initiation.
Well, we'll have to see if they can learn from some of the mistakes that were made and try to pull themselves back into games later in the day. Now that you've heard from our take on the teams, let's see what you guys had to say about Group A. Earlier today, we asked you, who do you think is the strongest team in Group A and why? And here's what you guys got back to us. So at CrossNob, I think OMG, because their unfaltering mechanics will give them the advantage over more inconsistent teams like TSM. Crepo, do you want to chime in on this one?
I think based on the games we've seen so far, the unfaltering mechanics were on SKTT1, and OMG didn't look as good as I expected it to be. I can actually see Lemon Dogs pulling an upset against them later.
Ooh, some big words. At IRE Bus 9, he says, although I wanted to say TSM, I'm going with SKTT1. They have a very strong laning phase, and an early lead will give them a win. Monty, what do you think about that?
I think that the strength of the Korean teams, now we saw Lemon Dogs do well in lane, but it's about their mid-game rotations and their decision-making, and so I don't even think SK Telecom needs an early lead to take wins.
Well, we'll have to see if... there's a lot more to play. 7 more matches under
We saw that, actually. Yeah.
What a fanboy, dude.
Slightly biased.
Well, at that dude 88, the strongest in Group A is OMG. It's in the name. I expect Group A will be kneeling before them when all is said and done. Freak, as you know, a one-line god that you are, what do you think of their name?
It's great.
At Silence says the best team in Group A is clearly T1. They just came off of a winning OGN after being down 0-2 to the Bullets. They are the powerhouse. And Double Lift, what do you think?
You know, even though people downplay OMG, and I think there's a big difference between SKTT1 and OMG's style, but I think the Chinese metagame is so strange. And while I really think SKTT1 has proven that they're like super strong, I really just want to see them play OMG like so bad because they are the favorites into the group. But
2 games down. OMG, SKTT1, we're getting there. Well, congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Master. Those were some world-class tweets. And even though we've already played 3 games, it's not too late to send us your predictions.
Isn't that kind of cheating? They already saw 3 games.
It's not cheating, it's research. So ignore Freak and send us those predictions. We're at LOL Esports, and remember, use the hashtag Worlds.
Well, and once you're done sending us your research picks, stop ignoring me and head over to bit.ly/worlds1, and that's the numeral, not the word, and answer a few questions like, which region would you most like to see host next year's World Championship? It's easy, it's fun, and it'll help us level up the LCS as we rep Season 3 and move ahead to Season 4.
And let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're only 3 matches into the Season 3 World Championship, and we've still got 7 more games to go just today. Coming up next, it is Europe's Lemon Dogs taking on the Wildcards Gaming Gear EU, followed by China's OMG battling Korea's SKT in a battle of the MVP mid laners. Double is nodding off on the side. Cool versus Faker.
And after that, Group B takes the rip with North America's Vulcan taking on European champions Fnatic. Then Europe's second Group B squad Gambit throws down against Southeast Asia's Mineski. Followed by that is Korea's Ozone looking to knock the air out of Vulcan.
The last 2 matches in this incredible day of action feature Mineski taking on Fnatic, and in the finale, it's Gambit battling Ozone. All right, guys, after the first 2 games of Worlds, let's see how you've done with your predictions so far. Since all 4 of you picked the same teams in our first 3 games, you're all tied at the top of the standings with a perfect 3-0. And while the viewers went with TSM in the last game, are now 1 pick behind. So we're beating the viewers.
Yes.
It's now time to put those perfect records on the line and pick the winners of the next 2 games, starting with the Lemon Dogs taking on Gaming Gear. I think I know where you're going with this one. One of these teams is going to pick up their first win of Worlds. Let's kick us off with Freak.
All right, got to say Lemon Dogs, they were my pick for top 2 in the group. They're going to show it here. I think they looked very good against SKT. SKT is a better mid-game, but Lemon Dogs just throughout, I think, are the stronger team.
I have to say, Lemon Dogs is impressing me as well, and I'm having some reconsiderations about picking them or picking OMG over them, but Lemon Dogs for me as well.
Buyer's remorse.
Well researched.
Crepo, who's next?
After some really good research, as Monte said as well, I think Lemon Dogs are going to take this one pretty easily.
Double Lift?
Yep, short and sweet. Lemon Dogs has impressed me in just 1 game.
4-0. There's no variance yet. No variance. Now, next up, it is going to be OMG versus SKT. Now, this is a matchup that Double Lift was getting very excited about. So I'm going to kick it off to you to start off my prediction.
You know, just because I said SKT is going to hit #1 in the group, I have to vote for them because they are the favorites. But it's going to be so close. I know it's going to be really close. I really just want to see the Chinese meta clash against the Korean meta.
Your heart is saying
My heart is with
OMG.
SKT, though.
Your head is saying SKT.
Yeah.
Crepo, what about yourself?
Both my heart and head are with SKTT1.
Oh, so are you joining forces with Monty?
Yeah, I found out that the optimal strategy for this desk is just not at whatever Monty says.
Monty, what's your prediction?
Well, first off, I'd like to congratulate Crepo on his intelligence, but I'm going to take SK Telecom T1 as well. I think that they're just going to out-rotate OMG in the mid-game just like they did against Lemon Dogs. They'll probably go to an early deficit one more time, though.
All right, and for me, the only time I'll agree with you today is that I think SKT will win. I will vehemently just refuse everything else you say the rest of the day. So SKT, but otherwise you're just done.
Well, we'll see how our analysts fare a little later in the day. And if last year's World Championship taught us anything, it's that predicting a winner is tough. As TPA came from nowhere to take the Season 2 title. And while the Assassins failed to make it back to the Worlds to defend their crown, they aren't the only Season 2 team that didn't make the cut. In fact, only 3 of last year's squads are back this season, and they're hoping their experience at Worlds is the buff they need to get out of the group stage.
Yeah, it's definitely at a different level than it was the first season when we won. Everyone's gotten better and there's gotten more people involved.
It was much harder, so it felt much more earned than last year.
Of course, last year it was hard because we were not as good as we are now, but even if it was harder, it was easier in the end for us to make it.
No one likes seeing one team just dominate, you know? Like, I think last season, the top 5 teams that took first to fifth, only one team made it back.
Now with the LCS for this season, the competition got much harder. Like a lot of old teams that got knocked out are not even going to the Worlds. We're basically the oldest team left in the Worlds right now.
I think it's just good to be here, no matter if you're a returning team or you're the team playing. Everyone wants to be here, and we're here.
I think no one will be nervous. Everybody is preparing their own new strategies, so maybe like trying to be the best.
Well, it's awesome hearing from the pros. I have a unique experience of actually having 2 players who were at last year's Worlds who haven't made it this year. How painful is it not being on, actually competing?
I mean, if we would have went out last year in group stages, for example, that would have been like really bad not making it again. Certain players at this desk may confirm.
a little bit of pain, a little bit of heartfelt
actually,
pain.
no, it's even worse if you got really close. We got really close last year, and we took a dive. Let's face it, we were top 3 last season, and it was really hard to get on the same level, and we just didn't. So
Monty, I see you're itching.
I am. I mean, you say these 2 guys didn't make Worlds. Well, I'm CLG's coach, so I didn't get to coach here either. So I feel a little sad as well.
So it is worth pointing out that last year CLG made Worlds, and then you joined as coach. And they had to fight for their spot.
Ooh, that's some strong words. Guys, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Europe's Lemon Dogs battle the international wildcard, Gaming Gear EU. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
We came into the season with 0 expectations, and after we won against Gambit, pretty much people started to realize that we are like a good team.
More teams now know who we are and are afraid of us, and hopefully we can perform.
Welcome back to the group stage of the League of Legends Season 3 World Championships. I'm Rivington Bislam III, and joining me in this broadcast duel lane is Sam Kobe, Hartman Kensler. It's time for our 4th game of the day. That means Europe's Lemon Dogs versus the wildcard champions Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU. And both of these teams come into this match off a loss in their first games.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised in Gaming Gear's first game. They were definitely outmatched by Team Solo Mid, and they looked exactly like they looked over at Gamescom when I was over there. Pretty much had the exact same champions. The only thing they really switched out was taking Ezreal, maybe in an attempt to use the new Trinity Force, but they even failed at that.
Right. And while Gaming Gear fell to TSM, Europe's Lemon Dogs faced off against the Korean juggernauts, SKT, in their first match. So you've seen two different matchups here.
So the Lemon Dogs actually had that nice level 1 plan that they talked about already with their analysts and rated coming in, and they got a good early start, but they weren't able to hold on against SKT. I mean, once Faker started assassinating people, they were able to split up Lemon Dogs and really play their game plan.
So we're just about to see what plan the Lemon Dogs have in store for Gaming Gear. But first, let's check out today's starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Lemon Dogs. In that top lane is Zoro0, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck in mid, Tabs on AD carry, and Mithy on support. They're all looking pretty relaxed.
And on the red side, it's Gaming Gear EU. NBS is up top. Alanir is in the jungle. Mazarin is mid. Deadly Brother is the AD carry. And Inspyro is the support.
And we've been actually seeing a bit more Vi in the jungle as we've been seeing these games come out, which is really causing the initiation for the Assassins to be a little bit more frequent to go in because they have a bit more safety as well. So a lot of aggression coming into the worlds here.
Yeah, setting up these junglers that have very high kill potential with their ganks, extremely popular right now because everyone likes to get their lane snowballing extremely early.
And we'll have to see the picks and bans here. Remember, as we were saying, Lemon Dogs kind of go out on that first level strat of the flashing over the wall when they played SKT. So we'll see what they have here for level 1 scouting. First picks and bans, though.
Now, Lemon Dogs is a team who said in multiple interviews that they really pride themselves on their ability to adapt to the new patches. They feel like they figure out the new
quickest
champions that are very strong really quick.
Right.
And they also, like I said, brought in that new analyst and rated. So they have a lot of thinking to do it before they even get to the games here. It looks like they are going to go with similar bans against Gaming Gear, definitely targeting that Orianna for Mazarin. Like their coach for Gaming Gear said over at Gamescom, you know, Gragas isn't really one of his mains.
Yeah.
Orianna definitely is, though.
We have the 100% picked ban on Orianna going throughout all 4 games we have so far. Ken and Twisted Fate Zed also seeing just almost permanent bans. We've seen a few Kennons, but the Elise highly contested as well. It's actually going to be the first pick coming in, as Lemon Dogs are on the blue side to start.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about junglers with early kill potential. Elise is the epitome of a jungler with early kill potential. The CC that she brings, as soon as she hits level 3, she has all of her abilities. She can execute you. She can get over walls. She's very, very, very agile.
And it was Dexter to get the first blood against SKT to go into that top lane for a lane gank. So I'll have to see with that aggression if he decides to throw it out on the Elise. But could be going to Zoro. We'll have to see. Probably not. Corki, again, being very highly contested, and it was really word of mouth by everybody coming into this tournament.
I mean, with the buffs to Trinity Force, people have been looking at what champions can I use this item on. Corki is pretty much the premier champion to use that item on. He's extremely strong early, and going Trinity Force, he hits that power spike even earlier. As soon as he finishes it, he is a beast.
Especially if you're hitting it at 13 minutes, like Wild Turtle had the advantage in his TSM game. So I have to see, that was Thresh picked up as well to go with Corki. We've seen that combination come out very strong in the lane, but the Vayne Zyra as well. Feels like Tabs wants to be able to carry this game for his team if necessary.
Yeah, Tabs is definitely a strong Vayne player, and she has the ability to duel people towards the later stages of the game once she does get that Blade of the Ruined King. Like Ryan Crystal pointed out, you know, not very many Vaynes will split push, but she's definitely one of the AD carries that can. She doesn't have great wave clearing, so it takes her a while to get those items. And then once she becomes a strong duelist, send her off into a side lane. Happy to put farm on her.
I remember that game that Doublelift did it, and everybody's like, why'd he build Frozen Mallet? We don't get it. But he knew, and so did the team. But yeah, we'll see if they try to go for that split push strategy. We do know Gaming Gear likes to go a little bit harder in the early part of the game, so that won't affect the split push as it happens later. So Lemon Dogs may be able to work around that.
Yeah, and Lemon Dogs, after playing SKT1, it seems like they are taking a little of that SKT1 flavor here. One thing that I really noticed about SKT1 is they, in their games, they focused a lot on the early game dueling potential. Like Lee Sin is amazing early game. Elise also. Those two have pretty much the best early game executes. And then like we said already as well, Vayne, one of the strongest duelists for AD carries. Lemon Dogs here going with a very similar style as they're mousing over some more assassins.
And we have to, you know, we've talked about it, the casters and the analysts coming into here. This tournament revolves around a lot of the fact that mid laners are the power of a lot of these teams. Yeah. In Assassins in 3 and 11, That just helps him out even more.
So that's a good point. In the last game, Lemon Dogs, they used Swain as their mid laner. That's not only is that uncharacteristic for Nuke Duck himself because he loves assassins, but also, you know, it definitely really didn't pay off there. So being on Ahri, he's going to be much more at home. Definitely more his playstyle.
So we see the Zac being picked up as well, which is probably going to be going to Zoro in that top lane. He's been known to put it out. Zac has been actually shied away from due to the whole Bloblet change, but we'll see if he can really put up a big fight with it.
Those
probably
things
won't
just
be
fly
against
off
that
everywhere
Renekton.
now. It's hard to keep control of them.
He can go against Renekton in the top lane, but they'll probably see the switch up.
So he basically starts a Doran shield, tries to sustain either 1v1 or 1v2. The thing with the last game as well, they also went back to their Malphite for him before in the top lane, and as D-Man pointed out, you know, that was something he started the EU split with, but he was 1-3 on Malphite in the EU split, so that's the only champion that Zoro had actually a losing win rate on, and he'll be much more comfortable on this Zac.
And we do see the Renekton being picked up again, and actually the Fizz coming up right there. So we'll have to see what they decide to do as we get into that. All right, well, the teams are heading into the Rift. Let's take a peek at who you guys think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 85% of you think that Lemon Dogs are going to come out on top. And all the analysts said Lemon Dogs as well. So I think they have quite a good run coming into this one. They're bringing out not much of a composition that they did before, but GG is. They have that Renekton, they have that Jarvan. They're kind of trying to go for the same thing.
I mean, I talked a lot about Lemon Dogs here, but Gaming Gear are making some adaptations this game. You know,
there are a few.
A couple more things. They went with the Fizz and the Corki. Last time TSM took Corki away for them. Now they feel like they're going to be the ones in the driver's seat here. And they've also added on that Fizz, very strong assassin there, instead of the Gragas for Mazarin.
All right, Kobe, let's get this one started. The players are ready. The fans are ready. Lemon Dogs versus Gaming Gear EU to go off your fourth match of the day here at Worlds. And we are on to the Rift.
All right, so we have a Fizz actually starting Doran Shield this time. So he's looking to sustain through the early stages of the lane phase, like most Fizz do, but really most Fizz start with the Crystalline Flask so they can regen that mana as well. It just means that he's going to have to use his abilities a little bit more sparingly, and he won't be able to use them as much to grab last hits. So he'll have to be very good with his auto attacks for landing those hits.
You just put down a mirror in the middle of the map right now because that's what both of these teams are doing, except for Tabs. He's kind of got himself in a scary position here. GG continues their move down to the bottom lane. They are going to be able to see him. I don't believe Spiro has taken anything for himself yet. He has to force the flash. That means that bottom lane is going to be a bit scarier, and they're going to have to play safe. GG still on the invade.
Now the thing is, if their duo bottom lane actually runs into a single champion and they go for 2 versus 1, then he should be able to sit on that cooldown for flash and be a little bit safer. We'll have to see where they actually end up sending this this Tabs and Mithy lane now. Because Mithy, wow, in that last game as well, he definitely impressed me. Mithy really a very strong support here.
Early laning phase kind of just threw himself right into the AD support lane and really got a good amount of damage down. We'll have to see if he takes the same role here. Zyra, that disengage support. We'll have to see if the fact of going in and disengage with Zyra hurts that bottom lane.
And actually, it is worth pointing out that in the last game where Lemon Dogs sort of caught SKT in their own jungle, the dual lane burned their flashes there too, and they still got first blood.
Yeah, it's because Vi didn't. So I think SKT thought they were playing safer. Lemon Dogs just trying to get the mind games out as soon as possible. This time, it doesn't seem like they had that scouting they did before. We're going for pretty much the orthodox start on both sides. A good amount of wards, and it was a 6-item inventory for those supports. So they got filled, or 5 rather, inventory, as it would be in this game. Filled up, so we have the wards. They're holding on to the Explorers, though, because they want those wards to last in the jungle for safety in lane.
And since Jarvan has started his red buff, he's going to end his route after getting double buffs down on the bottom side of the map. So he could easily rotate down here and try and take advantage of Tab's lack of flash very early. There's no wards up in the bottom either. So Al-Lunir really right now has to make a choice. And if he goes down bottom, it's going to be dangerous here for Lemon Dogs. Well, he's not going. They do let
see what we have. This is scary for Tabs to be diving in here. The exhaust is down, but they got the damage beforehand, so they're not too afraid of the engagement now. With Tabs' flash down, LD still being very aggressive in the bottom lane.
He's got another pink ward left here as well for Thresh. So he could actually go clear out the one. They saw Mithy just put this one in the side lane bush here, looking for the Jarvan to come over. Maybe Al-Lanir actually is unaware. He's just going to go right in there onto the ward.
Hatching that pink ward right there.
Yeah.
That's all right. So only a little bit of time spent down bottom. At least he gets the head away right at the beginning of that one. 3.5 minutes in, obviously seeing that these lanes are matched up. We talked a little bit about that top lane, the Zac and the Renekton. They're going to pretty much be on an island with Al-Lanir creeping around here. He was seen, and we can see Dexter making a move actually too.
Looks like Al-Lanir trying to get some counter jungling off, but he knows he doesn't have time because Dexter's walking right through the lane, and he comes for the gank now. It's going to be tables turned on Ahri.
Keeping good eyes on everything around. A little bit of harass here, and it will be the damage from Nuke Duck to turn back on Al-Lanir. It's really not going to cause him too much trouble, but they are making sure they get the damage down that they can, and that means Mazarin went in for a bit of aggression here as we're looking at the bottom lane.
Yeah, those plays right there are the types that... oh, here we go, a Cocoon onto Mazarin. Those plays are the types that we saw from Faker that Crepo was pointing out, where Ahri's not just leaving, she's getting damage on the jungler, making him pay for the time spent middle.
It's almost like assessing the car accident you're going to be in. Can I get out of this safely? And if I can I do it in a nice way? And 4.5. What?
This game is really going to have a slow beginning as they have stacked up with the 2 versus 2 lanes and the 1 versus 1 very even up there.
Man,
they're also very similar compositions with the beefy top laners, neither one running teleport, so they're just going to be smashing heads up in that top lane, whereas the mid lane has both of the assassins, and as soon as they hit that level 6, then we'll probably see some action up there.
Mithy and Tabs are playing this bottom lane great as well. Like we said, with that flash down, really avoiding that early quick Q burst of Corki in the lane, and Spyro not looking too good right here. Goes down below 100, and it's going to be the quick kill, but it actually goes over. First blood to Mithy with the 2 assists going on to those carries.
Beautiful tower dive. Elise is one of the best junglers at pulling off those tower dives because she can drop tower aggro, but she didn't even have to.
Trying on the answer. Oh, the flash and the pull-in. He gets the kill on Mazarin. Amazing play by Nuke Duck there.
That was so good from Nuke Duck, and he almost wants more. If he had a little bit more mana, he would be chasing Jarvan right now. This reminds me of something that Crepo was actually talking about very early. He said, you know, Mazarin, although he came up with big plays at Gamescom, he looked like sort of a regular, very high ELO European mid laner. Wow, Deadly Brother taking a lot of hits here. Nuke Duck just showing that he has he's on another level. There was a very beautiful flash to get the backswing of the Orb of Deception to kill.
And Lemon Dogs is completely playing together. You push out Mazarin that hard, you know the jungler's going to have to be somewhere, so you see Tabs and Mithy still being ultra aggressive in the bottom lane. Zoro doing what he does, like, you know, Crepo said, like anybody from the EU casters would say. He's going to sit up there, make that lane his own until they become a bully.
At this point, when your bottom lane is getting kind of chunked down very low, and they were this GG team was the first ones to have to recall, then you have to start worrying about dragon control here, as Gaming Gear's bottom lane are going back for a second time after shoving into the turret. Tabs and Mithy feel like they have a really good handle on it.
You do overall look at how the game is flowing. 1,000 golden lead of Lemon Dogs, a level in that mid lane at 6-5. Mazarin still waiting to get his Chum the Waters ultimate up. And we'll have to see what his team decides to do there. With that, it does give him a pretty good zone towards Dragon, but it's just too much disengage for LD, so GG's going to have to find a different way back in this one.
And Nuke Duck, after getting that first blood, has just rushed the Negatron cloak after his dual rings.
Pretty smart.
So he is not afraid of this Fizz all-in right now, and he's going to try and bully Mazarin and increase that CS disadvantage.
Oh, he goes in. He just used Trickster. That's going to leave him quite open. He's forced to flash. The Orb of Deception comes back, catches him on the tail side. Almost gets hit up by Chum the Water a few times under the turret, but another kill. The focus on Mazarin in another 5 minutes for his flash to be down.
And now he's looking to go contest this red buff. Al-Lanir has a few more seconds, though. He's able to get it. Dexter wants to contest.
Dexter is going to be able to contest. He may have the movement here, but it was actually MBS to make the move first. Zoro still in lane, so it looks like they are going to get away nicely with that.
Yeah, that was good communication. Zoro calling out the rotation, and Dexter, having used both of his spells right there, couldn't have any more bursts left in the chamber.
So LD just trying to be aggressive, trying to be a nuisance around the map. They can't get the red, but they are going to be able to go ahead and grab up this blue. Oh, they are going to take it. Reset that, so they have the timer. They want to be able to control the bit of the advantage that they have, giving everything that they have. Now, Ward's in the jungle as well, quite deep behind first-tier turrets.
People always talk about how Europe is such a mid-lane focused meta right now.
Right.
Having Nukeduck get this far ahead and 2 kills already on Mazarin frees him up to be the point man for the rest of Lemon Dog's mid-game play calls here. Since they have the stronger mid laner who can force out Fizz, they're easily able to go steal away that blue buff.
We'll have to see what GG can do. Still haven't seen movement from the top laners yet. Nothing even towards Dragon, even with the amount of aggression that Lemon Dogs has shown and won on the bottom lane. So Lemon Dogs taking this very slowly here. 2,000 gold lead for him. The death sentence just missing. So you can see GG still trying to make things happen in the bottom lane. Right behind them, Elunir waiting.
This is also interesting in the mid lane here that Nukeduck, his style of mid lane is not to roam as much as a lot of other mid laners. He likes to just hoard up his money in the mid lane and continue to snowball his advantage there, and then transition it later to the mid game into split pushing. So he doesn't really gank his side lanes as much as, say, Tabs, who is on his team, who used to be a mid laner. He would more rather just continue to bully Mazarin here, and it just looks painful for this Fizz.
Oh, good damage going on to Corki. Deadly Brother forced to back off. And it's almost the way that it works for Nukeduck in the mid lane. These side lanes play so aggressive, his roam would have to be under the turret if he came. So with all of them winning, he's more than happy to sit here.
And we've already seen one tower dive from Dexter that was very, very successful.
Right.
Not even taking a lot of damage there, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one.
We got to remember that Lemon Dogs came through as one of the most consistent teams in EU. They didn't grab at the end, but they definitely held that most consistent record.
Maybe the only consistent team. And that was after adding this Mithy here in the bottom lane. Once they got a consistent roster, then they started playing a lot smoother.
So we'll have to see a big thing here for Gaming Gear, obviously, is Mazarin in mid, but it's also to watch if Elunir, you know, is around him, is helping him a lot. Because if Elunir gets going, that means Mazarin follows behind, or he has to carry the game himself. And right now, every lane is having a hard time, so it's not quite sure to say yet who's going to be the one. Mazarin does need to get some focus from Elunir, though. He's been out of lane too much.
Ooh, hook in the box.
Or Mithy, rather, right under that. Stranglethorn goes down, but it looks like they are going to be slightly disengaging. Deadly Brother goes in. It's going to be a trade on the supports as the missile hits, but it could be Deadly Brother going down as well. Does he have the Valkyrie? He flashes over the wall, but the repel had not yet ended. Good hold by Dexter.
Yeah, good job by Dexter holding on into it until we have the flash from Corki. Able to get that one now, and that was because the mid lane lost that Elunir couldn't be there. That's why the man advantage was for Lemon Dogs here. They had an extra person, basically, because of this mid lane bullying. Whenever you're the jungler and you're forced to go cover a lane, you know, you may get a lot of flack from the other teams because you're not ganking.
How much ganking have we seen him been doing? No, it's lane cover.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. You're absolutely right. We'll have to see if he can get himself back in. We saw him even having trouble getting his own red buff. His blue buff was recently stolen. We are going to see the first turret finally going down here, as we said. Be a little slower as the lanes were matched up, but that does go to Lemon Dogs at 11.5 minutes.
And the Abyssal Scepter now completed for Nukeduck. So he has not only that extra magic resistance now, but that gives him the extra magic resist reduction for the enemies. And even though he doesn't have the Deathfire Grass Burst, he'll be able to take out either of the squishier champions here for Gaming Gear. Zoro definitely in trouble now, though.
As we take stock here, we see Mazarin going to the top lane. He has 67 CS, so he's trying to make up on 30 CS here. He's 2-0 in that mid lane. He goes for Chum the Waters, throws it out. This is, I believe, not going to be a passive for Zach here. If he does have it, they're going to... No, he does have the passive, right? He has not gone down whatsoever in any gank, but do they have the time? Nibs on the backside doesn't want to take aggro from the turret, but he's about to get it. And with that, gets enough health back to make it out as Nukeduck starts his pursuit.
Dexter's coming in, and NBS is extremely low.
Oh, dear. The time it took them to do this, you know, we say if it takes more than 10 seconds, you might want to back out. They're forced to go for a flash there, but all in all, works out for him.
Ooh, very, very close there. Dexter, sometimes you can mind game the person you're chasing if you just hold on to your skill shot, CC. Cocoon, very similar to Amumu's bandage. If you just run at them, then they'll dodge back like that a lot of the times, expecting it to come out. But throwing out the max range one right there allows NBS the juke and then flash away.
Let's see what considerations are being put into this inventory. Like we were saying, 100 CS to 75 there with the Abyssal Scepter. Both have picked up the Dorans because of the potential assassination in the early part of that game, but that's not something Nukeduck is worried about anymore. You can see the aggression for Lemon. They know they're going hard now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult mid-game for Gaming Gear. Like I said, they have very similar champion ideas here, and it's just that Lemon Dogs have a much stronger assassin that will be able to bully everyone when Nukeduck does go split pushing.
And this gets scary for him now. They just lost bottom consecutively, then losing middle, and it just seems like Lemon Dogs is really rotating. They didn't get too much of a fight to activate that. We just had some action in the top lane, but that means, or what that shows is that, you know, GG trying to get back into this one. It is 5-2. Bit of that 4,000, now 5,000 gold lead coming in for Lemon Dogs. It really hasn't been inched back yet by Gaming Gear.
And we may be in for a longer game than you would expect with this sort of league, because Lemon Dogs are known for being very methodical in the way that they finish off games and very careful with their play. Crepo was talking about how they have a weakness if they get behind early, you know, but they don't do that often, and when they're ahead early, they execute the game very well, and they'll just take everything on the map before going in for the finish.
And another thing we can see change from game to game is the pink wards to green wards. You know, you see SKT and OMG and those guys play, and there's pink wards everywhere. Just a little fact that, you know, these guys pulling out the greens, not as much ward control, but it's really coming into who's going to be making the mistakes for these guys.
Yeah, so talking about ward control, we had an Oracle's picked up for Mithy, so at least he's going to be clearing out Gaming Gear's vision now, and so that just basically makes Gaming Gear play even safer than they already are. They only have one outer turret left standing.
Right.
After that one goes down, this entire jungle becomes the area of Lemon Dogs.
Going very hard on this turret, a 3v3 situation, and Spiro in the background getting taken down. Looks like they are going to be able to go for Deadly Brother here. It's just a matter of time microing in each other on that turret aggro. Dexter gets it. He gets away with the flash. Not too bad for Elise, though. Double kill coming in. Huge for Dexter there, making plays.
Yeah, there's the second tower dive that we were talking about. Great job by Dexter executing up there, and that was, again, Oracle bot by Mithy. Able to clear it out. Not much hope for Gaming Gear here.
7-2. Definitely looks like Lemon Dogs do have the lead that they were looking for in this game. They came out with quite strong picks that would allow them to do this. Like you said, that Elise on the early game was going to give them the advantage, and they used it huge. Really the way they were able to get that first kill in.
And now with her adding Sork Boots onto her Spirit of the Ancient Golem, not only does she have the tenacity and the HP to be able to pull off those dives, but the penetration's so strong with Elise's kit. She really, really packs a punch. Or a bite.
Oh, I see what you did there. So we'll see the Abyssal Scepter, as you said, finished, and to follow that, the needlessly large rod. So the power to be coming out here for Nukeduck. Still waiting to finish those tier 2s. Everybody's sitting on their tier 1s pretty much at this point. With the damage being the one to come out, Nukeduck looking for another fight. He gets Chum the Waters. This should still be in his favor, and Mazarin realizes that halfway through. One last Spirit Rush, but the Trickster and the Flash after. The orb misses, but it's only going to be an auto attack and a whip to the face by the 9th tail.
So that's another weakness of Fizz. If you use your Playful Trickster for the area of effect damage to clear a wave, then that opens up your weakness. That's your escape, and Nukeduck does a great job capitalizing on that. Mazarin goes down once again, and it's more damage onto this mid turret.
And again, we really haven't even seen a Cataclysm coming from Alunir, and it's not his fault. He's just had no chance to not be guarding a lane. The lane hasn't been the gank for him to come in, as we've been saying. It's been him to soak up experience, which junglers like to do, but they want to be able to participate with their team.
So it kind of reminds me of Makuza's rules of solo queue jungling. Never go gank the losing lane there. So he really did not want to make an appearance in that Fizz lane middle.
It honestly can make things worse.
Yeah, if there was a 2 versus 2 situation, they would both get creamed.
So we see the Sheen coming out here. Fizz trying to get to that Lich Bane as soon as possible. Still gives him a scary amount of damage that has to be respected. We'll have to see. 12 to 11, he's still one level below. 10 to 9 in the jungle as well. Looks like all the other lanes are seemingly matched up. 8-2 here at 18 minutes, and now it's an 8,000 gold lead.
And you can tell how confident Lemon Dogs are. They even have their Vayne tabs is going Bloodthirster. Something that, you know, Double Lift used towards the end there in the playoffs, but even after, he felt like he regretted it a little bit. He really loves the the Blade build, but Bloodthirster, it gives you pure damage for taking down turrets.
They
and
go
sustain.
right onto NBS, knowing they have that definitive power to just take one person out and be out before the team can rotate. But it's not going to be enough to take out a Renekton, especially when he's a lifeguard. Keeping everybody safe. They are going to guard the turret, but now it's Nuke Duck split pushing. They're kind of spreading GG thin when they can't afford that right now.
Like we talked about, Nuke Duck is a very scary split pusher at this point. All that you can really do is try and CS a little bit under turret. Even he is going to get tower damage here.
You can see the siege clear okay for now until that power is a full team of 5. GG able to hold with 3, but look at that damage on the turret. It's held, but it's going to go down eventually. Still moving in tabs. Just on the back line. His positioning being very good all game. You can see him letting Zoro get up to that front. He was tanking the turret, but still being the 80 carry that he used to be for his team. Only 2 deaths coming in. That's 1 for Zoro. We saw the top lane gank for him, and we did see Mythy going down once. And that's 2 of the best people to really be going down there. The one that wants to throw himself in for the team and the one that's going to be worth the least. So Lemon Dog's looking real good right now. Like you said, they know it, and they're using that fear to their advantage, just showing themselves in lane and pushing them out.
This is the reason why everyone talks about how when Lemon Dogs get their lead, they usually win the game, and that's why most of their practices even, if they just get an early lead, then they'll restart.
Mithy down, very low. The Cataclysm onto the already dead support, trying to go very hard on him. This gives LD time to size up the fight. They're looking at what they want, and right now it's only going to be on the outside. Tabs does get too far ahead this time. Gets to chum the waters on him, but the barrier's there. NBS and the rest of the team weren't ready to fully go in. They are, again, microing the damage in and out. Zoro low to under 100. Tabs is now 5, now 300, but they're going back into the fight. Deadly Brother low. They could be acing the team here, and Spiro gets out by himself, and Elanir wasn't even able to make it to the fight after the first engage.
Gaming Gear had just been bleeding money all over the map, so they had wanted to try and make their play. They got the kill on support at least to start that one off, and were able to turn it into another on Tabs, but they still end up going down. Yeah, Zyra, great ultimate right there, delays the rest of the team so that they're able to take out Alanir here, almost chunking him all the way down. He has to exit the fight with that Thresh Lantern, and that leaves them basically in another 4 versus 4 situation, even though they were the ones who came up with the first kill. And Zoro Zero feels confident because he does have that passive available. Now it's just up to the rest of the DPS from Lemon Dogs. Chunking down Mazarin enables them to have the confidence to finish off Deadly Brother.
That's really one of those fights that you use your ultimate first, and you better use it right, or the other team's going to come back even harder. You got to hit them real hard the first time.
Yeah, so, I mean, Mythy did a great job, even though he was first one to go down there, got off the Stranglethorns in the perfect area to delay the rest of Gaming Gear and allow his team to clean that one up.
So a game that might have been just slipping through the hands of Gaming Gear, now definitely in the hands of Lemon Dog, but not yet over. The mistakes can still be made. The inhibitor turrets are up, and that's really the last defense here for Gaming Gear to try and funnel Lemon Dogs into that circle of right in front of the base and get the attack. You can see Alanir trying to get himself out here. Nice cheeky move. Keeps himself safe.
I mean, that was the Deathfire Grass there from Ari, so at least they've got it on cooldown now.
You see the whole team. They are still leaving Nuked Up by himself, so that split push will continue to come into play. You see the rest of Lemon Dogs staying together, actually going for the 1-3-1 a little bit as they start to rotate towards top lane in the end.
And Gaming Gear, at least now they do have that Trinity Force on Corki, so the hope is there. Maybe they'll be able to turn a bad tower dive around.
Might get some surprise damage out that Lemon Dogs has not been seeing. We are 5-0 in turrets. Turrets also mean map vision, so they are losing a lot of control over the jungle when these turrets go down along with the vision. 11-4, the gold lead continues to go up here at 22 minutes. Still very early into the game. This is when we should really be seeing everybody ramp up, but Lemon Dogs is hitting their peak right now.
Oh, and Lemon Dogs going for the classic EU Baron towards the end of the game. This is really where, if Gaming Gear want to take something, they have to do it now.
But Nuke Duck in a one-man army is going to hold off the team. He takes down Deadly Brother to about 100, but he is able to help with the help of Zoro Zero to grab that kill on Inspiro. And they keep going in. Mazarin, a good attack on a Nuke Duck here. This is a lot of damage they won't have for the fight. A very good kill in the shutdown that Mazarin needed that gold. The rest of the team to follow in. Zoro, Zero, and Dexter. This team has so much ability to chase. The repel coming in, the elastic slingshot, and the chase coming in from Vayne's passive means that these guys will not be making it out alive.
Woo, Tab's going to finish that one off. They probably won't dive that Corky because he still has his gap closer. But right there, it was an early smite from Dexter, but, you know, there was no hope for Alanir getting in there. Very, very desperate now for Gaming Gear.
Lemondog slowly just kind of going through this one now. Wasn't really a game that they tried to come out with as they did scouting in their game against SKT. We saw 3 flashes burned in the beginning, and then the flash burned by Dexter to get the kill. Again, Dexter came out big in this game for his team, but they played it normal in the beginning, and they matched up the lanes. So we've seen 2 different play styles from here of Lemondogs really, well, not working out for them, but giving them a lead in the beginning of the game. This one they were able to hold.
Yeah, and when I said Lemondogs take everything on the map before they finish, I meant everything on the map. They had just cleared out the buff. They got Baron into Dragon just for that extra gold lead, just to stack it on top, fatten their wallets. And now, the blue buff at least will be secured here.
I don't know.
I don't know. Nuke really wants to steal it, but he doesn't even have vision on it. This
you can't assume. You can't assume.
Oh,
wait,
very close.
Oh, it didn't go. It was coming on the backside. He almost grabbed it.
They get a small win.
But to stand there by himself, that's not what you want the other AP mid to be doing. You cannot give him that kind of freedom. He should be at least warded, but that's not even what they can do right now. Gaming Gear looking to get a few out into their jungle where their turrets would usually be. So they have one actually right outside their base to come out, and another one just outside the wall, making sure nothing comes over the wall at them, because we know Nuke Duck can take out one of these guys very quick.
So Gaming Gear, this whole bracket, or this whole group is really looking very, very hard for them now. As after this, they're going to have to turn their sights towards SKT1 and OMG. The road is not going to get easier. So if they want to get back in this, they're going to have to make their stand at their inhibitor turrets. You have to believe, Riv. You have to believe.
Have to. Coming in, well, they need to take a few more effect of their advantages. The bottom lane had a Vayne flash down, and we only saw a few of the death sentences thrown. Like, that Thresh lane should be going in quite hard. You're against the Zyra, but once that Zyra misses the grasping root, it's kind of like the Blitz Fist being down. It's kind of a trade-off situation. And Mivy and Tabs did very well for having a Vayne flash down very early.
That's actually a pretty good point. You know, Alanir actually, after the blue buff, even though there were no wards down bottom yet, he went to do his wolves first, and by the time he came down to do the Jarvan sneaky gank into that
bush, lantern,
that's when the pink ward was just placed into that bush.
Still trying to get a bit of aggression, but see, that being down now allows a few taps onto the turret. Tabs taking some good damage there. Not good for him, but Deadly Brother definitely liking that. He has the blue buff. They gave it over to Corky. They need to stop these sieges, and they want those missiles to be coming out from him and that Gatling to stop the siege.
Tabs with that Bloodthirster, he's able to just heal right back up. You can see him right there calling Dexter off of the minions. Hey, I need to lifesteal off of these.
Give me back my HP. So we have a 15,000 gold lead rolling in here. The interest is starting to accrue for Lemondogs, and they're going to try to finalize this one. Going in very strong. They get Deadly Brother. The blue buff has been transferred. It's also going to be Alanir going down. It's the rest of the team. Mazarin running for the fountain. Looks like Lemondogs will be able to get this turret, and they're going to see what they can do inside the base the time they have.
Yeah, dive, very predictable right there. Definitely not surprising. They're so far ahead, and they have this tanky Zac with his revive passive up. Very, very well played here from Lemondogs, though. They're going to get another inhibitor turret off this.
For a team that it would be crazy to dive, having a Renekton, a Fizz, a Corky, and with a Thresh on him, you don't think there would be too much diving, but they brought the right composition to the game, and that has been how Lemondogs is really advancing every time. Another inhibitor. Those were 2 consecutive for themselves as they move out. Bottom lane's only at River, so we may see him back soon.
I mean, everybody was pretty confident in this game here for Lemondogs.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't know if people expected this much. This is a ginormous gold lead at 27 minutes.
Already double completed items coming out. We just had that Randuin's finished. That Phantom Dancer came in as well. I believe that Last Whisper. Wow, Tabs had some money. Also, the Shirelli is coming in. Ruby Sightstone's out for both sides, so we can see that wards are still being considered, and they need to be, but all of those wards on that side of the map right now are Lemondogs. GG can see inside their base.
Yeah, it's extremely rough for them. They almost have nothing left to defend here. Fizz has a Lichbane, though, the magical Lichbane for Fizz, which is, everyone talks about his huge power spike there. I mean, really, that item adds more scaling onto Fizz.
Right.
And so after you get more AP on top of that, he benefits even more, but it's so little, so late here. Lemon Dogs really look like they're just going to walk this one in. And true to form, they aren't even going to go straight for Nexus turrets.
Nope.
Nope.
They
want every single building destroyed.
There's still 3 turrets on the map, 11 in total for each team. So they got some stuff to take down here. Still going at this. We have to mention that Nuke Duck mid lane as they almost go for this turret, looking like they want an aggression of a fight, and see how sure they are. Coming in so strong at 239 to 155 CS on Nuke Duck over Mazarin. 3 full items to 1 completed Lich Bane.
There we
that
go.
is
They're
so
going
much credit.
again.
Give it to him. Spyro going down. MBS on the backside, and the fight is completely split. It's GG trying to keep themselves alive here, but I think Lemon Dogs has the base to themselves, and they will have the Nexus.
So they take the turret, bypass inhibitor. They're going to end this one off. Some nice golf claps from the crowd.
Definitely a game that went very fast in Lemon Dog's favor. If they end this one before 33, 34, it's going to be our fastest game of the day so far. Dexter tanking up this last turret. They do have the minion wave coming in. It's going to be Lemon Dogs with a very definitive victory here over Gaming Gear EU in our 4th game of the day. 29:01 on the clock.
So they literally had every building destroyed and every champion dead at the end of that game.
Get your play time in. You're on stage.
Lemon Dogs completely wiped Gaming Gear that game.
Yep, surgically removing them from the map every time. Nuke Duck got so much pressure in the mid lane. Alunir lived there. That was also his lane. I don't think we saw one gank from Alunir. We saw that mid gank by him, and he actually charmed him right into the gank.
Yeah, and he went bottom one time already. The ward had just been placed, so he was foiled there. Really, stalling out the jungler and destroying the mid laner is basically the game plan for these European teams, and Lemon Dogs just crushed it there.
And it was very methodically done. You have to give them credit. At some point, it's easy to become lax in that kind of strategy, in that much of a win. You can say, all right, we have this, you guys just split push and do that. And that's when you get your 2 people picked off, and they start to roll up and get a little bit of an advantage back. So it's good that they kept the mindset of we need to keep going strong.
Yeah, and that's why I was talking about where Lemon Dogs during scrimmages versus other teams when they're practicing.
Going hard.
If they get an early lead, they don't even finish them out. They just restart the game and start over because they're so confident in the slow, methodical way that they finish them out that they don't feel like they have to go through the motions.
Right, and again, we got to remember that one matched up. We've seen them kind of play two play styles. Lemon Dog didn't beat out SKT, but they did go for a 3-man flash over Golem to red. This time they went pretty clean, steady, and easy. Just let Dexter do a bit of work.
Yeah, and Nuke Duck in the mid lane. I mean, we have to, again, shout out the beautiful plays right there. That Ari, he had beautiful flashes on Fizz, controlling him just the entire time.
All right, so a big game for Lemon Dogs there and a big lead on the win. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Cool and China's OMG take on Faker and Korea's SKT in a battle of tournament favorites. Plus, Team Solo Mid's Reginald will join us to talk about their first day at Worlds. So don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Championship Series World Championship. We'll be right back.
I would probably say that I would be interested in playing Faker. He's the mid laner for SKT1. He's super hyped up. I watch him play very often. I think he's very good, and I think that'd be a tough match to play against.
If we play against Faker, I think that'd be a very enjoyable game, because I'm either going to get dumpstered mid and learn something new, or I'll do fine and still learn something new.
Faker just takes lanes that might not be as one-sided as people think, and he just dominates them. But everybody knows he's good, and I want to see how we match up against him.
So while it'd be nice to play him, I don't necessarily want to meet them early. Maybe like in the finals or something.
제가 좀 해외 경기 출전이 처음인데 되게 많은 분들이 지목해 주셔서 감사한데 제가 좀 해외 경기를 잘 안 챙겨봐서 잘 모르겠네요.
World Championship coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Just minutes away from the showdown between OMG and SKT T1. But first, I'd like to welcome Team Tournament's Reginald to the interview lounge. First of all, Reginald, let's start at the very beginning of the day. You've obviously played 2 games up until now. Your first match was against Gaming Gear EU, the winners of the wildcard tournament. Did you fear them coming into today? Did you have them down as a possible upset and an underdog?
Yeah, so we didn't watch much of Gaming Gear, mainly because they came from the wild card, and so there weren't many VODs of them. So we just came in, and we didn't want to take any team lightly. But anyways, the match went kind of wrong at the level 1. Like, I got chunked really hard, and then I went middle, and the Gragas was already level 2. Mazarin played really well middle, and we got a couple kills up. We got Dragon and managed to close out the game. They played fairly well, and yeah, so the second game against OMG, I just fell behind. The nerves got me. I was really nervous, and so we lost. But they're really good, and I just think that we just need to step up our game a little bit, and we can probably get them back next time.
Talk to us a little bit about that one, because I'm just asking the questions that the community wants to know here. What was with that Sona first pick? Why not Ari, for example?
Yeah, so with the Sona pick, we just wanted to pick something neutral, and we saw them get Ari, and I naturally picked Fizz into it, and I thought that I could do really well against him in lane. And there were a couple times where I thought I could kill him, but I was too nervous and I was too scared to go on him, mainly because we didn't know where Aatrox was, so I was kind of scared. I didn't want to die, and because I was scared, he naturally just got a counter gank on me and killed me, snowballed the lane, and put out a lot of pressure. He played really well, and I did not play that well. And Turtle played really well in that game and kept us in the game, but I just kept missing my ultimates, didn't play well, and they closed out the game and got Baron and won.
So moving on from that, then, what needs to change for you guys if you're to, get back on the winning streak, so to speak, after winning against Gaming Gear?
So I definitely think the biggest thing is really nerves. Like, you have to go into a match really calm. You have to keep your composure, and the biggest thing is really going in and playing reactionary. Like Double said, when you go into a new land or new lands, you usually panic, you play reactionary, and those were one of the games where I panicked and I played reactionary. Haven't played like that for very long, like since 2 years ago, my first LAN, and it just kind of hit me. We're at Worlds, I need to do well, and the opposite happened. So, I mean, I just need to just focus, stay composed, go into my match, and just try my best.
So speaking of that as well, this is obviously not the first time you're at Worlds. This is your 3rd time at World Championships. What's different about TSM this time around?
So, I mean, I think the biggest thing going into this event, I would have thought that I would have been calm and composed, because the first LAN ever was Season 1 Worlds, and it was at DreamHack. I went in super nervous. The crowd was phenomenal. There's thousands of people there, and they were chanting our name, and I'm like, I'm just a dude that plays games, and they're chanting my name, and I just got really nervous. Season 2 was a lot more calm, and I expected Season 3 to be like very, very soothing. Just go in, play matches, try your best, and whatever results come up will show. And that didn't happen for me against OMG, but I will fix it. We'll play better. And we have a solid team right now. We just need to focus, keep our heads in the game. We can still win our groups. We just need to play well.
So we heard earlier on from the analysis desk that you're the man, so to speak, in TSM. If you get a good start, TSM's going to do well. If you get shut down early on, then it's going to be a tougher game and maybe a loss in the future. I mean, how do you handle that, and do you agree with that statement even?
I think that's the old TSM, where if Reginald did bad, then we lose. It's more of Darius can play really well. Darius can carry. Turtle can carry. Specials is doing an excellent job. Odd1 today stole Baron. He played phenomenal. He had a lot more CS than their jungle. He got counter ganks off, got towers, got Baron for us. And I just think that, like, for me as a mid laner, I need to do my job. I need to play well. And generally, when I play well, my team plays well. They picked up the slack today, and I just need to pick up the slack myself.
So let's have a look at the other group then and get some thoughts on that one. Group B, obviously, some stacked teams in there, the likes of Fnatic, Gambit, Ozone, Mineski, Vulcan, who you have most experience with from this last year, I suppose. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, there's obviously, I say obviously, 2 big favorites in there, but are there really 2 big favorites?
I honestly don't really think so. I think the only favorite team there is Samsung Galaxy, the new team. And they're really solid, they're really strong, and all the other teams, they're very good. Don't get me wrong, Fnatic and Gambit, they've been around for a very long time. Fnatic won Worlds Season 1. Gambit has always done very well at LANs, but I think Vulcan might be a dark horse. People are counting them out. I think they're going to go in very strong. I think they're going to really exceed people's expectations, And about Minsky, I don't really know too much about them, but remember last year TPA? They upset everyone. They had everyone in the crowd was like, they have a 1% chance of winning. Who's TPA? And what? TPA proved them wrong. So I'm not going to count anyone out, but I think Vulcan's going to upset people, and I think Ozone will go through for sure.
Well, thanks a lot, Reginald. Just to add on in the end, speaking of this amazing crowd here, there seem to be a few TSM fans in the house, so do you have anything to say to them?
I mean, so I just want to thank all the fans to come out here to support us. We had so many fans come out for Season 2, and we didn't do too well. We lost Season 3 here. We are 1-1 right now, and we're going to try our best. We don't want to disappoint you guys. We're going to absolutely try our best, and I just want to thank you guys so much for supporting us, coming out here, and just cheering us on.
Thanks a lot, Reggie, and good luck in your games later on as well. So we're going to head over for our next game to Kobe and Riv for the next game in the group stage.
Thank you very much, Joe, and let's get right to it. Our 5th game of the day, and it should be a good one. China's OMG versus Korea's SK Telecom T1. This is a matchup of the 2 favorites in Group A, as most people would say, and both teams proved this by dominating their first game wins.
Yeah, SKT used unrelenting aggression to muzzle the Lemon Dogs, while OMG won every lane and turned their game against TSM into a bloodbath, racking up 32 kills in 39 minutes.
It was an impressive use of force by both OMG and SKT. And while this matchup features 2 of the best teams here at Worlds, it also features 2 of the best mid laners in the world.
Yeah, both OMG's Cool and SKT's Faker won the MVP awards for the respective leagues. They also both played Ari in their first game here at Worlds, and Faker went 10-3-9 in their win over Lemon Dogs. He shut down Nuke Duck Swain and participated in 19 of SKT's 20 kills. Cool, on the other hand, caught Reggie's Fizz out early and often and ended up with an impressive stat line of 11, 2, and 8. He almost had as many kills as all of TSM combined.
And while the world is looking forward to watching these 2 powerhouses face off for the first time, the players are just as excited to see how they match up against one of the other championship favorites.
我觉得今年的话，中韩比较的有看头吧。
OMG 팀 사람들이 인터넷이나 말하는 거 들어보면 중국에서 잘한다고 그런 소리만 듣고 있어요.
我之前也看过一些录像，就觉得这个队伍没有明显的短板嘛。
자, OMG 팀은 중국에서 되게 세다고 평가받잖아요. 다른 팀들보다 더 좀 위협적인 팀이 될 것 같아요.
韩国的他的个人实力会比较强，然后我们中国是比较注重团队配合吧，可能会稍微好一点。
그냥 운영이 좀 더 우리나라가 섬세한 것 같아요.
每个队伍都有希望吧，今年我觉得每个队伍都很强。
저는 LA에서 소환사 컵을 들고 싶습니다.
And I think that's pretty much the same thing our analyst Des has been saying too. The Chinese teams have great teamwork because they fight all the time, and they always want to be in your face.
They definitely do.
Yeah, so let's see. Let's check out the starting lineups because that is just moments away. On the blue side, it's OMG. In the top lane is Going. In the jungle, Loveland. Mid lane is Cool, San on AD carry, and Big Pomelo on support.
On the red side, it's SKT T1. Impact is up top. Bangi's in the jungle. Mid is Faker. Piglet's the AD carry. Supporting is Pumandu.
And I think everybody kind of is watching the mid lane in this one as well. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous, and it's really up to, you know, they say Bengi is an extension of Faker when it's, you know, not Faker just making the plays by himself, which doesn't happen very often, but Cool on the other hand as well. The same thing.
It's really interesting because Faker won't hesitate to first pick his mid champions, but Cool,
That's true.
Cool has such a big champion pool. He will counter pick very often, and he also is known for making teams even ban out their own mid laners because he plays their own champions. Another thing that people haven't really talked about, yes, these are the 2 MVP mid laners. These teams also both won their seasons before coming here. OMG was 17-4 in the summer LPL, and then SKT also just won Summer of Champions.
All right, so I have to see what these 2 have for each other. It is OMG on that blue side, first ban, first pick. Vi has been in quite a few games we've seen. I think she made it in the last one, but it is going to be banned out of this game.
Yeah, talking about that jungle mid lane synergy.
Yes.
It's no secret that Vi is amazing.
And they get banned out
at
one
getting
after
those
the
level
one
6
after the other
games.
too. Zed going right there. So a little bit of synergy taken out, but no spark taken away from either of these teams. They still have a lot to fill what is needed here. Waiting very, very long for their bans as well. Taking these into consideration.
I was going to say Ari's left up here, another assassin on the board, but she gets taken away as well. So
You
we're
can't
down to
think it, they're
Fizz
just going to make you wrong.
for the assassins. But like I said, both of these mid laners play everything. Faker doesn't have to just play assassins. He plays farm-heavy champions, area of effect, control champions. They're both very, very versatile.
And a lot of what we've seen has revolved, even throughout just the World's games so far, the 4 we've seen has been double AP compositions. So we have Ari out, we have that Zed out, which is the AD, so double AP may be even more in our future here.
Assassins,
Or not.
assassins. All banned. SKT looking straight at Cool. They don't want him on one of the very popular assassins right now. Now, TF is up. That's something that Cool has used. You know, that's one of the champions, like when they used to play against Messiah a lot, Cool would sort of flaunt around that, hey, my TF's really good too, and he'd get them to even ban it against themselves.
And that was the one at Worlds Messiah would say. It's that comfort champion for him. It's like everything around you just kind of works. And when you have that atmosphere on your top picks, that's why we have picks and bans, so you can't give the player that. It's such an immense play style from that person when they're on their game. So getting all of those out of the way, now finally teams are ready to show their hands. Zyra, again, it must be that neutral pickup like Reginald was talking about, that Sona grab. That's what OMG decides to go
I mean, Zyra, we've really seen the rise in popularity of Zyra among supports.
Yep.
She has really shot up there. It used to be all about the Thresh and the Sona here, but definitely worthy of a first pick. And I think OMG taking that away also because they don't want to have to deal with her when they go diving. They love, like everyone says, they love going for those turret dives. They don't want to have to deal with the Zyra.
Ooh, Alessandra being hovered over as well, but Cool showing us his champion pool now.
Yeah, literally every champion. Ah, look at my pool.
Let's see what he dives into, and it is going to be Oriana, first time getting into a game here. Renekton getting a little bit of play time as well. That was actually Gaming Gear played Renekton twice in the top lane, so definitely still considered as a champion here. We heard Monty saying it would be that objective team.
Especially Chinese teams love Renekton. Bully top laner, great at early dragons. He's amazing for when they group up for those 5-man death squads that people like to talk about. The Chinese teams especially, they'll use the top laner to start off a lot of the action, having him roam down, dive mid for the first kill.
Right.
That'll be hard to do against Faker, as we've seen, but that's a general idea. Get a very strong top laner early, have him come down, create action.
So we have a bit of a protection safety comp here from OMG, which means they can fight more. That's probably what's going to happen. We do see that Pooh may pick up that Nami, very undefeated record for that. And
very undefeated
huge record. Also, the Kennen picked in, which makes me very happy.
Yeah, the 100% there for Mandu on that Nami is impressive. And it was also 100% pick banned up until the finals, Monty said.
Yep.
So definitely going back to one of his favorite supports, as they've already taken the Zyra out.
Let's see what they continue. Vayne being left up quite a bit. We've seen it play somewhat of an impact. We haven't seen the Vayne win game. It hasn't been because of Vayne. It's been about the composition, really. So a lot of people letting that one through. Corki's been quite contested. And we haven't seen a lot of the Triforce champions being banned out. They're just being considered.
And it looks like, OMJ might be on that Trinity Force hype train as well. Yep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Corki's going to be going against the Caitlyn of Piglet, who is also, Mandu's got a 100% win rate on Nami. He's a 14-1, I believe, on that Caitlyn from the.
He lost once?
From the Korean season, yeah. All right, that's definitely their weak pick. He lost once.
Let's see what they put in. As big as he is, that man is still an assassin, and it looks like they may choose to go for Gragas here, as it does get locked in to the champion select.
All right, so Faker is going to be on a champion where he can roam around very easily. Gragas will shove those lanes with his barrels and then use his body slam to move around the map very quickly. We've also had the Lee Sin lock in there at the last second too, which is one of Bengi's favorites. This is a classic jungle matchup, Lee Sin and Jarvan. Very, very similar champions here. Lee Sin will drop a few more wards than Jarvan because he'll go with the early Sightstone. liking to pull off those
I'm gonna hold
flashy
you to
plays. Right.
No.
But Bengi, he's not afraid of spending a lot of his gold income on wards for himself and pink wards for his mid lane as well.
Yep.
This whole SKT team buys lots of pink wards, and they'll be clearing out what they can of all the things Lee Sin's leaving
It's
around.
easy to say that Bengi will be in the face of OMG, just pretty much taking your wraiths, trying to go around and figure out where you are, and be a nuisance in the jungle. But it's just about time for the game to start. So let's take a quick look at who you think is going to win. According to LOLesports.com, 79% of you agree with the analyst that SKT will get the victory here.
That's a very big margin, considering everybody thinks that this clash between the Korean top team and the Chinese, well, we say top team, you know, SKT1 came in with the 3rd seed from Korea, but like I said, they won Summer. OMG coming in with the 2nd seed from China, they won Summer of LPL as well.
Yep.
So these are kind of the top teams from the 2 regions going head-to-head.
See what they do. Like we said, all our analysts said SKT, so they're coming in strong. Don't change your predictions now. Freak thinks it's cheating, but it's not. You're just doing good
Have
research.
they disagreed on any yet? I feel like they just all are copying each other. They're all answering the exact same.
Well, we know Crepo tails off Amani, so it's one and the other, and we'll have to see. But
All
we
right.
are almost into the game here. Game 5 on the day. Yes, it is OMG versus SKT T1, and we are on to the Rift.
All right, I'm going to say this game going to be a little bit more action-packed than the last
just
game.
a tad.
I'll
agree with you on that.
And part of the reason here that SKT1, I think, have a very good chance is because we just saw in that Lemon Dogs game, they love splitting up the team and going for the very early pressure. Bengi sets up a lot of counter ganks and picks for his team by the amount of pink wards that he buys that we were talking about. The vision really, really helps SKT, and you can see them, not only the amount of wards that they buy, but how expertly that they are placed. So they can clear out OMG's vision, and they also set up their own movements.
Oh, man, this is, I'm not
Yeah,
sure if he saw
see,
him
they
there.
know they're in here.
That
This
was
is a
really
reverse.
scary for Faker there. He almost walked into the mid-bush. Was caught out there, but now the wards are down. Everybody's got their hard hat on. They figured out where it's going. But now, are they going to formulate something around OMG?
Yeah, this is a reverse of that Lemon Dogs game where SKT1 know OMG are in deep.
So OMG, are they going to rush their red now? They're going to try to
You
fly
hear that
down
bass
through
on
this
the
mid
Gragas
lane.
barrel?
Yeah,
that was
nice.
beautiful. I love being next to the speakers.
Cool, taking a good bit of damage there, Faker. Pretty much won't be able to follow. But right now, it's just going to be a dance out from both teams. Wards just holding hands across the map. The top side of the map focusing on red. And it's really, they didn't put too much on the bottom side. It's just to know where the jungler is.
Yeah, and you know that
An odd start.
that deep lane ward that OMG got placed is kind of classic Korean warding.
Yeah.
Actually, it's very popular over there. Interesting that SKT actually did not get one of their own down. They're happy with having Kennen go up in that 1 versus 2 situation. OMG, very aware of all the lane matchups they're picking here.
Kennen trying to get to his lane quite fast there, actually, to get a few good pushes on it and try to get himself an advantage of level 2 when he gets into the lane. You can see OMG there maybe having a bit of trouble. We're going to get them locked up and figured out. So in the beginning of the game, pretty much orthodox wards. We saw wards doubled up on both in front of the red, the side of the red and back of the red. Top side on the red. So on the red. There's enough red there if you can figure it out. They are at the red buff.
All right.
Distinguish that.
So the information they got from that is going to allow them to go at this Kennen who started the Doran's Blade. So sustain only coming from auto attacks. In a 2 versus 1 situation,
That's danger.
You don't get off a lot of auto attacks.
Right.
So I do like that they're sending their AD in support versus this Kennen here. I mean, as a Kennen enthusiast yourself, would you like going up against a Renekton there? Much rather have that matchup?
Oh, Renekton? Absolutely. Especially if you want to just auto-attack things. Get your Shuriken up, easy W damage all day long. And you actually give Renekton a hard trouble. Then level 6 hits, and the game's over for Kennen. 2 minutes in, we'll have to see what these guys have. See if that kind of threw them off their guard. It looks like nobody's trying to do anything too crazy. But Bengi over here, getting himself in the jungle again, over the Dragon Wall. Looks like he's going to go for that red buff. But he was seen.
So they pinged him out, but they don't really have anyone there to
not too
collapse
much to work
because Loveland's doing the exact same thing here. You know, both junglers are aware of each other's movements here. And the interesting thing is that going on that Renekton did the wolf camp, so he's up 1 camp at least on Kennen already before he went all the way down to his lane because he just figured, I'd get zoned out anyway. It's a Caitlyn with a Nami there. Nami's so scary when she can get side boost control.
Yep.
Those bubbles, the Aqua Prison, you can dodge them if you see them coming, but man, coming out of the jungle, or coming out of the brush, very, very, very hard.
We'll see how Poohman and Piglet play that bottom lane for them to get that control.
Oh, what do you know?
Already level 1, they knew they had impact back. Forced to flash. You don't take that rush as Ken into level 1. It looks like he's going to be going down very fast to San there, and it looks like they may be able to continue. Bengi trying to help. This would be a double buff transfer. Oh, he hits the Q. He follows the Sonic Wave, and he gets the safeguard out as well. They've just stolen double buffs.
We talked about this being classic Chinese meta before in the OMG's earlier game. They again pull off another beautiful 3-man tower dive. They had already forced Kennen back once because he was on the Doran's blade and he wanted to come back with a ward to prevent this situation, but he was just too slow. And OMG, even this time, without a revive passive jungler, with Lee Sin instead, don't hesitate to go for it. Double kill this time, though, and it gives them a huge lead.
They're not going to 4-1.
Oh, Loveland wants more.
Loveland will take him out by himself here. Loveland, not enough. No, he won't.
No,
Bengi just on the outside. And they said, wait a minute. That's too good. Hang on.
All right.
Let's take a picture.
We had a lot of action there. They want to take stock of what's happened. San has sort of stopped moving there on that Corki, so that's probably what the pause is. And he's inches away from giving Loveland somewhere to safeguard to.
Right.
Don't think he's going to be able to get there in time. SKT1 look like they're getting back a kill right here. And possibly that, well, if they get the kill, they'll get the double buff.
And this is Bengi making the right moves now that he had to be flashed out of that. He did go down, and this is Sam's mouse problem as well, to update really quickly. We're getting that fixed out. So you kind of need your mouse as an AD carry, or anybody on the map. But we saw Bengi coming back there instantly, knowing that a kill happened in that lane. And some say, you know, the solo queue mentality, if the lane's losing, you leave it. But he came back, and they may get something off of this now, of that persistence.
Yeah, that's a really, really unfortunate time to pause it there. Oh, well. It's still going to be an early lead here for OMG. Even if SKT is able to answer and get
true to form and tower
that double buff back. Yeah. I mean, we expected before. I was like, oh, great use of Aatrox's passive there. They went for the 3-man dive, and that's why they're still continuing with that strategy. But again, here, very beautifully pulled off, and it was because of that lane switch where he talked about Kennen starting Doran's blade. Going back very early, returns to lane level 1, thinks he can walk into lane. Very good job of OMG capitalizing.
And that has to be attributed to the early wards, too. If you see that, know your Kennen's coming with the Dorans, they probably focused on that immediately as well. So just putting all the eggs in the right basket for that chance.
That's why people go for those lane wards by the second turret there, just out of turret range.
All the way back.
So that you can't kill it, but they'll see where you're going.
It's a few extra steps. But if you get it, you see what happens. So we have to wait for these guys just getting on sand, making sure that mouse works perfectly for Corki to get it. He's already got a double kill, so he's trying to carry the team onto this one. But that was because that red buff steal right after it going top lane was huge coming out of Lee Sin. And they were just able to grab that kill in a matter of seconds, not really allowing any of the other team to react, which means now mid lane kind of has to worry because the jungler's getting kills. We already see level 4 Lee Sin in the top. So it's going to be a little bit of every lane for him to get somebody an advantage. And that's going to be pretty big for them.
Yeah, even the duo lane, when Renekton hits 6, he has pretty good all in there when he has his ultimate. As long as he's able to slice and dice to dodge the Aqua Prison, they have a pretty good chance of turning something around, even down in that bottom lane, considering how fed Lee Sin's getting this early.
We see these compositions for late game. I know Monty always likes to point out, you know, Gragas on the red side, good for Baron steal. We've seen it before, and it does absolutely happen. It's great to use that as well. But the Gragas and Jarvan composition has been coming out quite a bit. You section somebody out and get the Cataclysm, and but we've seen it more than once already at Worlds here.
So it's interesting. They have Gragas, who's going to split the other team apart, and then impact on Kennen here with the area of effect damage. So if they actually split them apart into like a 2-split and a 3-split, that would be ideal, because you want a couple people for that slicing maelstrom, but not too many. So it'll be very interesting how they can combo the
Don't want to waste all the good shocks.
Oh, okay. So they feel like they're ready. We did have Big Pomelo get into range for that safeguard. So the day was saved here by the support. Big Pomelo able to get those few steps that San could not. And a really good job. They're able to capitalize that with the turret as well.
Good damage on the going in the bottom lane.
Wow.
Knowing they can pressure quite hard with that vision in the top. So they're going to see if San got everything matched up. So he has to try that, right, when it comes out. It's not like he can play during pause. So when it goes in, pretty much testing it for a little bit. They got themselves out. They're not talking during these pauses as well. So they weren't formulating who was going to take that safeguard. They weren't formulating who was going to go for the next kill after the flag toss on either side.
You know what Loveland was thinking there, though? He was like, somebody get over here now. I've got about 1 more second to live.
Just glare over at your support. You better
He was like,
move.
you know, come to me, run over here? Yeah, okay. Yeah,
So
we got to stop standing up, too. This is...
they're getting ready. So with that top lane, we did say that leaves the double kill coming in big for San. And he's going to be on Corki. We saw what happened with TSM versus Gaming Gear. Wild Turtle got that Lich Bane, got the Triforce at 13 minutes, and there wasn't really coming back for Gaming Gear.
So that's definitely something to note, too. When Gaming Gear had, they were going Trinity Force builds. They had,
Ezreal,
Deadly Brother was sneaking a Vamp Scepter in there before he completed his Trinity Force, and actually delayed his rise in power a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think that, San, with getting the first 2 kills like that and this huge lead, especially with the global gold from that turret, going to go right for that Trinity Force, try and get that thing as soon as possible, and then they're going to start that roaming death squad that the Chinese like to pull off so much and make use of that early power from the Trinity Force Ezreal.
No, I'm not sure.
Corki.
Right. I'm not sure if Kennen actually hit level 2 in that fight. So what do they do now?
Yeah, he's level 1 still.
Yeah. Can you go back to lane? You can't switch him out of lane because then you're putting him in more death. He's always going to need help, or is that the lane you're kind of like, good luck, brother?
So now comes the point where got to look at how they left the minions. If the Chinese team was very careful, then it won't be pushing too hard. I think it is headed toward SKT's side. So SKT have this decision right now. Do we freeze this lane, just try and last hit at the very end of the minion life, or do we try and shove it back in and then
get it as far as you can
bring
go?
Kennen back down? Usually, you'll like to, if you can, defend the dragon and defend your other objectives. Just try and freeze it there so that you can get your solo laner back into the game, get Kennen some levels up so that he'll at least get his ultimate in time for the dragon fight.
And the good thing always about Kennen, you get his Zanyas on him, he can pretty much make an impact in a fight, especially, like we're saying, with the Gragas, with the Jarvan, being able to zone a few people out. And Kennen's ultimate allows him to be safe as well, if you just want to put people on the outside of it. So Impact still not out of it yet, but super hard time. Level 1 with level 4s surrounding him right now constantly in the game. We are in a pause to get Sans mouse fixed. If you're just joining us, we are right now into OMG versus SKT T1, right in the beginning of the early game.
Yeah, and the counterplay there for if they do freeze the lane is either sending your AD support that are now super beefy with that early damage to go shove down another turret early and just knock them over like dominoes, rotate around to get all of the outer turrets out, or send in somebody with Lee Sin there for some sneaky plays and assassinate the Kennen who's just trying to freeze the lane. Kennen's very slippery, though, so that would be fairly difficult as he's about to hit level 2 and grab that lightning rush.
All right, so let's take out that mid as well. It's going to be Gragas, Orianna, but they're not matching it like that just yet. They haven't, well, they're matching it like that. They haven't fought each other, I should say, just yet. We can see Go going with that solo experience in the bottom lane. He has got himself a level over them right now and just continuously chugging the potions on top of his Doran shield. He should be safe. It's really the worry for SKT to put pressure on this lane to keep it off of Impact.
Yeah, and Go going is doing his best down there, just trying to CS under turret. Caitlyn, anything lane. 2 versus 1 is very hard to keep your turret safe because of the long range. But when it's paired with Mandu's Nami, who lands almost all of his Aqua Prisms I've seen. He's so good at landing those. It's even more dangerous because if Renekton does ever go aggressive, even try and stun her or anything, then he can take an Aqua Prism to the face. By the way, a lot of people, the reason that Aqua Prism is so hard to land, even short range, is because it still has the same travel time as a full range Aqua Prism.
Yeah.
So it just kind of floats there.
Think it's going to get there?
It's unnerving the first couple times, but once you get used to it.
Oh no, the Tempest first. He won't get the slow on that he wanted there, and he will be slowed by Bengi. So a bit of a finger fumble Rooski there coming in on the gank for Loveland. We're probably going to get the kill off it, but good aggression.
Yeah, Bengi's happy with that one. He got his ward down, and he got to be able to leave, but Loveland dropping that pinks there. One-ups him with the power of wards. Pink ward trumps green every time.
Well, those 2 kills are the only ones sitting on the board. It doesn't look like too much of an advantage besides the turret, which is pretty good, was taken off of it. You're always moving off of something after you get the aggression. Oh, he great beautiful all the way back to the turret. He got some airtime on that one. Cool's going to be going down, and Faker with a beautiful play by himself. Bengi getting the standard help on the assist.
That's really all you can say. There's a beautiful play by Faker because that was just him catching out Cool. All right, he missed an Aqua Prison. Bets off.
Good
but
Lord.
yeah, Faker, that was just a beautiful
my
ultimate
gosh.
at the perfect time. And he got the last auto attack off with his giant belly in motion before the shockwave could pull him out of range. Faker, he just jumped on that before he even had Bengi in position for the gank because he saw the opening there. Sometimes you don't want to have to wait for your jungler. If you have the perfect Gragas ultimate that can knock him into a turret like that, you just take it. Take the shot.
You saw Bengi there soaking up some experience on it as well. Faker feeling very confident in that play now. You see it happen once. The guy has a chalice, bought the Fiendish on the way back. So he did that with his first rank ultimate and positioning. Great play coming in. It's going to be worrisome now for Cool. Cool wasted flash on that one and his ultimate, so he's got safety to come into that lane. Going pressuring onto Impact, and this is still 6-4. I'd figure going would be going a little bit harder on Impact right now, but it looks like he's giving him an easy time.
Hey, he got the level 6 there.
Yep.
Goes into trade after he's built up his Fury. That's really when you want to go aggressive there with the neck, when you can get off 2 empowered abilities.
Oh, I thought Faker was going to go for a steal. He stays back off. Good smart move by him. The blue going over to Cool, which definitely needs right now. Getting his farm out with the ball is going to give him the distance and safety from Faker, who wants those kills over and over again. Pink wards being placed all the way down the river and just above as well. We can see that's going to catch
this right here.
Faker
that we're
going back up.
I just want to note right here. This is what I was talking about. It's not about how many wards you buy. It's about where you place them.
Yep.
Bengi, every pink ward he's placed so far, killing a green.
Sand being forced back there. Piglet throwing a trap down right on himself, so the Valkyrie couldn't happen. Level 1 ult, definitely not going to be enough, but a lot of the actions that these lanes are taking are to pressure them out and get the advantage.
And SKT had a mid lane ward here, but Cool is going to be in position to pull off a little attack. It won't really be a gank, as the rest of his team can't help with any damage. Corki and Zyra were chunked so low previous to that roam that there was not much follow-up damage from them, and that's why Piglet and Mandu were not very scared of that roam.
Right before that fight, you saw Bengi with Impact up there in the top. Oh, Loveland taking some damage. He gets hit back once again. He says, yes, we can do this. But Cool just around the corner keeps Loveland alive, and he's quite thankful for it.
Great counter gank set up there by Bengi, waiting in the wings, but they weren't able to burn anything.
Right.
A substantial flash down here for Loveland.
Faker allowing these blues to just go, still knowing he has the aggression, that Drunken Rage on, going to give him a bit of those resistances. But his 2 spells definitely a little bit more powerful show than what Cool has coming out here.
Yeah, so Faker on Gragas. Gragas already has his own mana regen with the Drunken Rage, but he's also rushed the Chalice. So he's fine giving that away to Jarvan. It does give Bengi extra experience, but it's very important to have cooldown reduction on Jarvan so that he can pull off more sneaky ganks, getting the EQ combos.
Pings going down in the bottom lane for SKT. I feel like something may be coming here, and they do have eyes right now. Actually, that's Loveland's ward, so they do not have eyes on him just yet. They only have close wards, and they may get the 3-man dive.
So this is a little bit more dangerous of a turret dive, but we have dual level 6s.
Quite big. Where's the Aqua Prison to come out? Piglet goes down. Stranglethorn can get him just on the edge. Is there a kill there? The barrier comes up, and it's going to be the resonating strike from Loveland.
Did you see that? Loveland
I saw that.
A pink ward. He used, that was not a waste.
Not a waste.
Let me rephrase that. He used the pink ward right there just for the jump to make that play happen.
Jat was saying, with these teams, the Chinese and the Koreans, the mid laners, the junglers pick up a lot more pink wards. We can see it here. We saw it affect the game just a bit ago. And once again, connection on the Sonic Wave and resonating strike to harass and aggress down to the SKT. OMG in a very good position right
Loveland
now.
doing a great job getting both of his side lanes going here. He was lauded as basically the best, if not the second best support in China, and
Let's take a look
having
at that.
moved over to jungle. See, that was the pink ward he used just to get in position for this kick, and Piglet doesn't have enough movement gap closers left to get out of the range of that Zyra ultimate. It was just a beautiful Zyra ultimate placement, long enough so that the 90 caliber net wouldn't get him out of the range, and then another resonating strike dead on there for Loveland.
I could just feel Loveland smashing his Q. He wanted to hit the ground out of that bubble so hard, and he got it and ran with it. 11.5 minutes into this. It's just about a 2.5K gold lead. Faker again simply pressuring Cool out of lane.
These are the mechanics that people are always citing with the Chinese teams, because they often they seek out these fights so early and so often. They have a lot of practice pulling off the moves like that.
And really, they have a great team for being Dove. They have that Nami. Faker is saying, I'm not getting Dove if I'm alone. I'm Gragas. I can knock people out. So they've taken a team with that knowledge that OMG wants to be living under their turrets.
Yeah, Faker's definitely the lane that's saying, I'm not taking any of this aggression. He's the one here for SKT that feels completely comfortable. And it looks like, you know, even Impact, though, we talked about how behind he was early. He's okay at this point in the top lane. He's been able to at least CS. He does have to use his ulti defensively, but using that range advantage, you know, he's still able at least to keep up in CS, and he's not getting shut out by Gogoa.
As long as he doesn't get hit by a slice and dice, he will fare quite well. Still that 2,000 gold lead. It was closed just a little bit by about 500 gold. Piglet waiting in the fog of war slightly, but he may get seen here. They didn't have enough vision to really want to orchestrate anything there, so they back off slowly. Looks like we'll get Faker going with that blue buff. This will be the first one he is going to grab.
Close.
Very, very close.
He did get it.
Knowing that Smite is down.
That also gave him level 11.
Smite, rather.
This is now level 2 Gragas ultimate for this dragon fight.
Coming in from the side, he gets a good Q onto Cool. Safety to Loveland. They do have the shields right there, and they have quite a few shields to work with. Looks like everybody's going to back off the objective for now. Meet it up in mid lane.
That was a really good job backing off by OMG there, because by giving that blue buff over to Faker, popping him up to level 11 is a huge, huge spike for Gragas, and that ultimate would have been just devastating inside of the Dragon Pit here. All these pink wards that we talked about, 1, 2, 3, around the Dragon and leading to the Dragon, paying off for SKT. Now, this bush right here, so-called banana bush, as you can see, since it's curved, the line of sight of that pink ward is broken by the wall, so it doesn't actually get vision of that.
Good pressure. Oh, the ultimate shockwave going down. They may be able to take out Bengi, but there is the retort. They are going to go back, and it's just the wave to disperse the fight. Bengi gets out alive.
So they hesitate to tower dive for once. Don't go in to finish off on that Jarvan. Too worried about
not good enough for him, though.
SK team. They were able to chunk down the Jarvan, so that means no smite. That's why they're confident now going for this one.
Looks like that was quite helpful for them, but it looks like they will put the 4 strong towards middle. They will not. They will just go back into the jungle. They say, we know this one going to OMG, the 3-1 lead, something the SKT is going to have to deal with right now. Faker with the only kill in the game because of his play in mid.
And people always talk about, oh, these Chinese teams love fighting, and they love diving, and they love going for all these kills very early. But OMG, after the turret dives top, they took a top turret. After the turret dives bottom, they took the bottom turret. Right there, they did not go for the dive, and they got Dragon.
Looks like Loveland getting damaged pretty quick. They go in hard on him. That means a lot of the initiation is there. Backing off for those cooldowns. The gap closers waiting to come back up. But they got what they wanted, and they make their way out.
So that was a little too close for comfort there for Loveland. But what I was going to say right there at the end is that OMG are prioritizing those objectives. And that's sort of what got them to the top of the LPL.
Right, they aren't just diving. They're diving when they know it's going to be something that will give them more. Seeing you can go right on. I don't think he knows Bengi is there. And actually, I think he can take this fight himself. Level 10 to level 8 in the jungle right there. And Impact has had a hard time getting items, but he is level 10. We'll have to see what he can start doing for him and his team. Trying to finish up that Zanya's, which means the fight will be even bigger for SKT. And I really think they're trying to hold off for that as well. They may not exactly want to fight right now.
They are definitely trying to hold off now, because the counterplay that I talked about to a freezing lane is trying to shove down another objective like the Dragon or one of those bottom turrets.
Yeah.
The only objective that they can go for is Faker's turret. And Faker's protecting that turret very well. So SKT feel very confident. They can have Impact freeze this lane up here. Faker is in trouble.
Faker going hard on the cool, but Loveland was right there. I think Faker realized that with the amount of play that was still going into it. Gets himself out with the body slam, but flashes, ignites, were burned there. We'll have to see if they keep going. Going so close to getting caught up there.
Yeah, Mandu saved the day right there. Faker still sitting around with very low HP, just trying to throw the barrels. And they are going for his turret.
They're taking so much damage off of going really deep here. Finally getting the turret, but they're answering back with a bit of their own.
That was a great job by OMG, making SKT pay for freezing the lane, not having Kennen there. They did go for the other objective that was available. Even though Dragon and bottom turret were gone, they now have the entire outer ring taken. So that means it's now Lee Sin's time to shine, dropping his wards all over the enemy jungle so that they can pressure Bengi's buffs now.
And the way they're orchestrating these fights are just working out so well. In most fights that we'd see, that dive would have been considered, not happening, and everybody would have backed off. But OMG stayed there, aggression on the turret, not allowing SKT to come back. So they're doing very well in the mindset of same thing, keeping that lead ahead, not allowing anybody to come back. Cool, still holding his own in the mid lane, keeping up in CS, but down 2 in kills. You can see the burst coming from Faker here. He is respecting that fully.
Yeah, both mid laners going with the Athenes and Holy Grail for that magic resistance. Some very, very high respect between both mid laners here.
Right.
Faker is definitely known for going full offensive in runes, masteries, and build because he just has the play to back that sort of build up. He has gone a little bit more defensive this time around, getting the early magic resist, but now straight into that needlessly large rod.
So the kills slowed down somewhat. OMG not really on the dive anymore, seeing that kind of defensive composition come about here from SKT. They are still getting the turrets, but the dives aren't as big.
And this is the next buff coming up. Blue buff here, very important for both of these guys. OMG rotating down. Kennen is furthest away, so SKT are backing off.
Besides the first buff, everyone has been contested so far, and Loveland grabs that one up as well. OMG is going to walk out of the jungle with this. They went on that just with the vision of them moving. They didn't have the ward yet until they got there.
They denied it from Faker. That's pretty big. They weren't able to put it on Corki, who is actually their preferred blue buff holder right now, even over Orianna, because Corki, post level 11, when his ultimate is level 2, it's extremely strong, and cooldown reduction speeds up the time at which you can acquire new rockets, so you charge them up faster, and you can also shoot them faster. It reduces the shoot time for them. So his power spike with cooldown reduction is huge. Not to mention all the mana regen that he'll get, and he'll literally.
That's a good thing. And sometimes something people don't consider much is that cooldown also means more damage because you get to do it more, as long as you have the mana. Bengi with Loveland just in the shadows. He will connect. And he will say, I'm here, high five. All right, disperse. 3-2, 20 minutes coming in here. OMG now on the second tier of every lane in turrets, and SKT trying to hold that off, but still waiting for that composition to come about. The Zhonya's is now finished, but Impact is being forced to always cover this top lane, so they can't really get use out of the Kennen AoE, along with the Gragas AoE, along with the Bengi. So they're waiting for those fights still.
Yeah, and it's really, that top lane is just Impact, just scratching for CS, just trying to hold off this Renekton up there. He's been able to get himself, back up to even.
Yeah, what's been done? He's fared quite well.
But the minion wave is always pushed to the turret, and it allows OMG one lane that's continually pushed, so they get the vision, and they constantly have the pressure on that top turret, enabling them to make moves in this bottom side jungle. They're just taking complete control of the vision over here. Setting themselves up for another double blue buff situation.
20 minutes into this game, some fantastic CS over on
Oh,
Cool.
face check.
There it is. As the shockwave come in and the Stranglethorn pops them up, but there's not enough to finish. Oh, he flashes the wall. The Slicing Maelstrom to enter back into the fight. This is Impact getting himself in. The Zanya's coming into play, but is there the burst damage to take him out? There is. They finalize the kill. Bengi's in and out of his own Cataclysm. Piglet on the outside without the range to get the damage down yet, but now they're able to kite. Going trying to make his way into the fight. Loveland, oh, gets taken out by the left side barrel. The hook barrel from Faker, the no-looker. Going still on in pursuit of the fight. Bengi very low. Piglet trying to kite as much as he can. Cool just on the backside. He's not shielding. Going. Throw the shield on him. He didn't have it. He put it on Sand. Oh my gosh, but they still come up with the kills.
What? Okay, so they sacrificed the life of the croc there for Sand.
Yep.
Sand was able to pick up another kill.
It was a good choice
off of that.
It was a good choice.
In retrospect, yeah, okay. So let's take a look. Faker had checked with his barrel. That's why he was confident walking into that. But Loveland right there, he tries to jump 2 inches to this ward and Faker hopping over the wall. Right now, Impact is going to just get bursted because Loveland already landed his Sonic Wave. Yeah, and then again, the no-look Faker barrel over there to finish off Loveland. It was very well played by SKT. They need to get trades, because they are behind at this point. So they're looking to try and get some way to even just get a few more seconds on the clock here.
Oh man, both teams clawing each other's eyes out in that fight. Both of the kill scores going up. 32,000 to 28,000 right now. You see that 4K gold lead coming into play that OMG has held pretty much all game so far, and it started with the pressure on Impact in the top lane. They needed to find it somewhere, and they did. We'll have to see if it's enough to take the game.
It's been such a beautiful battle of vision in this game because both of the junglers have been putting so much emphasis on their wards and clearing out the opponent's vision so that they can come up with all of these insane picks. And Loveland's just done such a good job of going for his tower dives after he has knowledge of Bengi's movements so that they don't get turned around. Both times, his turret dives, he was just a step ahead of Bengi. Before Bengi could arrive, they were able to pull off the kill. And he's just been so close to being able to counter that.
All the they're playing us a song right now. I swear. 23 minutes into this one, everybody's getting their ping fingers out. We'll have to see what they can continue to do. Nobody wants any part of the map, but they sure are pinging it a lot. So they're saying, don't go there is the word. There's a stop sign they've covered it with. Looking at the items here, Triforce to Infinity Edge now. Piglet getting his Caitlyn into position to really start carrying the game. But the fights are always moving. None of the AD carries have had a big impact.
And right now, the AD carry here for SKT's got his Infinity Edge.
Yep.
So Piglet at least will have the possibility of coming in with some large crits.
Oh,
up till this point, it's been all San. San getting an early double kill and turret because of the very strong early gank there from Loveland. Just meant that this has been his show for the first 20.
His show and OMG's jungle. They're moving around constantly to make sure there are no wards. They're not just saying, we own the jungle, we may escape on a ward and they'll see us. They're making sure there's nothing there whatsoever. And the wards that SKT has managed to get by them, or by Dragon, are ones that aren't affecting the game right now.
And OMG have had Renekton up top split pushing for the most part, and keeping Kennen up there is a pretty good trade-off because then they don't have to deal with the Slicing Maelstrom disrupting their squishier targets. But now even, they've had San split pushing down bottom because he is so strong in that Corki right now. They're feeding even more minions onto him, trying to get him up to Cool's level.
Faker still with his team's only 4 kills and a participation in 19 out of the 20 in their first game. So Faker, like Monty said, Faker playmaker. It is a true story.
It is a true story. It is also risky having all your money on Gragas.
Yeah, it's true. We've talked about that.
If Gragas misses his combo, his ultimate, if he just misses his ultimate or only hits, say, one person with his ultimate, even if he doesn't miss, they can still lose that team fight because so much of the money is concentrated on Faker. If Faker does not hold true to his name and he does not perform amazingly with his ultimate, then it's going to be very, very hard for SKT to come out in one of these team fights where OMG, with
the way that they execute them so beautifully, are not going to let that lack of damage go.
We see our first, not attempt at Baron, but that thought. They are getting some wards down, making sure everything is clean, cut, and dry at the objective dance. A minute and 50 left for Dragon. It's gone back and forth so far. SKT, looks like they have their levels up as well. A lot of 15s, level 11, level 10 in the jungle. So these fights in the favor right now of SKT with the gold lead and a bit of that level lead.
And it's getting very scary for SKT now because Going is getting so tanky that he will be able to dive to the back line. He's going to be just going after Piglet with the objective of just disrupting the auto attacks from the Infinity Edge Caitlyn. If he can get her running most of the time and just disrupt the auto attacks that are coming from her, then the rest of his team is not going to have to worry about that much damage. It's just going to be the AoE magic damage. Ooh. Wow!
Yeah, and that's how fast it happened.
Okay, so that happened. There's no more support on the table. Beautiful job by Cool.
Faker even
he
tried.
did. So this is the thing, though. He used his Shockwave.
Yep.
So
yep.
That is at least a cooldown, a very important cooldown that won't be here for OMG.
It is a very big cooldown because a lot of what happens with SKT is displacement, is allowing your team to pinpoint that one person. So if Cool can't ring them back in and allow his team to get to safety, they may not even want to fight this one either. We can see him clearing the camps. Loveland actually has worn a path in the jungle. He's not been fighting anybody lately. He's been clearing wards with an Oracle. And I guarantee he's made that money back so far because he is left and right. But here,
the bad spot.
They do want to engage. Stranglethorn goes down. That is a huge dissonance in ball movement coming in from Cool. But they all get pushed back. Cool just went for another ride, and now they may be able to engage. Piglet, Faker, and Impact now grouped together. But it's Going coming in. The Shockwave misses. Everybody was out of range of Going, but the damage is still there. OMG is putting fear into SKT.
Now Piglet's really far in front here.
These guys still trying to engage / back off, and they finally figured out that they don't want to fight anymore. It's 2-1. Loveland's down, and that's really been an impact of their playmaking.
Okay, so SKT right there, what they were looking for is an opportunity to get back in this game by picking someone off, and that's why they went for that fight overextending. The reason that they did that is because of all the work that Loveland did clearing out the vision in this lizard side jungle for them. They had no idea that Renekton and Zyra were going to come from the top and flank them. They were just looking at what's in front of them with all the vision that they had, everything, all the information that was available to them. They felt like this was the point for them to make their move, get back in. But because Going had not recalled and he was still there, they were able to turn it around.
All right, Kobe, so I got to say you're right. Lee Sin did pick up the Sightstone, and he is going to be putting more wards down than Jarvan. So you got me there.
I got you. He also is getting more oracles.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed as well.
However, Jarvan has the aura item. So he's bringing to the table area of effect magic resist and a little shield.
Yep. See what comes into play if they even have Bengi in the next fight. It has been OMG trying to pick off SKT at any given time. Still moving in a pack in the top lane. You have Going and Loveland, both good at gap closing, both good at taking out somebody by themselves. But together, that is a huge force. With Caitlyn in the bottom lane, we're seeing pings for a Baron dance here. Make sure it's clear, make sure they may be able to do something in a few minutes.
And the play that SKT is going to have to rely on here is going to come from Faker. And he's the one with the burst damage. He's the one with the surprise abilities. Everyone else on that team is fairly predictable damage. Caitlyn's gone auto attack build where it's the classic Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer.
That maximum potential damage.
Yeah, the later game crit damage there. Just wants to be constantly firing auto attacks. And Kennen has, true to most Kennens, has rushed that Hourglass, which is not a huge damage spike. And it also, while it's safer, it does root you in place.
Give the team a little bit of time to assess the fight, as well as let Kennen's cooldowns get out and come up. But that's going to be a big focus when he goes in if that Grag Assault cannot disperse. A lot of things have to happen for SKT here to get into these fights. But OMG is probably going to make that happen for him. They're just going to have to react quickly enough. 45,000, 45.5 now to 38.5. So you're seeing a 7,000 gold lead. It has not gotten any smaller. SKT has not been able to close that yet.
And Corki has stacked on top of his Trinity Force and Infinity Edge of
damage.
his own.
Just damage.
And another BF sword that will probably be turned into some lifesteal DP.
And he's also grabbed up the Sork boots for himself.
Yeah, that was a
interesting move, that they went with in Korea. I favor those boots of lucidity because of that cooldown reduction I talked about, helping out his ultimate so much. Really, the attack frames that you save on firing those missiles from cooldown reduction actually increases your DPS a lot.
All right, we'll see what he can pull out with the Sork boot purchase. Looks like he may be trying to finally go for a Vamp Scepter after that. Get his Bloodthirster in, because he does not really have too much sustain right now other than what he's running in runes. You can see him standing back very far. The team may be spread out, but you can see he's still behind the line of offense that his team is creating. Looks like everybody to move around. I think they're playing each other right now, saying, you're not going to do Baron, we're not going to do Baron, let's just farm things.
Well, OMG look like their game plan is continually pick people off.
Right.
They don't feel like tower diving as we've seen like they did earlier in the game.
Yeah.
They only pulled that off because they felt so confident in Loveland's ability to predict where Bengi was. At this point, the tower dive is very risky. They know that they have a very good lead, and they don't want to just throw it away under a turret. So they're doing their best to just use the vision advantage that they've already gained to continue to increase their gold lead and open up the opportunity to, again, catch more people from SKT off guard here. This is really going to turn into a point where someone makes a bad rotation, and that few seconds is going to cost a Baron, or that will be the dive, or that will be the turret.
I mean, you have to consider the longer a game ever goes for a losing team, it's almost helping them out.
And yeah, it really is. The gold leads mean less, as people always say,
Yeah.
as you get later and later into the games, because the relative difference in power gets smaller. The reason that they have Faker continually coming down here to clear out this bottom lane, which is furthest away from Baron, is because Faker is Gragas, like we talked about his mobility. He uses his body slam to immediately get out of vision of OMG. Even though he's not up with the rest of the team at Baron, he's not in OMG's vision. So they don't feel confident enough to go for that Baron. And that threat of a Gragas ability combo steal is so big. Red side Gragas, like you said, one of the scariest at stealing Baron. It's right up there with the red side Lux.
Or the Janet Tornado.
Or the level one, the level 1 Janet Tornadoes coming from Bloodwater.
33 minutes into this fifth matchup here at Worlds. It is OMG versus SKT. If you've missed the first part of the game, it has been quite back and forth. The kills have slowed down up from a level 1 engagement on Impact in the top lane. They went at him twice as a level 1 cannon, and that has just built this game up to now. 33 minutes in, a 7,000 gold lead that OMG has been able to work off of that. Faker has had big plays in mid, but right now it's about this Baron.
So Going's trying to divert SKT's attention to red buff as they're taking Baron, and they don't get the vision in time.
Huge plays here coming in. They do get the Baron. It's going to be going to Sam, but they haven't jumped over the wall. Going's going to hold him. Impact throws down his ultimate, but doesn't get the Zhonya's in time. He was exploded. Going goes down. The Gragas ultimate displaces the team, but the command protect is there, and they are trying to continue. Faker's coming into this one pretty healthy, and he's dodged most of the danger.
Woo, that burst from Trinity Force Corki right there caught Impact off guard. He was not quick enough to pop his Zhonya's and just went down instantly. Trading 1 for 2, they're actually able to get a Baron.
Let's check this out.
So yeah, this is Going. He's going deep, and nobody else can get over the wall quick enough until he's already been chunked down. That was the pop of Kennen, but Faker flashing out of that shockwave meant that he was able to come back in here, and nothing else was gained for OMG. They did come out 2 for 1 there, but they did lose one of their Baron buffs.
OMG playing this so smart. We actually just saw San chasing Faker out of that blue buff area so they could grab it. During that fight, it was only San and Faker that were level 18. There were level 14s in that fight. I believe Piglet was 16. Others were 14. This 12 still coming in for Bengi. So the damage that San is doing is also just scaled by his levels right now. His items, just a bag of chips.
Yeah, well, it was all that damage that helped them take the Baron down so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
That was very, very strong call from OMG, going to just try and rush that Baron down versus that Gragas team. Taking advantage of the lack of vision there, the small lapse where you can only put so many wards over Baron before OMG either picks one of you off, or you have to give up the vision for a small amount of time, and they were able to just take it quick enough.
And really, OMG is playing the multitask game. They're saying, SKT, can you do this? Can you do this? You know, they're doing Baron. Let's throw one of our players at 4 of yours. And that was huge play, like you said, by going. And OMG is keeping that mentality just on the ball.
I mean, that's why OMG often takes all these champions with dashes. We just saw there, Corki and Lee Sin jumping back over to back up going so that they were able to go even in that fight. If they had to stop that Baron quicker before they were able to finish it off, they could easily catch someone out. Throw a Zyra root over the back of Baron as they're trying to ward in. And a Lee Sin plus Renekton plus Corki jumping over the wall with an Orianna ball on them means that they have their full damage potential right at the edge of the Baron wall. And it's so dangerous for SKT even to get near that wall to ward over. That's why, you know, they had to give up that small amount of time. Couldn't see the Baron.
So OMG doing what they can to keep it consistent. Looking at the towers, we are 4-2. We always say that OMG has been taking towers after they are getting the advantage in a fight, after they are doing something. And we haven't seen too much of that just yet. That last Baron fight left everybody pretty injured. So not too much was done off of that. But look at SKT, still feeling confident against the Baron OMG to pretty much waltz themselves right out to mid.
So they saw Orianna down bottom, and they know that they still need to get small picks.
Yeah.
Like, even if they traded again, another kill for a kill, they'd be getting at least a Baron, another Baron buff off of the map right now. So they're edging up a little bit, but they don't want to overextend here. This is very uncharacteristic of OMG, I have to say. Like, coming into this, everyone's hyping up how they're so ready. They're always ready to go for the fights and the tower dives. But they just have so much respect for this SKT1 team that they aren't rushing into it, and they don't want to throw this early lead. Like we said, SKT T1 so heavily favored in this tournament, taking a game off of them, even for OMG, who is also a favorite.
What did the analysts
would be
pick
an
again?
upset. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I think they.
Oh, you guys. 11-6 here as we are 38 minutes into the matchup, and the gold lead has spread to 10,000 gold right now. That's a few completed items on separate members of the team, which definitely starts to get scary. Sometimes the gold lead does kind of go down. It doesn't go down, but it means less. But right now, at 38 minutes, it's going to mean a lot. It's going to have to be another 15-minute spread for SKT to get those full items in and really start to make a bigger impact on these fights.
And like I said, I think we're going to see more of the same here from OMG because they don't really have a super hard engage, but they do catch Faker. And again,
that was a great flash.
Flashes the shockwave. That's the second time this game. Third time. Flashing shockwaves all day.
All day. 38. The time is ticking very slowly. I'm pretty sure it was 38 last time I said that. 4-2 in turrets here. We still see the wards coming out now, top side being considered for SKT.
Okay, here's the rotation.
Impact getting hit up pretty good in the bottom lane, and this has been the story of almost every fight the Poke before. Getting in, Faker on the outside, he tries to come in from the same spot he just flashed from, which means it was already warded. Now he's on the chase, but this is diverting OMG away from the turret now. They're stopping them from the aggression. A good dodge onto that one. Faker trying to get the blue suede shoes on to get out of this. It looks like he's just going to stand tall, but stand tall on the ground.
And 3v4 up there, the rest of the team fight going for OMG. The Corki just so ridiculously strong right now, and Cool pulled off another combo right there. He didn't even have his shockwave back up from Faker still, but they were able to come out with another 2 kills on top of chasing down Faker. This one is definitely going to be an inhibitor turret. OMG just looking very, very strong right now.
We got a good amount of time on that death chamber for Faker at 30 more seconds. Bengi not going to make too much of an impact on his res.
Oh,
he is coming up. Piglet just on the outside gets taken down, and that is a shutdown for him.
Now they're just going to go on Nexus search here. They've got 3 main members still down. Death Chambers, too long.
Going in Impact, trying to make a big play here. He throws down the Zanyas, but maybe a little too early. Everyone was able to walk out. He gets zeroed, surgically removed from the map. There goes San with the double kill coming in. The Nexus is open. It's over an 11,000 gold lead of OMG to take out SKT T1.
Beautiful play there. And very little reaction from the Chinese players. They were extremely confident coming into this.
Methodical by all means. They did not change their mentality at once. That was the not playing reactionary and playing logical mentality that Doublelift has been talking about.
Especially with junglers, we always talk about reactive plays. versus proactive plays, Loveland, gotta tip your hat to him. Getting that game started off on the right foot for his team with the double kill, first blood, and first turret up top. Really, really set them up with a huge lead in the early game.
I was surprised that there wasn't a lot of focus put on Cool coming out of the jungle as well for them, because he got killed by Faker early. So with that happening, Cool was getting going. I was like, oh, they're going to focus Cool, or they're going to help focus Cool to get him going. But everybody on OMG did well. It allowed them to just keep moving around. Lee Sin was able to continuously just batter down on SKT.
Seemed like SKT weren't able to focus the usual amount of resources towards Faker as they usually are. And it was because everywhere else was just getting battered in by OMG. Faker was the last one with an outer turret standing.
That's true.
And after everything else was taken, when OMG finally focused all their efforts onto the mid lane, they finally picked out even Faker and were able to roll that one in.
What a great game. All right, guys, we've got to step away for a second, but when we return, we'll break down the biggest plays from Group A, update the standings, and let you know what's in store for the second half of the day. Plus, Monte Cristo, Crepo, and Doublelift will give us their take on the A teams and make their predictions for Group B. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. We're halfway through our epic day one here in Los Angeles. And to help us break down the action, I'd like to welcome once again Monte Cristo, Crepo, and Doublelift. Welcome back, guys. Let's look back at games 4 and 5, and let's kick off the Lemon Dogs versus Gaming Gear. This was a very one-sided victory. What do you think, Crepo?
I just think Lemon Dogs outclassed them in each and every role. And it's basically one of the best teams in the LCS to another team that didn't make it into the LCS.
Monty, what do you think of
that? You know, I think it's actually a pretty big morale booster for Lemon Dogs as well. They did have trouble closing against SK Telecom with an early advantage, and they did very well against Gaming Gear in that regard.
Yeah, it was very one-sided, so we don't want to hop on about that too much. The one thing I do want to talk about is OMG's victory over SKT T1. Yeah. This was a game that actually nobody on this desk was expecting or anticipating. And we were all, like, we were heavily discussing it. Doublelift, what was your take on that previous game?
I was just so excited to watch the Chinese and Korean metagame clash. So the first thing, and the most important thing I want to talk about, is Cool versus Faker, the battle of the MVPs mid. Cool just kind of got wrecked. It was really surprising to me, actually. I guess what was going on was just like, Cool was like, Faker Senpai, please no stop. And Faker was like, I'm not human. Like, I'm a robot programmed to play mid perfectly. So that was just, like, insane. It was so fun to watch Faker make those plays. But obviously, you know, the Chinese metagame of just like, when you get ahead, you group 5 and you stay ahead, I feel like that's really strong.
And a lot of that, I think, came from the level 1 as well, where I mean, a lot of it was pre-orchestrated, but basically the entire thought of the Chinese teams will dive you mercilessly and just keep making plays. And SKT, when he wants to play a more structured mid-game and get vision control, they're not allowed to play their own game, and the Chinese teams kept forcing fights.
I think you could really see that the way the game started. Korean teams aren't like as used to the dives as the other regions are, and you could really see that the jungle basically went from his blue into enemy red based and tried to defend the dive, but he was too late, and that gave OMG such a huge lead that it was really hard to come back from.
Yeah, exactly. And because SK Telecom's composition that they ended up picking with Nami and Caitlyn is intended to push down early turrets and then rotate very aggressively to other turrets, and they use Gragasol typically to knock people off tower to prevent sieges. So when you lose your first turret with that composition, it's actually pretty devastating. It was a high-risk composition from SK Telecom, and OMG just smashed it early on.
They found the weakness
they really
in
did.
their armor.
They really did.
It's interesting because now this is 2 games in a row where SKT has lost the early game. The first blood both times has gone to their opponents. Every single time now so far, right? They've gotten the early game deficit. Now, last time against Lemon Dogs, SKT pulled it back with good roaming, good ward control. You mentioned about how Faker kept making plays. the Chinese teams were, OMG was too ready for it. Were proactive and kept SKT from making those comeback plays.
Yeah, and I think that also, like Crepo said, that first dive was so important, and Bengi got out jungled by Loveland.
Double lift. I see you've got something to chime in here.
Yeah, like the Chinese metagame of 3v1 diving, which OMG has kind of started recently, that is so strong, and it's also something that Korea is not really used to. I feel like I haven't seen that much in OGN in all the games that I watch. They tend to take a lot more passive approaches to early game and try to get the towers instead of the kills.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Lemondogs acts in that, because the Europeans dive a lot.
You stole my line. You stole my line. I was about to say, we're not doing it now, but putting you guys on the spot for Lemondogs versus OMG, I can't wait to hear the bickering. But we do need to move the show along. With 5 Group A games in our match history already, let's take a look at how those standing lists looks, rather. In first place, it's the only undefeated team in Group A, OMG.
While Lemondogs, SKT, and TSM are now tied for second at 1-1, with Gaming Gear sitting in 5th.
All right, guys, time to check the score sheets and see how you've done so far predicting the games. And because all you guys picked the same teams, including SKT in the last game, you're all tied for first at 4-1. And the race is tighter than the EULCS summer splits. The viewers are 1 game behind, but they still have a lot of time to make that race up to top because they've got all the research.
Yeah, so guys, we've got to take a quick break and reset the game lobby here in Los Angeles. But when we return, Group B takes to the Rift with us too for the first 3 games, or for their first games, I should say, of the Season 3 World Championship. Kicking off the action in North America, is going to be the Vulcan and, of course, the record-setting mid laner ManCloud. They're going to face off against the European champions Fnatic and their MVP mid laner Xpeke. The Season 3 World Championship will continue right after this break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship.
ProStorm comes in, it's going to be a double kill, and it's X Special that picks them both up, and now they're in trouble. He goes down, and that's going to be Tab scored out. He just gets melted and destroyed.
It's very exciting. We're the only team from the Philippines that qualified in the World Championships.
We knew we had the potential in us to eventually make it to Worlds, and we were very proud of that.
꿈이 같기 때문에 일단 다 같이 꿈을 이뤘다는 점에서 너무 행복할 테고 만약에 할 수만 있다면 진짜 행복할 것 같아요.
It's the 3rd time I qualified for Worlds under 3 different teams. Every player who's playing League of Legends would like to attend the Worlds Finals.
We're here to play World Championship. I really want to be in Staples Center and hear Gambit chanting there.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. I'm Rivington Bison III, hanging with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and we've rotated our dual lane to the analyst desk for the second half of the day. Joining us at the desk is OGN caster Monte Cristo, Evil Genius's support Crepo, and Counter Logic Gaming's Double Lift. We've already had a great time here at Worlds, but if you're just tuning in to the broadcast, let us bring you up to speed. Today we're kicking off Season 3 World Championships with the group stage of the tournament.
Over the next 7 days, 10 teams will battle to join North America's Cloud9, China's Royal Club, Korea's Najin Black Sword, and Taiwan's Gamma Bears in the quarterfinals. The 10 teams were divided into Group A and Group B, with every team in each group playing every other team in their group twice. Earlier today, we had the first 5 matches of Group A, and spoiler alert, we're about to give you the results.
Absolutely. After their win over SKT, OMG is sitting on the top of the group, of the standings, with a perfect 2-0 record, while Lemondogs, SKT, and TSM are sitting at 1-1.
And in last place for now, it's Gaming Gear EU. But there are still 6 more games for each of the Group A teams, so this race is far from over.
Yes, there is, and it is now time for those teams from Group B to take to the Rift for the first games here at Worlds. The 5 teams in that group are the European champions Fnatic, Europe's third-place squad, Gambit Gaming, Southeast Asia's Mineski, North America's Vulcan, and Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone, the team formerly known as MVP Ozone. All right, so now that you know the teams, let's talk about the games. Out of those 5 squads, gentlemen, which 2 are most likely to advance to the quarterfinals? Monty, take it away.
Well, of course, my first pick is going to be Samsung Galaxy Ozone. I think they're a strong favorite in this group. But this group is a little harder to call for the second-place team, but I find it very difficult to bet against Gambit. They may not have looked the strongest in the EU-LCS summer split, but when they have a chance to boot camp, we've seen the great things that they can do. So I'm going to have to go with Gambit for my second.
All right, so going with Gambit over Fnatic. Crepo, your decision?
I'm going for Ozone and Fnatic, and I might even give Fnatic a chance to get first in this group.
All right, why is that? Why do you might give them a chance?
Fnatic is a really annoying team to play against if you've never done it before. You can read up on it as much as you can, but they have this really distinct play style, and Pekka just performs on lands really well. And I think if he gets momentum going in the group stages, he can do really, really well.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
As everyone said, Samsung Galaxy Ozone, it's pretty hard to argue. They are they will make it out of this group. But Vulcan is my pick, not only for the NA Pride, but also I think they're really great at getting ahead early. And that's just something, like, when they don't get ahead early, they lose, but they always get ahead early.
Right.
You know, I got to agree with Double Lift here. Ozone first pick, and then Vulcan for the second pick, just because the reason they get ahead early is up to X-Smithy, the most improved player in North America, pretty much as a whole. And, you know, he's just done such a good job having an early effect, kind of like we just saw from Loveland in the last game. And I think that he'll be able to do that again.
All right, so we're finally getting a little diversity here. We got 2 EU, 2 NA coming out of the top 2 to finish for these guys. All right, so now that you've heard the picks, give me your choice for a dark horse. So you guys, you've heard each other's picks there. What are your dark horse picks? Crepo?
I'm going to be since I didn't pick Gambit and I picked Fnatic over him, it has to be Gambit. As Mona said earlier, you can never rule them out when they boot camp. And if you do that, it's going to come to bite you. So definitely my dark horse being Gambit.
Nani?
Well, I agree with Crepo. I think Gambit, and they're coming out as the third-place team from Europe, and so they are a bit of a dark horse in this group, but they always deliver at these international lands. And
so this is why you choose them kind of top and your dark horse.
Yep.
All right, well, let's see what works out.
I mean, this scary Russian boot camp that everyone's talking about actually is very effective. They always come out and they perform when it counts, and that's also due to the tenacity that all their players have. People talk about, how Darian will die and then die 5 more times because he doesn't care. That same tenacity, they will play through every game, no matter how far they get behind.
Russians never surrender.
Exactly.
Why would you if you have built-in tenacity? I mean, come on. That's an awesome stat to have.
Well,
Double lift.
I'm not sold on this Gambit hype train like you guys are. I think,
all right.
I think Gambit's play in the LCS is a reflection of how they're going to play here today. And honestly, my dark horse is Mineski because I think people are going to underestimate them and treat them lightly, and they're just going to randomly upset some teams.
Do you have any teams you think they'll upset? Anybody that might be able to get the edge on?
My money is that they're going to upset Gambit just to make you guys mad.
All right, well, one of the best things about Worlds is that we all get to see the teams and players that we don't normally get to watch live. So which players in Group B should we pay extra close attention to coming into this one? Double, let's start with you.
Yeah, so in the inner circle of NA pros, ManCloud is regarded as probably the strongest and most consistent mid. He's underexposed, he's not very popular, but people respect him as the best mid, and I think he's going to shine.
I think there's a lot of people outside your inner circle that also agree.
Yeah, that's true.
ManCloud is pretty
Crepo,
good.
what are your thoughts?
I mean, as a bot lane player, I'm going to be watching a lot of these bot lanes here, and I think Imp is going to be the player to watch in this group. He has a really strong AD carry, especially looking at how other teams have a little bit mismatched bot lanes that recently got some replacements going on. Gambit's not been the same throughout the season. Fnatic's not been the same throughout the season. I think Ozone is just going to wreck some bot lane faces.
And while I agree with the imp pick for sure, for me it's Diamond Prox, because if Gambit is going to be the dark horse here, you got to look to Diamond. And for a clutch team like Gambit, Diamond is the clutch king, right? He always makes the big plays in land, so it's going to be critical for him to do well for Gambit to succeed.
A lot of love for Monty in Group B here for Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love Diamond, and as every jungler should be watching Diamond, I have to go with Xpeke here. And I'm kind of sad that Crepo let me down, but going with Fnatic's mid laner, their team just puts so much money in his hands that he can come out with plays that other people can't pull because they don't have that much money.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for the picks. Those actually putting us all around the map, so you're giving all the viewers something to watch in every single lane for every single game. And we'll get to see those guys in action in just a couple minutes as Group B takes to the Rift for 5 games today. Up first, ManCloud leads North America's Vulcan into the Rift to take on Expeke and the European champions Fnatic. Then EU's second Group B squad, Gambit, throws down against Southeast Asia's Mineski, and after that, Korea's Ozone looks to knock the air out of Vulcan.
The last 2 matches in this incredible day of action feature Mineski taking on Fnatic, and in the finale, it's a showdown between Gambit and Ozone.
All right, and all day long we've had these 3 guys at the end, at the desk predict the winners of every match, and it's that chance to happen again, guys. So we're going to be you'll be taking over Freak's spot in the standings for the second half of the day as well. So you got to remember
I got you. I won't let you down, Freak.
Let's take a look at how you guys have been doing so far. Everyone at the desk is sitting in first place, as we said before the break, with a record of 4-1. The viewers are on 1 game back at 3-2. So you guys have been doing quite well, but you're also bandwagoning on each other, so no cheating in these next ones. Pretty impressive, though, so far. Now it's time for you guys to gaze into the future one more time, and we're going to pick the winners of Group B. So up first, it's Vulcan, and its 2 LCS record holders. We have ManCloud and Bloodwater versus Europe's MVP mid laner, Expeke, and Fnatic on that side. So, Kobe?
You know, I picked Vulcan to get out of this, and I think that Vulcan can take down Fnatic. They've had so much time to see this Fnatic style that everyone says is so distinctive. I feel like Bloodwater and Vulcan have had enough time to come up with a counter.
All right.
I'm going to say Fnatic with this one. Doublelift always says how Vulcan is really good at getting ahead early. Fnatic is actually really good at playing from a loss, and they can stall games in the mid to late game really hard and just do some weird stuff. And even when they're behind, they will hide in that brush with 5 people and just pick you off. They're really annoying to play against, even when you have a lead. And I just think, as a team, they're going to be more solid than Vulcan.
And I agree with Crepo here. Fnatic's playstyle is so unique. It's not really something that you can practice against unless you play in that region, so it may catch Vulcan off guard. And again with Crepo, Vulcan has a notoriously weak late game, so if Fnatic can take it there, they can take it home.
All right.
You know what? Screw you guys. I believe in Vulcan. Okay, like I think they've been practicing their inability. They're called Vulcan throw bargains for a reason. Like I'm gonna be honest, they can't close out games. But I believe that in these last 2 weeks, practicing for Worlds, they have fixed their problem.
You know, Manny, that's a very good point as well. These teams get to watch each other, but they don't get to play against each other. It makes a big difference. So the second game in Group B features Gambit, who tied for 3rd place at last year's Worlds, versus a bit of an underdog in this group, Southeast Asia's Mineski. How do you feel about this, Monte Cristo?
Well, I think if Mineski is going to take games here at Worlds, they're going to do it through surprises and unorthodox strategies. Unfortunately, Gambit is extremely good at reacting to surprises in games, so I take Gambit here.
All right, Kobe?
Yeah, I'm going to have to take Gambit too. Mineski's an underdog for a reason here. They just don't have international exposure. I think it's going to be hard for them to pull this one out.
And if I voted with my heart, I would say Mineski just to make you guys pissed. But I got to vote with my brain instead for the statistic thing. So I vote Gambit because they really are a rock.
Wait, earlier you said...
I know. Maybe next game.
If Mineski can pull a game off someone here, the dark horse,
next
it's
game.
going to be Gambit.
Next game, dude.
Okay.
It never specified which game it was.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
I have to agree with Gambit. Like, you can throw curveballs at any team, but Gambit will just not care. They will just play their own style, and hopefully, for Europe's sake, it will pay off for them.
All right, guys. Our third game pits one of the favorites to win this group, Korea's Ozone, against Vulcan in their second match of the day. How are you feeling about that, Crepo?
I'm going to be an Asian fanboy here, and I'm going to go for Ozone.
Locking down the Ozone pick. Kobe, how do you feel?
I have to agree. I'm going with Ozone. Definitely the first thing that jumps out at you when you're looking at this entire group is the bottom lane discrepancy of power. Ozone's bottom lane just looks really, really scary right now. And all the other teams that have been placed in this Group B seem like they've been kind of off lately. Add into that Ozone are using a sub-top laner who has a lot of hype around him, this Looper guy we don't know a lot about. I think he's going to perform well.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, I agree with Ozone as well, but I've never seen Looper before. He's never played in Champions in Korea, so he's a big X factor, but I'll still take them. And to add on to the bottom lane, I also think, as much as Xmithy's improved, there's a mismatch in the jungle because Xmithy is still pretty much Dandy light. So
okay, so
good joke, dude. Xmithy's just as good, if not a little better than Dandy. I think Xmithy's so good.
Oh, so Peter, you didn't make it to Worlds, so you're practicing your stand-up career now?
Oh, man.
Are you practicing your Korean national bannerman? My vote's also
Coach
on
abuse.
Ozone, though. My vote, honestly, Ozone's the better team. There's only one instance.
He just
question.
likes to
It's
argue.
Ozone. But I just think Vulcan has some good players, too. You can't discount them.
All right. Well, that was definitely heard. And we have these guys. You've heard what your predictions are, but now we want to hear yours. So hit us up on Twitter and tell us, who do you think is the strongest team in Group B and why?
So we're still at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading our favorite responses later in the show, and if we pick yours, then you're going to get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
Then head over to lolesports.com and pick the winner of each of today's matches. There's 5 left. Just click on the schedule in the top right, go to day 1, and vote for the winners. Vote for the winners. And remember, you're competing against these guys at the desk, so vote with your brain and not with your heart. Double lift. All right, guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's ManCloud and Vulcan facing off against Speke and Fnatic in our first Group E battle. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside David Freak Turley and this incredible crowd behind us. We're just about ready for the first match in Group B, North America's Vulcan versus the European champions, Fnatic. And coming into Worlds, Fnatic has been on an absolute tear. Over the last 10 LCS matches, they've gone 9-1 and finished first in the regional playoffs.
Yeah, quick shot. Fnatic basically won Season 3 in Europe. Not only did they win the regional playoffs at Gamescom, they also took the Spring Split title as well. So these guys are freaking good. But even with those wins, they still have to play in the group stage because, unfortunately, the European All-Star team didn't do so well. They didn't even make it to the semifinals over in the All-Star game in Shanghai.
I prefer didn't do so well. Even though they have to fight through the group stage, when you mix Fnatic's current confidence with their veteran lineup, it makes them a very tough draw for other teams within Group B.
Exactly. Back in Season 1, Soaz and Yellowstar were on second place against All Authority, whereas Cyanide and Peke won the frickin' thing on Fnatic. These guys are very experienced. They're a very, very good team. And even Yellowstar has been actually to all 3 of the World Championships. He was on AAA back in the first one, he was on SK last year, and here he is on Fnatic. So veterans to world competition.
Yeah, just a little bit of experience there. We'll see if it helps him out, because even if the members of Fnatic want to get back on top of the world, they've got to need another MVP performance from their mid laner Xpeke.
Heke played absolutely great at Gamescom. These are the top teams in Europe he's fighting against, and puts down a score like that. He won the MVP award thanks to aggressive dives, solid split pushing, deadly dueling. This is the Fnatic play style is, Peke, go win the game for us, be awesome. And he's done that so far. These are things he's got to keep doing the entire time. He's done this the entire split as well. You can see his gold per minute at 383, 312 kills throughout the season. Guy puts up numbers.
That's a lot of kills, but today Xpeke will be laning against from North America's record-setting mid laner, ManCloud.
Sure, so Xpeke,
that deserves a cheer. That deserves a cheer.
Absolutely. So Peke got the most kills for Europe last split, but ManCloud set the record for most kills in a single LCS split on either side of the pond, in either split, 167. And pretty much everyone in North America considers ManCloud to be the best mid laner in North America. So this matchup, a mid lane focused European team against the best mid laner in NA, is an awesome matchup. Now, of course, assisting ManCloud in this game is their shot caller and record-setting support player, Bloodwater. Now, Bloodwater earned a place in the record books as well. And there's the crowd cheer for him as well. 337 assists in the summer split.
American teams kill each other a lot on the Rift. And while those record-setting performances help Vulcan finish the summer split in second place, their run to the North American title was shut down when they really stumbled in the semifinals.
So they had a really rough series against TSM in the semis. Then they had to fight for the third and final spot there against Dignitas. And they did really well. They actually bounced back and took Dignitas down with a 2-game sweep. So they got that last spot in the Worlds. And honestly, Vulcan, that loss to TSM didn't look like Vulcan. They looked a little weird in that match, so I think if they go back to standard Vulcan style, their early game leads they're used to getting, they're going to do pretty well. They've got momentum off that 2-0 win. As long as they're practicing well, they've got momentum going into this fight against Fnatic.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the pressure may have gotten to them. And for Psycho Sid and the rest of the squad, they know that a win against Europe's champions Fnatic would be a big step towards establishing North America as a much improved region here at Worlds.
Fnatic is a really consistent team. They bring out some good things. Like, I feel like I can learn a lot just playing against them.
Yeah, I'm still interested in playing the American teams because now people are actually saying that the US is better than EU, and yeah, I want to see for that myself.
I think Vulcan is pretty good. In my opinion, their best player is their mid, Mandatory Cloud.
Some of the EU teams have said that Cloud9 is the only good team in NA, so we're going to try to prove them wrong.
I think Fnatic right now is a really strong team, but their team isn't as strong as it's supposed to be. I think they'll definitely be really tough.
Fnatic is one of the more entertaining teams to watch. I don't actually watch that much EU LCS, but when we watch Fnatic, they have really unorthodox picks, and they have a really good mid laner. XPK, he's fun to watch too.
They actually finished top 2 during the LCS, so I hope we'll do well against them.
There's a lot of respect in that video between both teams, and I kind of get the vibe they don't know how they're going to match up.
It's really interesting to look at because we've seen now, even just looking back at Group A, how good the early games were against SKT1, who people thought was like, oh my god, they're so good, of course they're going to crush. And then you had early game leads come out anyway. And Vulcan, this early game strength team, can pull that same thing out here. And we heard the analyst desk talk about how, well, their late game's not as good, so maybe they can't close it out. And then Fnatic's got this crazy Peke split push.
They've got to make it to late game. They've got to make it to late game. Let's take a look at those starting lineups for this game. In the blue corner, it is going to be Vulcan. Psycho Sid up in the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, ManCloud as your mid laner with Zuna, and Bloodwater as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it's Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in jungle, Xpeke in mid, Pushu the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into Champion Select here for both of these teams in just a moment. This is a massive matchup. This is something that we've been wanting to see for a while. EU versus NA, a lot of the threads and the talk has been going back and forth. Picks, both of these teams are fairly different in most of the other lanes, but there is some contested picks in that mid lane.
Yeah, so the mid laners both play a lot of heavy assassins there. Ahri, Zed, Twisted Fate even in there as well. The only real difference is that Peke plays a bunch of Kassadin, and that's one of the other sort of standout picks that might separate these teams. But you've got some pretty shared stuff there. And there's the Kassadin ban. Vulcan knows it's not something that we play, it's something that you play. But also the AD carry lanes are pretty similar as well. They've both been playing recently a lot of Ashe and Varus, playing sort of utility-based AD carries, but also to add on to one side, the Caitlyn in there for both these guys. It's the Tristana that's actually unique for Zuna. That'd be an interesting pick to see if it goes into the ban phase.
So my question now, how does Psycho Sid adapt to the new patch, 3.10, 3.11? We know he likes to play a lot of the Shen, a lot of the Zac.
Yeah.
He's even played a bunch of Cannon up in the top lane. Are we expecting a Cannon from him, or maybe something different?
That's what I was going to start pointing to, is that he can play both the tanky frontliner guys who plays the main tank, let Xmithy play more damage, or he can play the guys who fight a lot of Jace, a lot of Kennen. We've seen from him in the past, Elise as well. So honestly, he's one of the more versatile top laners, and I think he can roll with the punches with any given patch.
Well, we'll have to see how the rest of these bans go out. Kassadin, Ashe, Shen, and Zed have been removed. A lot of these really being quite targeted comfort bans for most of these players, but Ahri is still up and available. ManCloud and Peke both value their champion as it gets taken away, and I'm very interested to see the Twisted Fate, because I know, again, both of these mid laners like to run it, and Xpeke has actually played it recently as well, even after the changes.
Yeah, it's interesting because I want to know how their champion pools have spread out. Most of these guys have started to play Fizz as well, and there's actually a lot of good, viable assassin options there. I remember actually Nuke Duck learned Talon because he's like, well, they keep banning out my other assassins. I'm going to go learn another one so I can't be banned out. There is, in fact, the TF ban you pointed out. So now it's a lot of mid-lane focused bans. The Shen removes from Sid. But Zuna still has all the AD carries he wants to play. I would not be surprised to see him grab Tristana. There's honestly a world of options there for the first pick in the mid as well, because you'll see how these teams shape up their strategies, and it's going to be Orianna.
Safe pick. I mean,
Yes.
we see Orianna's, it doesn't necessarily reveal anything. It's not necessarily super weak to many things in lane, and the question is now, what is Vulcan really thinking? They've locked in their mid lane, and now they've left everything else up and open. Do you think this is a, let's see what Fnatic does and respond?
So it does a couple of things. So first of all, Orianna does pretty well against assassins because she can defend herself very well. Also brings a lot of teamfight utility. And she can turn people who aren't great initiators like Lee Sin, which we just saw OMG use, into real initiators. They can dive in and say, well, it's ball delivery. You don't have to play something crazy. Evelynn the same way. They can start fights even though they're not hardcore stunners.
One thing I do want to highlight about the Fnatic roster that we've seen Cyanide doing many times during the playoffs was he was running that jungle Aatrox.
Yes.
He ran to it. EU really embraced Aatrox as a champion, and it tended towards the jungle towards the latter parts of the season. And we have seen Soaz playing many Elises in the past as well. So that Elise pick, it really could go either way for that Fnatic squad.
And it's such a strong choice for Fnatic to do, is to allow themselves the option. I remember actually, if you look back at SKT1's most recent game, they picked Kennen and then waited because you can run it in the mid lane, you can run it top lane, which they ended up doing. And giving yourself that option is so important. But the Sona Steel I actually really like from Fnatic. Not only is it one of Yellowstar's better supports, but it's the go-to support for Bloodwater. For those who don't watch the NA scene much, that is basically his go-to support. It's a bit of a steal, though he's happy to play Zyra as well. But that does give some more control to the Fnatic lineup if they run like an assassin in without CC.
You have to feel that both of these teams are maybe anxious in this game. They're really taking their time. This is definitely one of the slower pick ban phases that we've seen all day long. As the timer runs down, we are seeing that Vi locked in conjunction with a Corki. So Corki is now 6 for 6, unless my memory is faulting me on the day. Trinity Force really making a viable, and Vi, I know you quite like the pick as well.
Yeah, these are champions that have shown up recently. Vi, without any changes to Vi at all, people were like, you know, champion we forgot about after she got nerfed was Vi. That champion's awesome, and she's really powerful, and she's finally back into the scene. Hardcore initiator, another good ball delivery champion. Now, she can initiate by herself with the Vault Breaker and the Assault and Battery ultimate as well, but just having her on the same team as Orianna means you can lock down a backline target for real and get rid of it, and that's just an important thing to have. When they both hit level 6, you can dunk the mid lane right away as well and give Mancloud an advantage over Peke.
Well, we'll have to see how Fnatic decide to respond. If that is a solo lane Elise, it could also be jungle Jarvan for the likes of Cyanide. Cyanide and Smithy, both of their sort of preferred junglers are still all up and available, the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, things like that. At the moment, it does look like it's going to be locking in that Lissandra. This is a champion that we haven't seen in a little while.
Yeah, so it was actually temporarily banned from play for a bug that we ended up fixing and put back into World, so now she's available again. But this was the sort of the final pick here for Fnatic's mid lane for Peke. It was one of the remaining routinely picked mid laners for him. So Lissandra coming in here. Honestly, I like the matchup against Orianna because you can self-ult and dodge the Vi Initiate. You can self-ult and dodge the Shockwave as well. You can turn the lane into a farm lane. And then Lissandra's roaming is better than Orianna. So Peke will actually be able to make more moves than Mancloud can make throughout this game.
We've also seen Soaz playing Lissandra during the course of the regular summer split as well. So, you know, this could be a situation where Fnatic are leaving their final pick to be the top lane counter, or the mid lane counter rather, if Cyanide's going to run that jungle Elise, which he's also done before. So I'm just seeing so much versatility from Fnatic. If you're a Vulcan player, is this the right choice? The Nasus and the Zyra, going to close that one out. That's going to be jungle Nasus, if I'm not. No, top lane Nasus.
Yeah, so I actually like the fact they went Nasus here, because what Fnatic has actually done successfully is gotten to counterpick every single one of their lanes. They pick mid lane second, they're going to pick top lane second here unless they decide that it's going to be Elise in the top lane here. And as well, the Corki showed before the Caitlyn. So every single carry matchup, Fnatic got to pick and say, here's what you're bringing, here's what we're bringing to build an advantage here. So I think Fnatic have sort of played the pick ban phase very, very well. But now by Vulcan picking up Nasus for the top lane, he's actually going to be very, very good against guys like Jackson or Aurelia, who are auto-attack based and can carry a game. And he's picked a matchup that is safe in 1v2, is safe in a 1v1, and actually has certain counter matchups without any real bad matchups for himself.
So we'll have to see how well it can actually be played once the game does go. 8 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic currently sitting on that Yorick. And again, we really need the dust to settle here for Fnatic once the swaps come in to really see how these lanes are going to set up against one another, because there is so much versatility. I would expect this to be a lane Yorick.
Yeah, he played that a lot throughout the European regional. There is that 5% chance it's jungle Yorick top Elise because, yes, SOAS plays Elise, and yes, people like Levelin play jungle Yorick, but this is the 99% likely, or 95% if you listen to what I said 5 seconds ago. 95% likely setup right here is that top Yorick. The teleport here on SOAS allows him to split push against the Nasus. But the thing I like about this Nasus pick for Vulcan is you can charge Siphoning Strike on Yorick ghouls. It's not that hard to do, and as it stacks up, you can almost one-shot them. So Sid's going to be a very farm Nasus, and against an auto attacker like Caitlyn, very susceptible to Wither.
It's going to be very difficult for SOAS to maintain control over Psycho Sid's lane. Both of those top laners running teleports. We'll have to see how they can impact the rest of the map. And while the teams spawn into their bases, let's take a look at who you guys actually think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 74% believe that Fnatic are going to lock down the win.
So this is interesting now because we had different votes come in from the analysts. For once, we finally decided
for the first
different
time.
people.
Yeah.
So Monty and Crepo picked Fnatic here. Kobe and Double have picked Vulcan. So if you guys are right, then you're all going to tie the NA analysts up there with Kobe and Double getting it wrong.
We're finally going to start breaking up that top of the standings. They're 4-1 right now. We'll have to see who is going to pull ahead. Make sure you guys keep voting. Head over to LOLesports.com and actually vote for who you think is going to win. We are playing this awesome minigame all throughout the Worlds. As we're loading up into this game, Vulcan versus Fnatic, this is the first game of Group B. Are we expecting any early shenanigans from these teams?
Early shenanigans, it's hard because there's not the best ganks early on from Vi. You can force the issue. But as we saw from TSM against Gaming Gear, they actually waited until the Oblin hit level 6 and then just pile drive the bottom lane. Though as we saw from Lemon Dogs, you can force things early on. If anyone really makes the early move, I think it's Cyanide, because Elise is a great early ganker, and you have pretty good follow-up from Peke on Lissandra as well.
Well, we'll have to see how well Cyanide can make that Elise work. Remember that Vulcan are on the blue side of the map, Fnatic on the red. And as it starts out, both teams posturing themselves towards very defensive, almost doorman duty, making sure that neither team is able to invade the jungle and get any sort of early vision down.
It's interesting because both teams have very good brush checking. You've got the Spiderlings from Cyanide. You see it jump out right there. Allows them to run into this brush. So Fnatic safely got a ward in, but this isn't like the Lemon Dogs or SKT early ward games where they got heavy wards on the enemy red buff and then dove in. Vulcan, a bit of a later invade here, but that will also get spotted by SOAS.
Well, SOAS playing a little bit of guard duty. He's going to back away as Psycho Sid, Zuna, and Bloodwater move themselves in. Peke is off to the side, though, so if there were a couple more members of Fnatic, I may have tried to pinch them in instead. Vulcan with a little bit of a later ward. This time, not exactly on the red buff, but it'll give them information of as and when Cyanide's moving through his jungle.
What's important now is actually where the lane matchups go, because we've seen early games sour based on where the two men, sort of like the 2v1s go and where the junglers end up starting. So I want to look, and it's Psycho Sid being given a 1v2 in the bottom lane. Because of the ward put down right above the Lizard camp here, they knew Fnatic's dual lane was down at the bottom, and they said, we're going to crush SOAS 2v1. Sid, just survive with Spiritfire bottom lane. We'll deal with you later.
Well, we'll see how effectively these 2v1 lanes match up. As you can see, in the mid lane, both of our champions, Mancloud and Xpeke, are battling it out. Yellowstone push you. They've moved themselves in. They're challenging Psycho Sid and Smithy here. This is a 2v1. Red buff was secured by Smithy, and they're going to get away. Cyanide forced to flash over the wall as an invade from Vulcan is now applying a lot of focus damage down. Cyanide, 200 HP. That's a flash forward from Zuna. 100 HP, 50. First blood secured. That's in Zuna's back pocket. He now has a red buff to back it up. Peke rooted in place, down to 110 HP. Zuna's trying to chase. It manages to pick up the kill. 2 early kills for Vulcan.
And that's what happens in 2-on-1 lanes. You pressure the buff if it's getting started with only the top laner there. You can build a numbers advantage. Vulcan, they defended it because it was a simple 2-on-2. No one else tried to stop. But Vulcan grabbed Mancloud to the top lane and said, you're going to make this a 3v2 and get us the lead.
So a great start here for Vulcan. Now I do want to highlight there that a teleport was used by Peke in the mid lane. Sawa's actually swapped to Ignite at the last second, so he does not have that map presence available. Just so we can keep tabs on that one. And Cyanide now, without his red buff, is now going to try and solo off this blue himself. Smithy secures his own blue buff and will continue the rounds around the jungle.
So what's interesting now is Soa's going to have an even worse time of this lane. Smithy got a very easy clear and hit level 3. Cyanide is behind and on the wrong side of the map. If Vulcanus wants this turret, Soaz must give it up.
So Soaz is going to at least see that Xmithie is coming. Vault Breaker gets charged. Soaz gets smashed down. You see those denting blows. Hurting really much right now. And Soaz loses 50% of his HP. Zuna and Bloodwater left uncontested. They're damaging a lot on this top tower.
And what's funny about this is Vulcan won't lose their bottom turret for this because Cyanide hasn't left his own jungle and because Nasus is actually very, very good at 1v2. He has a point in Spirit Fire early on. He can keep his turret in much better shape. He can leave the lane and teleport back, and he'll be in good shape.
Well, we'll see how well Psycho Sid can farm up. At this point in time, there's nobody from Fnatic responding to this top lane. At 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock, this tower is down to a couple hundred hit points, and it looks like Vulcan are just going to continue denying the CS and the golden experience from Fnatic.
It was a very important choice here for Vulcan. They could continue to siege the top lane and keep pressing that advantage, sacrificing the bottom lane turret, because the thing to remember is Sid's turret now is down to about 1/3. A dedicated 2v2 won't necessarily keep that turret alive for long because Caitlyn Sona can keep pushing. Even if Vulcan lane swaps back to the bottom, Vulcan might just want to... that's a little tricky by Zuna. But they actually might just want to stay up here and trade turrets despite everything.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. That tower is very, very low. Does get taken down. So before 5 minutes on the clock, Vulcan with a very, very strong early advantage. Doublelift mentioned it. He's talked about it all day long, about how Vulcan are so good at getting an early lead. But we've seen Fnatic over in EU play from behind many, many times. Xmithie's coming down to this bottom lane, may step over a Caitlyn trap, does manage to avoid that snap trap, and Pushu and Yellow Star running a little bit of interference now, trying to be a bit wary of Xmithie's positioning.
Yeah, so now it's important to note what the map state is right now. The bottom lane turret only has 650 health left on it. It's very fragile and being shot right there by Fnatic. And there you can see, right, even though the dual lane is swapping back, this turret is dangerously low, potentially picked up right here by Pushu.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more auto attacks should be enough. It's down to 1 auto attack. Pushu was pushed away from that lane thanks to the roots coming down by Bloodwater. Now we are going to see this 2v2 matchup for a little while. I imagine if Fnatic do make a concerted effort, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to claw that tower back.
And right now, though, Vulcan has a huge item lead. They have a couple of kills and assists on the Corki. They have turret gold as well. He's recalled and bought a Phage. Caitlyn's stuck here on a Doran's Blade. She will grow a minion deficit here if she stays in this lane. Pushu will fall behind.
Well, take a look at the positioning here from Xmithie over on the side. He's level 4. We'll see if he's going to decide to go in.
Pushy right now, just last hitting some of the plants. Honestly, that minion wave died too fast. If they can re-clear this wave in time, they could have gone for it, but Cyanide showed back up. There's no way they can dive that anymore.
So Fnatic at least holding on for the time being. Cyanide was hanging around in that tri-bush for a couple seconds, waiting to see if anyone from Vulcan was actually going to set up any sort of dive. At this point in time, CS numbers are very close across the board. About a wave advantage for Pushu as he hasn't needed to lane swap, which is what Zuna has been forced to do in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, and also, I want to kind of point out what's happening with Psycho Sid right now, because Soaz has been freezing the top lane, and it's caught up. At level 4 versus about 1 minion from level 5, Sid had to go run and ward the top jungle to look out for Cyanide and Peke roams. Peke is level 6 right now with teleport, and can just destroy people. But Sid right here has teleport. He can join his team for a dragon, which is what Vulcan's looking for right now.
Well, we do see the dragon has been started down in the bottom half of the map. Fnatic does have a ward there, so they are aware of it. Xmithie level 5, Bloodwater level 5. They're taking this dragon down very slowly. Fnatic starts to group up. We do see the rappel coming down, lands back on the ground, forced to flash away. Cyanide's in trouble. The cocoon does not connect. Here comes Peke. Frozen Tomb locks ManCloud up. He is the first victim to fall. Fnatic are on the board, but they did not get dragon.
They did not, and they let the Nasus stay in the top lane in a very pushed lane and just shoved Soaz to his turret. Of course, a cash positive for Vulcan right here, but as we always know, they have to keep the pressure on. They can't let that Fnatic late game get scary.
Well, we do see Soaz and Psycho Sid bashing against one another. While we've got a brief moment, let's talk about this lane Nasus. Oh, we do see Pushu taking some damage in the bottom lane. Freak, I remember we were discussing the siphoning strike farm on Nasai in games that we're seeing. What sort of rate should we be expecting on that Q-Stacks?
Okay, so everyone knows the whole 10 minion kills per minute mark. If you break that, you're amazing and are farming minions really, really well. I want to propose that lane Nasus can get 15 siphoning strike stacks per minute, and jungle Nasus can get 10. And I'm happy to tweak those numbers as time goes on and we learn more about how these players play. But I want to keep track of 15 per minute and see where he goes in this game.
And just remember that of normal minions,
10 minutes.
that's going up by +3 per Siphoning Strike, and on larger minions and monsters, it'll be +6. Psycho Sid right now is at +66, so we always like to keep tabs on those Siphoning Strike stacks, as it were. So as in Psycho Sid, they're not paying each other any attention at all. That is the definition of a tanky bruiser farm lane.
Yeah, exactly. You have the early Doran shield here for Soaz, wants to take less damage from auto attacks. There's the push finally from Fnatic. They have so many minions here, but Vulcan, doesn't matter, the minions are theirs. There's the push lane from Caitlyn and Sona. When the turret's that low, you're going to get it eventually. It's a matter of time. And Vulcan, of course, going to lose that, but they're still going to try to build a farm lead. The top lane, we talked about it being a farm lane as well. That's happening so far.
Well, Smithy charges up this Vault Breaker. He was toying with the idea of jumping on Peke, but did decide against it at the end of the day. Backs away cleanly. Once again, Psycho Sid, he's basically pitching a tent and frying some s'mores right now because he stayed there so long. 44 CS, Negatron Cloak to his name, finally backed away. And Fnatic, you can feel the tension in their gameplay right now. They're not willing to contest or fight because of that early advantage that Vulcan were able to accrue.
And Vulcan just now had the ability to dive themselves. Smithy is level 6 on Vi, and Mancloud's Shockwave is up. They've rotated Bloodwater to the mid lane here. The opportunity to just force kills here from Vulcan is around, but it's interesting, they're actually waiting. They're saying, you know what? Let's get Zuna huge. Let's wait on Trinity Force before we make any major moves. He's freezing the bottom lane. The rest of his team is putting pressure elsewhere and buying some time for him. So Vulcan are actually content to play a bit patient here.
Well, see how well it works out for them in the CS numbers once again, sitting fairly close across the board. Soaz with a small advantage over his opposite number in the jungle. It's Xmithie with a tiny gold lead as well. Only 100 gold separates the top lanes. It's actually very, very close across the board. 500 gold for your AD carries. It's not a massive difference at the 10-minute mark. So this game could not be closer. Zuna and Bloodwater now with a couple seconds of uncontested damage on this tower. Yellowstar does not even have his crescendo yet, so the potential of jumping on Vulcan is not there.
And I've got to say, I'm impressed with Fnatic's play so far. As you mentioned all the gold numbers, you've got a Vulcan squad who are up a dragon and a kill, including First Blood, and are only up 1,200 gold for that. That's less gold than Dragon and extra kill are worth. So Fnatic, despite a very rough 2v1 where he got zoned out, despite his Nasus free farming, Fnatic are farming lanes better than Vulcan are. So this slow-paced game where farm just keeps showing up is in Fnatic's favor.
Well, see how well they can continue to grow that, to close the gap and maybe catch up to Vulcan as far as gold is concerned. Soaz now really pushing this lane quite heavily. He doesn't have any wards in his inventory, so does need to be a little bit cautious of staying this deep in Vulcan territory. But I do want to highlight the pink wards, you know, littered across the red buff jungle area of Fnatic. That's quite a lot of pinks invested this early on.
It's interesting too because that's the side of the map where where Psycho Sid is, and Sid is not exactly the best gank follow-up. He's trying to basically max Siphoning Strike. Now it does keep him protected from Cyanide and Peke, but this is not a place where you're going to be able to force kills. When you compare to what Smithy can do on to push you in Yellowstar, that's a much bigger sort of impact where you can assault and battery and a grasping roots and just kill the AD carries and get Zuna huge.
Well, we'll see how Vulcan decides to play that one out. 1 minute 20 on the clock before Dragon respawns. Cyanide has been able to sneak himself into this bush, and Psycho Sid has no idea. There's no vision there.
No, there's not at all. It's a very successful sneak. I want to know if they do enough damage, because it's not like you do a ton of damage there with York, but there's the engagement on Psycho Sid.
The cocoon does land. We'll see if Psycho Sid decides to throw down that ultimate. He just walks away, did burn the ghost at the last second, but saves his ultimate, as we do have a very, very brief pause as Xmithie charged up that Vault Breaker.
You're looking at Vulcan on your screen right here, going to figure out what the issue is with these guys exactly. There's actually Cyanide who called the pause, though, so it might be something actually on Fnatic's side here. But we look at this game, and I want to kind of pull back to things we just talked about. So the mid lane matchup, I think, was so important. Mancloud versus Peke, the big playmakers. To sort of solidify that Mancloud point, not only did he have the most kills of any player in any split, he's also the only mid laner in NA to have more gold per game than their AD carry. So you think about all the teams in NA, you know, with Reginald, with Link and all that, doesn't matter. It's only Mancloud who's actually out-farmed his AD carry counterpart in top laners as well. So he's a huge focus. And he started the game at 1-0-1, a free kill, a free assist. And yet, even despite that, Peke is out-farming him, Peke picked up the kill onto him in that dragon fight, and you're kind of seeing this matchup. Despite an early advantage, Peke seems to be the stronger player.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out, because one of the things you can't discount about that matchup is it's Orianna versus Lissandra. Both of these champions have the ability to kill one another, but they also have the ability to save themselves from one another. It's an interesting matchup for players that we know are so diverse in their champion picks, to have these sort of arguably utility mages as their lock-ins for this game, because you know, they fill so many different roles.
They really do, and it's fun to watch players like that who can play all the big assassins who roam around and pick up kills all the time, or play the initiators, or play the far back farmers like Karthus. And the depth of the champion pool is always interesting to watch, and how it shapes how the teams play.
So, just so you know, it is a keyboard and mouse issue with Peke. We are busy working to resolve that one. I got a question about these top lane champions. It is going to be the Nasus taking on the Yorick. So we know that, you know, the later the game gets, the more impact that siphoning strike of Nasus will have. But it's pretty difficult to engage in a Lissandra who's going to be slowing you the whole way down, etc. So who's going to have a bigger impact once we get to these mid to late game team fights? The Nasus or the Yorick?
Well, so because Fnatic's lineup is actually very sort of persistent, right? You're not super bursty with Yorick. You're not super bursty with Lissandra. You're going to start fights, but then you got to kind of continue in battle, and you're using Caitlyn, who is going to auto-attack many times throughout the fight. And in fact, looking at Pushu's abilities, going towards Infinity Edge, so Fnatic are happy to play a late-game team fight-oriented sort of style. And when you've got a Nasus walking into a big team fight-oriented style, where you're running a Yorick whose job is to clone an AD carry, you're Nasus. You have Wither. You're going to make Caitlyn's life miserable, and you're going to turn on the ultimate, spam a bunch of siphoning strikes, and start chunking people. In an actual late-game team fight, Nasus will have more impact on the battle, and will sort of just contribute more than Yorick does. That's just kind of how he will continue to scale. But as we've seen, Fnatic are happy to spend some time sending Cyanide up there, trying to sneak in and get rid of the Nasus, and say, we're going to keep you small. Low points of siphoning strike, low durability, and we can kill you in those battles.
Well, we'll see if Fnatic can continue to control Psycho Sid. He is 20 CS down. We see in the top lane, they've decided to dive. Fury of the Sands is up. It's not going to be enough. And Cyanide and Soaz, straight out the break, they continue that dive, and they secure themselves their second kill.
It might just be a turret trader. Dive goes in from Vi, finds the push on the Yellow Star.
That is a long-range assault and battery. Slams down Yellow Star. There is enough follow-up to secure the kill, and now that's going to allow them free reign on the tower. Fnatic should be able to take the top lane tower as Vulcan secure their second of the game.
Now, you don't want to play around with batteries, kids. Smithy's going to take you down when you do that. And you look at that as well, ManCloud just getting enough pressure on the mid lane. He'll take another turret down for this. So the top lane dive was great. You actually saw both junglers put pressure opposite sides of the map and get the trades.
So we do see towers being traded across the map for these teams, and in the space of a couple of seconds, a few thousand gold has been picked up and earned, and it just leaves us in this pretty similar predicament, 1,500 gold separating them.
But what Vulcan did better is they focused their gank on the bottom lane. Dragon spawning in 3 seconds, and they've got everyone on their team on the bottom side of the map, except for a dead Nasus who can teleport to the bottom side of the map. So Dragon control was what Vulcan got at the beginning of the game. They're about ready to get it again with an AD carry push back to base. Peke's recharged. Okay, he recalled. He's going to be nice, but you already had a Athene's finish from the Orianna for ManCloud. He's got full resources. He's ready to play that. That's going to be fine.
So I believe we do have actually a replay of that team fight that just took place a couple of minutes ago. So Freak, talk us through the specifics of this top lane dive.
So it's basically Elise just diving right in there, and Psycho Sid ultimately has nowhere to go. There's actually a lot of persistent damage output here with all the voidlings they can, or the little spiderlings and all the ghouls they can summon. It's basically a standard dive against someone who has burned their escape tool. Nasus has no innate escapes. Cyanide's first gank forced the ghost to get burned a little bit maybe prematurely. I don't think he necessarily needed it. But with that down, they know there is nothing Nasus can do.
Not only was it a 2v1 dive, they had all the ghouls, they had all the little spiderlings. That's just a numbers mismatch. It wasn't fair at all.
It was like a 15 versus 1. They had a minion wave too.
Yeah, see, Fnatic, they need the numbers to win fights.
They don't play fair.
But it worked out, so that's what matters. In terms of kills, it's 3-2, so Fnatic are a little bit behind. We are still working on that keyboard and mouse issue, guys, just so you are aware. The Xmithy dive, to me, rings true or tells me quite a lot about Vulcan's play style in that they're not afraid to dive deep, because that was a hell of a long way to go. And it was insta-flash followed up by both Zuno and Bloodwater.
Yeah, and that's what you can do with Vi. That is the Vulcan play style, I think, that Doublelift was referring to when he's like, yeah, they're a really good team. They get ahead early. They can make a lot of plays. And he says that Smithy's such a good jungler, is these guys are willing to make plays. They've picked initiators, right? That's why you pick Vi's to go start fights. It's what Lemondogs wanted to do in the first game when they picked the Vi and Malphite, is they want to go in and force the issue and disrupt what the other team tries to do. Fnatic wants to play this late game where P.E.K.K.A gets huge and split pushes, and Soaz is too big to deal with as well, and they get their just late game awesome phase where they outplay their opponents. And Vulcan's job is to disrupt that, is to get in there and start fights.
So there is one thing that I am a little concerned about this Vi pick as far as the Vulcan composition is concerned. The champions that he's going to want to be slamming into the ground, if he decides to go for pushes Caitlyn, that's probably just going to get hit by an omen of death and come back to life. Elise should be able to repel away from it.
Sure.
Lissandra should be able to ult herself, or eventually Hourglass, as I know it's what P.E.K.K.A likes to build. So surely that limits Xmitty's options for team fights and targets?
Well, here's what's interesting about it. So you're right that he's probably only going to go for Caitlyn, and sure, she can get revived, whatever. But think about, this is Fnatic we're talking about. This is Fnatic who splits up all the time. And Pushu's not going to have a Lissandra and a Yorick sitting on top of her at all times. She's going to be unprotected. And you saw exactly what happens right there when it's just the Sona there. Crescendo's not enough to keep her alive. Or Fnatic no longer plays their own style, and Nasus goes and runs around and split pushes with teleport and says, someone's got to stop me. It's not going to be Caitlyn because I'll beat you 1v1. Maybe it's P.E.K.K.A. Sure, then you no longer have any engage. But if it's ever Soaz, oh, there's the whole reason you tried to defend Caitlyn. And so basically Sid off on an island over and over, scaling up to infinity, getting super tanky, not being able to be removed, and then Smithy on the other side removing people. That's kind of the Vulcan game plan. It actually covers for a lot of the Fnatic gameplay.
It fits Vulcan pretty well. They've left Sid on islands many times over the course of the split. Guys, while they do work on X.P.E.K.K.A.'s peripherals, let's send this one over to Riv and the guys at the analyst desk to hear their take on the game.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And right after it went away from us, I'm pretty sure all these guys were like, wait, come back. Pick up the bat phone, get things going. Because those picks and bans started a pretty big ruckus back here. And we're going to start with Monty because your Psy was pretty deep in that situation. And you almost want to change your pick now.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't like it when Fnatic plays Yorick. It's a weird pick in this composition, especially against what they saw. And you remember they had a lot of time to select that top laner, and so as a very versatile top lane player. But in this situation, when the Nasus is picked up, the Caitlyn is going to get withered, and then who do you revive? They have no damage. They have no damage here, and so I'm very concerned about Fnatic from the pick and ban phase.
Monty's such a sore loser, dude.
Yeah.
Anyways, I believe in Vulcan, dude. This is Vulcan's game to lose after there's such a strong start. I feel like if they pull the Vulcan throw buckets, they're going to lose. But if they play solid and they've worked on their throws, they're going to win.
All I can see is my prediction taking place. Yeah, Vulcan will get ahead, but Fnatic is going to take this one in the late game. But not really. I really don't like the Yorick pick. I don't know how it fits. I respect Fnatic as picks go, because they usually they've caught us off guard in pick and ban phase quite a few times, really reading how many options we had. They literally one time banned out 3 of our options, took a 4th, and then just completely destroyed us in pick and ban phase. So generally they know what they're talking about. But now the Yorick, I don't see it.
And it's not just the Yorick, right? Like, everyone talks about, Fnatic in the late game, they're really good stalling out, and they have X.P.E.K.K.A split pushing, and he's on Lissandra this time. He's trying to initiate for his team for team fights. He's not on, like, an Ahri with a teleport.
He can hide, though. Lissandra hiding somewhere in that rush. No,
okay.
If you get that coming at you full, you can't stop it. It's just going to ice tomb you, and then you're standing there, like, getting frozen and killed.
By what damage?
What damage?
I was just going to say that Fnatic's team comp sucks late game. I'm like a late game guy, dude. I love late game, and like Fnatic's late game is just non-existent. Caitlyn's going to get withered, completely useless. Lissandra doesn't scale that well, especially against this team where she doesn't really have anyone to like instantly kill. There's such a big front line. I don't feel like, and then Yorick is not a standalone champion. I don't feel like Fnatic, their team comp is a ticking time bomb. After a certain point, they can't win.
All right, so Fnatic has faith in their comp, though. As an AD carry, if there was anything to do, not playing Caitlyn as you wouldn't, but what would you do? What is, the objective there for Fuju?
I would just get to 6 items as fast as possible, double style, and I would try. I think he messed up by not going cleanse. That was so huge. I was like, what? Like, I was scratching my head, like, is this a mistake? Did he mess it up? Like, he intentionally took barrier against Nasus. When he gets withered late game, he'll only have a potential QSS and a Mikhail's Crucible. That's not enough.
I actually think you make a really solid point there on the Mikhail's. It's going to be needed. on the All-Star. He did pick Sona, though, which builds really well into Mikhail's. Both Philo Stone and Chalice could be really core items, especially with the item reworks on supports a few patches ago. It really makes probably the best build path on it.
All right, and Monty, earlier you were saying, you know, you didn't like the pick. What would have been a good pick for Fnatic?
I mean, I don't know what Soaz's champion pool right now.
Okay.
Is, so it's, yeah, I mean, pretty much anything I would agree with Crepo. Anything at all.
Except Yorick.
But one thing that I've noticed here about Vulcan's evolution, actually, is when CLG has played against Vulcan in the past, they frequently pick compositions that do well in lane but have initiation problems in the late game, and so you can kind of wait them out. I really like that Xmithy's picked up Vi here, because that solves a lot of these old issues so that they can continue to press their advantage.
And the issues have been solved as well on the desk. It looks like they have that peripheral issue all fixed up. So let's send it back over to QuickShot and Freak, the broadcast booth, for the rest of this game.
Thank you very much, Arun. We're about to jump back into the game. Just to give everybody an update, it is, of course, Vulcan versus Fnatic.
Yep.
Game 1 in Group B, but Game 6 of the day.
Yes. So to recap, you know, the analyst desk said that, well, 2 had predictions that Vulcan was going to win. 2 said that Fnatic was going to win. The audience thought that Fnatic was going to win. But if you trust the analysts, Vulcan can't lose this unless their arms are really, really strong. So here's the second Dragon. Right, they got the gank at the bottom lane right before Dragon spawned, making it a well-earned Dragon.
Yeah, so that's going to give them a close to 3,000 gold lead right now, unless my math is completely terrible. And it does work out. There we go. Psychosid continues to farm up his siphoning strike. It's over 120 right now. So farming up relatively well, not quite hitting that 15 per minute. But to be fair, he was in a 2v1 lane. Right now, Fnatic group up as 4 members try to focus down this mid turret.
And they've got some pretty good pressure. They brought in the Caitlyn as well, even though she didn't go for the Bloodthirster build that we tend to see. She did go early Berserker's Grief, so her attack speed plus straight attack damage. Oh, the Shockwave!
Oh, massive damage. Yellowsaw does manage to get away, though. Now we see Soaz diving onto Mancloud. Stranglethorns throws up Pushu, probably the most valuable target. Forced to flash over the wall from Zuna. Now Soaz is the target. His armor has been broken by those denting blows. Zuna throws down the Phosphorus Bomb. Expected manages to flash out. Everybody is still alive. How are they doing it? We do see the Vault Breaker, but backwards from Xmithy. Fnatic turn tail and book it, but make it out cleanly.
Did Psycho Sid do much in that fight? Like, I'm trying to remember if he actually came down. He certainly didn't ult. He didn't teleport. Pretty sure he just farmed a bunch of minions and both of them went with a 4v5 with a turret on their side. And that's kind of the issue, right? Fnatic, their only engage is... Yeah, okay, there's blue buffs too. Their only engage really is Peke. He didn't use any of his major engagement tools. They sort of realized that they couldn't really kill Vulcan under their own turret, and it was weird that they tried, because Vulcan could just kind of blow you up with shockwaves, as you just saw.
It looked like some miscommunication from Fnatic. They were sort of half in, half out after taking that damage, but they made it out cleanly. They didn't give up any more kills, and I guess that's really what counts at this point in time.
But this is so weird. Vulcan has hit a huge power spike right now. They've got the Trinity Force done on Corki. He is going to be ready to kill people. He's off on the side, ready to jump in. His shockwave's up in like 12 seconds. Vulcan just force a battle.
Well, we'll have to see if they decide to do that. Assault and Battery is available, and Xmithy making his way towards that mid lane, but Fnatic once again are backing themselves out, getting away cleanly, deciding they not feeling brave enough to stick around in that mid lane.
So this is interesting, actually. So Vulcan, despite hitting a power spike, despite having the Trinity Force, having a clear lead, they're not trying to press a major advantage. Smithy picked up his own red buff again. They could have given that to Zuna and said, let's go siege. Trinity Force is done. You have a blue buff. You can spam rockets. Like, if Vulcan wanted to push, my God, they really could right now, and they'd get turrets out of it. But as the analyst desk said, there's not necessarily a late game hope even here for Fnatic, even though it's their normal gameplay style. And if Vulcan just wants to say, great, everyone hit 6 items and we'll win because of our champion selection, then they're happy to do that too. And because they have the lead, Fnatic can't stop them.
Well, we'll have to make sure Vulcan don't get caught out of position.
Yeah.
It is something that we have seen them doing in the late game during the course of the NA Summer Split, and it's a mistake that will cost them dearly against a team like Fnatic, who truly do play the map very well. You can see that Fnatic are still remaining split up for the most part. They grouped up in the mid for a couple of attempts, but now they're sticking to that sort of 3-lane CS control right now.
And this is going to be just their standard styles. Get Nasa's huge. He's got the Spirit Visage done. And what's interesting, actually, is you've actually now got a slight lane mismatch. Because Psycho Sid is in the bottom lane, but fighting against Pushu. And Pushu is an AD carry. Now, we said, oh, but he's got Wither. It's so powerful. He'll shut down Caitlyn. But not at this stage of the game. He doesn't have any armor on Nasus. He doesn't even have Wither maxed out right now. He's actually only got 2 points in it, 2 in Spirit Fire with that max siphoning strike. So if he actually battles Pushu and Yellowstar, can force Sid out of lane.
Well, we'll have to see if Fnatic decide to press that advantage. As it stands, Pushu still has not completed a major item. BF Sword and Pickaxe is all he's working with. Peke, on the other hand, Seeker's Arm Guard plus that Negatron Cloak. Negatron Cloak was actually the first item that Peke went back to purchase. So he's also working towards his first item. And if you were Fnatic, I imagine the thinking is farm until we've completed items, then pick fights, because it doesn't really look like they've committed to any major objectives yet.
Fnatic are looking for a narrow window for openings. Unfortunately, there's a gank potentially on Soaz right here. This could be rough.
Soaz is in a bit of trouble. Takes some damage there. Zuna carries on. Assault and Barry slams him into the ground. Omen of Death goes down as he continues to try and focus out Zuna. Will get taken out as Zuna gets away cleanly thanks to Valkyrie and ManCloud. Just 1v1 Cyanide. A full burst combo takes him down.
Smithy's going down right above Baron.
And it's Zuna saves Smithy. What a flash. Ace in the hole. Not going to do it.
I can't believe Smithy didn't die right there. He got caught out by Peke and Pushu up in that top jungle as he tried to run away. All right, so what I was talking about before with Fnatic was, so the analyst is saying they don't have a late game potential. They're down in gold right now. Fnatic needs to hit item breakpoints, important item breakpoints, like it's Abyssal Scepter, maybe Zhonya's Hourglass, maybe Muramana combining, or Infinity Edge being done, and do something with a small item ledge and hope you can challenge something.
Well, we have to say that Vulcan right now extending that lead, 6,000 gold. This is a replay of Cyanide just getting taken out.
Yeah, he's alone, didn't have flash up right there, no jungle camps to go to as well. And here's like Smithy, right, gets rooted up, gets stunned as well. Smithy has to flash, and then just look at this. This is glorious. Oh! Barely gets it. Zuna's a man.
This has to be the first time that Zuna's caught some damage skill shot that hasn't cost major objective. So well played to Zuna as now Fnatic group up in this mid lane. They really want to get this tower down, but they're not committing to it.
And look how diligent Vulcan are at getting back to there in time. As lanes start to break down and the map gets more and more spread out, it's easy to sneak turret kills. Vulcan are not letting that happen. Psycho Sid knows when roams are coming his way. They've got 2 to 3 wards in this right-hand side jungle, now 4 on that quarter of the map. They're not letting anyone get caught. They're not letting any pushes succeed from Fnatic.
Well, Vulcan once again heading to the Dragon right on time. This would be the 3rd of the game, if memory serves correctly. Psycho Sid backs away, and thanks to the vision that he had done for his split push, and secure that one uncontested. Fnatic, you're way too late in the party, and it's already gone.
And this time around, they don't catch someone on the way out, so no side kill picked up. And just watch at Vulcan's game plan. They're doing this over and over and over again. Psycho Sid gets a lane up to the enemy turret saying, someone duel me, because no one can. And the only guy with teleport is Peke, and Peke definitely can't duel him. There's the nice job right there by Peke, managed to steal away the blue buff. But basically, Vulcan are living in their jungle, and whenever they need Psycho Sid, he'll show up, but until then, stack in the queue.
I think you'll find that was XPK securing his blue buff, because he was trying to steal it.
At this point, it's his.
At this point in time, Vulcan have just got complete map control. They've focused the top off. Now they're focusing the bottom. They've backed away to continue farming, and Psycho Sid over 300 damage on that siphoning strike at 20 minutes. I think he's actually ahead of the curve right now in the numbers that we were talking about.
Yeah, Sid has been basically donated a free lane by his team the entire time. Oh, there's a big wave bottom lane. We're not pulling a CLG and giving it to the AD carry. We're not pulling a Fnatic and giving it to Peke, always Peke. It's Vulcan realizing who's important if Bloodwater gets caught.
Yeah, he's dead. There was way too much damage from Fnatic.
Yeah, okay, so down goes that, and this is actually finally an opening for Fnatic. As they got a pick, Infinity Edge is done, they can go for a turret.
Well, they're going to be able to focus this one down. 3 members of Fnatic facing off against the single defending member of Zuna. Look at the sides, though. Xmithy, as well as ManCloud, may be coming in. Charging up the Vault Breaker as Xmithy throws himself down, catches Pushu. The Shockwave throws 3 of them backward. Xmithy chunked down low as Fnatic back away. They do have one down as Psycho Sid throws the Wither onto Peke. Zuna, Valkyrie's forward, closes out another kill for ManCloud. That's a triple for ManCloud. The highest kills in NA, and now the highest kills in this game at 5-1-2. Vulcan aren't done yet. Wither goes down. The Ring of Frost locks them up as we do see Peke flashing out cleanly. He does get the ice shots down. Command attack, dissonance, attack. ManCloud with the 6th kill of the game.
Absolutely massive play. Mandatory Cloud of Fiends and a Death Cap. When a Death Cap gets done on Orianna, she deals some real scary damage. And Psycho Sid decided it was time to leave the lane and fight some people. And that's what happened with Vulcan. These guys are huge. They can set up for Baron if they want to. they could honestly probably just keep going for turrets if they did.
Well, talk me through the replay of this mid lane fight, Freak.
So there's the engage, and there's the shockwave right after. That was a beautiful flash by Pushu, but it doesn't matter. Sid shows up, and that's basically all she wrote. Zuna is massive. Pushu's had to run away the entire fight. You'll notice he had an Infinity Edge and basically never got to attack. And it's Vulcan running a train on people because they have the ability to chase things down with Wither, with Command Dissonance, and just with basically sheer force of will. Fnatic weren't allowed to fight the entire time.
Vulcan's just looking so incredibly strong here now. An 8,000 gold lead. They are 9 kills to 4, and Fnatic, it's getting to that point where there's not going to be a lot that Fnatic can do. Even after finally getting that tower down, Vulcan just pinched them in and shut them out. And if Vulcan decide to go for any of these other, inner turrets, there's only one left standing. There's not much left for Fnatic to fall back to.
No, there's really not much opening. They don't even have the super crazy late game potential, aside from as what Double have said with kind of a shrug. It's like, well, I'd go for 6 as fast as I could, like I do, but there's Wither, he doesn't have cleanse, and there's not enough ways to remove that debuff. So this is really Vulcan's game to control. And what I actually want to look at is start paying attention to what Vulcan does, because they've always been sort of, I mean, they've had a lead this big against Cloud9 and didn't manage to win the game. I want to see what they actually do to try to close a game out. Zuna pushing the top lane, Nasus, Psycho Sid in the bottom lane pushing still with teleport up. I want to see if Vulcan has learned anything since the end of the split.
Well, as it stands, they have fantastic vision control across Fnatic's jungle, and they have had fantastic vision throughout this game. It's definitely going to help them pay dividends once this Nasus split pusher just sticks in lane. Almost 400 bonus damage on that siphoning strike. And, we talked about how Pekka can't contain him, and we see it happening right there as the rest of Vulcan focus on top.
Yeah, Nasus is too big to be dealt with right here. He'll keep sustaining through, especially with the Spirit Visage. It does multiply the lifesteal from Nasus' passive. It's part of the reason that item is so good on him, in addition to the cooldown reduction, letting him spam that Q more. So Sid will keep pulling attention. Now, Pekka does have wave clear. Sid actually won't threaten the turret, but they're both going to last hit everything, but Sid gets Q stacks as well. So this is still a better proposition for Fnatic. Or, sorry, for Vulcan.
For Vulcan. They gain dividends at the end of it, I guess, is the best way to think of it. And 257 CS on ManCloud after falling behind Pekka in the early game. He's now 40 ahead. Vulcan with an audacious start. They are on Baron.
And look at the ward control they have. There's so much vision in this red side jungle of Fnatic's. They'll see him coming a mile away, and ManCloud is actually running interference, but he's safe because he knows where the rest of Fnatic are. This is just almost uncontestable, Baron.
Well, we do see the 3 members of Vulcan going very, very low. Baron is safely secured. Now Psycho Sid has been collapsed on. Soaz and Pekka doing the best they can to shut him down. The Frozen Tomb is available, but Pekka decides not to use it. They have saved it. The slow lands on the backside of Psycho Sid, and with one more Wither, Sid even gets away. Yep. They've secured Baron, and all it cost him was a Ghost.
Yeah, Wither and Ghost prevents anyone from being able to run past you. Pekka had already used his Ice Pack basically to get into range in the first place, and had no more chasing tools afterwards. It's just simply Sid has been able to free farm this whole lane. He's now going Iceborne Gauntlet just to chase people even harder, just to make sure no one can screw with him. There's honestly, this is going to be a very difficult game for Fnatic to win.
Yeah, in the background there, Ace in the Hole was channeled by Pushu onto ManCloud, and through the Command Protect, it did almost nothing. ManCloud's just got so much ability pound damage, 437 AP on that Orianna right now, 6-1-2. We talked about how important these mid laners are going to be, and a 6-1-2 ManCloud versus a 0-2-3 Pekka, it's definitely, ManCloud that's flying high.
Yeah, he's doing a much better job with his team. The 1-on-1 initially did go Pekka's favor, but basically ManCloud's team set him up for success. They just did a better job of running the map. They ganked the bottom lane, went for Dragon. Ganked the bottom lane, went for Dragon. They've secured objectives so much better, and I think they played the lane dance better as well. They got the turret earlier on. Soaz was down to a very early deficit and never got to challenge Psycho Sid. Nasus normally doesn't have the best early game, and Sid got to skip that by saying, well, your early game got worse.
Well, this is the point in the game where traditionally Vulcan have shown more weakness in their gameplay than anywhere else. Closing it out and getting past those inhibitor turrets. And, if you do cast your mind back to that Cloud9 epic comeback, it was those inner turrets and the inhibitor turrets that caused Vulcan the biggest problems.
But when Cloud9 won that game, it was basically with Ashe and Zed. They had hard initiate and really good follow-up damage. Fnatic has good initiate. They've got Peke in there to basically be one of the other Freljord tribe leaders and lock someone up down with ice, and that's wonderful. But Pushu's Caitlyn is nowhere as scary as High Zed in that game.
Fnatic love the Death Bush. This is something they have done many times in the summer splits, and I distinctly recall Cyanide and Peke hunting down individual members. The question is, do they wait for Sid? The vision is there. They're hiding in the bush. Crescendo's available. They've collapsed on him. Psycho Sid's going to do the best he can to get away. Crescendo locks it up. He turns his focus away, and 4v1, not even Sid's going to get away.
But Vulcan's pushing the top lane right now. Fnatic has to recall right away, but they won't show up in time. This should be Vulcan's turret.
Well, we'll have to see how defensible Peke can make this turret hold. He's got good wave clear. Tower is down to half. He's decided not to engage yet. The siege minion is all that stands, and Vulcan secure the tower. They've lost one.
It's a 5v4. They have to go.
Out. Cyanide decides not to collapse in. Vault Breaker's away. Cyanide's considering landing the fangs, but decides against it. And what you see, Peke, he didn't chase either. Soez gets dropped down. That's a shockwave not available. Stranglefall is used to zone out Fnatic, and Vulcan look like they're going to get away.
Fnatic could not find their way in. The only initiator they had was Peke. They didn't follow up on the cocoon that Cyanide had landed. That was like the one option. They hardcore went for a single kill and traded a turret out for it, an inhibitor turret out for it, which is not a good trade for Fnatic. The only thing you get from that is a temporary 5v4 on the map. They did not capitalize on the 5v4. Fnatic had one small opening, couldn't get it.
And Zuna does manage to make away. They've caught out ManCloud. Glacial Tomb goes down. They continue to focus him. Cyanide is going to fall. That was a 3v1. That ManCloud has survived. Xmithy throws down Pushu in the background. Peke still chasing. ManCloud gets out cleanly. Zuna still alive in the background as the Omen of Death is going to get popped. Now Xmithy turns his focus over to Yellowstar. You can see Soez doing the best he can to get away. And ManCloud survived being jumped on by all of Fnatic.
He's just so massive, so much ability power on that Orianna. I mean, that's basically just a gold lead at work. When you've got hundreds of shield from that. To look at it specifically, it's 240, sorry, what? Yeah, 240 plus 198. That's a gigantic shield. And honestly, Fnatic not having any gold for damage items, they can't break through that.
Ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes on the clock. Vulcan are 12-5 up. They have a 15,000 gold lead. And it looks like Vulcan should be able to close this one out. They've decided to play it safe. Backed away with all three inhibitors down.
I don't know if they needed to play that defensively, but they're going to choose to do that. Let's take a look at that last fight. So ManCloud gets locked up, but look at that. Pushu is zoned out. There have been zero auto attacks from Pushu. He got the ulti off, but then got jumped on by Xmithy. Peke did not get any gold. He can't solo ManCloud. You saw literally zero auto attacks come out of the AD carry, the Infinity Edge Zeal AD carry. Of course you're not going to kill Orianna in that case.
ManCloud just went man mode in that team fight. He's 7-1-4. 11 out of his team's 12 kills he has been involved in and participated. And he's just doing so incredibly well. Look at the gold. 14,500. That is immense.
Yep, he's got 3,000 more gold than Zuna. Zuna's been picking up the scraps of farm, but ManCloud's at 326. Even though that side lane farm went to Psycho Sid and he would slow push, it's ManCloud getting everything. He's on a play-making mid laner like Orianna and making plays.
Well, double super minions are now pushing down both the top, middle, and bottom lane. Fnatic only have 2 towers that stand between them and a Group B defeat. And it's going to be Vulcan just waiting, biding their time for the minions to aid them in knocking over those last 2 obstacles.
And they're looking to close the game out. They're not even bothering setting up wards in the red side jungle. The Barons in 1 minute, they don't care about that. They respawned, got full health and mana, got items with all their gold lead, and are looking to close it out with this push.
Well, see how effectively they can. The super minions in the side lanes are now making it up. Shockwave once again pulls Soez backwards. He uses the Omen Death on himself. Now a 10-second timer available. Take a look at the damage from that siphoning strike. Now that the Ghost of Christmas Past is down, Vulcan turn their attention to the tower. That is a massive chunk from that siphoning strike of Psycho Sid. He's taken down the first tower. The minions are bashing away the second. Vulcan are going to do it. Vulcan are going to pick up game 1 here in Group A. North America has drawn first blood against Europe at the World Championships.
Absolutely great play right there by Vulcan. The crowd standing up, cheering for them. Really good play by these guys. And it was only like a 31-minute game. Vulcan actually did a pretty damn good job of actually closing it out, building off their early game lead, and pushing it through.
Every single question that we posed about Vulcan's gameplay, about Vulcan's control and ability to close it out, has been answered resoundingly in that demonstration.
Yeah, they did. They made, basically from second one, better choices than Fnatic. Champion select. Yep, better comp right there. No great early game sort of focus there for Fnatic. No great late game focus for Fnatic. Whereas there was a clear plan here for Vulcan. They had a late game contingency plan with Nasus. They had initiation power right there. The crowd cheers for the playmakers on Vulcan. Good comp, good play by Vulcan.
What a fantastic game. You know, from the get-go, right out the gate, Vulcan, they came out swinging. They got those early kills. They pushed the towers down. They had complete dragon dominance. I don't think Fnatic touched a dragon. Not even touched it.
They might have seen one?
Yeah, they seen one briefly and heard myths of it being alive, but it was just complete control and basically domination from Vulcan.
It was, and that's really the way to describe it. It was a controlled game. It wasn't like dive after dive after dive after dive right away. It wasn't a crazy high kill game, but there weren't many openings given to Fnatic. There was a couple of picks on the sides there. You know, Smithy kind of got caught out after cleaning up a kill on a Soaz, and he barely escaped, and that was the Zuna flash that kept him alive. You got the catch on Bloodwater in the middle of the game where Fnatic basically tried to then push as soon as Sona went down, but never did Vulcan actually give them more than a small handhold to claw back into the game. One kill was never turned into anything by Fnatic.
One of the things that I was very impressed by Vulcan's play, in terms of their play style, Psycho Sid does tend to be left on that sort of island. He does tend to play the sort of supporty type top laners, you know, in terms of supporting the rest of his team. You know, Mankard and Zuna being the carries, as it were. He played such a good role at drawing Fnatic's attention and controlling the movements on the map because of his vision control and his split pushing. Like, he was never, ever in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's the top lane teleport style. Is you're going to pick someone who can build tanky and still be useful, which is Nasus is great at, Singed as well, and he's going to be constantly a threat. He doesn't have to push fast, but he needs to make sure he has some kind of presence that someone has to deal with him, which he did with Nasus. Shove the lanes down, start putting major damage on the turrets, and started pulling Fnatic apart off the different sides of the map, and allowed the rest of his team, which was a very cohesive four-man unit, the rest of that Vulcan squad could make plays.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping to a very quick break, but when we return, Gambit Gaming and Mineski take to the ref for their first fight on the world stage. Plus, we'll be joined by Ozone support Mata. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship will be right back.
Good top.
Welcome back to the group stage of Season 3 World Championships. Up next, it's going to be Gambit. They're going to be taking on Mineski in their first match here at the Worlds. But right now, I'm happy to be joined by Ozone support player, Mata. So, Mata, first of all, welcome here in North America. I know you guys have enjoyed your trip over to Los Angeles, but there's been a change in the Ozone team since you came over from the Korean qualifiers. It's Looper has stepped in, I believe, for Hom in that top lane. What has started this change?
마타 선수 미국에 오신 걸 일단 환영하고요. 미국에 오신 후에 그 로스터의 변화가 있었다고 난 얘기가 있는데요. 톱레인에 옴무 선수 대신 루퍼 선수가 들어왔는데 그 이유가 무엇인지요?
저희 팀이 이제 선수를 한 명 더 늘리게 되어가지고 어떻게 하면 더 전략적으로 팀을 운영할 수 있을까 해가지고 오늘 루퍼 선수가 대신 나오게 되었어요.
So we ended up adding another player, Looper, to our team, and we believed utilizing Looper would add another strategic layer to our team.
Do you feel he's going to be able to be fine under the pressure because he's never played at OGN Champions?
Could you repeat that?
Looper's never played in the OGN Champions League. it's a little bit surprising.
Gambit versus Southeast Asia's Mineski. And while most people here expected to see Gambit at Worlds, Mineski is quite a bit of a surprise.
They have a really interesting story, actually. So originally, they didn't even qualify for the Southeast Asian regionals. The Filipino champions, Exile, couldn't make it to Vietnam to play the LAN there, so Mineski took their place in the tournament. And at the SA regionals, they got sent to the loser bracket by Singapore Sentinels, who were the favorites to win that whole tournament. But Mineski bounced back, clawed through the lower bracket, and then won 2 games straight against SGS and won the champions. So Mineski basically coming out of nowhere, 2-0 at the very end. Suddenly they're here at Worlds, and they've just got to rally that momentum and surprise everybody.
Yeah, and it's something that the Singapore Sentinels did last year as well, if you recall correctly, falling in the final. And, you know, while most people are a little bit unfamiliar with the members of Mineski coming into this tournament, one player that really stood out during the qualifiers that we were talking about through their entire run was their AD carry EXO.
Yeah, EXO's done very, very well. He out-dueled the Southeast Asian All-Star Chawi in that grand final matchup, and he went 28 and 28 in those 2 games. So he's put up some very good performances. And, you know, he plays auto-attack-based carries. He plays guys like Tristana and Ezreal, who actually put out good damage throughout a fight, and that's actually really important as a carry role. So if he can keep putting all-star performances out for his team, then Mineski stands a good shot in this match.
Well, and while EXO and Mineski are making their first appearance at a World Championship, their opponents today are seasoned World International competitors.
Oh yeah, Gambit's been around for a while, and last year 4 of the 5 of them tied for 3rd at the Season 2 World Championships. These guys have never placed below 4th at a major international LAN. These guys do not underperform. And so this, I'm going to say, gives them a bit of an edge coming into this tournament.
Yeah, to say the least, because, you know, after their 3rd place finish last year at Worlds, there was a lot of expectations for Alexish and his entire team coming into Season 3 of the European LCS. But you have to be very honest, because unfortunately for Gambit and for all of Gambit's fans, they didn't actually live up to the hype that was placed on them.
You're right, they had kind of a rough time. So they had a pretty good spring split. They finished 2nd there, but then they kind of slipped up a lot in the summer split. They never held the 1st place spot. They had a very narrow run in the playoffs. They had to take the 3rd and final spot there. And a lot of this was because they lost their support player, Edward. He went over to Curse in North America, and they've made multiple roster changes since then. Right? They had Darker in there for support, swapped him out for Voidal now, and they're just now starting to gel together again. And the postseason started to finally look a little bit better, but they've got to keep that going up. They've got to have a better team coming into Worlds. Now, they boot camped in Kiev. They boot camped in Kiev, and they had a very strong final week of the regular season. They took top 3 in the postseason there at Gamescom, so they are improving, but they've got to make a big push here in the postseason.
Yeah, one of the things that really stepped out is they did continue that very good play over in the playoffs, and they have continued that boot camp, and we haven't seen how well they've been doing since then. And, you know, one of the major improvements that came out of this specific boot camp was the incredible play of their duo lane of Genji and Voidal. And the reason I really highlight that is because they stepped up their performance on the Rift during the last couple of weeks. The early stages of the summer splits, Genji plus Darker, Genji plus Voidal, was not quite as scary as it was during the playoffs.
Yeah, so like we touched on before, coming into the summer split, Gambit had to replace Edward. Right, Darker field, they put in Voidal, and communication issues were really the big struggle. We talked to a lot of the people about duo lanes, and they say it's about synergy, it's about being on the same page, and adding a new player can be rough. So yeah, it took them some time to get up to speed. That boot camp seemed to have gelled that synergy there. The duo lane and the bottom lane is getting a lot better.
There is a quote I want to reference from an interview that they did with Genji where he said, a duo lane has to be more than a duo lane. We have to be, and he pauses, and he goes, friends? And he almost sounded confused at that, and I wonder if him and Voidal have made friends. Guys, we've talked about the boot camp and the new support, but if we're talking about the key to Gambit's success, we do have to look at the all-star jungler, Diamond Prox.
Yeah, Diamond is recognized as one of the best and the most innovative junglers in the world. He's always been known for his Lee Sin, but he really had some, I would say, enlightened games with Jungle Karma, and that actually took Europe by storm a little bit. And in the regionals, it was his Evelynn and Aatrox that helped get Gambit to Worlds.
Yeah, while Diamond and crew are used to playing in front of thousands of fans, today they'll actually be playing against some of their fans when they step onto the Rift to battle Mineski.
I'm very excited. I never thought that I'd reach this point.
I'm one of their biggest fans. I actually wanted them to win Season 2.
It's really awesome when you're playing against your fans. It's gonna be a pretty hard match for us. Every team here is the best teams in the world.
I consider Alex as a very good mid laner. For now, it's half exciting and half nervous for the upcoming matches.
I think it's cool. A lot of SCA teams and other teams that are coming here were our fans, like last year. I think a lot of teams are looking up to Faker, and he's 17, so it doesn't matter. I don't think that we are that old.
Honestly, I think they're gonna win it all.
We have a little chance, but we will do our best to get that cup.
They're still good. They are still like one of the best teams in the world because they're here. So we need to play our best and just win them.
It's a little disheartening to be like, all right, we think they're going to win the tournament, but we'll do our best.
Yeah. Guys, let's take a look at those starting lineups. In the blue corner, of course, it is Gambit Gaming. Up at the top lane, it will be Darian. In the jungle, it's Diamond Prox. In the mid lane, Alexish with Genja and Voidal as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it is the underdogs of Mineski. Snoy in the top lane, Kaigu in jungle, Yume in mid, EXO is the AD carry, and TG on support.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this picks and bans phase goes forward, because there's things that we've theorized backstage that Mineski may decide to pull out some unorthodox things during the picks and bans, just because they do play another region. And as an underdog, if you pull out those surprise picks, those surprise champions, it can catch your opponents off guard and help you pick up victories.
And we've seen this happen. Early game plays, early game gambits really can set you apart. Lemon Dogs got an early game lead against SKT1. Unfortunately, they didn't have the mid game to follow. But OMG got a really good early game lead as underdogs in that matchup. As right, like basically, literally everyone, not literally, but like basically everyone thought SKT1 was going to win that matchup. But if you get an early lead and hold it, that's actually super, super massive for your team, and it lets you push forward, and it lets you get that victory. It lets you snowball the item lead and just crush. So you've got to start out strong.
The thing for Mineski is to make that a substantial lead.
Yes.
Because Gambit is a team that is incredibly well-traveled. They have played from behind many, many times. One of my favorite victories that they've been able to pull out was at Intel Extreme Masters Kiev, where they lost to, I think it was the CJ Entersis, if I recall correctly, and got dropped to the lower bracket, came from the lower bracket up to win 2 series and actually win the entire tournament after getting knocked down. And there's a famous sort of way that Gambit plays in many of these tournaments. They lose early in the group stages, and then ramp up and peak at the right time. So we'll have to see if that trend continues here.
All right, well, coming in when these guys are cold is going to be the best chance then for Mineski here. Picks and bans coming through. Jarvan and Shen, I mean, these are the standard things. And what I actually want to look at is what happens with the AD carry picks and bans, because they're vastly different players. Genja's full utility, Ashe, Varus, Misfortune, champions who can press R and contribute to a team fight. Whereas it's like the Ezreal, the Tristana, the auto attackers here for EXO, and those bans will only be one-sided.
I'm really happy you do highlight that, because Genja, as an AD carry, does tend to rely more so on his abilities than most of the AD carries at the top of the scene. However, during the playoffs, he really stepped his game up and he became a threat to be reckoned with. The bans are all in. Lee Sin and Thresh taken away there from Mineski. They have targeted 2 of them at Alex, the Zed, and the Orianna, but it does leave Ari up and available.
Yeah, so there's Sona, and with Thresh being banned away as well, this actually limits a lot of the support options left for Mineski, actually. Those are 2 of their most popular champions that they ran throughout their qualifier run. So suddenly, some of their options are going to be dropped away. But it's interesting kind of when you look at the bans here for Gambit, they've banned away champions that they like to play. Thresh is Voidal's most played support. Lee Sin is what Diamond's known for. Jarvan, another champion he plays a lot, but they're basically not respecting Mineski's champion pool, saying your pool's smaller, we've still got more to get back on, even if we ban our own stuff.
It'd be interesting to see where Gambit decides to throw either the likes of Evelynn or Aatrox. Aatrox, a champion that we've seen in Darian's hands, we've seen in Diamond Prox's hands, and of course Eve. I mean, if you think back to the All-Star game, he was dominant on that jungle Evelynn, and it's something that Gambit like to trend towards. So we'll have to see what they decide to go with in these next couple of picks.
The one thing you have to think about when you play Jungle Eve is, do your lanes have crowd control or your ganks are useless? Now, thankfully, Renekton is still here, as is Aatrox still here for the top laner Darian, so that he can actually follow up on Evelynn ganks to force kills. So that is one thing you're going to have to consider when that champion comes through. But on the other side for Mineski, the Fiddlesticks coming through, we've got to assume as a support. The jungle Nocturne as well. And the thing is, they're basically looking for more engage off of this. The Diana comes through, the Nocturne follows up, the Fiddlesticks follows up. They're all going to want to try to go in there, wombo, and force a lot of aggression on the Gambit team. That's how they're going to look for their win.
7 for 7 on Corki right now. We talked about how Genja likes to rely on his abilities. He likes to cast spells while dealing damage. There is no better AD carry that fulfills that sort of role than a Corki.
Exactly. So he will be more of a... It's more like towards the Misfortune side than the Ash Vera side, where his goal is to deal damage in the team fights, but this still does fit his playstyle. Diamond is a player who basically never buys attack speed. He'll go Merc Treads more than he'll go Zerkagrees, basically. He'll stack Bloodthirsters just to get more bullet time damage output, and this fits his style very, very well. We've talked to Doublelift a lot, actually, even off the cameras, and he says, yeah, you want to just keep adding damage items. I would stop at Zeal and get a Last Whisper on even someone like Caitlyn, just to make sure that I have actual attack damage to be useful.
Well, we'll see how Genja decides to itemize in this particular matchup. Mineski have followed up their next two picks with a Diana and Ezreal. So this little combo of Fiddle, Nocturne, Diana, there's a lot of sort of dive-in potential that's coming up. Yeah. And that's going to be Diana versus Ari in that mid lane. That's a matchup that we don't see all too often, but is sort of there. It's on the fringe cases.
Yeah, it's interesting because both laners have really good push potential and both have pretty good kill potential. They're both able to dash in there, start a battle, crowd control their opponent. If you get follow-up from your jungler, that's a very likely kill to come through. So it's going to be how well do these guys actually play the matchup. It's going to be more of a skill matchup, and with Alex Ich being a world-renowned mid laner, and again, Mineski saying, oh, we're fans of you, you've got to assume the skill lead probably goes to Alex's side, but you never know. Up in this stage, people go superhuman sometimes.
Well, it's a big stage. It brings out the best in people when you're sitting in front of this crowd and there's so much to play for. Yeah. You just get completely in the moment. Now, we do see the Gambit composition with Renekton and Aatrox. They have really rounded out the sort of mobility. They've got a great in-your-face sort of potential if they want to pick those. If they do want to pick those fights. But on the same token, there's a fair amount of survivability there. Renekton's ultimate, Aatrox's passive will bring them back to life, you know, in worst-case scenarios.
Gambit have built themselves a brawling competition. Their hard engage is kind of mid-range. Renekton can get in, Ahri can get in, Aatrox can get in, but it's all kind of shorter range. It's not Malphite Orianna. It's not Ashe Arrow. So they're looking to fight more in the jungle and just brawl because they're really good at fighting those mid-range fights. On Mineski's side, they actually have dive potential. The types of fights Mineski wants are different. Even though both these teams like to 5-on-5 with their general compositions, the types of fights they can pick are very different. Mineski with the top lane Zac in there will dive hard, and they will just look for openings and try to capitalize.
For the most part, both of these teams have actually got comfort picks here.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, seeing TG on that Fiddlesticks is a slight change. His most played champions were Sona and Thresh coming into this. Thresh was banned, Sona was taken away.
Exactly.
So, you know, he had to switch over. Genja, not necessarily renowned for his Corki of late, but we know he played in Season 2 and he played phenomenally well. So everybody's playing what they're comfortable with, but know very well. And it's going to come down to whoever can make better use of their champions correctly.
Yes. It is a clash of different styles, and whenever that happens, just as we've seen throughout the game so far today, when you have different styles going at each other, you've got to basically exert your style better and say, we're going to fight on our terms and keep doing that, and that's how you get yourself ahead.
Well, while the players are loading up into the Rift, let's take a look at who you guys think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 79% of you think that Gambit will be victorious. Every single one of our analysts have picked Gambit. But traditionally, Gambit start the group stages of almost every tournament poorly. So we'll see if history or an analyst's predictions is the correct one to go for here.
Remember that they're actually, no, this group are not yet like educated predictions. You guys all get to cheat throughout Group A by voting in
Research.
If you see teams play. Research predictions.
Weren't you listening, freak?
To you, no.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are live for Game 2 here in Group B. Gambit on the blue side, Mineski on the red side. The compositions right now definitely lean towards tons of action, and we'll have to see who is able to manage to pick up a win in this early stage. Right now, both teams starting themselves off defensively, and Kage, he's hanging himself down in this bottom lane with EXO and Yume.
So Gambit already doing something a little bit different that we don't see very often. This is a research choice here. They've awarded their own Tri-Brush, expecting this invade from Mineski. This is an uncommon ward. If someone uses their body to watch this, you typically see them leave when you get into that brush. You'll actually see them as they run away. So this is actually Mineski not knowing they're spotted on this invade.
Well, they are going to be stood right on top of that ward. Gambit will be saying, we have done our homework, and there will be little grins across the faces of the Russians as they are fully aware of their opponent's positioning. Now, they are setting themselves up potentially to trap. We'll have to see how they play this one out. As I say that, Mineski advance forward and Gambit immediately back away towards their opponent's red buff. Mineski with some early vision.
This gave Gambit any wards they wanted. They knew all 5 of Mineski were the bottom side. Mineski had to be very careful about their invade pass. But at the end of the day, the Philippines team, they got actually really good wards down. They got one over by the Wraith Brush left-hand side. They're camping to steal away red. And Gambit, now they have a pretty good idea of where they need to go, but they're still getting spotted while basically stealing back their own red.
All right, Diamond Prox and Darien are going to get spotted up by that ward, so Mineski are going to be aware of the steal. Gambit are going to be fully aware that their red buff is being taken away, and as it stands right now, Genja tries to steal with a phosphorus bomb. That's quite a bit of damage early on. We do know he can't chase as he put that point into the Q, not the W, and at the end of the day, Kage gets away, just losing a little bit of HP.
Genja was one auto attack away from stealing that was Phosphorus Bomb. I want to point out how close that was. One auto attack slower, one less auto attack from Exo, and that would have been a stolen red buff there by Genja. So despite everything, it's still a pretty smart read, but these junglers will be trading buffs equally. They both got a steal on red, they're both grabbing their own team's blue. And with a standard duo lane bottom as well, you likely won't see early jungle pressure because it's hard to force things when you don't have crowd control in your lane yet.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out right now. TG trying to trade with Genji, and you know, at the end of the day, damage looks even, but Voidal's going to be able to heal that up in the not too distant future. He does hit level 2. You know, he's got Dark Wind leveled already.
But Mineski are the team that's pushing, so they're actually going to hold on to a level lead for a little while here. And with that pink ward down in the brush, Voidal can no longer ward down there. Now, it's hard to force a gank with a low-level Nocturne, but as far as jungle control and brush control goes and free harass, Mineski has it here.
Yeah, TG just playing to be a real nuisance right now. Basically, every time a cooldown's available, he's throwing that onto Genja, just poking him and forcing him backwards, making him miss some CS. Diamond Prox has snuck himself up to the top tri-bush and wants Snowy.
And there's no wards there. He looked at the starting build from Snowy and said, there's no wards, I can sneak in and go for a gank, but Nocturne's nearby for the counter gank.
So we'll have to see how this pans out. Kage is about to bump heads with Diamond Prox. They see each other. Level 3 versus level 4. Shroud of Darkness goes up. Kaigu gets thrown into the air, but the fear throws Diamond backwards. He flashes forward. Remember, Bloodwell is available, but junglers without flash.
Well, that was an incredibly close trade right there. Diamond is saying, I'm going to go for the fight. And because Darien was the one pushing, he got to that fight first. It was his team that was winning the battle. But Genja's so incredibly low.
He's been exhausted. The Dark Wind bounces. First blood secured by TG. Now Ignite is ticking. Voidal tries to chase him down. 70 HP as it wears out. And Mineski with the first blood big play.
And there's the level advantage at work right there. Genja still level 2, pretty weak barrier. And Voidal, because of how late he leveled up, only got so much time to put to pump healing into his teammate. Voidal has plenty of mana, but not enough time to keep Genja healthy.
We'll see how this pans out. Exo right now, 23 CS to 14 as he decides to back away and starts to recall. Now, I want to highlight, Exo played Ezreal an excessive amount during the playoffs, and he built what we call the sort of Elementalist build. I don't know if it still applies.
I don't know if it still applies. I almost want to wait to see what he buys as he just recalled. So it looked like a Trinity Force build right here, but he actually had been going Bloodthirster into Static Shiv into Iceborne Gauntlet, and he was just, you know, applying elemental damage the whole time around, which isn't a thing in League of Legends, but don't worry about it. And it was just interesting and thematic, but I'm going to expect it's the standard Trinity Force style, but having Trinity Force earlier is going to be a pretty big lead for him.
Yeah, we'll have to see which of these Trinity Force AD carries can get to that item first and make better use of it. Remember back to the analyst block segments, Double Lift was quite outspoken that Ezreal with Trinity Force not quite as awesome as Corki with that Trinity Force. A 600 gold lead for Mineski, and basically the early game has gone their favor so far.
Yeah, so what you've seen with Genja is he needs to kind of keep his lane alive. Now, typical for Genja, he gets 2 to 3 Doran's Blades anyway, but he's been forced to pick this up just to try to survive and get stats for the lane, whereas Exo's already on his way to Trinity Force, has the longsword, has boots as well, so he won't even die easily. And now both junglers, though, on opposite sides of mid, looking to turn this fight around.
Alex gets pulled backwards by the Moonfall, but that's massive damage. Once Diamond Brush joins in, Ignite is ticking away. Alex secures a kill onto Yume as the Bloodwell passive throws Diamond up into there. Kaigu is going to use that Shrine of Darkness to block a spell, but cannot stick through the sustained damage, and a successful gank by Diamond.
The burst damage coming out for Diamond, so much right there, forcing the kill. The bottom lane, honestly, for Menesky at this point, won't be able to win anymore, I don't think, just because there's enough sustain coming out from Voidal. He's already got 2 points in his heal right there, and Genja's not going to fall over anymore. But the mid lane is now what's important. So the bottom lane is frozen and whatever. They're just going to farm for a while, and their mechanics will determine minion farm scores. But Alexich now being a kill up and 13 minions up on Yume means he will bully that Diana out of lane, have more pressure roaming, and Alex will have a field day on this map.
Well, we'll have to see how efficient he can make that happen. Currently 13 CS ahead. He does have a level advantage for the time being, but I can't imagine Yume is very far away from hitting level 6 himself. And what we do see is that top lane heavily pushed in favor of Darien right now. He does have a pink ward in his back pocket, but he's decided not to use it.
Now, you may be right about that. The Diana right now going for the race, and that might just be enough experience to get 6. If not, he'll get it on the next wave. But if he doesn't here, there's still an ability advantage. Okay, he does just barely hit 6, but even still, I don't think you can force Alexich out of lane. Even though Alex hasn't picked up any more durability, just the 2 Doran's rings on each side, there's just not enough damage out here unless Nocturne forces his way in.
Well, Nocturne does actually have his Paranoia available, so that's a pretty easy way in if you're looking for an opening. But the question is whether or not that's going to be enough to stick to Alexich's Uri. He's got 3 charges on this for a Russian, a Fiendish Codex to boot, so some CDR to make it even more available, more often, moreness with that item.
Yes, exactly. So it's just going to be Alex, again, running around at the map. He has enough ability power now that by the time he hits level 9, he will one-shot caster minions with Orb of Deception. Even now, they'll only take about 1 auto attack to make sure he clears the wave. So Alex will keep Yume at his turret, and basically, Diana has to ask permission to leave his lane.
What we've seen from both of these teams thus far, with the exception of the 2v2 in the bottom lane, is that Diamond Prox and Kaigu have sort of, Kage rather, have moved to the same positions relatively similarly. You can see now once again, Diamond Prox and Kaigu in the same area of the map. TG is going to throw down the Fear into Voidal. Ignite now is stuck onto Fiddlesticks. He's back with about 450 HP. And you can see that Kaigu's just going to backward clean. They seem to be ganking in similar parts.
The Gambit has ward control. Diamond is not spotted coming in.
True Shot Barrage goes down. There comes the Paranoia. We're going to see Nocturne fly forward. He throws himself onto Diamond Prox. Now the Blades of Torment actually misses. There's no blood well available. Mineski secure the 2nd kill of the game. Genja falls so low, and the exhaust mitigates any kill potential.
The just amount of crowd control that comes out of Fiddlesticks with his abilities. He has not got a point in Drain. It's 2 in the Silence, 3 in the Terrify, used Exhaust as well. That's so good at locking up targets. And Diamond, look at his build. There is not a shred of tankiness in that build. He's only level 6. That is an easy champion to destroy when you focus your efforts.
Darien is not respecting Snoy here at all. He's doing this lane cutting with Renekton and farming between 2 towers. And Darien, a player in EU that traditionally feeds to win. The running joke is, if Darien goes 0-5, Gambit will win the game. Because whenever he's being focused by his opposing team, Gambit tend to use that to control Dragon and push other objectives. And right now, he's painting a massive bullseye on his back.
Yeah, he is, but he's building tanky is the thing. The Giant's Belt already done right here. Not even going for the standard Spirit Visit build you sometimes see against a magic damage top laner. He's like, no, I'm building Sunfire. I'm going to be a split pusher. You're going to hate your life. I'm sorry, Mineski, but Darien is here to stay in that top lane.
Well, we'll see how effectively Darien can continue to push it out. A decent-sized wave in front of him, so this will even out those numbers. And across the board, it is still very, very close. Alexich holds on to a very minor 9 CS lead in the top lane. And we see some differences here from our AD carries. Phage picked up for Genja's Corki, as opposed to a Sheen pickup from Exo's Ezreal. And we imagine they're both working towards that Triforce as quickly as possible.
The pickup for Exo makes a lot of sense right there. Longsword actually lets you last hit under turret. You'll actually, it guarantees you can last hit minions, either melee or range, without support from your support. So that was a smart pickup, but Sheen is so easy to apply from Ezreal. It's actually the build I would recommend as well for both these champions, because it's much easier to apply with Mystic Shot than it is for Corki. But the interesting thing is, with Gambit's ganks failing, they wanted that bottom lane gank to go take Dragon for free by building a big lead, and then Alexich is more powerful than his mid lane opponent. But with that gank failing, Mineski have actually a really good opportunity to wait for the team fight phase and force them, but Diamond's coming back.
So we do see Crescendo is available, as is Flash for Voidal. The question is, do they want to jump in to use that? You can see Mineski grouping up towards the mid lane. It looks to be just a matter of time before somebody jumps onto their opponents. This time, though, Kaigu decides to back away and get out as safely as possible.
So let's see what happens right here, because the top lane hasn't done much. The Gambit are still trying to bait a fight in the bottom lane. Darian's been sitting here for not Darian's, but Diamond's been sitting here for about a minute, but Nocturne shows top. This is not good for Darian.
Darian throws down the Dominus, is going to flash away and actually gets out basically just through walking, but ultimate and flash burned. And as we talked about, spend some time giving some love taps to Darian, and Gambit say, we want to Dragon.
Very well orchestrated play here by Gambit. There's not people around to stop this. Not successfully anyway. TG off to the side, and Alex goes for it.
Oh, the charm doesn't land though, but TG is just getting chunked down. Between Alex and Genja, they pick up a kill and a dragon and extend the gold lead, and Darian just returns to the lane to continue farming.
That was just, it was unnecessary there for TG. You know, every cooldown was available here for Gambit to use on him. And we see a lot of Ahri's kill supports. That's probably their #1 source of food, is Ahri's killing supports. And it happened right there again. TG unable to land any abilities to stop that chase down. Genja coming in from the bottom as well, really useful. But that's just a play you'll make as Gambit 100% of the time. It was just an unfortunate choice there by Mineski.
Who fed Ahri? It tends to be those supports, and we'll have to see if Alex can continue picking on TG's Fiddlesticks. Of course, Fiddle, with all of that crowd control, the silences and the fears, can make Alex's life very difficult. He still only holds a very small CS advantage in the mid lane, as well as that additional kill and now Dragon Roll.
I'm actually surprised by Alex's choice of build. He's not playing that sort of playmaking roam around by Deathfire Grasp and kill everything Ahri we see from most players. He's actually going towards the Abyssal Scepter, afraid of Yume. He actually does not want to get jumped on. Despite the early lane matchup being good for Alex, Yume's held on. He's got a Nocturne to dive in and force kills on Alex, so he's building a bit defensively.
So to be fair, there's two things about this. There's a lot of magic damage from the rest of the Mineski lineup that also backs it up, but in addition to it, you know, Alex hasn't had the strongest of splits throughout the summer split. He has been fairly hit or miss. He wasn't quite as dominant as he was in the spring split or even last year. And maybe a slightly more defensive start can at least make it safer for him to get to that power position. It's definitely something you can't discount at a tournament as large as the Season 3 World Championships.
Sure, absolutely. It's just interesting to see Gambit play a slower-paced game, especially when they're a sort of like mid-game focused team of just picking fights with mid-range champions, and they're not really forcing the issue, but TG is.
Oh, take a look at that. Crowstorm into a flash. Crescendo locks TG up under the tower. Massive turret damage. Ignite is ticking away. The phosphorus bomb picks up a kill. Now Genja carries on chasing. Remember, the Phage movement speed increase is going to allow him to chase away, and you actually see Exo using that Arcane Shift defensively.
The area of effect damage from Corki, even though TG's team was body blocking for him, the AoE was big enough that he still reached in and picked up the kill. But so this is Gambit not forcing the issue, but kills still just keep falling into their laps. Good individual play, good turnarounds. Darian pulling attention, just taking global objectives is working here for Gambit.
And we do see Darian Dominus is not available. He slices once, he dices twice, and gets out cleanly away from Yume.
If he hadn't set up that reset, he would have gotten picked off. That was a really nice attempt from the Moonfall there from Yume. So Gambit, they're playing a slower paced game, which surprised me a little bit, but let's actually talk about what they're trying to do with this then. It's basically a game of pressure and putting damage in the turrets. Their mid lane has been out pushing the whole time, but Alex is about to get flanked.
Well, we'll have to see how well Kaiger can do it, because this looks like a replay. This time around, Yume flashes out of the knockup, and that means Diamond does not get time to deal damage. They've traded Flash for mid laner for Flash for jungle, and this time around, Mineski get out safely.
They do get out safely, but Gambit actually has an advantage here on the mid lane. If they wanted to pressure the turret, they could do it. I'm just surprised by how defensively they're playing. This is not the Gambit I'm normally used to seeing from these guys. So it is them building slow, aggravatingly, just piece by piece minion leads across their various lanes, and they're just waiting for some kind of openings to happen. They're grabbing dragons on respawn, and that's going to building the lead. They're hoping to find some turret pressure, but Diamond is not finding any ganks.
Well, talking about the Dragon, Mineski are going to be well aware of the Dragon timer, and they should be able to at least set up vision and potentially challenge for the very next Dragon that spawns. But we are a couple minutes away from that. As it stands right now, Sunfire Cave completed for Snoizak up in the top lane. Sunfire Cave being worked towards by Darian up there in the top lane, and nothing really major being completed across the board. Yume, in fact, getting to that Abyssal Scepter before his counterparts, Alex H.
Yeah, well, he did sidestep part of the build and not get a Phoenix Codex is part of that one. So I understand the fact that it's a little bit slow here. But it's actually interesting to point out is that Darien is actually still stacking armor. We actually just mentioned how magic damage heavy the Mneski lineup is, but Darien just wants to go for the back line, fully with Crescendo.
That hit nobody.
This could be rough.
Here comes TG, Crowstorms forward, a Valkyrie away from Genja. Even though the fear lands, it was after the Valkyrie. TG just gets shut down by the burst damage of Gambit. And a great, dare you call it, counter gank.
And now Alex is looking to make a play, but Keigu's nearby.
A great arcane shift. Alex continues chasing, is not going to be able to burst through the barrier. Ignite is ticking, 110 damage, and if that missile barrage had landed, it would have been enough to pick up a kill, but Alex gets away cleanly. It's not over yet, as now Yume wants to get a taste. Dragon is up in 55 seconds, and this is a repeat of the previous bottom lane fights, which Gambit were hoping would secure them a safe Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. It was basically Genja's reflexes being good enough to Valkyrie away from Crowstorm before the fear got applied by TG. And just like last time, unfortunately, Fiddlesticks overextended by doing that and got punished for it. But now 30 seconds left to go till Dragon means that really both these teams can choose to reset for it. Darien, yeah, he's going to survive this one.
Yeah, Darien's not going to be able to win a fight against Snoy plus a turret, but they were trading fairly evenly. Darien actually used his dominus there, basically just for harass and to keep pushing the wave. It's a farm lane again. You know, both of these top laners just trying to get as tanky as possible and ideally getting to a point where they can wreck the back line of their opposing team.
Yeah. Well, so for what it's worth, Zach does better with no items than Renekton does with no items. Renekton needs to get big to be useful. Zach can theoretically be level 6 and at least do something in a team fight. So compared to that, it's a little bit better for Gambit that this is a farm lane. But Snowy's going to get to the point where he's really going to ruin Genja's day. He's building for a magic pen built on top of the Sunfire Cape. I expect to see a Haunting Guise come next. And remember that Yume is also diving the back line and built Abyssal Scepter. Genja will not have magic resist in these team fights and will very easily be killed by Diana Zach.
Oh, Genja with his Trinity Force completed is just shredding through Exo's HP bar. We've seen a critical hit there as he was forcing him back, and Exo simply cannot win trades against a completed Triforce. However, he's just completed his own, so we'll be seeing some slightly more fair trades. 3-level difference between Darien and Kaiju, and Darien decides to back out and realizes he's outnumbered. But knowing the number of members of Mneski up in the top lane, it does allow Gambit to start off this Dragon. It doesn't look like Philippines Mneski will want to challenge this.
Just like clockwork, Gambit managed to pressure the bottom lane away and then show up to take the Dragon down. This is another one uncontested because Mneski aren't really able to contest them. This is the gold lead that Gambit are building. They might get a catch here.
Yeah, it's not over yet. We do see Crowstorm goes down. They're trying to focus Genja and Voidal. Genja once again gets out cleanly. The Crowstorm has done nothing to him. Alex secures the first kill of the fight. Is now Diamond Prox's Bloodwell passive does get popped. They've shut down Ezreal in the background and now turned their attention over to Yume. Diana is now out as we see Snoy gets charmed up. That was a great charm by Alex Edge. The Bloblets pop up and the question is, who scrambles to squash them? Alex goes 3-0-3 killing spree. 4 for 0. They get Dragon, and they're going to take blue buff. This is complete control from them. As we do see a dive forward from Kaigu, the Fear Proc throws Genja backwards. He may not be able to get away. That is a shutdown for Kaigu. He smites a minion on the way out, and it's just a matter of time before Gambit pick this one up. Darien says, do want Charmlands, knock up, and Russian Overlord secure their 9th kill of the game.
And Gambit going for a roaming death squad basically after the Dragon pickup, making sure no scraps were left there. And that's now finally a real lead here for the Gambit squad. They've taken their time with these fights. Let's watch the battle come in. TG's going to try again for a Crowstorm, but he's coming in at half HP. It's a very easy pickup there. The Crescendo making life difficult. Alex really just super easy to pick that fight up. But now it's the fight in the back line. Look, Alex finally did go Deathfire Grasp, and he just can get rid of that back line. Diamond was actually the focus of the Mneski lineup, and all they did was pop his Bloodwell. The backline assassination was never found by Mneski. You saw the Let's Bounce used at the end of the fight. Mneski, despite wanting to engage, aren't even engaging properly.
And you've seen there, you know, TG throws himself in with the Crowstorm and didn't follow the CC up. It had already been used. The fear as well as that silence. Right now, Darren's got that Hex Drinker completed, so he's going to be able to survive some of that magical damage that's coming down from his opponents. We'll see a Hex Drinker as well as that Bilgewater Cutlass completed by Diamond Prox as well. And, you know, Gambit's playstyle right now is in some ways reminiscent to that of the Chinese teams going for that roaming death squad. You can see Darien once again very, very extended, does get feared sideways. Knockup comes up from Snowy, but doesn't manage to land. Slices once, dices twice. Darien's done this before. It's not over yet. Flash is available. He should be able to flash away, but here comes Alex. They've taunted up Yume. He's going to spirit rush forward. Ignites is ticking. That should be enough to pick it up. That is a rampage now for Alex. There's no more procs on the spirit rush, but the charm does land. Kaigu actually spell shielded up. It's not going to be enough to save him, and now Diamond Procs with an ignite on is trying to get away. Blades of Torment lands. He gets a massive life steal. Saves his life for a couple of seconds as now Snowy flashes over the wall. Darien with the flash still in hand is going to pick up the kill in the background. Kill credit lands with Kaigu. It's not over yet, as now TG does throw in the Crow Storm. Genja gets out of range, picks up a double kill, and Sun, you are not going down to the birds as Genja just blows him up.
Absolutely incredible fighting by Gambit. Those are the jungle fights, the mid-range fights they were looking for. Honestly, this entire game has actually given Gambit the types of battles they wanted. These split up 3-on-3s. They've got guys like Renekton and Ahri who love to fight small engagements. And when Genja's ahead on items, he's just simply going to beat you in a fight. The Crow Storm jump in was nice from TG, but it just wasn't enough to win the battle. That bottom lane is so far ahead.
Here's a replay of this bottom lane fight. So Freak, you know, what really helped Genja?
Really, really good Terrify. He gets a lot of damage from the Crow Storm, but this crescendo means everything. It locks up both TG and EXO, and as you mentioned, Genja was out of range of the Crow Storm for the last about second of that damage, and no longer took damage from Ezreal, which means he got to turn it right back around, put the burst down, which Corki does really well, and just get the rest of the damage he needed.
Could say that Mineski could not avoid that crescendo. Right now, Gambit 14-4 up on the kill score, 10,000 gold advantage and in a real power position. Bloodthirster completed, and Genja is just going to delete Yume. Now they try to focus on Kaigu as he throws himself off to the right. Genja continues the chase. Missile after missile is just shredding through the HP. It actually continues to slash everyone else. Blades of Torment is going to slow TG and EXO is now. They now split up. A flash over the wall. Valkyrie should be up. In fact, Darien's going to slice through, and it's just all too easy for Gambit right now. They see hero and kill hero.
Yeah, at this point, they've got a very, very large lead, 13,000 gold. And this is Gambit now saying, all right, we can siege at this point. We've got Sona to keep her health bar up. There's a bit of sustain from Genja and Alex Ich. Actually, a lot of the Gambit's lineup has actually some decent sustain, and they can just keep pushing forward, breaking down minion lines, and pushing into the turret. I think they could even fight a battle underneath the Mineski turret and win because Darien has so much health and armor. He can just tank that damage.
Well, we do see them now bashing away on this inhibitor turret. Diamond Procs throws down that ultimate of Massacre. Massive amount of attack damage in the background. Crescendo once again locking up Mineski. They have traded kills though as Alex has dropped down. We do see a second kill onto Snows. Now Kaigu is going to get dropped by those Blades of Torment. Yume in the background doing the best he can to run away. The shield kept him alive for a few seconds, but EXO is the final target as Gambit just rotate. They pick up a clean ace. Inhibitor's going to drop, and Gambit are not going to stop. They're going to get on the Nexus turret.
They've got 20 seconds until the next important champion respawns. That should be enough for them to close out this game and start the group out 1-0. Game had a little bit of a slow start in the game, but they turned it on in the mid-game. Only 24.5 minutes in. They're going to take down Mineski's Nexus.
For the longest time, this game was so incredibly close. 4-2 in kills, and in the space of 8 to 9 minutes, it just blew up. Voidal went 0-0-10. Did not drop a single death in that game, and while for one crescendo, really helped keep Genja alive.
So I'm impressed, I guess, by the actual game plan then from Gambit. I thought this was weird. They're not playing Gambit style. They're waiting so much to start pick up the kills. Like, they don't really want to be the team that gets dived and gets picked on, and you don't want to let the other team set the pace. But Gambit said, no, we're just waiting for certain items to come through. Get the Trinity Force done, wait till the Deathfire Grasp actually comes through, the Sunfire Cape's done, and Darien can pull more attention. Then we'll turn it on and just crush you.
Well, Mineski, they had a couple of moments there of brilliance. They got the very first blood in a straight-up 2v2 against Genja and Voidal. You've seen that Kaigu was roaming the map, and you know, for the first opening couple of minutes, was actually reading Diamond Procs relatively well. They were always in the same area at the same time, but they just couldn't turn it on when they really needed to.
And now the composition here for Mineski was engage. It's start fights. Diana,
Nocturne, Zach. Those are the engagers, those are the initiators. It's up to Ezreal and Fiddlesticks to follow up on that engage because you've blown all your crowd control on the Zach or the Nocturne to try to get them off you. And then Crowstorm shows up from behind, yells caw, 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 and everyone falls over. Unfortunately for Mineski, they never got that plan rolling. The let's engage on our terms and start a team fight. That never happened. Gambit set the pace, started the Dragons, and then whenever Mineski tried to stop them at the Dragons, Alex ran up to the side and found someone and killed him, right? The preying on supports. That actually removed part of the team fight comp for Mineski. They removed crucial parts of the 5v5 to not get follow-up damage.
Well, I hope they have learned a lot from this matchup because they do have 7 more group games to play. Guys, we do need to take a very quick break. But when we return, we'll be talking to Gambit's manager, Konstantin Pikina, about his team's dominating performance. Then, the Korean powerhouse Ozone and their mid laner Dade take on ManCloud and North America's Vulcan. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championships as I am joined by Konstantin Pikina, or Groove, who is of course the manager for Gambit Gaming, just coming off a victory here. But I'd like to ask you, Groove, how are you guys coming into this tournament as you're the highest seeded team coming back from Season 2 to compete in the Season 3 finals?
Как ты считаешь, как вы в турнир выходите? Ну, во-первых, я хотел бы сказать спасибо всем нашим российским фанатам, которые сейчас нас смотрят. В России сейчас раннее утро. Ну, а по поводу турнира, как бы для нас он начался, можно сказать, хорошо. Мы победили команду Миньески, но наша группа, на мой взгляд, тяжелее группы А, как бы, и нам будет достаточно тяжело из нее выйти.
First of all, I just want to thank all the fans that are watching us and from Russia, and I do think that the group B is probably harder than Group A, and so it's going to be quite the feat to get out of there.
As you just come off a very nice win against Team Mineski, who do you kind of think are your hardest opponents in that Group B, and why?
Кто считает сейчас самый большой оппонент?
Ну, я думаю, что все очевидно. Естественно, это корейские МВП Озон и Фнатики. Но, как показывает практика, одно дело доминировать в своем регионе, другое дело показывать хороший результат на чемпионатах мира. Как бы об этом говорит то, что вот Вулкан обыграли команду Fnatic, поэтому здесь шансы есть у всех команд, здесь собраны самые лучшие представители своих регионов, и не стоит выделять кого-то особенного, все может быть, это чемпионат мира.
So while Korean and the Asian teams are obviously pretty strong coming into this, we think that any team stands a chance to really compete. For example, Vulcan versus Fnatic, and so just because somebody's leading their region, everybody's got a shot.
All right. I would like to ask you, Groove, specifically how you deal as a manager with the fact that you're with a team that can do so well when they are on point, but they also have a lot of ups and downs. How do you try and kind of mitigate that?
Как ты способной командой своей руководишь, когда они имеют такой большой потенциал, но иногда очень много вверх и вниз?
Ну, скажем так, мы ориентируемся на результат. Во время лиги, во время групповой стадии мы можем играть хуже или лучше, но в любом случае, всегда на всех турнирах, где бы мы ни принимали участие, на протяжении 2 лет мы всегда занимаем топ-3. На мой взгляд, как бы самое важное — это стабильность. И у любой команды, как у любой организации, есть спады и есть падения. Как мне кажется, у нас не так много спадов.
He thinks they don't have that many falls. Ultimately, when it comes down to it, the main tournaments, they always manage to come up top 3. The stability is really important, and Gambit's got it.
All right, and then finally, great win against Mineski. What do you take of all that was positive about that game into your next game? What were you particularly impressed with of your team?
Классный выигрыш команды Миньески. Какой у вас вывод?
Ну, я думаю, сейчас самое главное нам сфокусироваться на оставшихся командах. Сейчас мы будем смотреть еще раз матчи корейцев, будем готовиться к ним.
We're going to do a bit of studying, looking at the other teams, specifically some of the Korean teams, and keep going from there.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. As for us, it's time to get into our next matchup, so let's go over to Trevor and Freak over at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Before we carry on, I think Konstantin's suit was awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty. How do you get a suit with sponsor logos on it?
It's pretty sweet. Guys, it is time for our 8th match of the day. Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone versus North America's Vulcan. And for ManCloud and his team, they come into the showdown off a big win over Fnatic in their first match here at Worlds.
Exactly. Vulcan looked great. They started off with 2 kills at level 1, and they kept that pressure up, finishing the game at just over 31 minutes, and they were led by ManCloud. He had a great game in Oriana. He led Vulcan in kills, of course. He had more kills than all of Fnatic combined. He also had at least 6,000 more gold than anyone else on Fnatic. The guy put on a great performance, and for a team based around ManCloud, he's not disappointing.
Yeah, and now ManCloud and Vulcan step back onto the Rift. But this time, it is against the Korean powerhouse of Ozone.
Yeah, and just a heads up for those guys who've been watching the seasons over in Korea, this is the team formerly known as MVP Ozone, but they've got a new sponsor and a new name, but it's the same team. These guys are incredible. So Ozone, they won the spring season in the Korean League, and they came 3rd during the summer season. So great results there, but because of their circuit points, they're actually Korea's #2 seed coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and leading the way for Korea's 2nd seed is their terrifying triple threat of Imp, Dade, and Dandy.
Yeah, so let's start with Dandy. This guy is widely regarded as the best jungler in the world. And we just saw Gambit playing with Diamond. This guy's taken his throne. Guy's incredible. He plays mobile junglers like Lee Sin and Elise. He's really good at catching you out. And when Dandy gets someone to recall to base or kill someone, that team capitalizes really fast on advantages that Dandy builds. Now, next up is Dade, the mid laner. And he is amazing at assassins. His Zed is legendary, and he often becomes that during the game. But the most deadly player on Ozone is their AD carry, Imp. He has a hyper carry with great mechanics, and he's going to clean up team fights really, really, really well. He leads Ozone with a KD of almost 5.5. His Caitlyn and his Vayne are freaking scary.
That's a massive KDA.
Yeah, he's real good at this game. And now, since both these teams like to play for the late game, right? You've got Zuna, you've got Imp right here. The battle between the hyper carries is one that you kind of got to give to Imp here.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Ozone will be hoping their AD carry will be out-damaging that of Vulcans. And, you know, while Ozone do come into this match with one of those most deadly dual lanes in the tournament, they have a lot of respect for Vulcan's solo laners as both teams fight to rep their regions right here at Worlds.
I don't think I've ever played a Korean team. Because it's Worlds, I do feel like I'm representing my team and America as well.
Playing against Samsung Galaxy Ozone, I think they're one of the best teams in Korea right now.
They pick really strong picks, just their synergy is crazy.
발컨에 대해서 아직 잘 모르겠지만 미드랑 탑이 좀 잘한다고 알고 있어요.
아직 많이 연구하지 못했는데 이길 자신이 있어요.
개인적으로는 이제 한국의 대표 정글러가 저라는 걸 보여주고 싶은 거고 팀적으로는 우승하는 게 목표죠.
I think their jungler is probably one of the best ones. I'm going to learn a lot from Dandy.
It's pretty exciting to know that I'm going to be playing against one of these guys, and just want to see how I match up.
I absolutely love hearing these teams show a lot of respect to their opponents and basically feeling it out. These are very safe previews saying we're not sure where we want to go, but we think if we play right, we can win.
And that's the thing, it's the World Championships. Everyone here is a real threat and an amazing team. You go in saying, yeah, they're one of the best in the world, easy, right? No one's going to actually do that. Maybe double it, but that's about it.
Well, that's why he's on the analyst desk.
Yeah. Oh.
So let's take a look at those starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is, of course, Ozone. And instead of Hom in the top lane, it is going to be Looper. In the jungle, it will be Danny, as well as Dade in the mid lane with Imp and Mata as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it is Vulcan with Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle. By the way, we talked about junglers a second ago. Double thinks he's better than Dandy, so this could be interesting. Of course, ManCloud in the mid lane as well. Zuna on AD carry and Bloodwater on support. So you talked about the respect these teams gave to each other, and it's interesting to look at, right, where they're like, all right, so So Looper apparently has been doing really well in practice games, by the way, replacing and so he's going to be all kinds of scary. But also Dade is crazy, and they just said, well, but Vulcan's top and mid are also really good players.
Yeah, we're about to jump into Champion Select, and one of the areas where Champ Select is very difficult for both of these two teams to deal with is the fact that there is a fair amount of shared champions across the board. I mean, as far as the mid laners are concerned, they've both got a love for Zed. They've both got a love for those assassins. Yeah. But they can both play such a multitude of champions. Similarly, for the junglers, I mean, we've been hearing Xmithy and Dandy. You know, Xmithy is like Dandy Light, according to Monte Cristo, and Xmithy is Dandy Super Saiyan, according to Double Lift. They both play Lee Sin. They both play Jarvan. They both like that sort of roaming, ganking, but can still farm, you know, control style.
You're right that there's actually a lot of similarities down the line. So we look at Xmithy, right? And okay, so Dandy made some of the first waves. It was like, all right, so Diamond and Insect are like the guys, and you look at them and they're really incredible. And then Dandy kind of showed up. I don't want to say out of nowhere, because obviously he's been good for a while, but he kind of took the throne over as best jungler sort of recently. And Smithy, to be fair, he was not that great during the spring split and really stepped up his game during the summer. All of his teammates call him the most improved player. A lot of the guys in NA call him now the best jungler in NA. And this is just a mantle he's taken up now, and you've now got a battle of, in a lot of cases, the best of their role per region.
And you have to highlight his performance earlier in the day. His Vi was spectacular.
Yes.
When he was needed for ganks, he was at the right place at the right time. His assault and batteries, you know, hit the right target. He didn't tend to dive into fights that would then cost his life. And, you know, to be fair, Vulcan were very far ahead, so it becomes particularly difficult to jump in and lose a fight. But the point still remains. He played them right. He played his role correctly. And that's got to be a great confidence boost going into this game.
It definitely is, and we've always made the point that, like, it's easy to be a good jungler when your team is winning because you'll get so much golden experience from all your ganks succeeding and you having always control of the jungle and always getting the dragons and turrets. It's wonderful. But Smithy has actually made those happen for his team, and that makes him such a good player. But I also want to take a step back and look at actually the teams overall and how they play, because looking at Ozone and trying to figure out what they're all about, they're actually pretty reserved. They're kind of like a really good version of the old Counterlogic Gaming NA squad back when they had Hotshot. And this is still assuming that Hom was playing, because we haven't seen this team with Looper. And they're very safe. Now, they understand the map incredibly well. They know what advantages will open up and what things they don't have to care about. And then they'll attack when there's some kind of opening. But compared to a team like OMG, who just makes opening and just puts a crowbar in there and says, the door's open now, let's go! Ozone, thank you, waits for the door to open. And then we'll walk through it, and then walk through it very cleanly. And when they try to close out the game, they'll often like kill 2 Barons and 4 Dragons while still holding a lead and close the game out. And they take their time winning the game. Whereas you look at Vulcan, and they actually didn't lose much time closing a game out, which can be really important because you'll see comebacks in this tournament.
Yeah, that was very, very important against Fnatic. They really did not waste the lead that they had generated. I want to go back to something you touched on during the course of the discussion about Ozone, is the fact that Ohm is not playing. It is Looper in the top lane. So Looper is a player that's been on the roster of Ozone throughout the course of the OGN summer season, but didn't actually play a game in Champions. You know, Monte Cristo was talking to us about it and said, well, he hasn't played a game professionally. We've heard through some of the players that he's been playing some Cannon top lane, doing very, very well. And what I want to highlight is the fact that in that previous game, Psycho Sid played Nasus top lane fantastically well. That was one of Ohm's signature champions. So
exactly,
if Vulcan want to pull that similar sort of strat or that similar sort of composition out again, Ozone are going to be well aware of the ins, the outs, and most likely would be able to theorize a counter to it.
Yes.
Because it used to be one of their mains.
And that's the interesting thing, actually, is basically in that first game, Vulcan was forced to blind pick their top lane. That Fnatic waited until the last pick to pick a champion for Soaz, and so they had to say, well, we can't just like run Jax against whatever. He'll get counterpicked. It'll be a horrible experience. And so they picked Psycho Sid, a safe top laner. And the thing is, safe top laners were kind of Home's specialty. And he would just play guys like Shen and Zac, at least before the nerfs, or play a lot of Nasus and just, well, I can't lose lane, and I'll be a split pusher, and I'll just pull attention and whatever. Now, with Looper being more carry-focused, right, you've got to expect he plays those, even though we talked about it in the pregame, those Trinity Force top laners that we haven't seen yet, you expect him to play some more high-impact champions, and that'll be a fun matchup, because Smithy does really well in lane. He can beat up people who play high-impact champions.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out. I'd like to pose a question to the analyst desk for later. So far, we've seen those Trinity Force champions in the AD carry role. Not so much in the top lane role. We're still seeing those traditional sort of tanky initiated tops. Yeah. But that is an aside. We are into champion selection for Samsung Galaxy Ozone taking on Vulcan. And the first couple of bans, Kenan, the first Corki ban, he's 8 for 8 here at the World Champs Day 1, as well as Zed in Lee Sin. So fairly predictable bans.
Yes.
But we were actually expecting maybe Ozone to play Kenan, so that's a bit of a change.
And I want to see if Vulcan will actually ban Elise out here, because Danny would love to play that champion, but it shows me really on both sides, these teams have been doing their research. I think getting rid of Cannon for Psycho Sid, it's one of his known high-impact top laners that he still plays, compared to the Shen Nasus and whatnot that you see him play more often. But now with the Zyra ban, I wouldn't be surprised to see a first pick Sona instead by Ozone. Like, this is what we saw Gambit do a second ago, is they banned one, picked the other. Here's the exact same setup on a lot of different fronts, actually.
And you can also remember that not only do they have that option available to them, but the Nami is a champion that Mata has played exceptionally, and of course, Thresh being the third champion, which of his most played. So Thresh, Zyra, and Nami, the three most played champions there for Mata. So Ozone may be playing it a bit safe, blocking the support. They're not revealing anything about their comp.
There's a lot of really interesting steals going on, though. So I actually expected the Sona to come through, because that's the more frequent champion for Bloodwater. But now he gets to wait till last pick and just do whatever the heck he wants. With Zed banned out, though, letting ManCloud play Ahri lets him put out so much pressure over the map. And I think he'll be a lot more explosive than the Ahri we saw from Alex Ich. I think ManCloud's going to make a lot of plays throughout this map, and it's actually pretty key for him to win the matchup. Additionally, they got Shen on top of that. And if they're playing Assassin versus Assassin mid, we'll talk about that if they lock it in. When we talk about Assassin versus Assassin mid, having a Shen on your team means you will win the Assassin versus Assassin matchup, because you get a 300-point shield and then don't lose the fight. ManCloud can heads up Dade and win. Straight up in this game.
Well, we'll have to see if it can work, because he will need the piggyback of Xmitty. There's a big window of opportunity if that is not available. Now, we did see the Rengar hovered over for a second. We're all still waiting. It's been a long time. I think IPL 5 probably the last time that I can remember seeing a Rengar in competitive play. This time around, however, Ozone have locked in Jarvan for Dandy. It's going to be one of his go-to champions. Lee Sin was taken away from him. And, of course, the Caitlyn being secured for Imp. Arguably, Imp's strongest AD carry between maybe Caitlyn and Vayne. Sure. And I would think Caitlyn.
I mean, those are definitely his two, but right now Vulcan said we wanted you to get Caitlyn. That's the only reason they banned Vayne, because they want that Kate to come through and say, we know how to deal with this. So with Vulcan, this is interesting because they know the bottom lane. They know it's Kate Thresh and can pick whatever they want into that. Or simply lane swap and pick a 1v2 that's good against that as well. Or I guess they have Shen, but they've now picked a bunch of dive. And Vi, Shen, Ahri is all kinds of scary. At level 6, they can all in the mid laner, and Dade will almost definitely die. Unless you have amazing Spidey sense from Mata, he's going down.
Something that we've talked about extensively, you know, when Orianna's locked in, is the Orianna ball delivery system. This is a Shen delivery system. No matter who he piggybacks on the back of, he's getting to his target. He is going to be in range to land that taunt, because, you know, if that Assault and Battery lands on the likes of Imp's Caitlyn, for example, there's nowhere to go but a Shadow Dash taunt from Shen once it arrives. We do see that Ozone are saying they've locked in their top laner. We are going to be singed. I know this will be making Joe Miller extremely excited. And for the time being, Dada is toying with the idea of Ryze. Now, Ryze was a champion that was, I don't use the word fameful, but was picked as a counterpick to Ahri several weeks ago. And, you know, just that Rune Prison ability to lock the Nine-Tailed Fox in place.
Yeah, we're going to take the last couple seconds to make sure he is going for this one. And the Ryze pick, I think, is a kind of a stopgap to say, look, you guys can burst people out really hard 1v1. And if I run an Assassin in the mid lane, I have to fight the Assassin plus the Shen, so let's not go for that matchup. Let me pick someone who's going to want to farm. Let me pick someone who sits in the back, last hits minions, gets big, and then gets un-one-shottable. And then we'll go from there, and I can carry late game, and that's actually a pretty smart idea here for Dade. But what's interesting is Vulcan forced the Caitlyn in there from Ozone. Caitlyn, compared to Vayne, is much worse at escaping Vi, Shen than Vayne, because Vayne can turn invisible, can mess with the Vi, can push the Shen back, and get out. And Imp is good enough to do that in, like, literally 1v2. Caitlyn, less mobile. Right, it's much easier to break 90 caliber net than tumble, much easier to break her down, and there's not really a ton of peel for him, so they can remove that late game AD carry threat. Zuna, meanwhile, is on Ezreal, and that guy can kite anything.
So in theory, it sounds like you're liking the Vulcan pick so far.
I do like it.
The question is, how are they going to close this one out? So they have decided on that Sona for last pick. Took a very, very long time to lock that champion in. And it is, of course, one of Bloodwater's most played champions.
Yeah, you might as well wait a little while on the last pick right there. You say, look, we got 60 seconds. We want Sona? Yeah. Okay, take the next 50. Are we sure we want Sona? There's nothing else to do except make sure you're ready to go. It's kind of the most important part of the lives. You might as well make sure their picks are good. But, yeah, again, going back to the picks, I was surprised that they banned Zyra and then just said, screw it, we'll pick Thresh, because Bloodwater's happy to play Sona. It's one of, if not literally, his most played support in competitive play. So they know this matchup. They know how to play this one out. And honestly, again, I go back to it. I like Vulcan's lineup. They've done one thing very well. But we'll go back to what Ozone's going for. These Singed versus Shen matchups actually really good for Singed. Singed needs to get a bunch of gold, and Shen can't threaten him out of lane. So Looper will get big and threatening and scary. And when you're dealing with Assassins, Assassins don't want to focus a Singed. So he'll get to run to the back line and wreak havoc.
Well, I imagine both of these teams will be considering 2v1s. We'll see who pulls it in their favor. Let's take a look who you guys think is going to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 67% of you agree with the analysts and think that Ozone is going to be walking away the victor. And as we said, 4 out of 4 in favor of Ozone. Now, to be fair, votes were locked in prior to seeing Vulcan's performance against Fnatic.
Okay.
And I'm sure we'll be hearing them either saying they wanted to change their vote or, jump ship.
So no well-researched picks for these guys. just the blind research, and they're going to hope it worked out. I did like, though, that the Corki ban came through, right, seeing, oh, they played this in the first game. Let's actually remove that option right here and let it play his standard champions. But the game is afoot, Trevor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, the third game of Group B, the 8th game of day 1 here at the World Championships, and the first time we will be seeing Ozone take to the Rift. They've got a very beefy, tanky front line in Singed, Jarvan, and Ryze. And my biggest concern here for Ozone is how long it's going to take him to get to that tanky survive damage status that Vulcan's going to not be able to unshottable them.
Exactly. That is the difficulty, because the mid-game sort of jungle aggression, the ability to tower dive and force picks is definitely here for Vulcan. But as you sort of alluded to, an assassin-heavy team from Vulcan doesn't like killing tanky targets. But with Ryze, with the Singed in there, and even Jarvan to an extent, those are tanky guys who don't care that much about Ahri Burst, Vi Burst, or any kind of damage that Shen puts out.
Well, we do see Vulcan with some very, very deep wards. Vulcan, dare I say it, pulling an Ozone with that lane ward, going to give them vision of Ozone's, whoever runs to that bottom lane. And it's going to at least tell Vulcan where that solo and duo lane is going, allowing them to make a decision on the matchup that they want best.
And what's interesting about Vulcan's level 1 is they actually diverted or differed from their standard level 1, because MVP, or not MVP, sorry, but Samsung Ozone actually pinged the expected ward positions from Vulcan and got each of those brushes wrong. They actually, yeah, okay, they're revealing similar locations on the map, but as far as the ward is here, Vulcan actually switched up their ward patterns, which you never know might just give a bit of an edge in the level 1 gameplay.
Well, any little advantage is what matters. A game of inches, if you want to quote a popular editor that came up recently. We do see Vulcan now setting up potentially for a straight-up 2v2 matchup. From what I can tell, Ozone have not revealed themselves on the map until that second imp walked across the ward. So now Vulcan are well aware that we're going to have effectively a straight skill matchup. But Zuna and Blood were in lane earlier. They should have an experience advantage.
Exactly. And this will actually pay out pretty well, because they, just like Caitlyn, they can fight from pretty far away, and under the cover of a minion wave, it's easy to get poked like this down. Imp and Mata will have a fairly rough time early on in this lane, as long as Vulcan can hold on to a minion wave lead.
Well, we'll have to see how well Zuna can do at last hitting. Mechanically, arguably one of the best as far as the North American AD carries go, and right now he's facing off against one of the best Korean AD carries. Arcane shifting forward very aggressively there. It's a couple auto attacks down, but tending to put more damage on Mata than him.
And you look at that move right there. As soon as Ozone hit level 2, they said this is our only chance to get footing back in the lane, but missed both skill shots. But here comes a bunch of pressure top lane.
So Dandy and Looper, they're walking themselves in, trying to force Xmithy away. Looper's going to steal away. Actually looks like both of those golems, in fact, so some counter jungling and the buddy system in effect.
And that's what happens in a Singed versus Shen matchup. Singed pushes harder, and when you push your lane, you free yourself up to make moves around the map. That is an incredible read there by Dandy. A lot of players really love how intelligent he is about reading jungle patterns. Knowing Smithy started on the bottom side of the map, those wards spotting him go to double golems, he knew when that was coming across, pulled in Looper, stole stuff away, and that was an incredible read.
Well, we did see on the bottom lane, Zuna, no barrier available, Bloodwater, no exhaust available. They went toe-to-toe. In the top lane, they're trading a lot of damage back and forth. Looper with Ghost Teleport. Remember that Psycho Sid does have Flash Ignite, so if a duel were to break out, that Ignite might be able to tip things in Sid's favor.
They would definitely help him out here, and you can see actually Looper right away already recalling back for some more sustain. He's ran out of potions, but said, you know what? I'm going to run out of potions, no big deal. I'll just teleport back. Got a ward, which is so big. Looper went to lane without a ward, and he didn't get burned for it. Smithy didn't get a gank. So that's actually really big. Now Looper's going to have an even better time in this lane. You'll see him build a lead over Sid.
And he actually used that teleport to join the top lane. So even, not missing out on any CS that potentially may have happened to him. He's got that Dawn's Ring as well as that Mana Crystal in his back pocket, a ward, and a whole bunch of potions. That's 5 of them, in fact. So he's going to be sticking around for an extremely extended period of time trying to get control of this lane.
And keep in mind that teleport will not be up until about 9 minutes into the game. Sid will have Stand United before then. He'll give up pressure on the turret, but if Vulcan did want to go for an 8-minute dragon, they can make that a 5-on-4.
Well, we'll see if that works out for them. Death Sentence goes out. Zuna too far down the line. Now remember, there's no barrier available, and him and Bloodwater have potentially lost a trade. Flash forward, the flame misses. Zuna was off to the side. He gets knocked up into the air by Dandy, but he's going to be able to get out cleanly. Ignite is ticking. It does look like he survived thanks to the potion and a heal. Well, there was no Ignite, just the damage over time. It worked in favor, and Zuna got away.
So very, very tricky, though. Ozone are doing a much better job with lane pressure. Dandy's made his presence felt twice now. He counter-jungled the top lane, got a little bit ahead of Smithy, has now ganked the bottom lane and forced the summoners and a lot of turret pressure down in the bottom lane. So Smithy needs to answer for this because Dandy's making all the moves.
Well, all in favor right now. 18 CS to 32. Zuna is falling further and further behind. Dade's in trouble. Mancloud doing the best he can to trade. Ignites have gone backwards. Mancloud has 1v1. Picked up first blood. And the highest kills mid laner has secured the first kill in the game against Ozone.
He did that without having to recall, without having to use Spirit Rush. He actually hit level 6 on that duel. What a great job there. Mancloud is now, there we go. It's the Mancloud Ahri. This game is now about him. The top lane's going to be rough. Sid's going to lose that lane. The bottom lane, Vulcan are already losing. Mancloud, you've got your work cut out for you.
And we do see he's got a Spirit Rush available. He's got 2 levels over Dade. Double Dawn's Ring plus the Fiendish Codex. A dual flay pulls Zuna and Bloodwater backwards. And a very nice trap from him could have kept Zuna in place if there was no Arcane Shift available.
He put it right in the direction Zuna had to run to most efficiently run away from that matchup. It was good for Zuna that he had his Arcane Shift back available. But there you can see why Imp and Mata are the most feared dual lane in Korea. An 18 minion kill lead early, despite being the ones pushed. They managed to build that lead. They were ahead before Dandy even showed up. Imp's going to get to reach that late game status, and Zuna's going to hope that the Trinity Force spike is enough for him to have some presence in this lane.
Well, we'll have to see how quickly he can get there, because at this point in time, he is very far behind as far as that gold is concerned. Mancloud is moving his way towards that top lane, does put a ward down. That's a pink, in fact, as well. And, Dandy, pretty well known for the quantity of vision he places around the map.
The early pink wards are so important for these teams because pink warding those brushes, those are these standard ward spots for either team. This says Vulcan wants to know where the mid lane roams go, but also deny vision of where those mid lane roams go. They're guaranteeing Mancloud can make his way around the map.
Well, we'll have to see how efficiently those roams can work, because it's really all on him. 7.5 minutes on the clock. We did hear a little bit of whispers of maybe an 8-minute dragon. As you can see, Psycho Sid does have Stand United available. The duo lane is there for Vulcan if they wanted to challenge it. Mancloud goes forward. The charm doesn't land. He manages to sidestep from the knockup, goes back in and putting a lot of damage onto Dade and Dandy. And this lane is definitely in Mancloud's favor.
And he put Dade at no health and no mana, and he does not have a blue buff. The mid lane's been forced to recall back. Sid has Stand United. this is a theoretical opening for Vulcan, but unfortunately their bottom lane's in no shape to go for it.
Well, we do see both members of Vulcan's bottom lane recalling right now. They're going to back away, pick up a longsword, a couple of potions on both of them, in fact, and really want to make sure that they don't get caught out by Dandy's Jarvan. They do not want to run the risk of falling even further behind.
They're going for the blue buff. Smithy's already got his way through the jungle. He knows Dandy's come across the wall. They're going to be able to single out Dandy. They're going for it.
Assault and Battery slams Dandy into the ground. Here comes Shen. Stand United is up. Vault Breakers forward, denting blows, but that doesn't manage to land the taunt. Psycho Sid's Ignite will be enough to close it out. A flash away from Smithy as another charm goes wide by ManCloud. Now Spur Rush is not available, nor is there a flash. The poison is ticking and Looper is running loops around ManCloud. The poison's going to be enough to pick it up, but that's a lot of damage onto Dandy. If there was a little more auto attacks, he could have traded back and forth.
He was about 50 damage away from picking that kill up. I was surprised to see that coming in, but you can just see Vulcan focusing their attention. They have an early game plan, and they've built an early game lead. Vulcan, they're a good early game team. I'm surprised they didn't get to steal the blue, unfortunately for them, but the Looper roam without teleport, that was important.
Well, we do see Looper. He's returned to his lane. 78 CS. He's got that Catalyst to Protector completed. He now has a blue buff as well. So it's going to be poison all day long. And he's going to be making Sid's life incredibly difficult up there.
And now remember that also, yeah, exactly, that Sid doesn't have a Sunfire cape. He had to go early magic just to survive the duels that might come out against Looper. So he will repeatedly shove to Psycho Sid's turret, and the teleport advantage is there for Looper. Vulcan has to sneak this dragon because they can't take it otherwise.
Well, they do have vision control right now. Ozone has absolutely no idea this is going on. There was some blue team pings in the tri-bush. We do see Dandy coming around the side. He's farming up his Wraith Clampers. ManCloud and Smithy should be able to pick this one up cleanly. And Vulcan, like ninjas, sneak that dragon away, completely unknown to the Ozone members.
That was well played. Now, to be fair, there might have been an inkling because there was a ward over dragon, and Smithy had pinked it just a couple seconds ago. But the lane could have roamed if they wanted to. That was a possible contest there for Ozone. So Vulcan, again, finding themselves an opening. Only a 1,000 gold lead. The only way they're ahead right now was that dragon sneak. So keep in mind this game is very, very close. ManCloud's making the early moves. Sid's back to farming in the top lane. And now that he's tanky enough to survive Singed, and there's no dragon on the map, he could just farm up, wait for Sunfire Cape, Sid's going to be okay.
Remember that we're talking about how powerful Vulcan are in the early game, talking about how good ManCloud is with this Uri, and you know, Rise is a champion we haven't seen much of since the Tier of the Goddess changes, which slowed the stacking on that. It delays his power spike. You see Mata and inputting a lot of damage onto Zuna as he's alone in lane. Bloodwater's been back a few times without Zuna's Ezreal, and it's resulting in a 30 CS advantage right now.
Yeah, that bottom lane, the Thresh pickup ended up working dividends. Zuna gets caught.
Take a look at that. The Flay throws him forwards. A flash forward after the net. You see Ace in the hole coming down. It's not going to be enough, but that's very close. The Ignite was ticking away. True Shot Barrage goes down just to clear out the wave as much as possible. But Zuna is in trouble against Imp's Caitlyn.
And Zuna's not really getting any help from his team. This lane has been left to sit there. Oh!
Crescendo goes out, and that didn't catch anybody.
But it forced the flash from Imp because Smithy was coming right in behind that and said, we think we can pick up the kill there. So actually a trade of flashes is not the worst thing for Vulcan. But like I was saying, they weren't getting much help there. Smithy finally showed up to the bottom lane for like a real gank. But it's really Vulcan focusing the mid lane, trying to remove Dade. And the interesting thought is, I always like thinking about what champion a team first picks. Because I feel like if you're going to first pick something that better matter for your team. And they first picked Thresh for lane dominance. That has happened here for Ozone. Vulcan said, you didn't pick Ahri? Great, we'll take it. That's gone well for Vulcan.
Well, ManCloud's going to be hoping and praying he can dodge and sidestep and Spirit Rush away from Matter's hooks once we get to these mid-games, because if you add that crowd control plus Rise, ManCloud's Nine-Tailed Fox is not going to have 9 lives, and he's going to get shut down. Mata sneaking himself around the side, but he has walked over a ward, so Bloodwater and Zuna back away. Very, very well timed there. They're still 30 CS behind. If Zuna can continue to hold this lead, it will become less significant as the game goes on. However, Kaden will always outscale Ezreal as far as that on-hit damage is concerned.
The one really sort of opening that Vulcan has is that Trinity Force is cheaper than Infinity Edge by about 200 gold, and Zuna didn't go for upgraded boots. So that's 200 gold he saves from just the item being cheaper, and another 575 from not going Berserker's Greaves. So despite that 30-ish minion kill deficit, Zuna will hit his first big item about the same time as Imp, and will have a similar power spike. So Vulcan actually has a fair bit to work with in the mid game.
We'll have to see how well they can make use of that. Dragon was secured a couple minutes ago, and it was one that Vulcan were able to sort of sneak away thanks to some great timing and great positioning. Ozone will not be wanting to let that happen again, so we'll see how well they can set up their vision and try to defend it. Rod of Age is completed by Lupa in the top lane there. That's going to be stacking up. You see in the bottom lane, Zuna taking, once again, massive amounts of damage. And very luckily for him, Bloodwater Sona is keeping him as healthy as he possibly can.
Yeah, that's a really fortunate pickup for Vulcan. If it weren't for Sona, I think it'd be a much worse matchup for Zuna. But it's also worth mentioning that Ozone's going to keep scaling. You talked about Caitlyn getting crazy late. You talked about Ryze stacking up. If Vulcan don't keep making moves, this actually will start to turn sour for them.
Well, ManCloud, we caught a glimpse of him. He had 2-level advantage in the mid lane. Right now, Lupa has turned the tables on Vulcan. He has a 1-level advantage, and he's doing, you know, what Singed do best. And basically, playing like a bit of an a-hole, he's just pulling Psycho Sid around. He's farming behind his turret. He's being a nuisance as much as possible.
But to Sid's credit, I actually called the matchup wrong. I said it would be really rough for Sid. He'd fall behind. He's actually exactly keeping up in minions. In fact, this lead was bigger before, so Sid has actually grown a minion kill lead over his opponent. The early Spirit Visage kept him from doing much of anything.
Oh, a great charm there onto Dandy. ManCloud, Spirit rushes away. Here comes Stand United. There's a teleport in from Singe. Lupa wants to get involved in the fight. Smithy's going to be in trouble. The charm is going to delay Mata, but it's not going to be enough. True Shot Barrage flew across members of Ozone, but a great pickup. And now with Dragon spawning in a minute, they may decide to stick around.
Well, they can't just stay right there. They've probably got to go back to their own lanes. With teleport down, that might be rough. This could be a catch in the city. Pro Ghost.
So he's may see who they're going to fling forward. A very nice taunt's going to hold Lupa in place. Orbit Deception goes up by ManCloud. He does get caught. Fling, rooted. The bounce goes back and forth. That's another kill for Lupa. Sid is able to pick up a kill onto Dade, but Lupa is just running circles around Vulcan. He's 3-0-0. And a Singed that is 3-0-0 with Rod of Ages and a bunch of kills. Gold?
Yeah.
That is a scary position to be in if you're a Vulcan member. It
is a very, very scary Singe, and what you've got to look at then is how can Vulcan deal with him, because all the hopes for the mid-game are going to rest on Looper. Late game, okay, you can rely on Imp and Dade, but Dade's off to a very, very slow start. He has the least gold of any of the traditional carry lanes on his team, and I believe in the game overall. But here comes the gank for Smithy for the bottom lane.
Salt and Battery throws down. That's a double crescendo. That's exactly what Vulcan needed. They picked up the kill onto Mata. Exhaust is now worn off on Imp, and he's doing the best he can to hammer away. Dandy is trucking away. He does not want to get involved in this one, and Vulcan will be able to pick up 2 kills for 0, and one of them went to Zuna.
And look at the timing of the gank. Dragon is spawning right now. So let's watch this gank come in. Smithy managed to sneak in and just says, screw it, all in the Thresh, because Thresh would otherwise be able to pull in Imp with the Lantern. And the exhaust on Bloodwater early to make sure Imp cannot run away just gives so much lane control here to Vulcan. There's nowhere for him to go. Very great pickup. There's the Dragon as their reward for Vulcan.
Oh, we do see Jarvan comes in, doesn't manage to smite it, not used. Now he does have Flash available. He is going to use that to get over the wall, but they managed to get the Flash out of Dandy's Jarvan, and Vulcan with a 3,000 gold lead. ManCloud now jumps into Dade, but his charm went wide. ManCloud's charms have not been hitting yet in this early game.
You're right, they absolutely haven't been. Some of that, at least in this case, was Dade's Ryze ultimate, giving him bonus move speed, lets you more easily dodge Ahri, which I actually like as now a matchup choice, because you've got some of the tools to break apart what Ahri wants to do, and because your innate tankiness by being Ryze is decently high, Ahri needs to land skill shots to actually kill you. Compared to killing an AD carry, or maybe like a Zed, you can rely on Deathfire Grass, Spirit Rush, and Foxfire, the things that don't require aiming, aside from clicking on your opponent to deal damage. With Ryze having enough health, she must land skill shots here, and you can dodge them.
Aiming can be very hard at times. Zuna and Bloodwater hold onto their tower for a few more seconds. That tower is within inches of going down. What you see Psycho Sid is once again going to get flung over his shoulder. Sid is just going to say, look, bro, I don't care. I want to farm. throws out a couple of blades, and they're basically just going to keep trading back and forth a little bit. 155 CS to 156, as even as it's going to be. And basically, both of these champions want to impact the mid-game. Dandy's going to try and get involved here. Does walk across the ward, actually doesn't even hide himself anymore. I think the focus is definitely going to be this tower.
Yeah, exactly. Dandy showed up to make sure they had enough people to make that fall down. Ozone getting the first turret of the game. And that is one thing that Dandy does well. Minor Crystal calls it ganking for pressure. It's making sure his team has the numbers advantage to make objective leads. Ozone plays for objectives. Dandy ganks to get pressure over those.
Well, Mata and Imp are going to be able to secure the red buff there. Now Smithy is in a little bit of trouble. He slams Imp into the ground. The lantern is available. Imp takes a ride in the dark passage, gets out cleanly. Now Smithy's in a little bit of trouble. Does manage to get taken out by that ignite. Imp is now being jumped on by MagCloud. Should go down in the background. Zuna, Bloodwater, and Sid are onto Dade. He has been dropped. They now turn their attention onto Mata. He has now been dropped. That's a double kill for Bloodwater. The taunt does manage to catch onto Dandy as he flag and drags out to safety. While all of this is going on, Lupa's in the top line. The true shot barrage manages to pick up the kill. Zuna gets out with 100 HP, but Lupa is left untouched. He's gonna get himself a tower for this one. Vulcan 4 for 1, but they lose the tower.
But that was so good for Vulcan, and that is cooldown reduction at work for you. Stand United, much shorter cooldown than Summoner Teleport. Smithy just man-mo start this fight, knows he has Shen on his side. Watch this Lantern, though. That's a really, really good disengage right there, and it forces Smithy out of the fight and actually drops down. Imp, unfortunately, has nowhere to go. ManCloud just is able to solo him out. But watch Zuna. Takes a lot of damage, just flashes in time to not take the Cataclysm damage at all, and then it's just mop up here. Vulcan, honestly, that's just like so well played, and making a 5v4 is just impressive.
Vulcan landed every single ability they needed to. The taunts from Sid locked them up. The crescendos from Bloodwater have been so good so far.
And look at the power spike. Trinity Force is done for Zuna. Infinity Edge is not done for Imp. Imp actually has enough money now to go back to base and buy it, but there's still this window until Imp goes back. Vulcan has controlled the map, even just from an 80 carry standpoint.
Well, 3,000 gold in the lead for Vulcan. They are sticking true to their team's abilities of generating advantages early. This time, however, it is significantly less than what they did against Europe's Fnatic. And the question is, how do they now contain the Singe that's going to be split pushing? How do they deal with him and still control Ozone across the rest of the map?
Well, it's Psycho Sid finishing a Sunfire Cape. That was necessary to have him put pressure on the map.
ManCloud gets caught. This is exactly what he didn't want. Mata secures the kill, and that was the CC chain we talked about.
And he stood on top of a pink ward to do it. That's so important when playing Thresh, is making sure that if you're going to get picks, and the only guy to get picks in this team is really the Thresh, you get the vision ward control you need to make sure you're casting them from Fog of War. And this is now Ozone still trying to push. The most important member of Vulcan is dead.
Oh, we do see a Flake coming back. Now Smithy's going to throw himself in. Assault and batteries down. Crescendo does catch Imp on the backline. Shen is here. Now Zuna's joined the party. True Shot Barrage goes across. Zuna picks up the first. Teleport's coming down for Lupa. Let's see what he can do. Zuna with double buffs up is trying to control the fight. They've traded support for support as the ace in the hole slams down Smithy. Lupa's going to be forced to run away. He doesn't want to fight double buff Ezreal under tower.
That was a 2-for-1 fight that Vulcan started. That was not the best idea for these guys. Pulling the gold back to equal between these teams. You see what happens when Vulcan doesn't have their mid laner in that fight. The picks, so important here. And as we mentioned, so the Sunfire Cave, important for Sid. It'll let these guys push the mid turret down. But Sid, honestly, I feel like Vulcan can go back to what style worked for them against Fnatic, which was go send Sid on his own. He will teleport more frequently than Looper. He has about half the cooldown, less than half the cooldown on his global teleport. So Sid can keep that pressure. And now with the Sunfire Cape, he can win a duel against Singe, and he can keep the minions dead about as fast as Singe can do that as well.
So, in telling Psycho Sid to channel his inner Tom Hanks, stick himself on an island, find his Wilson, and use that to keep control of Lupa, because it's what he does best. And as a split pusher, to deal with a split pusher, we'll see how this works. Does get caught up, rooted in place by that Rune Prison. Ignite is now ticking, but here comes Bloodwater. Crescendo's going to be up in a second. The question is, does he want to use it? Now we do see Sid is down. True Shot Barrage comes out as Dade. It's dropped to below 200 HP. ManCloud is forced away out of the fight. Spirit rushes backwards, doesn't have any more charges. As much as Ignite, I believe, picks up the last bit of damage. Now Zuna wants to try and clean up. He will get one onto the support, but he's taking a lot of damage from the Infinity Edge. Zeal. Barrier has already been used. Imp has barrier available. Zuna is looking for Dandy. Not going to be able to pick it up. And Imp gets the shutdown, plus 500 gold. Now all of a sudden, Smithy's in trouble. He turns back, manages to dive onto Imp, breaks the denting blows, but that's a double kill for Imp. The last person you want to give kills to.
ManCloud got greedy in that fight, got himself killed trying to pick off Dade, the tanky mid laner, pulling enough attention, pulling enough of the damage, and getting out. Let's watch this fight. So Sid gets caught. He's going to try to run away. That's fine, but it starts the fight for Vulcan. Here comes the rest of the battle. The engage comes in. They try to dunk Dade. Watch ManCloud here. Says, I think I can get Dade. Oh no, Flay, knock up. No, I can't. Imp. Oh wow, uses his escape to get into the battle to deal the damage that he can. Mata gets picked off, but Zuna has nowhere to go anymore. Crescendo is 10 seconds away from being up right now. Can't cast it. Watch this nugget from Dandy. Flashes to get it. Zuna just can't find the damage.
Yeah, not going to be able to get that last hit. Zuna gets taken down. That's actually his first death of the game. So considering how rough this game has been on Zuna, you have to give him props to have only gone down this late in. Kills are 11 to 11. Towers 4 to 2. But now Ozone have a gold advantage. They are 1,000 ahead. And look at those kills. 3 on Singe, 2 on Rise, 4 on Caitlyn. Dragon is up, and it looks like Vulcan want to contest this one. But he's going to charge that Volt Breaker up. Ace in the hole comes down. That does nothing to Psycho Sid. In the background, Smithy is going to slam Mata down onto the ground. True Shot Barrage comes up. That's a 3-man taunt. Dade's the first target as ManCloud is forced to run away. Stand United is now being channeled onto ManCloud's Uri. He should be able to back away for a few more seconds. A great taunt from Sid is keeping Lupa down, but the poison is going to pick up the kill. In the background, Imp continues the chase. Now Dandy wants to get on Psycho Sid. He has knocked him up in the air. Zuna goes forward. The death sentence lands onto Bloodwater. This is a messy fight from everybody. Mata flays them backwards. Piltover gets 1. Dandy gets 2. Psycho Sid's going to be number 3. And Ozone ace Vulcan to have a convincing team fight win.
Absolutely incredible team fight by these guys, and the lack of tankiness on Smithy just kind of got picked off. He dove in to the Samsung Ozone team and got obliterated first. He died without being able to do much of anything. And from there, it's a 5-on-4, and you saw crowd controls land. The extra tankiness of the Ozone lineup paying off there. They don't get bursted out. Imp is safe in the back lines. Watch this. Smithy has got nowhere to go. Just explodes right here. Dade puts so much damage onto him. Dies before he can finish killing off Mata right here. And there comes ManCloud. Just gets pulled in. Not able to do anything. Again, just forced out. Tanky Singe. Gets charmed. Gets taunted. Gets hit by Zuna. Doesn't matter. He's so tanky. He gets the pick up on a ManCloud. That's how you win the fights. And now, watch this fight with Imp and everything. Gets exhausted. Has to flash. Gets to safety just enough. And then Zuna can't deal the damage. It gets body blocked by Thresh the entire time. Vulcan are sneaking the Dragon, but they're going to get fought again.
So Dragon's been picked up. Lupa charmed up by ManCloud. It's going to Spirit Rush. He gets flung backwards. Third proc is going to be needed to get over the wall. Now Lupa turns his attention over to Smithy. Has now decided to teleport. He's teleporting up the lane. Zuna wants to be his target. He's turned backwards. A play onto ManCloud is going to get Rune Prison in place. Now Zuna is doing the best he can to get away. Smithy's running left. Zuna's running right. Zuna's down on the bottom lane. Dandy has caught him. Look for the knock-up. This is the question. Pinkwood goes down for Vision. Imp with some massive criticals. Another knock-up from Dandy, and they close it out. It's not over yet, as now Dade's been caught out. He's miles behind. He is sticking around in the jungle. Flashes away from the taunt. Sid is now forced backwards. You can see the Rune Prison holding him in place. Death Sentence, is it going to land? That is the question. Is it going to connect? No, as it goes just to the right. Rune Prison not syncing up with Mata's Death Sentence, but Ozone have Vulcan's number right now, and they are running them in circles.
Ozone team fought better time and time again. They were in position. They actually got the catches. They controlled the vision well enough to keep finding the opening and forcing Vulcan into bad fight time after time after time after time again. ManCloud now 2-6-3. Never able to make the plays now. Early lead, wasn't able to capitalize, and now Bloodwater's caught.
That's massive damage. 3 bullets, 4 will be enough to close it out, and the last hit actually goes to Dandy. Crescendo wasn't even available, and all Bloodwater wanted to do was ward. Now with the number disadvantage, Ozone may set their sights on the inhibitor turrets.
They've got the people to do it, and a Caitlyn with a bunch of items is really good at removing these things from the map. traps start coming down to make sure the engage is not really going to happen for Vulcan. But honestly here, this is just a siege that will likely work for Ozone. They've got Baron buff and a lot of item advantage.
Oh, we do see Insanity Potion has been drunk there by Lupa. He's taken a lot of damage. He gets taunted up, but Sid, that's not the target you want. Imp is hammering away from the back line. Death Sentence goes out, doesn't connect. Xmithy eats the ace in the holes. We see Sid does get dropped in the background. Stand United was not even used in that fight. Mancloud's doing the best he can to fight, but Lupa is just running through everybody. That's the third kill of the fight, as now Zuna is down. And without an ultimate available, Mancloud's going to have little to offer in defending this Nexus. The first turret falls, the next turret falls, and Vulcan, they look good in some places, but not good in others. And right now, Ozone are going to be picking up their first win carrying Group B.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheeky kill at the very end there by Mancloud, but Ozone played that one right. Okay, Ari got picked up. All right, you got a lot of those high-profile champions you care about, Vulcan, but Ozone putting together a tanky lineup that could withstand the Ari, basically keep Mancloud from honestly having a high impact in the game because he's physically unable to deal enough damage to remove them. And then the team fight mechanics are round up for Ozone. Singe comes in, takes a bunch of damage, gets out. Jarvan comes in, takes a bunch of damage, gets out. Then a fling or a knockout comes into the right target. And the entire time, Dada is just landing damage. Doesn't care who he hits. He's Rise. He's hitting abilities over and over and over again. And no one is able to threaten him because if you walk in range, you're crowd controlled and killed.
Such a great composition from Ozone, even though they fell a little bit behind in that mid lane. You know, Mancloud really, really stepping up to the plate when his team needed him. But there was just no answer to that, Singe. There was part of me wishing the Jarvan was in Vulcan's hands, that when Singe was running around, you just lock him into Cataclysm and peace out of there with the flag and drag.
Yeah.
But the fact that Lupa quite literally won Ozone that mid game,
yes,
is basically what turned the game completely in their favor.
And the change of top lane player, I think, means so much for this Ozone squad. Normally was playing these tanky, sort of low-impact top laners. You could split push well, you were pretty useful, but you didn't make big plays. The added Looper to his first major tournament ever, and it's the Season 3 World Championship, and you're down early, and then you still come in and make plays. Looper did so much. As you said, he carried the mid game, and his injection of champion choices and play style and playmaking made that game.
There was something, you know, that came out during the interview with Mata earlier, and he was saying, look, you know, we put Lupa in, we think he'll do well. And when we were talking about Lupa with some of the guys in the analyst desk earlier, Crepo and Doublelift were saying that when you've got this player on your sixth man slot, the hunger to prove I deserve to be on the starting team, that, you know, that drive that says, I'm going to show up, I'm going to play well. I know that the Lemon Dogs scrimmed Ozone, and they were saying, like, Lupa is super, super good, and he's, like, arguably the best player on the team. It's something you cannot discount. Lacking in experience, but making up for it in ambition and drive, can definitely be the difference, especially on this massive stage.
Exactly, and the practice has paid off, the roster swap has paid off, and his hunger has been sated a little bit. Now, I think he'll want to go for the Giant Cup at the end of it and the $1 million prize for the first place team, but, I mean, we really can't sing enough praise for how well he's done. He was given a matchup. They picked his champion late and said, here you go. We've given you a matchup, a counter pick, a 1v1. Yeah, he can teleport more than you, but we believe in you to make more plays than him, and that is what happened.
So, Vulcan, they beat Fnatic earlier. They've just lost to Ozone. They're 1-1 for the day. Ozone have picked up their win. They played Gambit later today, and Gambit looked very, very good against Mineski.
Yes.
The question is now, how do they go into that matchup? You know, Gambit, they would have done all their research coming in, and now they've just watched this game. They may have to go back to the drawing board.
It's interesting because Gambit's the sort of team that I kind of go back and hearken to them as being an early aggressive team. When they first broke out into the scene way back when at IAM Kiev, they were like, oh man, aggressive counter jungling, we shove lanes all the time, and then we go and help Diamond in the jungle every time he steals away a buff or we contest Dragon. That was the first thing they started doing. And that playstyle has worked so well so far in this tournament, is aggression, pushing, helping your jungler out, right? And when Dade got dunked on in the mid lane a whole bunch by Vi, when Dragon started getting taken, that was what Vulcan was doing right. And Gambit, that is their initial strategy style. Now, I think Gambit are also better at closing out a mid-game lead than probably any other team in this tournament. They're very, very good at clinching wins. They've been the aggressive team that got early leads for a long time, and they were dominant for a long time with that style. I think if they can get the same early game as Vulcan, they'll close it out better than Vulcan did.
Well, we'll have to see if the analysts agree with us on this one. Guys, we do have to take another quick pause. When we return, we'll update the world standings and break down the games. Then the Philippines' Meneski and Europe's Fnatic fight for their first win at Worlds. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
이거 형석이 형 아래만 오케이 오케이 나이스 이겨 빼 나이스 노플 형석이 형 노플
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship here in Los Angeles, California. Right now, I'm happy to be joined by Kobe, Monte Cristo, EG's Crepo, and CLG's Doublelift here at the analyst desk. And we have much to talk about now. So let's take a look at Group B standings after their first 3 games. Gambit and Ozone are at the top of their standings after starting off Worlds with wins, while Vulcan is in third at 1-1.
While the 2 teams who have yet to take a Nexus here in Group B, Fnatic and Meneski, are sitting at the bottom of the standings.
All right, gentlemen, so let's discuss the first game of this group. It's going to be Vulcan versus Fnatic. Now, coming out of this team comp, Monty, just what were you feeling?
I'm sorry.
The Ori, Vi, Corki coming in on Fnatic side as well. It's Sona, Elise, Lissandra.
He's asking you about the You see, I already blocked it from my memory. It's damaging my my predictions. But no, we went over this a little bit. But the Yorick pick was just, it was not well thought out, I think, by Fnatic. And like Crepo was saying earlier, almost anything would have been better in that composition. And it looked like a kind of panic maneuver in that they had that last pick, and they could have gone with anything. And Yorick really brought nothing else to the other champions on the board.
And Doublelift, you kind of felt that the composition lacked damage almost on both sides.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was, again, in the favor of Vulcan, because they had Nasus against a team comp with not a lot of threats, and they had Yorick, Caitlyn as their combo. And if you just wither Caitlyn, she's completely useless, especially because she didn't go cleanse. I was so confused. Like, why don't you go cleanse against Nasus? Just, like, mind blown.
So we see a lot of things happening throughout this game. But Crepo, one thing that caught your eye, you kind of brought up, was the brush used by Fnatic in this game.
Oh, yeah, good that you remember that one. Basically, you never count Fnatic out because they can always pull what we call a Fnatic, which basically means that they start hiding in the Fnatic brushes. It's basically one of the first brushes you meet in any lane. They will hide there with 5 people, wait until the lane pushes in, and then they will randomly appear with 4 people. Who does that? Only Fnatic. Up to the point where when we're playing any tournament matches, like qualifiers, playoffs, we'll just say, guys, let's do a Fnatic. And snap. Everybody knows what we're talking about. Like, yeah.
So I saw Froggen's tweet about that. That was pretty funny. But do they use that over and over? Because now we know what bush it is.
It's a signature move. You could even see we once played against them. We didn't know where they were, so we pinged 3 brushes on the map, so you could see that. Once we watched the replay, like, and we just isolate them. They're not here. They're not here. They're there, and we found them eventually.
And Kobe, you being a jungler at heart, your eyes are usually on that mid lane, and that's where it was for this game. What were your thoughts?
I mean, ManCloud, he really came up big. He was 8-1-4 with 15.6K gold versus Xpeke there 0-3-3. So not only did he get a nice lead, but also the Orianna for this composition felt like it was a linchpin. Like, that really brought it all together. I know you guys were loving that last pick because the shield and all the utility that she brings to this already very stable composition that Vulcan were running.
It deals really well with the issues people were highlighting where Vi gets kind of screwed over if she ultis Lissandra, but Orianna just pulls that all together. If Vi goes in and doesn't hit the ulti mark, the Orianna ball follow-up just makes it perfect.
You know, picks aside, I just want to point out that Cloud is like, he's a blood-hungry beast. There's a reason he led the NALCS in kills this last split, and it's because, like, he goes for the kills, and he's, like, a big playmaker. He knows how to carry, and that guy, he's been blood-hungry these last 2 games as well that he's played.
And we see actually going into the next game now, Gambit versus Meneski. Ori was banned out in this one.
And in the next game, she actually wasn't pick or chose. So her 100% is gone. Fun little fact there. But within this game, Gambit versus Mineski, I think a lot of people had their eyes on Gambit. And Crepo, you felt like it was a little bit of a mismatch coming into the game.
Yeah, Gambit kind of outclassed. I'm watching the game. We were just making all jokes aside to Moni. I was like, yeah, this is a push comp, a fast push comp, a pick comp, that's what push comp. And it just did everything because Mineski had no answer.
Gambit were literally doing whatever they wanted on the board, was what we were talking about here. They were literally taking a tower while taking a dragon, and then people were moving towards Baron at the same time. It was ridiculous.
Imani, for you, is just a little bit about that individual play.
Well, I mean, for me, it was the comps, really. Again, I mean, that's tends to be what I focus on. But, like, when you have the kind of composition that was Mineski was running all in, Fiddle, Nocturne, Diana, Zac, you have to be a very well-coordinated team to pull that off. Because if everybody doesn't hit at the same time, then you're going to get kited and die. And not to mention Gambit's composition, you're going to be ulting into a Renekton, which is a favor because he gets a full channel ult off. And they have the Sona to counter-initiate as well. It's pretty sticky if you want to go in there.
Yeah, and they also, the crescendo, that would really make everything turn bad. What I was hoping they would do, Mineski, with that comp was turn off the lights with Nocturne and just have Diana Zac dive somebody while they were split up. But, yeah, they never even got the chance to pull that off.
So another game played out, and now on to our third game, the one we just had a chance to watch. That's going to be Ozone versus Vulcan. Vulcan again getting themselves out into that early lead, but Ozone just being able to do what they do. Crepo, you were saying
Vulcan
all about
actually,
Looper.
Vulcan actually really impressed me, and again, I actually underestimated him coming in, and I hate to point double if right for
I'm
once.
the best.
Just let's forget that. But even though
I think we're winning now.
Any chance you can take.
Even though they got that huge lead, in the end it didn't even matter. And you can just say that the big mid game was actually one big Looper reel. All puns aside, that guy just played so legit.
Jeez, you just stack them on. There was no breathing time in between.
Freak wasn't here, so I had to cover. But like he played really well with Singe. His TPs were on point, and at one point he just decided, oh, no, I'm not chasing you guys. I'm just gonna teleport ahead of you and catch you anyways. It was like a cross map flash. He pretty much pulled out. He was playing really solid, especially since apparently it's one of his first competitive matches.
Yeah, I mean, that surprises me, too. Again, you know, I'm a caster in Korea, and I've never seen this guy play before. So to come in with a high-stakes situation, yeah, your first pro game, guess what? It's at Worlds. I mean, he really performed.
Out of all champions.
Yeah, so the unexpected factor for Ozone definitely came up big. Looper, you mentioned that teleport up to catch Mandatory Cloud. That was beautiful. But also, the things we expected them to do well, did well. We had the bottom lane just crushing Zuna there. That was harsh.
It was brutal.
Imp and Mata really came up big. Mata, even in the end game, landing those hooks mid-game to pick up the kills, turned it around for them.
Oh my god, like Samsung Galaxy Ozone's bot lane is just so good. They outclassed pretty much every team in their group, especially like Vulcan, whose bot lane has been shaky around the split. I definitely saw them make like a huge mistake at level 1 and allow them to come back from pushing deficit. And then I just saw Imp and Mata play essentially perfectly, how like gods would play that lane. They crushed that lane. They carried the game. I felt like Cloud really shut down Dade, but then the rest of the map was able to pull together.
All right, and Mani, you focus on the jungle quite a bit, and your matchup for Dade and Xmithy was one to really watch there. The results show what happened.
Yeah, I've got some stats for Double Lift here. I'd actually love to see what he thinks about him. So Dandy, 3-1-17. It's 20 kills out of 22 kills on the team, so a 90% contribution rate. Xmithy, 1-6-4.
What? You can't compare when a team loses. That's not fair. That's not fair. The thing is,
stats don't lie.
That's true. Stats don't lie. Whatever, dude. I still think Xmithy played an okay game. Minus getting caught that one time. All right, maybe you're right, dude. Oh, I'm so sad right now.
It's okay. Dandy Light will come back next game.
Okay, I'm ready.
So what would have been in Vulcan's chance to come back for that one? What did they need to stop?
If they needed to stop Imp from getting snowballed on Caitlyn, because Vulcan's team comp had no way to deal with Caitlyn. They had Ari, who's not going to get to Caitlyn. They had Shen, who's not going to get to Caitlyn. The only thing they had was Vi.
They should not just push in that wave level 1. For people that don't remember, they came first to lane, and initial response when bot laners come first to lane is to shove the wave to get the control. But they shoved it so quick that actually none of their minions died on their wave. So when Imp arrived on his lane really late, he just took 6 minions out of the tower. The wave reset right in front of him. And Double Lift called it. It was like, this lane is done. And literally, it happened. 20 CS up instantly.
And another thing that happened that was interesting, too, was it took a long time, 15, 16 minutes, for the first tower to go down in that game. And even though we saw Vulcan taking those dragons and getting the kills and getting that gold lead, we simultaneously saw top and bottom lane chipping down the towers of Vulcan in favor of Ozone, with the dirty farming from Singed, as well as Caitlyn just taking chunks out of it little by little. So when both towers went down, that was a pretty big gold swing that you had to account for, and it wasn't entirely obvious was coming up.
You know how much balls you have to get in your first tournament match as Looper? Just the first tournament match you've ever been in. You're in Worlds and you're playing against Vulcan, and then like you'll just proxy as Singed against Shen. Like, this guy he's a very aggressive playmaking player. I can already tell, because this guy, who's going to proxy in Worlds? That's just too crazy for me.
That's why he waited past level 1.
Yeah,
we didn't have any of that real early start.
All right, guys. So we got the games analyzed. You've heard what they have to say. Now we want to hear what you had to say earlier. It's time to find out which teams you thought were the most buff in Group B. And the question was, who do you think is the strongest team in Group B and why? And here's what you guys had to say. At Skigs93 says, Gambit is the strongest team. Their experience and ability to throw something new out there will carry them through. Actually, Monty, you have anything to say?
I just agree with that. That's my...
Yeah.
I think it's so hard to count out Gambit, so I'm not willing to...
Well, they were your dark horse. They were your pick, so I had to give it to you. Tay Swizzy, staying fresh, says, my money is on Vulcan. Too many people underestimate the carry potential of ManCloud. What do you think?
ManCloud's a beast, I gotta say. I love the way that he plays and the way that he carries, and just the way that he always smashes his lane, it seems. But is this for the team to make it out of the groups on top, like #1? Because I don't think Vulcan's going to make it out #1. But I think they're a good team, NA Pride.
That's strong Group of B.
Yeah, we also have to point out there, Mandatory Cloud, he went aggressive on Dade because he saw the jungle pressure bottom. So jungle pressure bottom, kind of why their bottom lane lost, but also why Mandatory Cloud won mid.
All about that awareness. Ray Murphy 14 says, Ozone is the strongest team. The combination of Dandy with his beastly bot lane will be devastating for any team. How do you feel about that bot lane, Crepo?
It was really amazing. I just don't think this guy had ever seen Looper. Because else he would be in that tweet.
All right, moving on. Mike the HUD says, Mineski is very strong. They're rather unknown, and I think they can pull off some surprises like TPA did in Season 2. And actually, he put the words in my mouth there, Kobe. Like people said about TPA. Reginald was saying earlier in the interview, they came out of nowhere and took first.
If they are going to surprise us, it should be in the next game then.
All right, so congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those were some great tweets.
Keep hitting us up with your OP Group B teams. We're at LOL Esports, and remember to use the hashtag Worlds.
And hurry up to get those tweets in, because after our next 2 matches, your pick doesn't really count as being that's not that word anymore. If you're right. Up first, it's Southeast Asia's Mineski taking on European champs Fnatic. And in today's finale, it's the 2 undefeated teams in Group B, Gambit versus Ozone. All right, let's check out how you guys did in predicting the winners of the first 3 games of Group B. You're going to be put on the spot here. At the top of the standing, it's the Casters and Doublelift at 7-1, thanks to their Vulcan over Fnatic pick. In third place, it's Monte Cristo and Crepo at 6-2.
Because of
and
Yorick.
sitting at the bottom.
It was the Yorick. It was the Yorick. I have to say, I love you, Doublelift.
Get dumpstered, guys. Just get dumpstered. Like, where's that in your pride?
Yep.
You guys are both white. Actually, you're from Europe, so it doesn't. And you're basically Korean, so like I'm the only one who's really American here.
And you guys, you're leaving the viewers in the dust here. Picks have to be better. We got 2 more matches left today. Let's see if you guys can end the day on a winning streak. But that's totally up to you. First up, it's Mineski taking on Fnatic. How do you guys see this game playing out? Monty, shoot.
Well, especially after seeing Mineski's performance against Gambit. Got to take Fnatic here. I think Fnatic will return to form a little bit. They may have needed a bit of a wake-up call, but they'll be back.
Zubble, what are you feeling?
Fnatic as well. Mineski doesn't seem to be the new TPA, though maybe they're just doing the whole bait and switch where they, don't seem that good, but my money's on Fnatic as well.
Yeah.
Moving around.
I mean, I think that we've already seen the weakness of Mineski. If Fnatic were watching that game, they'll go with the split-pushing, team-fighting, picking composition.
There's no way around it. Like, Mineski just made too many mistakes that one game. I think Fnatic, if their mistakes, if any, were mostly in the pick-and-drop phase. So I don't think Fnatic is going to drop it.
We've actually seen a lot of just wide eyes in the pick-and-draw phase for some of these games. So a lot can be decided from that. Our last game of the day features Gambit and Ozone. Lift, take it away.
Even though, yeah, you guys are on the Gambit hype train. I'm on the anti-hype train. Ozone all the way.
Fair enough.
I gotta agree, especially after seeing that bottom lane already. I'm gonna have to tack on my vote with Ozone.
It's really gonna be interesting to see how Ibamada like lane up against Genja and Voidal, who haven't been together that long. It's gonna be dirty, I think. I think Ozone is really gonna do really, really well.
Yeah, and I agree with Ozone as well. And we saw what damage their bottom lane can do, especially if you get Thresh. We typically see Thresh banned against Mata for that reason, but they decided to take out Lee Sin and, you know, try and hamstring Dade, which forced Dade down to a champion I haven't seen him play in a while, Rise, but Gambit's got the work cut out for him. Ozone for me.
All right, guys, gone around the horn. Picks are in. Make sure you get your picks in. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the Philippines Mineski takes on European champs Fnatic. Don't go anywhere because the group stage of Season 3 World Championship, we'll be right back.
I want to play all the teams from other regions. I'm really curious to see like teams from NA, how they play, Korean teams, Chinese teams, if they're really so superior to European teams. I would like to play against Cloud9 and MVP Ozone because they receive a lot of hype and they are considered the best teams. So I would like to see it for myself.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California, and it's time for our 9th game in this massive day of matches as the Philippines Mineski take on Europe's Fnatic. And both of these teams come into this match off disappointing performances earlier on in the day, Jack.
Yeah, first game of the group, Fnatic got manhandled by Mandatory, Cloud, and Vulcan. Their first game, of course, they got caught out at level 1, actually, gave up 2 kills, and then they could never really claw their way back in that game. But as one-sided as Fnatic's match was, Mineski's loss to Gambit was even more lopsided. Even though the Southeast Asian champs got first blood, they still got beaten by Gambit in just 25 minutes, Joe.
Well, both of these teams need to set those losses aside and regroup for this match because the good news is that one of these teams is going to be 1-1 at the end of the day.
Hey.
The bad news, of course, for the other team is that they're going to be 0-2 by the end of it.
It's got to happen to someone.
Well, let's have a look then and check out the starting lineups for these two teams. And on the blue side, it is Mineski. Their top laner, Snoik, jungler, Kaigu, mid lane, Yume, AD carry, EXO, and support player, TG.
And on the red side this time, it's going to be Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, Pushu on AD carry, and Yellow Star, of course, on support.
So, as we said here, Jack, a lot of work to be done for both these teams. I think we can say pretty safely that Fnatic are still big favorites in this game. I mean, some would say a shock result for them losing out to Vulcan, but if we looked at the actual game performance, Vulcan were quite simply the better team.
Yeah, Vulcan was beating Fnatic very badly, but we have to still kind of call that a bit of an upset. That was the only game all day that the analyst desk had dissension in the picks. That's how Doublelift and the caster team is actually ahead of the other two analysts right now. But I think so much of that game was from early on, and Fnatic just kind of getting their feet wet here at Worlds. I don't think we can fully judge their team off of this. I mean, that's why we're playing a double round robin here. That's why they get to play 8 games, and Fnatic, they're going to start their ascent back in this group, I think, in this game.
Well, let's have a look then at the bans here, and we can say pretty safely that Mineski are targeting Xpeke here. Kassadin, Ari, Fizz, 3 champions aimed at Xpeke. Fnatic themselves taking out 2 supports with Thresh and Sona, and the Zed as well.
Yeah, that's very targeted directly at Xpeke, but if you're a team scouting Fnatic, yeah, that's what you're going to do against them. I still wonder what kind of value Mineski's going to be getting out of their picks, though, because in their game against Gambit, even though Mineski was on the red side, their second and third picks were Nocturne and Fiddlesticks. It seems like their value of powerful champions is just different than what a lot of the rest of the world is on right now. Sure, they were able to first pick the Orianna, but that still leaves Fnatic numerous options. If they want to go Shen for split pushing, they're able to. Luckily for Mineski, you know, Zed was actually banned out for Fnatic, so Xpeke can't play that assassin. 4 assassins ended up being banned out, but still, I think it leaves most of the world open to Fnatic and what they want to pick here.
Well, Orianna was the first selection here for Mineski. We've seen a lot of Orianna today.
We really have. It's kind of the counter assassin that we see, plus she's just a generalist in a sense. We saw a lot of Orianna in Season 2 World Championship as well. And she's had her ups and downs, but she's still just coming in pretty strong for this one. First picking it, once again, it's a generalist pick, though. It doesn't tell you any direction that Mineski is going in their team composition.
Well, let's have a look at the other side then. Now, this Shen pick for Fnatic, famously, of course, they picked a Shen earlier on in the summer split. And so I says, you know what, I just don't want to play that. So what they did was Yellow Star then picked Blitzcrank, and they switched roles with Yellow Star going top lane and Soaz to the bottom. Not going to go too far and read into that one just yet here. Could just be Soaz being almost forced to play that one. He's been pretty vocal about not enjoying playing that Shen, even though he's a pretty strong champion, isn't he?
It seems weird that you would hate playing Shen but love playing Yorick. Something about Soaz's values right now for these guys. Mineski, of course, picking the Corki. We've seen a lot of Corki picks, mixed Corki success. I'd have to say he's starting to get banned. I'm expecting him to get picked or banned in almost every game here at the World Championships. The Trinity Force, as well as the buffs he's received over time, and also because we have such an assassin-dominated game right now, the fact that Corki can sit so far back with his missile barrage and still have a large impact in teamfights, I think just makes him an extremely attractive pick here at the World Championships.
Well, that will be locked in, and Fnatic move over to their choices. The Caitlyn going to be picked up here. That's, of course, the champion that they used in the AD carry role earlier on in that loss to Vulcan. Pushu never really getting started there, but Peke going for the Diana, and again, this fits into that whole assassin role that he loves to play.
Fnatic needs to make sure they have enough synergy in their team compositions, because they didn't really have it in their team composition against Vulcan, and this comp so far is extremely all-in, which means that they need to bring high amounts of coordination to make sure that they are going in at the same time and effectively avoiding TG Zyra. Because Zyra is one of the best champions at stopping the counter dive, and Fnatic has essentially picked at least the Diana phase of their dive composition straight into what is close to a counter. So they have to be, I'd almost say, more split-push focused, more cautious about what they're doing, because they're bringing so many melees that disaster can actually happen fairly readily if Fnatic does not execute properly.
Well, we will see a Jarvan the 4th locked in here for Mineski. Now, this is probably worth pointing out that they played in the qualifiers, in the Southeast Asian qualifiers, Jarvan in the top lane. Played 2 games with him, did Snoy, actually, in those qualifiers, and won both of them. So, with that Lee Sin locked in there, can probably expect that Jarvan will go to top lane. But on saying that as well, Snoy played Lee Sin in the top lane, so it's anybody's guess.
It's going to be a jungler in the top lane, one way or the other, or what we're used to seeing in the jungle. And that's interesting, going directly against Shen, who maybe Yellow Star, maybe Soaz, we're not really sure about that. It's tough to get over-aggressive there, knowing it's Leona. That's a classic Fnatic pick, more so when they had N-rated as support.
Yeah.
But it just adds to Fnatic right now. They are going in. Everyone will just dive on top.
Going straight in there for the fight, and it's been a while since we've seen Leona really coming in. We were actually talking about it earlier, that we're seeing a lot more Corki. Where's the Leona, the Corki-Leona lane that actually N-rated and Yellow Star themselves when they were back playing for Against All Authority? It seems like 2 years ago by now, and it probably actually is by then. The fact that they made that so famous. Yellow Star obviously moving into the support role this season. We'll see how we can handle that Leona.
Yeah, and just fundamentally here, Fnatic all about engaging the hard team fights. Mineski is going to have a little bit of that as well with the top lane Jarvan, who's going to have to be so aggressive for them. And Snoy really has his work cut out for him here, trying to snowball ahead with the top lane Jarvan against such a defensive laner like Soaz is Shen.
Well, before we get into the match, let's have a look what you guys at home were thinking about this one. According to lolesports.com, 83% of you believe that Fnatic are going to come out on top. And all our analysts picked Fnatic as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Mineski is the dark horse here.
Yeah.
In generous terms, right? They are a huge underdog. Fnatic, even though they had that disappointing loss to Vulcan where they lost very badly, is still the #1 seed from Europe. They're still the summer split and spring split champions of the European LCS, and 2 members of their team were the Season 1 champions. So it's just so much experience against effectively newcomers in Mineski.
And we'll see how Mineski have really changed things up in the small break that they've had here, because, quite frankly, against Gambit, they got off to a decent start, but after that, it was pretty much all downhill straight away.
Yeah, Mineski got the first blood, but then, honestly, we were talking with all the analysts in the back as well, and we were talking about how Fiddlestick's support wasn't making too many smooth plays. TG definitely struggled later on, and that was against what is the weak point of Gambit's team from a lot of people's viewpoints. Their bottom lane right now, Voidal and Genja, and it was still working well for them. And you look at a team like Fnatic, Pushu has been playing so well on Caitlyn, especially during Fnatic's run. They have a very aggressive support in Leona. That is going to be a very dangerous battle for Mineski. Any type of adjustments they have to make, I feel like, has to start from that bottom lane, though.
Yeah, and on the same token, this is probably the best time in the whole World Championship in this double round-robin group stage that we've got going to beat Fnatic. Coming off of a loss into this one, but we are going to get into game. It's Mineski versus Fnatic here, game 9 of our epic opening day. The question is, what are we going to be seeing from both of these teams? Coming in off a loss on both sides, Mineski on paper's the massive underdog for this one, but can they pull out that shock?
And you've been watching Fnatic all year, Joe. You never know what Fnatic you're going to get. Sometimes they look absolutely amazing, like they could beat any team in the world. Even before Season 3 started, they finished second at IPL 5, which was one of the largest giant international tournaments we have. Like, they can turn it on in certain situations, but you just never know if it's going to happen. They lose terribly and win extraordinarily.
So here we see at level 1 already. Little bit of exchange going out there. Lee Sin just throwing that Sonic Wave out, hoping to catch someone. But Fnatic, as you can see, not being spotted fully up until now. Mineski have to be very, very careful here.
Fnatic, of course, has the 2 wards in their red buff. We've seen a little bit of action, actually, at level 1 thus far in the World Championships, because the scouting time for a lot of these teams was longer than they're kind of used to. And that's one thing you get to do if you're really trying to take down a team and scouting them well, is just track their level 1 movements. And since so many teams have just kind of defaulted into this ward the enemy red buff, we may be seeing some counterattacks here, because you can see now Fnatic, they were kind of going in. They landed taunt.
There's the taunt going down. Yume going very, very low. Flash in there. First blood comes down. It's Soaz that picks it up there on Shen. Dream start coming out here for Fnatic.
Taunt flash right there from Soaz, extending the range of his taunt and catching Yume completely off guard. All of Mineski was actually worried about the people that were in the red buff area, thinking, oh, Fnatic's going to slowly walk up towards us there. Even we were a little bit lulled. That's when Soaz pounced, and that gives Fnatic that level 1 that they so clearly needed. In Fnatic's defeat to Vulcan, they lost 2 kills shortly after they were taking their red buff. This is just the polar opposite of that game against Mineski.
So then starts for the junglers there. We saw Cyanide taking his blue buff. Kaigo on the other side for Mineski doing a very similar thing, but they have those wards down over by red. Kaigo might have a look and see if he can get a steal over there.
We're going to be seeing a whole bunch more jungle battling right now, but I actually think Xpeke is potentially able to go and help out Kaigo right here. Cyanide needs to be able to get aggressive up against Lee Sin and not let him counter jungle up here.
There we go. Kaigo coming in. Big Wraith is still there. Cyanide gonna come through. He doesn't want to let that one go as Peke comes around as well. Kaigo is level 2 right now, but can he escape without burning that flash off? There's the jump in. Not quite landing. Kaigo gets away, but there is TG down in the bottom lane. And Fnatic on both sides of the map here putting down pressure and picking up kills.
Level 2 all in by Yellowstar and Pushu. Leona landed the Zenith Blade, I imagine, and must have just executed a clean kill onto TG. It was level 2 versus level 1. Mineski was caught outside the turret, and we talked about Mineski's bottom lane having to perform if they wanted to have a chance in this game against Fnatic. And just like the level 1, this bottom lane is an early disaster for Mineski.
Disaster indeed. Already that kill going over to the Caitlyn. Obviously, we saw Xpeke getting involved at that level 1 first blood, which gave him that nice assist as well. So across the board, Fnatic having a very solid start to this one. And honestly, as the European champions of the spring split and the summer split coming into this one, this is a turn of fortunes that they've really needed.
And Fnatic's not going to be 0-1 or winless in a group for very long with the history of this team. And also, knowing how frustrating they can be to play against. They have a style that is generally unique to them. They do so much creative split pushing, the way Soaz and Xpeke roam around together and kind of double team in so many different situations. Now that Soaz is on, you know, it's weird to call Shen a playmaker, but it is a playmaker sometimes when it's in the hands of Fnatic, because he can just appear with Xpeke or with the main squad and create two separate areas of threat across the map. You give Fnatic an early lead like this, it means Soaz is going to be able to happily farm up until level 6. Peke will be able to start roaming around to the bottom lane, and unless Mineski does something drastic, I feel like Fnatic is just on execution mode right now.
See them trying to get control back of those bottom bushes there of Pink Ward. What's the green ward on the top side of it? They don't want Yellow Star coming sliding out with that Zenith Blade and locking them up, like happened early on to give Fnatic that lead. And you can see it's already 1,000 gold lead for Fnatic. We're not even 5 minutes into this game. That's worrying signs for Mineski. And whilst it is a double round robin tournament, these teams are playing a lot of games. You can't afford to be, you know, stringing a 0-2, 0-3 at the start of it.
I mean, knowing that it's only 2 teams that move out of each group as well, you need to be much better than 50-50. I think you lose 3 games, that's potentially enough to knock you out of this one. Taunt goes for Soaz, they get it out of Snoy.
Snoy getting knocked up there, the Ignite already down onto him, but he will actually back away onto the tower. Meanwhile, Yellow Star down in this bottom lane, going very, very low there. Pushu actually putting down a lot of damage from this one, decides not to follow up though. No kills happening.
Still a bunch of damage down onto Exo, and he is out of health potions. Meanwhile, there's no help that Snoy can really get in that lane that's going to completely save the turret. Really, Fnatic seeming to have control of all of these lanes. Even if the minion farm in the bottom lane isn't going their way, it's only because Pushu went back and shopped so early.
Double Doran's Blade plus the boots of speed for Pushu gives him a lot more power than this Corki can really be throwing out onto him at this stage. Meanwhile, in that mid lane, both sat at level 5 right now, about half away in there towards level 6. And we'll see if that then impacts the Cyanide coming here around the side of the shield, put down onto Yume, and he'll just speed off towards that river. Stay safe.
It's actually a little early for that gank from Cyanide. I feel like they could have waited for Peke to hit level 6, which he's actually done right now, and he's just going in by himself.
Going straight in onto that one, and with the Ignite down, an easy kill to finish off there, and that puts Fnatic now 3-0 up, and honestly, Jack, something needs to change, and very quickly here for Mineski.
Yeah, they need to start winning lanes, which is a lot easier said than done. Laning phase is generally one of the things that teams spend years working on. Cyanide now looking to tower dive Kaiju. Look out.
He actually flashes away from that one there. Did get slowed in the end. Peke diving in onto him. Will he keep going from this one? He's going to have a look as the Sonic Wave actually missing there point blank from Kaigu. He's going to bring out the palm tree, give it a kick, and get back home to base.
He needs to refill his coconut because he just threw that one away. He wasn't able to get Xpeke underneath the turret. Yikes, Joe. 1.8K, only 7 minutes in. Yellow Star hasn't even hit level 6 in this lane yet. He's just going to be able to light up TG, I feel like, when he hits level 6 on Leona, and they're going to blow away that bottom lane. But then the rest of Mineski isn't able to get pressure going either. You pick Jarvan for the top lane, as Snoy has done, because you need to be able to aggress early, but Soaz has made his defensive items. Snoy's actually went double Dorans, and he's actually fairly contented just farming out. If anything, Mineski needs to take Jarvan and start moving him around the map. They almost just need to accept that Soaz is going to get his farm and try and create any kind of action. But it's almost too late for that at this point, because Soaz has his stand united on Shen. So Fnatic is already in execution mode, being able to skirmish all around the map.
We'll see where that stand united gets involved here. Soaz certainly not scared to press that R button and get himself down there for assists and kills with the rest of his team. Currently Fnatic, it's approaching 2,000 gold. We're 8 minutes into this one. You feel like no lane is safe right now for Mineski, particularly these bottom and middle lanes where, you know, we've seen Leona time and time again going in there. Single solar flare can lock them up, and things could get very bad down there. At the same time, Xpeke in the mid lane, we've seen he's not scared of jumping straight on top of Yume.
And an early game lead like this, well, obviously it's nice to have with any composition. For a team that has to dive all in and really has to commit to every team fights, it's actually pretty crucial that they have a lead this big, so they can actually just execute their dives later on in the game without the repercussions of getting caught by a Zyra.
There is Peke once again going in. Yume losing half of his health as Exo. Going to get locked up here, but couldn't quite lock him down much, enough to finish off the kill there. But they trade round about half health apiece.
You know what, though? That is the Zyra Solar Flare down. So at least Mineski's bottom lane lives to fight for another Solar Flare cooldown at least. They stopped that from happening. TG still hasn't hit his ultimate yet on Zyra. Maybe that's a little window for Mineski to come back, but it seems very doubtful.
So as they're continuing to bully that top lane, Kaigu actually coming down to the bottom lane here, but they need to make sure that they get vision control. TG going to actually miss here. They are going to go on towards him. Can they finish him off? Only one more auto attack from Pusher will do it. Kill does come back there, though, for Exo. That will be a 1-for-1 in this bottom lane, the first kill of Mineski's game.
A fairly ill-advised flash, actually, by Pushu coming in there because Kaigu was just ready there for the kill backwards. Farm-wise, Exo sticking with Pushu. It's just the support battle, really, I think, is Yellowstar just destroying TG. With the jungle help there, it helps them pull back a little bit because they took the 2-kill bounty that Pushu had accumulated and fed it right back to Exo.
Let's have a look down some of the items then to really compare those. And those AD carries a good place to look at. Level now on CS. Kills not too far away. Phage and the makings of that Sheen coming out there as well for Corki. Other side, see the pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter with those double Dorans played for Pushu's Caitlyn.
Obviously, the Trinity Force is coming for Exo. That's what all the Corkis have been doing right now. Exo needs to get there very quickly and use that boost in power to try and claw Mineski's way back in this game, because if he lets Pushu get to whatever he's going here, it could be Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer he's trending towards, or those could be build components for the Bloodthirster Last Whisper kind of caster Caitlyn build we've seen a lot of popularity from. But if Pushu hits either of those item thresholds kind of before Exo has done work with his Trinity Force, it's basically curtains for Mineski.
And there we go, Solar Flare coming in once again. Stranglethorn's actually put down here from TG, but both of Mineski's bottom lane losing half HP. There comes the ace in the hole. Won't get them a kill, but it will set them up for Dragon.
Right now, Mineski actually has their top lane Jarvan all the way in base and a very low bottom lane. That's the classic gank before you take an objective. You're not actually ganking for the kill. You're ganking to get the enemy team low so that the Dragon contention is not an option.
And it wasn't an option, and that will bring Fnatic now to 2,700 gold in the lead from this one. There you see Pushu's Caitlyn stats, and doing well with it, honestly, so far up until now. Pushu, I have to say, overall, has done very, very well since coming into Fnatic.
Especially considering the circumstances with which Pushu was added to the team. We know Yellowstar was the AD carry of Fnatic at the start of the summer split, and then Rated was actually the support. So they role-swapped Yellowstar to the support role, and then brought Pushu in effectively temporarily because Reckless, the 16-year-old superstar AD carry that is signed to Fnatic, is still expected to join Fnatic for Season 4, and at the time, maybe later on in the Season 3 World Championships, as soon the day he turned 17 was the plan for maybe bringing him in. But Fnatic did so well with Pushu, and also Reckless doesn't turn 17 until the last day of the group stage, that they have just made the decision that it's Pushu's job now. He's the AD carry, he's who got Fnatic here, and it shows in his play.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved, I have to add to that one as well. Top lane, we actually have Aatrox waiting here. Cyanide was just hanging around to see if they could get an opportunity on Snoy. Snoy's actually backed away from this one, and honestly, with that recall now coming in, you see on your minimap, this should be the first tower of the game for Fnatic.
Yeah, things not working out very well for Snoy's top lane. It's a lane we haven't spent very much attention on, but Soaz, even though he doesn't like playing Shen, is very good at it.
Yeah.
Because he's been able to farm up his Sunfire cape against Jarvan, who should be an incredibly aggressive early laner. You can see Snoy is probably going for a Ravenous Hydra type build on Jarvan to try and burst people out, but he is just so far away from those items at this point that Soaz is just dominating.
There is that tower going down, only going to increase Fnatic's grip on this second game for both teams here in Group B. Let's have a look down the CS here. It honestly is not really massive apart from that top lane. Everywhere else is actually really even in terms of the creeps.
So a little bit of farm has been able to get taken back by Mineski, but the rest of the game is still just going Fnatic's way. The 4 kills to the 1, it's reminiscent of just a team that almost understands the game better for Fnatic, or they have more experience, because they know that the minion farm isn't the only important thing. It's about being able to push up to the enemy turret and being the team that has the freedom to make moves.
Okay, going in here on towards Yume. Will they go further? Yes, they will. Knockup comes down. Yume going to be bursted. There is Kaigo kicking Peke behind the turret, but that's probably going to make it harder for him now to escape this one as he is going to go over on towards the red buff. Can he keep this one going, though? Bottom lane from Fnatic not coming up. They realize, okay, we can steal away this red buff. Peke actually just spotting the back end there of Kaigo. Will he be able to follow through? No, off to a ward. But this is a red buff steal and another kill for Fnatic either way.
Yeah, and this is exactly what happens when one team is way more pushed up than the other. There's actually a fight in the bottom lane while this was happening. They forced a flash with the solar flare and then just bursted out TG. It's always that Zyra who's getting blown up by the sunlight combo of Yellow Star and Pushu right now. The bottom lane for Fnatic is the strong point, which is actually not something we say every day when there's ex-Peke on the team.
No, that's certainly true. Peke, I think we could say, being a lot quieter than that bottom lane up until now. Currently, Pushu is sat at 3-1-0 as he will recall, get himself that BF sword, which still doesn't give us the, or I'm saying doesn't give us a clue. We could still see either that Bloodthirster or the Infinity Edge coming out, so we'll have to wait a little longer for that one. On the other side, though, or in his mid lane at least, Abyssal Scepter is now done for Peke.
Yeah, and he also built what I believe are Alacrity boots on Diana. So that's the 15 move speed enhancement so early on into the game. I feel like he's building those for fun mainly right now because he just wants to be able to chase people down in extended engagements. When Fnatic has a lead like this, it's really just hunting season for them. So they want to be able to catch everyone on Mineski, knowing Mineski can't really fight back right now.
I see all outer turrets now down. There goes the ultimate out. There is a shockwave coming back in, but do you escape this one? Not on your life. That's a double kill down for Pushu and an inner turret. Meanwhile, Mineski pushing the outer turret in the bottom lane.
And Mineski has got to get back to their base right now. This is 5 members of Fnatic 16 minutes into the game pushing your inhibitor turret. They already got 2 kills. They're looking for more, mainly the turret.
Yeah, going in on towards Snoy there, and actually the Nexus turrets that were hitting ex-Peke. Not something you usually say at this point of the game, but Fnatic either way doing a great job. They're going to take down the first inhibitor of the game.
Fnatic was not happy about that loss to Vulcan. We can say that. And they are taking it out on Mineski right now.
Poor Mineski, actually.
Oh, no.
As we said, they had a decent start. So that's on Fnatic actually not leaving. They're going to come around the corner from this one. Good Stranglethorns coming down. Yellow Star falling low, but Fnatic dive right back in there, picking themselves up a couple more kills. Exo's not going to be able to escape. I'd be surprised if Yume makes it. Ace in the hole will finish off. And that will be an ace coming down from Fnatic. 16 minutes, 30 seconds in. Minions are coming. They can win this game.
How long is this game going to be? There's 14-second death timers. The death timers are so short right now, but Fnatic might have the fastest game in the history of competitive League of Legends.
Well, mine, I think, is maybe an understatement. I think they're going to do this one now. Those Nexus turrets already been beaten down thoroughly by Fnatic.
Can they really do this?
They're going to take it down. The Nexus is going to fall here. Fnatic get it down to half. Mineski coming off the spawn. They're going to try and hold on to this one for a final time. It looks like they're doing a good job of it as well. Pushu falls down, and Fnatic back off. I was so sure. Fnatic were even so sure that they were sticking around for that one. Snowy now chasing down as well. Peke and Sarge trying to make a run for things, but my lord, 16 and a half minutes in, and they've got down both Nexus turrets.
That was nearly a 17-minute win by Fnatic. That would have been completely unheard of. Fnatic has this game in the bag. It's about the race to the finish now.
Kaigo manages to get back on towards TG there, almost losing out to that Leona and a very, very unhealthy ex-Peke Diana. Let's have a look at that one again.
Yeah, they hid in the fog of war to get this initiation, and since Mineski had already lost their inhibitor, they didn't expect to see Fnatic there, but then once they found them, the fight just had to break out. They comboed so well with Aatrox into all of Caitlyn's pass-through damage right there, and it's the coordination of the team that all has to go in together. They did so, and because they were so far ahead, it just gave them the clean chase-down ace. Wow. And you know, it wouldn't have been the fastest game in competitive League of Legends. You casted that, actually.
I did. Armageddon have got something to say. They want to keep their title, actually, I think, out of losing the fastest game ever. Either way, Mineski, They're struggling here, I think, is the understatement of the century so far. Fnatic already streaming back down towards the base. The Nexus is at half HP right now. They've just won a fight so incredibly cleanly. Why stop now?
Overmatched might be a good word for it right now because Fnatic is so far up in experience in gold. Pushu, though, goes down. This might slow down Fnatic. They might just want to try to finish off that Nexus, though. Soaz is on it.
Soaz on it. There's a shockwave on the backside. Yellow Star going to fall, but Soaz, in the meantime, is still going around this backside. EXO getting very low. There are the Strangle Thorns put down as a great taunt comes in. Here comes the rest of the team, though, and Soaz having to back away from this. Peke, full HP off to the bottom side, realizes he can't probably take 4 of them down. Oh, or can he?
Well,
he maybe can. Go straight back in there. Is he going to try and backdoor and be the hero once again from this one? Drags all 3 in, flashes away, avoids the knockup. Aatrox still off to the side, will knock up Yume. He actually goes down. Finally, they've killed off Peke. Cyanide will die as well. Mineski holding on.
It's a little sloppy for Fnatic right now. When you take down 2 Nexus turrets at 16 minutes and 40 seconds, sometimes you might get a little overconfident. Pushu right here gets caught by 1 too many missiles from EXO. Finished with the last execute there. And then Fnatic has the confidence here to just say, let's end the game. You can tell they're not actually in game time mode right now because they thought they had the game won at 16 minutes. So Soaz split off to hit the Nexus while the rest of the team was actually fighting. And that just created a split-up Fnatic team who, even with that huge lead, you saw if they're actually not going in together, it doesn't work. Fnatic does need to be able to initiate together if they just take a little bit of time with their next push, or if they secure a couple objectives, like the 20-minute Baron, which would be also extremely fast. They should be able to roll into the base and actually take that Nexus. But another mismatched, sloppy, one-at-a-time push into the base where, you know, Soaz had a bit of fun, so did Xpeke. He tried to be a hero. They need to win the game.
Well, there is Yume face checking into a brush with a Shen who has a Warmogs and a Sunfire cape right now. Not the kind of Shen that you take down in a 1-versus-1 scenario. It doesn't matter who you are on that Mineski team right now. You're probably not going to kill him very quickly. Right now, Fnatic have almost encircled Mineski here. We've seen him pushing in towards this inner turret in that top lane with the Shen and Aatrox combo. Now Caitlyn moving in. Infinity Edge Zeal is what Pushu currently has on board at 7-3-4 as well, picking up some nice kills into this one. And Fnatic, they're just going to push straight down this top lane.
They know they have an exposed inhibitor in the mid lane as well, but if they can catch a dive, they're going to go for it. They have a little bit of pink ward control inside Mineski's jungle. And this is a game for Fnatic that they nearly won at 17 minutes. We got to remember this. There's still...
I think it was actually 16.5, Jack, but...
Well, they had the double Nexus turrets down at 16.5.
That's
I
true.
think it's close. I was looking at the clock. I was thinking it was about 17 minutes. They're going to take this Baron in the wards. If this turned into a disaster, because they actually don't have enough damage to burst this Baron down before Mineski gets a contest, we're actually going to have to see a fight here. Fnatic needs to have the willingness to peel off and get a fight.
Well, let's see what Mineski can put together from this one. Yellow Star actually flashing over. Solar Flare goes down, but onto Corki, who simply Valkyries over the trees and says, nope, you're not going to fight me there. Lee Sin is actually up by Baron. He might want to think about recalling from this one because Fnatic are starting to push in.
Yeah, he was thinking about the steal for a little too long. That would have been a very impressive steal if he could spike the Baron down from 12,000 health. You know, that Baron doesn't necessarily work for Fnatic. They need to get their stuff together right now because they've had control of this game. They took out their frustrations on Mineski, and then they kind of relaxed a little bit. It's time to focus a bit for Fnatic for a couple more minutes, finish off Mineski here.
Or Mineski going to put together the best comeback that we've ever seen in League of Legends. I wouldn't hold your breath for that one right now. Well, who knows? We've seen... No, we haven't seen Stranger Things. Stop kidding yourself, Joe. Peke here hammering away on the inhibitor. The top lane was pushed. Mineski being split around here between that top and middle lane. And it should just be a matter of time here before Fnatic get it right.
Well, it's 4 people who dive in all at once for Fnatic with Pushu in the back trying to play cleanup. I almost feel like they're going to wait for Peke to get a kill while trying to push the inhibitor, or they're going to find a clean initiation around the side while they're sieging down this turret. If TG gets taken half health as well, though, it might just signal go for Fnatic.
Grasping Roots actually came in there, but onto Soaz. Is he really the target you want to hit? Probably not at this point. That turret being weeded down to half HP. And Xpeke is still pushing towards that inhibitor. EXO doing a good job here with Corki of holding him off that one for now, though. And credit to Mineski, they've held out quite a long time on this situation.
And it's tough. When you lose your Nexus turrets in 16.5 minutes, you lose morale a lot of the time. And Mineski, to their credit, has fought in this one. It is the World Championships for them. They can't just, they're not just going to surrender, and they're showing that as a team right here.
Never surrender. That's a good philosophy, I think, because you never quite know when it's going to get turned around. There is Cyanide being stopped by the minions from going home. See, even the minions want to help Mineski out for this one, slowing down Cyanide's recall. So as will be headed back home as well. XPK actually going to go farm down on this bottom lane, and we are going to see a couple of more items coming out. Pushu adding in that static shift now. We've got a Zhonya's Hourglass for XPK, which means that he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable to dive in. But look at this, Mineski have pushed out in this middle lane. They might be on for their second turret of the game here.
They want to get something back, but here's the shut-off onto the Aatrox. You're in trouble, Mineski.
You're in trouble. Knocked straight up in the air. There are the Stranglethorns. They won't knock anyone down. Now Kaigu going to be the target from this one. Can they get on into him before he escapes? Ace in the hole comes flying through, but he's still alive. Those wolves going to be a friendly target for him. But has he got what it takes to get over? No! He's failed his flash on that one. That means 2 men down here now for Mineski. This is surely game.
This is it. It's 25 minutes. This was the time of the Gambit versus Mineski game, and this will be the time of the Fnatic versus Mineski game as well. 5-on-3 onto the Nexus. Fnatic pushing in.
Well, surely going to be looking for a few kills before they actually end up finish this one off. Apparently, I don't know Fnatic well enough. They're going to go straight for this one. Soa's actually tanking things up. Peke dives in on towards Exo. There is Cataclysm down by Jarvan, but he's squishing up at this point with this lead for Fnatic to just be taken out. But look at Yume and Exo. They're still managing to hold them off. Nexus down to half HP again, and Fnatic, they're backing off.
Yep. Fnatic is backing off once again. Maybe they're going to play around the side here, but there's a ward down, and that means Fnatic has to continue to back away. You know, I've always been told you don't play with your food because sometimes it's going to mess up the food. I don't know.
Okay.
The food's just going to somehow get angry or something. You're going to ruin the taste, and at some point, it's going to backfire. Fnatic should have ended this game 5 minutes ago.
Brilliant analogy. I'm not sure it's quite so... related to this
I
one.
missed the mark on that one.
But let's look at the score. I mean, 19-10. Not a bad kill score against Fnatic.
No.
The gold is only 10,000, I say, with the lightest of terms there. It's the turrets that obviously Fnatic made from that one play going straight through middle, or 2 plays it technically was, because they came back and fought them on that inhibitor. But Mineski are not giving up here. This is the right spirit to have when they've still got a load more games to play in the group stage.
Yeah, and the gold lead was 10,000 about 8 minutes ago. This is not good for TG, though.
And he's actually going to root up Cyanide here. Actually throws down the Stranglethorns, does manage to knock him up. TG gonna survive.
Kaigu has been waiting for this Baron steal for quite some time.
If he steals this, the crowd here is going to go absolutely wild.
He would earn it if he was there, because he has been waiting in that push. There's no way Fnatic knows he's there. He also has no way of supporting the rest of Mineski in a team fight. But he's going to get this. He's got the ward. Gelstar, don't kill the ward. Let him have it. Let him see.
Aww. He's going to need someone to go in there. He's not going to give up on this one, though. Fnatic, are they going to keep going Baron? Are they going to come off it? They're actually coming off it from this one. Peke is waiting in the brush. There's the 1 kill. Snowy goes down. That's 2 for nothing. And now Mineski have to recall. Lee Sin finally does hit that B button. Not sure Exo's going to be so lucky with this one. Peke is literally just going to hold him away. Fnatic are looking to win it here.
Means the base defenders aren't there right now. It's a jungler and a support. Call number 3, Fnatic. They're going to end the game here, Joe.
There's a kick to the face for Soaz, but can they hold off here on this Nexus? Already down to half for the 3rd or 4th time in this game so far. But Fnatic decide to go in. They're going to pick up the victory here in 27 minutes and 40 seconds. Tell you what, that's 10 minutes longer than I expected Mineski to be holding off after what happened to them after those team fights, with Fnatic pushing so decisively on through.
That was a rather resilient Nexus for Mineski, but if anyone knows how to finish him off, it's XPK. He was able to fly in right at the end of that game, 619 on Diana. That just evens up Fnatic and probably gives them a pretty positive feeling heading into tomorrow when they're playing a couple more games. Made up for that loss for Vulcan, and then some, with a very decisive victory over Mineski. And Joe, I have to say for Mineski, things are not looking good for them. This was a very one-sided defeat to Fnatic, where they didn't really seem to have a window.
Well, it's not a surprise to us, I think we can say from this one. Mineski, I think, if you look at every single team that has made it here to the World Championships, I think they were the biggest underdogs, the biggest surprise even. They did incredibly well, beating SGS to actually get here to this stage of the tournament. So these guys, in theory, aren't slouches, to say the least, but look at the quality that they've got to go up against. I mean, Gambit and Fnatic, your first two games, it's always going to be tough.
And I mean, I kind of feel like if we look back to the Season 2 World Championship, for those of you who remember, Saigon Jokers actually beat out the same team that Mineski did to make it here, and they were also looked at as these complete underdogs. No, they didn't make too much noise, but the Saigon Jokers did take a game off of Team Dignitas in the Season 2 World Championships, and I almost feel like that's what Mineski's goals are going to be aligned around now, because yes, they are huge underdogs, but to make a showing, they're going to maybe get an upset against one team. That's what they have to be thinking for themselves.
And an important thing we shouldn't forget is experience. Playing on a huge stage like this, playing in front of the crowd here. And this is always going to be something to take away, even if Mineski lose every single game. It's still something to learn by in the future.
Yeah, they're going to just have to buckle down a little bit and just, like, forget what happened there. Because if you're thinking about a 16-minute double Nexus turrets down, you're not going far.
No, forget day one, I think, is the idea with that one. We've got to take a quick break, guys, but when we return, it's the final match of day one as Europe's Gambit take on Korea's Ozone. Plus, Vulcan's top laner, Psycho Sid, will join us to talk about their first day at Worlds. So stick around. The Season 3 World Championship will be back in just 3.5.
I think that we'll work even harder because not getting out of the group stage will be as bad as not getting to the Worlds. So we'll try our best to get out of the group stage and then getting to the Staples Center.
The Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles, California. We are just minutes away from the showdown between Gambit and Ozone. But first, I'd like to welcome Vulcan's top laner. It is Psycho Sid joining me in the interview lounge. How's it to be here in the World Finals?
I mean, it still probably hasn't really hit us yet. Like, it's just, last season we started out the season 0-5, our last split, and now we're top 3 in the NA, and it's just, I mean, it's amazing.
Well, let's talk about your first game straight away, because you came up against Fnatic. You know, everyone was putting you down as it was either you or Fnatic or Gambit. They're going to finish second in the group. Everybody's insisting Ozone are going to top that group. How did that first game go against Fnatic? Because from here, it looked easy.
Well, honestly, before the game, in my opinion, I thought it was going to be like either way, whether like one team could stomp the other, but it wasn't the easiest game. Even though it looked kind of easy from my perspective, I was the guy who just queued minions the entire game. My score was 0-2-2, which isn't very impressive at all, but I did a lot more than people think. You know, I soaked a lot of damage. But I still can't get out of my head that bottom push where I just saw I was just pinging that bush in the middle of the bot lane, and I was like, oh, like they're just going to be here. And they four-manned me.
They four-manned you, yeah. But I mean, that was just it. You were on Nasus, you were left to farm. It just seemed so easy for you. You just had no pressure on you at all, really.
Yeah, like even though I was 0-2-2, I was probably one of the more farmed people in that game. And like Nasus is always a late-game threat. They had Lysandra and York as their solo, so like overall they didn't really have too much damage to just take me down. So they sent 4.
So let's move on to the less exciting match for you guys, I guess. The Ozone match. It was certainly a lively performance. It started off very well for you, but how did it all go wrong?
They're just a really good team. Like if you give them any sort of like way to come back, they can just snowball it on you, and that's exactly what happened. Like after the game, we were all wondering like how far ahead we were, and someone said 5,000, and I was like, oh my god. And then people just started getting caught, one after another, like myself included. And just because of that, like pick after pick, we just like started walking around with like our heads chopped off. Like we weren't really thinking, just mindlessly.
Yeah, I was definitely running into it. But you yourself, you were up against Looper in that top lane, which the analysis desk have been singing praises. He's a new guy coming into the team. That was his first tournament match. I don't know how that feels for you, but he was pretty good. How was it to play against him?
Well, the lane in general was just Shen versus Singe, which was like a trade farm and occasionally just fling and try to like poison you. But I mean, it wasn't the most exciting lane, but I did learn a lot. Like just him being able to start a Dorn's ring and getting out of the laning phase. Like had we 1v2 them, the game would have been different. But overall, it's like just going against another really good player is just an honor.
Well, I mean, Looper was changed in for Hom, and you guys obviously would have researched that. That was because of the 3.11 changes. How do you feel 3.11's gone for you as a team? I mean, and certainly yourself as a top laner, because the top lane's been quite affected by it.
Well, like, to be honest, going into the 3.11 patch, it was pretty rocky. Like, for example, Smithy wasn't exactly that comfortable on Vi, but now he, like, stepped up his game, and even my champion pool has been hit a bit, and just, like, as a team, we had, like, a slump where a couple days, like 1 week, we just literally went 0 and like whatever number against like C9 and TSM. So it just took a while for us to get back in our groove.
Well, overall, obviously, we've seen all 5 teams playing in your group now. How do you feel you balance up against the rest of the teams in that group? You've got a double round robin ahead of you, another 6 games to go. Do you think you're going to qualify?
I mean, we certainly hope to qualify. Like, we were pretty confident about it. Like, despite our loss against Ozone, like as I said in another interview before, that one throw was just counted as 1 strike. If we get like 2 more strikes, we're out. But I mean, we go in feeling really great. Like, especially after the win against Fnatic, it was pretty clean. Where I felt like I didn't do as much as I could have. My team carried me, and I was just happy about that. And hopefully, they could carry me some more.
Well, thank you very much, Sid. So we will be going across back to the action. But first of all, we're going to get back over to Riv and the guys at the analysis desk.
Let's see what these guys have coming in. Samsung Galaxy, and we have Gambit coming into this matchup. Mani, I know this is one you've been waiting for. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think Gambit played well in their first match, but they are going to have to step it up a lot against Ozone. And it'll be interesting. I'm curious as to what the bans are going to be, because we talked about that earlier, and it is extremely dangerous to let Mata have Thresh. But then you put yourself in a position where maybe Dandy gets Lee Sin, and he is incredible on Lee Sin. Or you don't have as many bans for powerful champs in mid against Dade too. So who is Gambit going to try and shut down?
You know, I feel okay about Alex in mid there, but the weak point here for me is Darien. I feel like Darien could get on tilt from Dandy just ganking him a couple times early, and that's what scares me for Gambit. Other than that, I have faith in the Russian boot camp.
I'm just looking forward, or not forward, to see the bot lane evolving. I think Genja and Voidal will not have what it takes to go up against Impe Mana.
At the same time, while their bot lane might win, I think Dade is going to have a big trouble against Alex Ich. Alex Ich is he's really strong, and I feel like like I've said before, the EU metagame for mid is so far ahead of the other regions, and Dade hasn't had the best tournament so far. So I think he's going to have some trouble.
And Mani, a big focus for you comes out of the jungle for these games. Dandy came in at 3-1-17 as Jarvan in their win versus Vulcan. How do you think that matches up against Diamond?
I mean, I honestly don't know what we're going to be seeing from Diamond here. Obviously, I picked him as my player to watch, so I'm curious as to how his performance is going to be. He is a clutch player, but so is Dandy. And what's so interesting about this is both Dandy and Diamond Procs really get into the heads of the enemy junglers a lot of the time. They're very good at predicting those routes and getting in, counter jungling, being in places at surprising times. So it's a pretty good mind game going in, I think.
Yeah, that's why I really enjoy jungling specifically. It's more like, you know, like they say in poker, you play the person rather than play the cards. I think that's going to be especially true in this matchup. And, you know, whoever gets more vision down early will probably be the one with the upper hand. So I think deep wards is what we'll be looking for.
We might actually see a Jarvan ban coming out, because I think Diamond Procs really dislikes the champion.
Yeah.
And I wonder, I'm not sure, but I wonder if Lee Sin is going to be contested. If Diamond Procs is going to say, like, well, you play Lee Sin, well, let me show you how it's done in Europe.
Well, Danny has some other good champions, though, like Elise as well. He's had some extremely impressive performances on.
I'm super interested in seeing Looper, who's like have zero competitive experience, versus Darren, who has like 2.5 years of competitive experience.
Hey! He doesn't have zero competitive experience anymore. He's got one game.
He
And he won that game.
He has
He's
100% win rate.
He's now undefeated.
Stats don't lie, just like you said.
And let's talk about that for a second. How would you guys feel if your first game was at Worlds for a tournament play?
I'd be nervous.
And I pulled off that teleport there to cut off Peck. I feel pretty good.
He played so well in the first game. I would be so excited, and I would be like the adrenaline would just like be going through. You'd be like, oh my god, I'm gonna make these hyphy plays like for this next game. I think it can get to his head negatively as much as it can like affect him positively. Because I know sometimes I get so excited that I just make like a stupid decision and I just die.
You have to remember, like he's really hard to read. We have no research on him. What does he play?
Yeah, the other thing too is when you're talking about Darian going on tilt and maybe Dandy will come up there and get some nice ganks off. Well, Dandy has great synergy up there for ganks for but we don't know what that synergy between Looper and Dandy is and to what extent they can read each other when those ganks come in. And so it's kind of a question mark. And Dandy spent a lot of time in the bot lane that last game. So
Are we actually going to see a Singed ban come out, or are we going to see Shen open? I'm actually wondering, if they have Singed as an answer, are they going to give Darien Shen? Because Darien is notoriously really good on Shen and has a really high win rate with Gambit. So I'm actually wondering what's going to happen on that.
Well, Monty, you were saying that if Ozone ever sees a Singed or whatnot, Shen comes out. So that's something they...
Well, this is the first time Ozone didn't play Singed, but generally speaking in Korea, when there's a Shen that pops up, it's pretty much usually countered by that Singed pick. SK Telecom is especially famous for using that because Impact loves that dirty farming on Singed.
So coming into this next matchup, obviously we talked about everything but the mid lane, Alexish versus Dade. Kobe, how do you see these guys matching up with, the fearsomeness that they both bring to middle lane?
Like I said, I definitely have faith in Alex in this one, and I know Double Lift does too.
I don't want to talk trash or anything. Actually, I do.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it straight up. Like, Dade is so
Don't fake
overrated,
yourself out.
dude. He's so overrated. Like, this guy has a small champion pool. Like, he got crushed by Cloud. I don't know, dude. Like, I'm like shaking my head. I've always said he's only good on Zed.
No, it's interesting, though, because he was the MVP of Champion Spring, but I feel as well that he's fallen off significantly since then, and he also is very vulnerable to going on tilt.
Does this guy even play AP carries? I've seen him play Zed.
He plays TF.
And, okay, he plays, like, TF. That's kind of an AP carry. And Ryze. That, like, barely counts. And then Ezreal. Those are the 4 champions I see him play most.
But is your criteria for being overrated when Mancloud wins against you? Because that's not a very nice thing to say.
No. I'm not saying that. I just think when Dade is hailed as, like, oh, my God, he's, like, super... He's, like... People have told me before, especially, like, I think Jat told me this, that when Dade loses, there's no way MVP Ozone can win. I think it's their bot lane that carries that team, not Dade.
And how do you feel about the bot lane matchup with them going against Genja and Voidal?
Oh, there's no chance, dude. I got my money on Imp for sure.
It's going to be a battle to get the Corki first, but then again, he plays a really good Caitlyn. I don't know what Genja's going to bring, maybe, but you can never count out Genja. Maybe he'll find out like a really weird like 5-Doran strategy that somehow is going to work. Like, you can never count out Genja.
That's Genja's strategy sheet. It's just a sheet filled with pictures of Doran's blades.
Or he just like takes like a little board and you start throwing darts and he just picks whatever. Like, you never know.
All right, guys. Well, we can analyze forever, but let's see it for ourselves. We're going to send it over to Jat and Joe for the play-by-play of our final game of the day. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Riv. It is time for our 10th match of the day and the 5th battle in Group B as Europe's Gambit takes on Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone. So let's get straight into it and check out the starting lineup. Starting with the blue side and the Russians of Gambit Gaming. I say Russians, it's obviously 4 Russians plus 1 now with Voidal from Estonia. And they are, of course, Darien in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alexic in the mid lane, Genja the AD carry, and Voidal as support.
Of course, on the red side, it is Samsung Galaxy Ozone with the new guy Looper in the top lane, Dandy in the jungle, Dade in mid lane, Imp, the famous AD carry, and Mata on support.
And I have to talk about, or we have to talk about Jack, more importantly. Looper, again, we heard it a lot there from the analysis desk, but how good was his opening game for them? I mean, thrown in the deep end with sharks and everything in there, I think is what you can compare that to. Into the World Championship, your first ever competitive game. Incredible.
And while it's so nerve-wracking to play that, we also have to keep in mind, I think, the confidence his team has in him, because they brought him over as a sub with the chance that he would be used over Ohm in the top lane. And I think during their practice that they played, it had to be they all just felt like he gave them the superior chance to win today. They're running him now for the second game in a row, and I almost feel like because the synergy hasn't had time to develop between Dandy and Looper, he is going to play those champions that you can completely leave alone. So stuff like Singed will be very popular. Maybe even his Kennen. Both of those things I hear are beast for him.
So let's have a look then. Gambit already got their 3 bans out there. Caitlyn, Lee Sin, Thresh banned out on the other side. Aatrox, Zed, and that ever so popular Corki from today.
Yeah, we heard the sighs from the crowd as Lee Sin got banned because we're not going to see the Diamond Prox Dandy battle for the blind monk there. But of course, if Shen's available at first pick, Gambit is going to take it.
Yep.
That's just the way Gambit plays.
Or Shyvana, possibly. Let's not just get carried away too much on this one.
Yeah, if this was not the World Championships right now, and if I'd be like, man, maybe we're going to see a top lane Shyvana from Looper. Maybe he's just going to try to blow everyone's minds right now because we've seen a little bit of top lane Shyvana, but they haven't locked it in yet. I almost feel like they're doing that just to mess with us. Vayne is available for Imp, though.
That is
Why did we not realize that?
Yeah, that is a big one. Vayne coming straight through from this one. It will be locked in there with that Zyra for Matter as well. And we saw it in Samsung Galaxy Ozone's first game, how incredible this bottom lane is. And the synergy between these two players, how good they are together.
They destroyed the Vulcan bottom lane. Yeah. And Imp's Vayne, I need to point out one thing to watch for right now, because when I watch him play Vayne, I notice he does this better than anyone I've ever seen, is his movement within team fights is just, he covers more ground than anyone else. He will start a team fight well in the back, and by the end of the team fight, he will be in front of the tanks. He spends a little bit of time in between auto attacks when necessary to gain that little bit of extra distance. He's the one who popularized the Blade of the Ruined King to Phantom Dancer Vayne build, and he just abuses the speed of Vayne to move in team fights. Really watch for that because it is incredibly impressive.
Well, it's going to be something to behold, that's for sure. On the other side, Gambit, they've got a few options open to them as well here. Orianna not banned out this time, and of course that Sona that Gambit absolutely loved to death, to be honest. I mean, we saw it throughout their 3 supports that they've really had over the last few years. Obviously, Edward, Darker, and now Voidal. Gambit loved having a Sona in the team.
Get that crescendo whenever they want it right here. And of course, the Ahri has been picked by so many people. Alex, he likes the Assassins right here, and I do actually wonder, to Doublelift's point, what they're going to be going with in the mid lane. I think they could just go for Ryze again. They were comfortable with that matchup against Vulcan in their victory, and they could actually get a fairly similar composition to what they already have. They'd have the Shen matchup and the Singed matchup.
Well, things moving very quickly in this one. On the other side, Evelynn locked in here for Diamond in the jungle. A jungler that's so widely respected throughout the entire world. You hear interviews, doesn't matter whether it's an interview from China or out of Korea or Southeast Asia or from North America, from South America, you know, everyone looks towards Diamond. Can he do it here, though? Because this is a big game for Gambit in the grand scheme of this group stage.
It is huge. I mean, this is the team that everyone is competing with first and foremost, because sure, a lot of these guys actually feel like they're competing for second place. If you could take a game off of Ozone right now, who is favored to come out of the group, it just gives you so much momentum as you move through. Kog'Maw and Eve. See, this is actually where Vulcan's comp failed and where right now Gambit is not. Because Samsung Galaxy Ozone has that Singed and the potential to pick something like Ryze, it's a lot of persistent damage that Samsung Ozone had, and Vulcan didn't have enough damage at the time when they ran the Ahri with the Shen. But because Gambit has loaded so much damage into the 80 carry of Kog'Maw and the Eve jungle for Diamond Prox, they can actually match this damage in team fights if they don't fall behind. This is going to be an incredibly interesting game, Joe.
Well, we saw the final pick there for Ozone. Was that Ryze? And we saw him in game number 1 of the group stage versus Vulcan in that mid lane with Daude. And it worked out for them in the end. And he's going to bring that one back in. And as you said, a very similar composition for Ozone here as they had in their first game as well. Not wanting to change too much.
Yeah, it worked for them in the first game, having the Singed with the Ryze. But of course, if Vayne is available for Imp, he's going to take it.
Yeah.
I think in the grand scheme of this game, if we look at the laning phase, Samsung Galaxy Ozone isn't actually going to be that strong right off the bat. We know that Ryze loses to Ahri early before he can pick up his items. Singed is not necessarily crazy until he gets his ultimate, and Vayne doesn't necessarily have an amazing laning phase. Against Kog'Maw, I think he can get by just based off the amount of skill that the MVP Ozone, or sorry, Samsung Galaxy Ozone bottom lane can pull out. This is a hype game right now.
Yeah, and it's our final game of the day, so I expect you guys here in the crowd to be extra hyped for this one. Let's have a look at what you guys at home think of this first, the final game of our first day here. I'll get that one out there. And according to lolesports.com, it's a real close one. 56% of you believe that the analysts are all wrong, and Gambit is going to pull out this one. Wow.
So the power of the boot camping Gambit Gaming, they were so strong throughout Season 2, and they had to travel so much during the European LCS. They hardly had time to practice, and even with all of that, with maybe one practice day a week, they placed second in the spring split, and then third in the summer split. But now they have had more practice time than they've had at any point since, I gotta say, Season 2, and they were the powerhouses then.
Well, if Gambit are going to turn up and play for any game, it's usually against the biggest teams in the world, and you could certainly say that Samsung Galaxy Ozone are one of them. So here we go then, in-game Gambit versus Ozone, our final game of the day. These two teams obviously playing their second game in Group B. They currently sit at 1-0, both of them. The winner of this one, therefore, will go top of the table going into tomorrow's action.
I think the big breaking point in this game is the bottom lane, especially if they lane against each other. Only because Imp and Mata had such incredible success against Vulcan's bottom lane. And in Gambit's victory today against Mineski, Genja and Voidal actually gave up first blood to Mineski's bottom lane. It has been a sore spot for Gambit all throughout the summer split, trying to get that bottom lane synergy back ever since Genja and Edward have been broken up as that pair, with Edward heading over to the North American LCS. It's what has to work for Gambit if they want to win this game against Ozone.
And this is a very traditional Gambit lineup, I'd say. I mean, Kog'Maw Sona, that's a Gambit lane if I've ever seen one coming out of Europe, that's for sure. Darian, we heard Crepo say he's a fantastic Shen player, and you've always got to be very, very careful what he brings to the table. On the other side, though, we saw how comfortable Looper is with his Singe, doing ridiculous things, teleporting all over the place and catching people out. We'll see if he can bring the same to the table here, because Gambit are a team that, if you throw them a curveball, they still are able to catch it most of the time. Yeah,
and Looper, just to touch on his Singe a little bit, has went with ability power quintessences and a Doran's Ring start. So he's actually starting the game with 30 AP on Singed right now. Definitely looking to do a little bit of damage along with his farming. And just based off of where the junglers are starting right now, we're going to see that 2v2 matchup in the bottom lane. The All-Stars, really. I mean, not really All-Stars of Korea, but Imp and Mata. We've talked them up a lot on the analyst desk.
We have, and for good reason. And I think we'll be seeing more of that in this game. They're not a bottom lane that you expect to come into a game looking a little bit off, especially with Imp on that vein. But Genja, very, very experienced AD carry. Same can't really be said for Voidal. He's had the time in the LCS. Will he be able to perform here against one of the best teams in the world?
And Gambit has been happy with Voidal. It's just he hasn't really, to me, seemed like he's meshed entirely with the Gambit roster. Only in the playoffs did it seem like their synergy was coming back a little bit. And in the last week of the European LCS, that's when Genja was actually defaulting to his older AD carries, like Misfortune and even Kog'Maw. Immediately, the aggression comes out in the bottom lane, though.
And we can see both Imp and Voidal going very low from that one in the end, deciding not to follow things through. This mid lane, going to be Gambit's Alex Ich here on Ari taking on Dade on Rise.
This is the second time in a row Dade has had this Ari versus Rise matchup. Dade died early on to ManCloud's Ari, actually giving up a level 5 kill, but then he came back later in the game and started to dominate in that matchup. Darian just wanted to ignite somebody.
Try and force Looper a little bit out of that lane. Looper's not going to be forced out of any lanes by the looks of things here, though. And that, of course, is our top lane matchup. Looper, in their first game earlier on in the day against Vulcan, looked pretty unstoppable with that Singe. Actually, Danny did just come and visit that top lane to see if they could get in for anything. He's still hanging around there. Darian, will he get caught out? He will actually get caught out from this one. Knockup not quite landing onto him. So very close, though.
They're still trying to harass Darian down a fair bit. And this actually should give Diamond a little bit of time to roam around and maybe try and find something. This could very well create a collision course between Diamond and Dandy, as Diamond is just kind of looking for things to do. Now they decide to back away into their respective junglers.
So we've heard before, if we think back to some of the broadcasts, from Champion Summer how good Mata is here, you know, in terms of his ward positioning. And that could be even more important this game with that Evelyn on the field here for Gambit. If you get vision of an Evelyn and stop her being impactful, it's very hard to get that game going with her.
Yeah, pink ward control is absolutely paramount, and it shouldn't be that big of an adjustment for Ozone, even when there's not a stealth jungler in the game. They typically control the map with pink wards. It just becomes even more important. They should be buying more of those throughout the game. I'm actually expecting Dade and Dandy on their first backs to potentially pick up a pink ward apiece, but at least at this point in the game, without Diamond ganking, he's not going for it.
Genja taking a lot of damage here once again. Voidal, I've able to heal him up nicely from that one, but you see the Imp and Mats are starting to feel comfortable down in that bottom lane. Voidal uses Ignite earlier on, which gives the Ozone lane a 1 summoner spell advantage. Diamond is going to come into the middle. Dandy off to the side from this one as Diamond gets locked up. There's a knockup coming in on towards Alex Ich. Have they got the damage to finish this one off? Diamond is there going slow. There are the flashes over. Can they finish this one off? Dandy actually taking a lot of damage as well. Alex coming back in, but first blood goes down in the end to Diamond, but Alex will finish off, and it will be a 2-for-1 for Gambit. They played it so patiently and turned it around with the first blood plus the 2 kills.
And they had a level advantage going into that. So Diamond was actually landing hate spikes the entire time Ozone was chasing them in. Those are those clutch plays that can decide games. The 2v2 skirmishes where skill is such a huge impact in those matchups.
We just saw Looper actually. He's like, no, look at that farm in the mid lane. Let's not let that one go to waste. I'll head straight down there with my teleport.
We got like 3
and I'm just going to recall. Worth. No problem.
Yeah, that's the definition right there.
Yeah, he's headed home.
Doesn't
anyway.
even have enough for a catalyst right now. He just has to pick
They're
up
going to get
boots.
boost. That'll be enough, I think, for Looper at this
In
point.
Looper's defense, he had some pretty good teleports in the other game.
He did.
Also, he had the lane pushed up so far for Darien, and he was already a little bit low on resources. He's not losing out on too many minions of his own for going for that one. There's actually more action in mid lane, though.
Well, Dade is dead. That's not good news for him. And we talked about Diamond and how he's going to have to get the ball rolling earlier on. We also talked about possibly Dade having to pick up ping wards. Let's watch that one here again.
Listen, this is a level 6 Diamond and a level 6 Alex Ich against a pushed up Rise without ward control. You're going to die. You cannot make mistakes like this on this level of playing, and Gambit is going to get a Dragon out of it as well, unless Dandy can pull off a miracle 1v3 steal.
Well, he's heading in there. We see Mata is coming
Diamond
in as well.
doesn't have Smite up, actually.
No, he doesn't have Smite up here. This could actually be a little bit dangerous for them. Turns out not dangerous at all, and Gambit are going to pick up the first Dragon of the game here, and look at that gold lead already, Jack. Solid start for Gambit.
So one thing that's interesting in all of these matchups, we've seen the games that SKT has played, and also the first game for Ozone. I don't think a Korean team has actually won an early game here yet in the World Championships, but they have come in so strong in the mid and the late game. Looper steals the blue. We talked before the game, during Champ Select, that Ozone's laning phase would not be aggressive. They would essentially be on the back foot throughout, because Rise needs to hit his items, Imp needs to be able to get his Blade of the Ruined King, and Looper has to get some levels under his belt. So it's actually about stopping the bleeding of Gambit right now. From Gambit right now, because Gambit's putting a lot of pressure on Ozone early on, and it's a matter of whether Gambit can keep that up.
One thing that's interesting, Diamond's Evelyn right now ahead healthily in CS, but also has spent a lot of time on this middle lane. And this is, it seems to us obvious now looking at this, the game plan from Gambit was get Dade out of this game completely. And up until now, they've done a great job of it.
As long as they can keep his farm down. That's the tricky thing about Rise, is you see them die so much, but if they're farming, it's good.
Oh, Mata!
Look at this!
Wow, that was a terrible miscalculation. Voidal threw down the Ignite there as the flash came in from Mata, and the kill picked up, and that was all just very messy coming out of Ozone.
What is happening to Ozone right now? Because with all the talk up right now, those are a couple mistakes they've made here. Dade losing himself in the mid lane, not recognizing that he was against 2 level 6s, and then in the bottom lane, Mata flashing in to not get a kill back. 3,000 gold lead already at 9 minutes for Gambit, who were the Season 2 powerhouses, and, you know, calling them a dark horse because a lot of them are predicting them for 3rd in the group is a little generous, but man, they're playing well so far.
Oh, there's Diamond meeting Dandy inside of the river, slide away as that pink ward was put down, but Gambit have got a pink ward of their own, and they control that vision a little bit longer there in that lane. Top lane, we see that Looper, despite the time that he's had here, is still behind of Darien, and this is one thing that Darien does well. He would quite happily sit on his island in that top lane and just farm away. Got a lead there, he's happy.
And Dandy needs to make a lot of plays here to get to get Ozone back in the game. He had 90% kill participation in their win over Vulcan, and he's got 100% kill participation right now. They just got to get some more kills. He needs to be able to create for them.
Well, here we see Looper stealing away Wolves at this point. He's got a couple of deep wards down there. Is the miss actually coming out from the jump? They don't care. They're going down for this one. There is Darien coming in. Misses the taunt, but he'll get the kill anyway. Now he's locked up perfectly between the turrets here fighting against Andy.
Looper and Mata are coming in, though. This is going to be an extended fight, and Darien is in a lot of trouble.
Let's see how good Darien's ninja skills really are. He waits in from this one. Ward gets put over the side. Darien will go in, and there is Imp. And they don't want to give these kills over towards that vein, but Imp, in the end, will pick that one up. It was a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Dade it was that went down, so he's continued to be shut out of this.
Once Alex missed the charm, Gambit should have fallen back from that one. Even though they got a 1-for-1, it was killing a already behind Rise, and it gave a kill to the all-important Vayne that Imp is commanding right now. That is a good trade for Ozone, as we know they're going to be on their back foot for quite some time. They just need to hit their items, and then we're going to really start to see this game take off.
Yeah, freezing up that lane nicely here is Imp. Have a look down his items right now. Upgraded to those Berserker Greaves. Himself that Vamp Scepter in there with a single Doran's Blade as well. On the other side, Phage coming out for Genja, along with the Berserker Greaves and double Doran's Blade. 2 games that we've seen Genja, and he's not picked up more than 2 Doran's Blades.
Well, if he's going for a Trinity Force, he's got to pick a lot of components already. Double Dorans is already a little much for someone who does Trinity Force. Most Trinity Force users just go for the 1. He's hitting pretty darn hard here right now, though. And the Phage on Kog'Maw is actually a little curious. For some reason, I thought he was on Corki all of a sudden because I saw the Phage. But maybe we could see a Trinity Force Kog'Maw coming out. It's a little weird.
Well, if we're talking about AD carries and going a little bit weirder than the rest, Genja is possibly the prime example of that one. Meanwhile, Diamond is down on this bottom side. You see they gain that pink ward control.
Imp is low.
And Imp is in all kinds of trouble here. Stranglethorn's going to go down. Will Imp be able to escape this one? He's actually burning here as Looper comes down. There is Dandy as well. Now it's Genja that's in trouble. He will fall. There's a kill onto Voidal. And now Diamond trying to get away. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. But Looper is charging in after him. Decides not to keep going with that one with Alex coming down. And in the end, it'll be a 2-for-0 for Ozone.
Brilliant bait right there by the Ozone bottom lane. Imp moving so well to escape that one. That was just total domination and outplay, getting the teleport to come in after Gambit had fully committed to that fight. And Darien had his wave pushed so far back that he's still struggling to get some damage down.
Yeah, only just got onto that turret to start getting things going. Got it down to less than half at this point, but Looper is already well on his way back towards that outer turret, and I don't think that Darien not going to be able to finish that one off with this wave. I say that, and Looper's headed straight towards those minions, and Darien, a man who's definitely not scared. We've seen that many a time from him in the European LCS and in previous other events as well, that he will quite happily stand on that turret and risk his life a couple of times. Let's call it that.
Yeah, he doesn't mind dying as long as it's better for the team, or even if he's already died a lot, then he's just willing to die a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think Gambit here does need to be very cautious about the potential of Ozone's team composition as far as just overall scaling goes, because while Gambit has loaded in a bit more sustained damage, there's still a little bit up front, especially from Alex Ichizari. It's going to be hard for him to be effective later on in the game if Looper and Dade get too much farm. So far, Gambit's done a very good job keeping Dade down, but Looper and Imp are getting going a little bit. And Alex can really only pick one as far as what he's going to kill, and knowing how elusive Imp is, life actually could become fairly difficult for Gambit, despite this large early game advantage they seem to have been building up.
And a lot of teams that we've seen today playing against the Koreans have had early game advantages, only to see it slip away from them. These are teams that you have to not only kind of beat down early, but you have to make sure you tread them into the ground afterwards, because they will rise up and take you straight back down with them. There's Darien and Looper once again bashing heads basically up in this top lane. They're very even on CS and in terms of kills and deaths right now. Genja in this bottom lane has still that lead over him, but that kill earlier on, you can see, leaves them very, very even overall in gold. There's about 70 difference
It's a
between
couple
them,
creeps
that's all.
at the very most, and that's actually exactly where Imp wants to be, at least in the laning phase, because he knows how potent he can be in team fights. Diamond looking to stop this as well, though. They know Looper does not have his teleport up, and that would be a very bold dive since they have not even gotten harassed down onto Imp or Mata. There is a flash up for Voidal if he wanted to go for a flash crescendo. This is a very interesting thing. Diamond is still sticking around. If they get the fourth in for Alex, though, without counterattacks coming, it would be good. Diamond gets spotted.
Yep, spotted there by that pink ward. Actually, he's going to go in here on towards Mata. Are they going to be able to get Shen involved in this one? Stan United coming down. Strangle those will stop it, but here comes Alex from the side. Mata blown to pieces, and Gambit forced them away. Should be able to get that turret here. Actually, the mini-wave actually pushing back against them. However, Dragon is available. Meantime, Looper is taking the top turret.
5-man squad for Gambit only results in 1 kill, and this isn't even really an objective gain because they lost one as well in the top lane. If they give too much lane control to Looper Singed, second game he's pretty much ever played on a big stage, and he's playing fantastically once again. It was a nice idea from Gambit, but they almost overcommitted, giving Looper a bit too much time to farm. The Shen ult was unnecessary.
Yeah, and we can see earlier on we were talking about Darien versus Looper, how even it was in terms of creeps, despite them bashing heads and constant aggression against each other in that lane. It's actually really excelling now for Looper, up 140 to 116 CS. See if Darien here, with a couple of waves being pushed against his inner turret by now, whether he'll get himself back up to standards with that one. On the other side of things, we could probably check in with the items between the AD carries here once again. Genja picking up that Zeal, headed up towards that Trinity Force.
That is going to be a Trinity Force Cogma. You can make the argument that he needs the move speed to keep up with Vayne or to kite back Shen, and also the fact that Kog'Maw can actually get in Trinity Force procs whenever he wants, as long as he's using his living artillery during team fights. It could work. I'm not calling it out right here because Genja has been known to find some brilliant builds in the past.
He also built Tia on Varus.
That was not as brilliant, but this one has potential.
This one has potential, and we're not going to judge it before we've seen the end result. We saw Dandy there in that top side of the brush here, and won't take much really for him to be spotted, but he's still there.
There is Flash and Barrier up on Genja and Voidal, though. Plus, if Diamond gets around, he's going to have that Eve ultimate up in time. Dandy, even though he's still got that 100% kill participation, has been spending a lot of time waiting around in this game.
And he's still waiting around here on the bottom. Diamond actually backed away, is now coming back just in time as Dandy actually backs away from that one as well. So, kind of exchange of positions in this one. Diamond is still on that bottom side of the map doing his golems. Dandy backing away now. Actually went over a ward there earlier on, which is why I didn't even spot that in the try, which that was there earlier from Diamond.
And Looper wants to make another play here in the bottom lane. This could be the counter gank because Darien does not even have Stand United up yet, and Diamond is going to be looking to get aggressive, seeing as he's been waiting around for so long and kind of hunting. Looper could come and just ruin Gambit's day if things go wrong.
We have Dandy waiting off to the side. Diamond actually going to spot him here, and that's a crucial bit of vision that they've picked up. The blue buff is actually available. We'll see if they try and invade for this one. Alex had started to move around from that middle. This outer top turret is still alive despite all that free time that Darien's had in there. Let's not forget it was pushed up to pretty much his inner turret by the time Looper went down towards that bottom lane. That will finally get finished off here. First turret of the game for Gambit.
These guys are trading a lot back and forth, and still a 4,000 gold lead is nothing to laugh at here from Gambit. Ozone came down from a similar gold deficit against Vulcan already today, 2 games ago in the group stage, so we cannot count them out here. Kind of checking in with Dade's rise. He's actually only 10 minion kills behind Alex, despite getting obliterated in the laning phase. If you're not shutting down Rise's minion farming and tier stacking, he is still going to be a potent damage dealer in the upcoming team fight. So Ozone is still sticking around in this one. And I always say, you know, the mark of a good team are ones that know how to come back from deficits. Obviously, it's nice to not get deficits in the first place, but playing League of Legends, that's going to happen from time to time. And every game, so far today in the World Championships. The Korean teams have fallen behind early. OMG was able to close out SK Telecom, but other than that, Ozone came back in the first one, and they're going to have to do it again.
Well, interested to see how Alex's impact will really sway this game here as well. That DFG now in there and finished, but he's been relatively quiet, trying to sneak down toward this bottom lane a couple of times. Didn't really get the free time to do that one, and has not been able to get in there on towards Dade either for a 1 versus 1 kill. So he's been relatively quiet from that one. It's not obviously going to stay that way. This game kind of quick at the start, a little bit slower as the last few minutes have ticked away, but at some point this one's going to explode.
Gambit has been doing a phenomenal job just keeping up right now. Alex with his Deathfire Grasp, even with the defensive build from Dade, but Voidal can't get caught like that. Here's a fight.
Got the crescendo down from this one. Stranglethorn's coming in. Voidal going so very, very low. Looper has teleported down as well. But look at him taking so much damage. We'll have to use the barrier. Cataclysm goes down. Darian going to charge on through. Here comes Diamond and Genja. They've managed to get the slow down. Looper charging on the way back towards his turret with that ultimate. And he's ghost running. And now Alex moving in. Misses the charm. That's not going to allow him to lock up the rise. But a 2-for-1. Brilliant turnaround from Gambit.
Getting the teleport out and then still coming out on top. That fight was all about Darian closing onto Imp. Imp tried to make his textbook escape, but barely Darian was able to track him down. Gambit roamed with Ozone and came out on top.
This is going to be turret number 2 here for Gambit going down in that bottom lane. 20 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And a 6,000 gold lead coming down now for Gambit as well. Looking very, very promising for them as Alex here going to get engaged upon by Dade. Look how low it's taking him. Alex forced to use his ultimate to get away from that one.
I really have to give credit to Dade for the pick of Rise, not necessarily his early execution of Rise. Oh, look out, Darian.
Oh, stunned over the wall, stunned against the wall there. Actually, nothing that he's got there to follow up. Obviously, used that flash earlier on. Darian lives.
The timing of that, though, was exceptional for Ozone because they know there's no Darian in this potential Dragon fight. There's also no crescendo for Voidal. If Gambit wanted to contest it, it is extremely dangerous. I think Gambit should just go for a lane, but they're actually pinging. Diamond wants to try and steal this.
Diamond coming around, actually getting rid of that pink ward there. That might allow them to force some pressure as Ozone start to engage. Dade is a little bit isolated and he's forced a flash back to the safety of his team. Funnily enough, though, it bought Ozone enough time to pick up Dragon.
All right, so they're trying to get some objectives back, but since they actually took a lot of damage in that fight and now the Shen is returned, Gambit could just get a turret right for this one.
Yeah,
maybe more.
Maybe more here. They've got complete positional advantage. See Danny just sliding on through to get behind that turret to defend it, but where's the rest of the team? They need someone in. Looper's off to the side.
Ozone might look to fight this one as the turret's going very low. Gambit initiate!
There is a throw of Alex. He's back in. He will just spirit rush straight back out as the crescendo comes out. Looper low. Dandy's already dead. Taunt from Darian. They're not finished. Matter. He's going to get finished off. It's now Imp and Dade to save this fight for them. Diamond comes around the side. Imp still charging on down onto him. Is he able to get him? Yes, they were able to finish off in the end. That was a passing desire actually that got the kill. But that will be a 3-for-1 and 2 middle turrets.
And you were right, Joe. This game is speeding up. Dragon right into 2 turrets and a big team fight. Imp trying to get some sneaky moves going on, but Genja and Darian are there to stop him. That last fight was really just Ozone almost trying to put up a bit of a last stand. This is becoming a 7,000 gold lead now, and unless Ozone starts taking some significant risks, they're going to lose out in the overall gold game and just lose their ability to hold out.
And Gambit are not generally a team that throw away leads. We'll discount the game against CLGU back in the day because that's a different story altogether. But generally when this team gets ahead, they're able to hold it. They know how to win games a lot of the time without even taking Baron. I'm not sure that this will quite be that kind of cutthroat finish game that they're looking for. But if we look down the items, you see they have so much burst potential with both Diamond and Alex carrying DFGs now.
And that is actually Diamond's textbook or signature Eve build. So many other Eves will just stack the magic penetration, but Diamond loves to go for that Deathfire Grasp, just to amp his ultimate even more as he's trying to initiate these fights. Gambit may actually have some issues actually turret diving on top of Ozone just because the Zyra exists, for one, and because their main initiator, who is Diamond, might catch turret aggro in a bad place. There's also a lot of things that can just mess up their dive when you consider the Shen and the Cataclysm that could be coming out from Ozone. So despite this 7,000 gold lead, Gambit is definitely not clear sailing for this game.
Certainly not. And a team like Ozone are a team that will capitalize on any little mistake that Gambit put down in this one. We're 25 minutes into this game already, and again, we're moving to somewhat of a slower phase after an incredibly successful push up that middle lane coming out of Gambit to really build that lead out. 7,000 gold is currently the lead that they're sitting on. 4-1 in turrets, 11-6 in kills, and if we look at the kills, to just touch on them, spread perfectly through the team.
Yeah, the only thing, you know, they really couldn't ask for more, actually, because I'm thinking about the things they need to be able to do against a team with the tankiness of Shen and Ryze and late-game team fights, and everyone actually needs to kind of be able to hold their own if you're Gambit Gaming right now. It's just, it's working out masterfully for them right now. Genja, his Trinity Force build, still being weird, going Infinity Edge afterwards. He's also picked up his Distortion Boots. He's really just going for that extra bit of mobility and does not want to get caught in a bad spot by either Jarvan, Singed, or Ryze. That's what he needs to do on Kog'Maw, because he'll get to the damage just because he's Kog'Maw. The item build doesn't matter as much as he
Do they dare start off Baron? They've got vision control of that top side of the Ozone jungle, but do they dare start it off at this point? There is the burst coming down on towards Matter. Stan United going to get involved. Are they going to go for this one? They're managing to force them away. They are going to go for the fight. Crescendo comes through. Darian knocked up by the Strangled Thorns as Lupa gets involved as well. But look at Ozone. They're one by one being taken down. Imp got into the middle of them. They need to lock him out of this one. He will be finished off. It's Genja that picks that one up. It's a 4 for 2. Can Daddy escape from this? He gets taunted up. Flashes towards the back to Genja. But he goes down. It's a triple kill and an ace for Gambit.
And Genja is just locking on to whatever is closest and destroying it. He is shredding through Ozone right now. That was a fight initiated by Alex and then re-initiated by Diamond. Gambit, that boot camp is paying off for them right now. They are in control of this game.
Well, did we ever doubt it? Let's have a look at that fight another time, because it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, and the thing that made Ozone want to stay in on this one is the quality of the Mata ultimate right there that he put down. It actually delayed the team fight and allowed Imp to go in pretty strongly, but he couldn't get the finish. You can see Imp moves around team fights so well, but the rest of Ozone was trapped in the back, getting shredded by Genja's Kog'Maw, and it just did not allow Imp to be finished off here. Dade tried to make a big play at the end, getting AoE with his Ryze, but Genja and the rest of Gambit had too much lockdown, too much damage, and let's be honest, that was a 3v1.
Yeah, definitely. If you look down the kills he wants, again,
that
actually
one
not. Alex there getting in. That's what he was aiming to do last time, 100-0. This time it works out very, very nicely for him. That gives it a 5v4 at this very moment, but we can see that Ozone trying to push this mid lane out. They don't want Gambit having an easy time of either the Dragon or the Baron at this point.
And Alex actually had to flash away after he picked up that kill on Mata. I almost have to say that picking up a 6th kill on an already 1-in-5 support in expense for your 7-1 AP carry assassin mids, ultimate and flash isn't necessarily worth it. I think Gambit could have gotten this Dragon regardless of the assassination onto Mata, and it does mean that Gambit needs to be a little bit cautious about the way they approach these things. Only because Imp on Vayne, Dade on Ryze, and just the amazing scaling that Ozone has means Gambit still needs to pick their fights properly. They can't get too antsy, and they can't get too anxious about going in, because one tower dive gone wrong, especially with the kill streaks that so many people on Gambit have picked up, would swing back that gold beat tremendously.
So here we go then. Baron started off. Singed is down the bottom here, but Lupa does have teleport, so he can get involved here if he so wishes, if they even realize that Gambit are going to be doing this one. They've not seen them for such a long time. They must feel that something like this is going to be happening, but they're not really in a position to challenge for that whatsoever. We see both Imp and Mata going back. Lupa is going to be taking down the outer turret in the bottom lane, but Gambit with a solid pickup of Baron. They're now over 10,000 gold.
and the Baron buff means they're going to be looking to push the outer turrets in the top and the bottom lane, or just go straight for the inhibitor in the middle of Ozone's base right here. And that Baron was really just the summation of all the pressure Gambit has been putting on Ozone. It had a lot to do with ward control, or mainly just map presence for Gambit. I know I said it wasn't worth it to kill Mata that one time, but he's the one who kind of had to go in and get that vision back. And since they had no vision, and they'd been punished so many times for trying to get vision back, Ozone essentially had to give up and just concede that portion of the map, which happened to contain Baron, and allowed Gambit to take it uncontested.
So let's see what Ozone do to try and work their way back into this one. We've seen constant push and pressure from Looper in his outer lanes, trying to force Gambit away from really doing anything on their side of things. And we see he's at that once again, headed off towards that bottom side of the map by the Dragon, just going to stick himself a pink ward down in that scenario. But Gambit, with that Baron buff running, they're not a team that mess around when they've got something like that.
And Looper can no longer be that surprise factor in the long, drawn-out team fights, because Ozone is actually getting bursted down a little too fast. Genja, with his Kog'Maw, is shredding through the tanks of Samsung Galaxy Ozone, and Diamond is just starting it off for him, getting every 1% health lowered right at the start. These team fights are not working out the way Ozone wanted them to, or the way they played out for Ozone against Vulcan. Enough damage, persistent damage, was taken by Gambit in this game that they're able to crush down Singed and Rise before they can really become a problem.
Look at Darien as well. Warmog's now added in there to that Sunfire Cape and the Spirit Visage from earlier. He is not scared of dying now. I mean, he never really is anyway. Doesn't matter what items he's got, but at this point, he's probably feeling like he's on top of the world, and it may come in.
Yeah, Diamond is looking to go in the back here. This is the danger turret, I like to call it. This is the turret where teams get aced, but Gambit says, yeah, we don't need that. We're going for the middle inhibitor.
This is something they do really well, and we've already seen it from them earlier when they took 2 turrets in that mid lane. This one gives them a third. Just a simple positional play there, catching Ozone out, and Darien is looking like he wants to go for a taunt.
This is a very curious fight right now, because while if they catch a charm, they can burst out any member of Ozone. Ozone could fall back to the double Nexus turrets, and it could be a dangerous dive. There are so many free treats outside of that spot for Gambit right now. They're just going to go and take those. This outer turret is one of them.
And setting up a bit of a trap while they're at it. They've got Genja and Darien pushing the turret himself. 3 of them actually hanging around here between mid and the middle lane there as Danny. Is he going to go down from this one? He is absolutely destroyed. Stan United comes in. Imp is down to less than half HP. He needs to stay alive here, but he's not going to stay alive. Darien will take him out.
Genja flashing
in the middle of them. There is Genja flashing in. He's going to go now on towards Mata. Surely be able to finish him off from this one as well. He's close to getting away. Roots him underneath the turret. Looper died in the end as well, and it's now only Mata to save Ozone here from a Gambit defeat.
And Joe, this looks like a landslide victory for Gambit. They never let Ozone back in, and there is the surrender.
Surrender, brilliant victory here from Gambit. A well-deserved, thoroughly deserved victory, I'm going to say there, because what a performance coming out. We wondered which Gambit were going to turn up here to the World Championships, because, my gosh, we've seen quite a few different variations of them throughout this last summer split. But this was world-beating, top-quality Gambit gaming right here.
Yeah, and this is a message to the rest of their group right now, because Ozone beat Vulcan, the team that had beat Fnatic, badly. And then Gambit just crushed them. Everyone coming into this tournament just expected Ozone to dominate. Gambit had other ideas, as they always do, and that was such an impressive victory. They knew that they had to finish it early. They never let Ozone's weak laning phase transition into the game, which is something that has been happening so well for Ozone, and Gambit really earned that one from start to finish.
And that really opens up Group B now as well. I mean, these were the 2 teams, obviously, that were sat at 1-0, but with Gambit taking that win, Fnatic obviously picking up their last win against Mineski, with so many games still left to be played, and if it wasn't already difficult to call, it's certainly just impossible now.
And I just can't believe, exactly, it's impossible to call right now. Analyst desk, good luck, right? Because we have right now Ozone 1-1. Group A, SK Telecom, also 1-1. The 2-0 teams in the group are now OMG and Gambit. it is just wide open for the rest of this group stage. It's great that we have the double round robin because I cannot wait for these teams to play again.
I wish we could have had triple round robin. That's how good
Quadruple.
this is. Let's just keep going forever until we find a champion here in Season 3. Guys, we're going to take a last break here, but when we return, we'll dissect the biggest plays from Gambit's brilliant victory. Plus, we'll break down tomorrow's games and update the standings for you. So don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship will be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. Once again, I'm happy to be joined by Kobe, Monte Cristo, Crepo, and Doublelift. And gentlemen, that last game was quite back and forth, one that everybody definitely stayed in their seats and kept it tuned in at home to watch. Monte, the early part of the game kind of showed something from Gambit, but then as well it kind of flowed into the game that you saw in Ozone.
Well, I guess I was really surprised by that game. And Gambit played extremely well, and this is what I was talking about and why I selected them to leave the group. They always play to the level of their opponent, and they're an extremely talented and a very dangerous team. And what we saw there, too, what really struck me was the Evelyn pick from Gambit. And there was a total lack of respect from Ozone for this pick. We saw nearly no pink wards in the lanes in the early game, and that gave Diamond huge free roam of the map and allowed him to make some pretty great plays. And what's particularly interesting, too, is that in Korea, they didn't play Jungle Evelyn until after All-Stars when Insect played against Diamond's Jungle Eve, and then that pick filtered over. Insect started using it in the jungle. Dandy started using it in the jungle. So this is a team, Ozone, that knows how to play Jungle Eve and play against Jungle Eve, and just totally forgot. No pinks, I guess. Pretty fundamental errors from Ozone, surprising.
And
Even if you're not pink warding like the exits to the or the entrances to the jungle, one other way to deal with an Eve is to ward actual jungle camps, so you can predict where she's going. But there was just literally nothing of that going on. And Eve is such a pick that changes the entire mindset of an entire team, because everybody has to account for not only is there a jungler, he's also invisible. He can show up not only through the normal ward paths, he can sneak on your lane and get into your bush behind you. And Diamond's really good at reading where he has to go with that.
Also, it wasn't just the success of Diamond, but also Dandy, you know, he didn't get off his successful gank top. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there with the Singed flip. And then he went into the 2-versus-2 situation versus Alex, and they chased very deep.
They went too far.
Taking those hate spikes all the way along, and they gave up the first blood there.
When that happened, I heard Monty squeal in joy. He's like, the Dandy counter gank is coming. And I'm like, oh my god, the Dandy counter gank is... And then it failed. And I was like, wow, they got double killed. That was great.
To be fair, Dandy couldn't do much there. That was more Dade chasing a little bit too far.
Yeah, using that flash, because he Dade repeatedly used flash that game to put himself in really sticky situations.
Think of that last team fight as well.
Well, the idea was kind of okay there, but he wasn't way too low HP and way too little damage to make it work.
Well, let's talk about those team fights a little bit, because we saw, obviously, the Vayne and the Kog'Maw, two of the late-game king and queen of AD carries here, but it was a little bit different with the Trinity, Triforce rather, build on that Kog'Maw. Doublelift, you definitely had quite a bit to say during that game.
Oh boy, dude. Where do I start? Like, Genja is just the best at making interesting builds. He does like crazy stuff on Ashe, like Manamune on Ashe, and now he's doing Triforce on Kog'Maw. And by interesting, I mean really bad. I just think it's so terrible. It's only good for lane. Crepo mentioned earlier that it's good. The components of it are good. Phage and Zeal are good for lane. Then when you finish Triforce, it's a complete waste of money. I hate it. I think it's just bad.
It's good up until the point where you finish it, because it makes it really hard to match a second item with it. But I think what went to Genja's mind and what the thought process is that every time he's living artilleries, he gets a speed up, and combined with slowing from E, he gets mobile enough to deal with the Singed. But at the same time, as Doublelift pointed out to me, like Blade of the Ruined King could have accomplished somewhat of the same things.
Oh, I see the synergy with Triforce and Kog'Maw, definitely. I just think there's a lot more efficient and conventional ways you can build.
But that wouldn't be Genja.
Yeah, that wouldn't be Genja, though.
All right, well, we have enough time to see these all going on tomorrow. We got to throw it over to Freak. He's actually going to be breaking down some plays on this Telestrator. One key play for us. Freak, take it away.
Thank you very much, Riv. I wanted to break down a really important mid-game team fight between Gambit and Ozone. This is the fight, I think, that really swung the game heavily into Gambit's favor and gave them control of the map. So let's actually break down all the elements here. So Gambit are sticking around for a very low health turret. It's actually going to be Darian who sits there and just wails on it until it dies. And that actually baits the backline of Ozone, because Imp is going to hit Darian the entire time. Dade on Rise is going to hit Darian the entire time. While they're doing that, Looper and Dandy are diving into the backline of Gambit. But you're diving into a Kog'Maw who melts tanks for a living, and Alex, who despite getting a really incredible fling on his Ahri, doesn't actually get touched afterward. Let's start the clip out at half speed. Watch this engage from Looper. It's amazing. He cancels the dash, and Alex is screwed. Pause right here, because there's the engage, right? Alex used his last dash, and his flash is down, and he's stuck in front of a turret with Dade and Imp right there. Alex could die, and they don't go for him. And so you've got a front line, and the Cataclysm comes in, and Dandy and Looper are stuck right in the middle of the back line. But here's Darian hitting a turret, and he's going to continually get shot by Dade and Imp. And one thing that's amazing here is watch Voidal's Crescendo. It just barely tags Imp. And that means there's no damage output from Ozone's backline, but a lot of damage output from Gambit's backline. Let's run it again at half speed. Watch how it comes out. Okay, Darian kills the turret, still taking damage. There's the Crescendo. Dandy's dead. Looper's going to fall right after, and this Voidoo's right there prevents any running away if he did break down Cataclysm. So there we go, 2-0 so far, and the team starts backing out. Darian, by the way, still hasn't died. He actually got out of the fight cleanly, and Imp and Dade are trying to play cleanup duty 2 versus 5. Only Diamond getting a little bit too aggressive and not sort of being coordinated with the team lets Imp and Mata pick up 1 kill on the bottom. But Ozone are basically super uncoordinated throughout the entire fight, hitting ultimately the wrong targets, hitting a tank who gets out of the fight. And just because of the concerted, concentrated damage output from Gambit, they break the front line of Samsung Ozone and then say, okay, well, now we'll kill the rest of you. And it was just kind of an uncoordinated fight and a really, of course, well-played one by Gambit. So that's going to do it for the clip here for me. Let's send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Freak. And with day 1 in the books, let's take a look at the standings for Group B now. Gambit is sitting at the top, standing atop of the standings after a huge win over Ozone, while Fnatic, Ozone, and Vulcan are all tied at 1-1.
And rounding out the standings for Group B is Southeast Asia's Mineski at 0-2.
All right, now that we're 10 games into Worlds, let's take a look at how well you guys have been able to predict the outcomes. Doublelift and the triple threat of Kobe, Freak, and Jat are sitting at 8-2. Very impressive, Kobe, gentlemen. Great job all around. While the viewers' belief in Gambit's boot camp has helped them catch Monte Cristo and Crapo at 7-3. So, guys, a little bit more there. Heading into tomorrow's matches, or heading into tomorrow, have today's performances changed any of your guesses for B here, your choices for those tops?
I'm going to have to jump on that Russian boot camp theme everybody's going with here. After the performance from Gambit here, everyone's wondering, oh, which one shows up? They're very impressive, so I definitely have to put more weight on Gambit than I previously did.
Yeah, for Group A, with I said SK Telecom and OMG, I'm still very confident in that, and I think Gambit's looking as strong as they always are at one of these big, very important lands, so I'll stick with my Ozone and Gambit as well.
Definitely becoming your dark horse, for sure.
I'm really happy to be proven wrong here, because it makes me feel a little better about losing to Gambit. So they're repping us really well. Yeah, they're like 2-0. Gambit Bootcamp, like somehow it happens. They're probably now being in one of the favorites to win the group. It will be really hard to predict who's going next to them, because we have some quality mid laners, and if Dada keeps like not choking but keeps picking those suboptimal lane matchups and people keep abusing that, and it's actually not so sure that that Ozone's gonna Galaxy's gonna match up.
I think it's a toss-up right now between Vulcan and Gambit for me because of Gambit's impressive performance, but I still think Cloud and Smithy can match blow for blow with Alex and Diamond, so I'm sticking with my top 2, Vulcan and Ozone for me.
All right, guys, predictions sound good. The Season 3 World Championship continues tomorrow, live from Los Angeles, with 5 more matches between the teams of Group B. Up first, Mineski takes on Ozone, followed by Vulcan battling Gambit.
After that, it's Ozone facing off against Fnatic, Mineski taking on Vulcan, and finally, it's a battle of the European powerhouses, Fnatic and Gambit.
It all starts at 7 p.m. on Monday Pacific time and 4 a.m. on Tuesday for those using Central European time. All right, that's it from us here at the desk. Now let's send it over to Shox, who's hanging out on the main stage.
Thank you very much, Riv. Thanks, guys. If you missed any of today's action, head over to lolesports.com for all the results, updates, and VODs. And while you're there, you can go to lolesports.com/tickets and grab a seat for the semifinals at the Galen Center and watch the top 4 teams fight for their spot in the grand final. Well, that does it for the first day of the Season 3 World Championship. So from all of us here in Los Angeles, our guests at the analyst desk, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching.
오케이, 이게 나이스, 이게 빼. 나이스! 나이스!
Smithy's going down right above Perrin.
And it's Zuna! Zuna saves Smithy! Flag and drags out to safety. While all of this is going on, Luke to the top right.
Dandy actually taking a lot of damage as well. Alex coming back in, but first foot goes down in the end to Diamond.
It's a huge adrenaline rush because you get to see like 14 teams around the world coming to play together. So it's gonna be awesome.
I'm here to see Vulcan and Zuna dance.
So I'm here for Gambit, and I want to see Mineski. Like just there.
I'm here to support the EU guys. Fnatic OP.
I'm here to see the Korean, especially Ozone.
We're close to the front of the queue, so 6 hours seems worth it. Came from England, just by London, 10-hour flight, I'm exhausted.
I really want to see Vulcan. Man Cloud, I love you, Man Cloud. And Spring Split, like I just believed in them.
The first game of the Season 3 World Championship featured the international wildcard winners Gaming Gear EU taking on North American fan favorites Team Solo Mid. Speaking of favorites, Wild Turtle was back on Corki. Wild Turtle dealt tons of damage to help TSM pick up the first win of Worlds.
Hey, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Go, 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 go. Ezzo, brother gets taken down. Alinier all on his own on the tower. He's going to get dropped, and it's going to be another double kill for Wild Turtle. It's Team Solo Mid that are going to take the first game of the Season 3 World Championship. Going for the group. They got him. They got him, ladies and gentlemen. They got him.
It's a great start for TSM, but this by no means is a sign of relief.
Up next, the Lemon Dogs from the European LCS took on SK Telecom T1, who were playing their first game away from Korea. And for many fans outside Korea, this was their first look at SKT's phenom, Faker. Showing why he is considered one of the best players in the world, Faker led SKT to their first win of the day.
The charm comes in there, and now Bengi gets on towards him. He can kick him towards the tower. Faker picks up the kill. Baiting in there. Pick, this is going to be the focus, and he is going to get melted. It's down to 2,000 hit points, but look at Dexter just getting melted. There's no damage coming out from Lemon Dogs, and I can see SKT1 just turning around. Faker picks up 1, picks up 2, comes on through, and SK Telecom T1 will be taking their first game against the Lemon Dogs. Job done for the man in the middle.
After winning their first game of the day, TSM struggled mightily against China's OMG, but the General never gave up.
When he wants to get in, get the smite down, he gets it! He gets the smite down for TSM.
The Baron steal was not enough for a TSM comeback, and OMG charges to a 1-0 record in the group stage.
Wild Turtle is still alive in the back. Now he's taken down. Dyrus is going to be the last man standing. An OMG with a triple kill for Sand. Take them down. That's going to take TSM to 1-1. A great, great start for OMG.
After playing SKT T1 tough in their first match, the Lemon Dogs methodically took down Gaming Gear to improve to 1-1.
It's going to be Lemon Dogs with a very definitive victory here over Gaming Gear EU in our fourth game of the day. 29:01 on the clock.
They had every building destroyed and every champion dead at the end of that game.
OMG versus SKT T1. Faker versus Cool. This game lived up to all of the hype.
And it looks like they may be able to continue. Bengi trying to help. This would be a double buff transfer. He hits the Q! He follows the Sonic Wave, and he gets the safeguard out as well.
Faker continued to dazzle.
Oh, he grained all the way back to the turret. Cool's going to be going down, and Faker with a beautiful play by himself.
But OMG capitalized on their early advantage to pull out an impressive victory for their second win of the day.
San with a double kill coming in. The Nexus is open. It's over an 11,000 gold lead of OMG to take out SKT T1.
In the first game of Group B, Vulcan came out of the gates on fire, taking down 2 Fnatic members for an early lead.
That's a flash forward from Zuna. 100 HP, 50. First blood secured. That's in Zuna's back pocket. He now has a red buff to back it up. Peke rooted in place, down to 110 HP. Zuna's trying to chase, manages to pick up the kill. 2 early kills for Vulcan.
Vulcan's teamwork was OP, allowing them to pick up the first win of Group B.
Smithy's going down right above Baron.
And it's all the Zuna! Zuna saves Smithy! What a flash! Ace in the hole, not gonna do it. Vulcan are gonna pick up game 1 here in Group A. North America has drawn first blood against Europe at the World Championships.
Longtime European powerhouse Gambit secured their first group stage win when they took down Mineski, the Southeast Regional Champions from the Philippines.
They've shut down Ezreal in the background and now turned their attention over to Yume. Diana is now out as we see Snoy gets charmed up. That was a great charm by Alex Edge. 4 for 0. They get Dragon. This is complete control.
Game had a little bit of a slow start in the game, but they turned it on in the mid-game. Only 24.5 minutes in, they're going to take down Mineski.
Vulcan continued to press in the early game.
Dandy as he flag and drags out to safety. Luke to the top line. The true stop barrage.
But Ozone ran Vulcan in circles to pick up their first win at Worlds.
He gets flung backward. Third proc is going to be needed to get over the wall. Now Lupa turns his attention over to Smithy. Has now decided to teleport. He's teleporting up the lane. Zuna wants to be his target. He's turned backward. A play onto Mancloud. It's going to get Room Prison in place. Now Zuna is doing the best he can to get away. Another knockup. Ozone are going to be picking up their first win here in Group B.
After starting the day 0-1, Fnatic took out their frustrations on Mineski, winning their first game in dominating fashion.
Poor Mineski, actually. As we said, they had a decent start. So that's on Fnatic actually not leaving. They're going to come around the corner from this one. Good Stranglethorns coming down. Yellow Star falling low, but Fnatic dive right back in there, picking themselves up a couple more kills. Exo's not going to be able to escape. I'd be surprised if Yume makes it. Ace in the hole will finish off. And that will be an ace coming down from Fnatic.
Fnatic was not happy about that loss to Vulcan. We can say that.
In the last game of the day, Gambit showed all their practice paid off.
Look at Ozone. They're one by one being taken down. Imp got into the middle of them. They need to lock him out of this one. He will be finished off. It's Genja that picks that one up.
Gambit, that boot camp is paying off for them right now. They are in control of this game.
Gambit defeated Samsung Galaxy Ozone in a landslide, and they joined OMG as the 2 teams to end day 1 undefeated.
And there is the surrender.
Surrender. Brilliant victory here from Gambit. Thoroughly deserved victory, I'm going to say there.
Absolutely. This is a message to the rest of their group right now.
To the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. I'm Ify Shogzaportra, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. And as you saw in that video, the first day of the Season 3 World Championship was incredible. And now it's day 2 of the tournament, and we have 5 teams ready to take to the Rift in their bid for the title and the Summoners Cup. But before we get to today's games, let's say hi to Jad and Riv in the broadcast booth.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Rivington Bism III alongside Joshua Jat Leesman, and this is the spot where our team of broadcasters will bring you every Invade, Baron Steel, and Next Level play from today's group stage matches.
And we're just getting started here at the World Championships. But before we get to today's action, let's send it over to Joe, who's getting comfy in the interview lounge.
Thanks a lot, Jat, and welcome to my perch here high above the studio floor. All day long, I'll be joined by players from the World Championship teams to talk about their games and their experiences of playing here on the big stage. But for now, let's send it over to Kobe and Quickshot at the analyst desk and kick off day 2.
Thank you very much, Joe. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and beside me at the analyst desk is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
And this is the spot where we'll be breaking down the biggest plays, setting up the games, and making our predictions for the Season 3 World Championship.
Plus, we've got a few friends who are going to be hanging out with us all day long at the analyst desk to help make sense of it all. Welcome to, of course, OGN Caster Monte Cristo, the Evil Genius to support Crepo, and the North American All-Star CLG's Double Lift.
Good to be here, Trevor.
Thanks for that, Crepo. Glad to have you guys back. Even you, Double Lift.
I hate you.
Especially you. Today we've got 5 awesome games from Group B heading your way. But before we get to what's coming up, we do have to talk about what went down yesterday.
So on Sunday, we kicked off the Season 3 World Championship with 10 huge games, as every team in the group stage took to the Rift twice.
Yeah, and after that incredible day of action, let's see where the teams stand, starting with the 5 teams in Group A. China's OMG is the only undefeated team in the group, thanks to their unexpected win over SK TT1.
Tied for second with identical 1-1 records are the Lemon Dogs, SKT1, and Team Solo Mid, while the international wildcard Lithuania's Gaming Gear is still searching for their first win.
Yeah, now that each team in Group A has played a couple of games, let's kick this off to the analysts. Monty, do you still think that SKT is the favorite, even after dropping a game to OMG?
I do, and for me, I've obviously cast SKT quite a lot, and in Korea, they almost always drop the first 1 or 2 games in a best-of series, and then they always adapt very well and come back to complete a reverse sweep. So I think they're still very strong. That said, OMG played exceptionally well in that match. They are still dangerous, but SKT, they adapt so quickly that I don't think they're going to take the next game, and they may cause some problems.
Well, we will see, we will see. Crepo, let's throw this one over to you. You've gone head-to-head against the Lemon Dogs during the course of the summer split. How do you think they looked yesterday?
I think they looked pretty well, actually. They showed some of their strengths, which was their early strategy. Definitely seeing, like, Enrated's analysis going on there, because they basically copied the level 1 that Enrated taught us as well, and it almost worked out for them. They still showed some weakness in closing out the mid to late game, as well as the draw phase. They weren't really exactly ready for what their opponent was throwing at them. But then again, the other game that they played, they was really solid, like really convincing victory, like textbook. That was really nice.
So it sounds like you got some faith in them.
I think, yeah, even similar to SKT1, Lemon Dog's strength is in adaptation as well. So I think they have a good chance coming back.
So let's throw one over to Double Lift. Just like Crepo, you do have a team from your home region in Group A. That is, of course, Team Solo Mid. And yesterday, they faced off against OMG, who I know you're very excited about watching. So how do you think about both of these teams after day 1?
Yeah, well, I was definitely interested in seeing the Chinese meta because it's so different from all the other regions. They're very isolated. And Cool, who is the Chinese MVP, I was curious to see how he would do against Reginald. He did really, really, really well. And if you win lane against Reginald and you put him on tilt, you will, well, TSM will lose.
Well, we'll have to see how well they can do, how they can bounce back. Today, though, we're going to be looking at Group B. So let's take a look at those standings for Group B and the 5 teams that are going to be heading into the Rift to play their matches. In first place, it is Europe's Gambit Gaming at 2-0, thanks to their upset win over Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone.
And in second place, it's a 3-way tie between the European champs Fnatic, Korea's Ozone, and North America's Vulcan, while Southeast Asia's Mineski is sitting at the bottom with an 0-2 mark.
Yeah, yesterday there were a couple of really big games in Group B, but the headline, definitely for me, was that Gambit were able to take down Ozone in what actually was a very one-sided match. So, Crepo, talk to me about that game. What did you think of it?
I mean, coming into the game, I expected a lot from the Korean mid laners, because like a certain analyst person on this desk, I'm not naming any names, Monte Cristo, hyped them up really hard. And Dada actually kind of underperformed. We'll have to see if that was just where he dropped the ball for one day, because generally they adapt really well, so I'm hoping they play better today. But I was also really impressed by the way Gambit played. Like, the synergy between Alexis and Diamond Prox was on point again, and it just shows that you can never, ever count them out, because if you do, you're wrong.
Yeah, and as I said yesterday when I kind of talked a little trash about Dade, I'm not saying he's bad. I was just mostly poking fun at his really, really limited champion pool, which you saw yesterday. He played 2 games of Rise because he got kind of banned out. And I'm curious to see what adaptation he's going to make in the future to fix that.
Well, I mean, Dade was the MVP of the entire season of Champion Spring, and Crepo's putting words in my mouth. I never was hyping up Dade. I'm on the Faker hype train. But Dade has slipped quite a bit, and we didn't see him perform as poorly in Champion Summer as we saw him perform yesterday. But his champion pool has been limited by the fact that his major picks, TF, Jace, Rise, they've all been nerfed. So he's kind of got Zed left, and I hope he has something else because he's going to need it to compete at this level. And Gambit was just extremely impressive. So
let's be fair, though. It wasn't all, Dade's fault there for throwing that game. I remember yesterday you especially talked up the warding here from the Korean teams called Mada, the god of pink wards. Where were the pink wards to be found? They were going up against Evelyn. Where is your god now, Monty? Where is your god
I know, right? And that's the surprising thing, too, because if we look at how Ozone typically takes Barons and Dragons, I've seen up to 9 pink wards from Ozone before on these objectives, and there was not a single one to be seen against Eve. It was, frankly, quite baffling. I don't know. They played a very bad game.
Pressure could have gotten to them. That may have been the case. We'll have to see how they bounce back. And, the fans were able to predict that Gambit would come up with a win against Ozone. There were some mixed opinions on the second game that I want to talk about, Fnatic and Vulcan. Now, how did yesterday's win by ManCloud and crew affect your take on both of these teams at Worlds? Let's kick this off with Kobe.
Well, I said Vulcan was going to win, and they won. Great job, guys. I'm not changing my vote.
Exactly, dude. I think Vulcan's godlike. Cloud and Xmithy really know how to carry a game and just control the pace of the early game, which Vulcan does consistently. I've been saying this forever. Vulcan always gets ahead early game.
Well, for me, I look at that game, and Fnatic has a history of either being at the very top of a tournament or just in the gutter, effectively. They're not like Gambit, who always takes that top 4 finish at a LAN event. And I think we kind of saw the bad version of Fnatic yesterday, where they picked this Yorick that was entirely baffling. I talked to Fnatic this morning, and they came up to me and said, yeah, that Yorick pick, I don't know what we were thinking. But, I mean, I wanted to change my prediction to Vulcan as soon as I saw the end of that pick and ban phase. You guys know I was kind of flipping out.
You're locked in. You're committed. This pick's a bet. You can't just jump ship and change. Crepo, what was your take?
I was really surprised by the Yorick pick as well. It's something I didn't really see Fnatic going for, especially Soaz. He's such a wide variety of champions he can play in the top lane. I think a lot of them that he plays would have fit, like a Kennen, for example. I actually met Vulcan earlier and not Fnatic, and I talked to them, and they were equally surprised by the Yorick pick. As well as the level 1. Fnatic they basically mirrored each other, but Fnatic did not interrupt the enemy red buff, and at the same time lost their own red buff. And if you lose 2 red buffs level 1, you can be one of the better teams in the world. That's going to be really hard to bounce back from.
Yeah, it's too difficult to play from behind. So we'll have to see if Fnatic can make those changes. And of course, the Fnatic versus Vulcan match was the only game where you 4 disagreed on all day in all of your predictions. And it made all of the difference in the standings. Let's actually take a look at how it turned out.
Let's not.
Yes, let's.
The Caster Triple Threat and Double Lift are sitting at 8-2, with the only blemishes on their record being OMG and the Gambit upsets, while Monte Cristo, Crepo, and the viewers are 1 game behind at a 7-3. But guys, don't worry, Monte and Crepo, you will have a chance to catch back up today, as we do have 5 more Group B matches coming your way.
I disagree that Crepo's only beating me because he's alphabetically higher than me.
You guys are mad, dude. That's all I'm saying. You guys are mad.
Well, guys, up first, Mineski looks to shock the world when they take on Ozone, followed by a battle between the LCS regions as North America's Vulcan squares off against Europe's Gambit.
After that, Ozone heads back into the Rift to take on the European champions Fnatic. Then Mineski and Vulcan throw down in their second match of the day. And in our finale, the 2 European teams face off as Xpeke and Fnatic battles Alex and Gambit.
All right, guys, it is time to pick your winner in the first game of the day. The Philippines Mineski versus Korea's Ozone. Crepo, give me a prediction on this game.
If Yumi plays Ahri, they actually might stand a chance, but I doubt that I will go for the 3rd Rise into Ahri pick. And collectively, they're just way better. They're going to win this. Ozone.
Yeah,
Double Lift?
There's only one answer to this, and it is Ozone.
I mean, I'm saying Ozone as well. I'm more interested to see how well they play this game, because they just were so fundamentally awful yesterday that they've got a lot to work on.
Kobe?
I do feel bad for Mineski. I mean, the game yesterday just looked painful.
All right, well, viewers, you've heard their picks. Now it's time for you guys to make yours. Head over to lolesports.com, go to the schedule in the top right, click on day 2, and make your predictions.
And let's be honest, this is probably the only time that you guys are going to have a chance against like a Crepo double lift bottom lane when it comes to League of Legends. So go vote.
Then, after you've made your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know. Which pro do you think is making the biggest impact on Group B and why?
We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses live on air later today. And if one of them is yours, you're going to get one of these Logitech G602S gaming mice.
All right, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Southeast Asia's Mineski tries to pull off the miracle and take away a win from Korea's Ozone. The Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back. Stick around, guys.
The day that everyone has been waiting for. 10 teams, 2 groups, day 1. The first game of the Season 3 World Championship featured the international wildcard winners Gaming Gear EU taking on North American fan favorites Team Solo Mid. Speaking of favorites, Wild Turtle was back on Corki. Wild Turtle dealt tons of damage to help TSM pick up the first win of Worlds.
Hey, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Go, 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 go. Ezo,
His brother gets taken down. Alinier all on his own on the tower. He's going to get dropped, and it's going to be another double kill for Wild Turtle. It's Team Solo Mid that are going to take the first game of the Season 3 World Championship groups.
They got him.
They got him, ladies and gentlemen. They got him.
It's a great start for TSM, but this by no means is a sign of relief.
Up next, the Lemon Dogs from the European LCS took on SK Telecom T1, who were playing their first game away from Korea. And for many fans outside Korea, this was their first look at SKT's phenom, Faker. Showing why he is considered one of the best players in the world, Faker led SKT to their first win of the day.
The charm comes in there, and now Bengi gets on towards him. He can kick him towards the tower. Faker picks up the kill. Baiting in there. Pick, this could be the focus, and he is going to get melted. It's down to 2,000 hit points, but look at Dexter just getting melted. There's no damage coming out from Lemon Dogs, and I can see SKT1 just turning it around. Faker picks up 1, picks up 2, comes on through, and SK Telecom T1 will be taking their first game against the Lemon Dogs. Job done for the man in the middle.
After winning their first game of the day, TSM struggled mightily against China's OMG, but the General never gave up.
When he wants to get in, get the smite down, he gets it! He gets the smite down for TSM.
The Baron Steel was not enough for a TSM comeback, and OMG charges to a 1-0 record in the group stage.
Wild Turtle is still alive in the back. Now he's taken down. Dyrus is going to be the last man standing. An OMG with a triple kill for Sand. Take them down. That's going to take TSM to 1-1. A great, great start for OMG.
After playing SKT T1 tough in their first match, the Lemon Dogs methodically took down Gaming Gear to improve to 1-1.
It's going to be Lemon Dogs with a very definitive victory here over Gaming Gear EU in our 4th game of the day, 29:01 on the clock.
They had every building destroyed and every champion dead at the end of that game.
OMG versus SKT T1. Faker versus Cool. This game lived up to all of the hype.
And it looks like they may be able to continue. Bengi trying to help. This would be a double buff transfer.
Oh,
he hits the Q! He follows the Sonic Wave, and he gets the safeguard out as well.
Faker continued to dazzle.
Oh, he great beautiful all the way back to the turret. Cool's going to be going down, and Faker with a beautiful play by himself.
But OMG capitalized on their early advantage to pull out an impressive victory for their second win of the day.
San with the double kill coming in. The Nexus is open. It's over an 11,000 gold lead of OMG to take out SKT T1.
In the first game of Group B, Vulcan came out of the gates on fire, taking down 2 Fnatic members for an early lead.
That's a flash forward from Zuna. 100 HP, 50. First blood secured. That's in Zuna's back pocket. He now has a red buff to back it up. Peke rooted in place, down to 110 HP. Zuna's trying to chase, manages to pick up the kill. 2 early kills for Vulcan.
Vulcan's teamwork was OP. allowing him to pick up the first win of Group B.
Smithy's going down right above Baron.
And it's all the flash! Zuna saves Smithy! What a flash! Ace in the hole, not gonna do it. Vulcan are going to pick up game 1 here in Group A. North America has drawn first blood against Europe at the World Championships.
Longtime European powerhouse Gambit secured their first group stage win when they took down Mineski, the Southeast Regional Champions from the Philippines.
They've shut down Edwin in the background and now turned their attention over to Yume. Diana is now out as we see Snoy gets charmed up. That was a great charm by Alex Edge. 4-0, they get Dragon. This is complete control.
Game had a little bit of a slow start in the game, but they turned it on in the mid-game. Only 24 and a half minutes in, they're going to take down Mineski.
Vulcan continued to press in the early game.
Dandy as he flag and drags out to safety. Loses in the top line, the true shot barrage.
But Ozone ran Vulcan in circles to pick up their first win at Worlds.
He gets flung backwards. Third proc is going to be needed to get over the wall. Now Lupa turns his attention over to his Smithy, has now decided to teleport. He's teleporting up the lane. Zuna wants to be his target. He's turned backwards. A play onto Mancloud is going to get Room Prison in place. Now Zuna is doing the best he can to get away. Another knockup. Ozone are going to be picking up their first win here in Group B.
After starting the day 0-1, Fnatic took out their frustrations on Mineski, winning their first game in dominating fashion.
Poor Mineski, actually.
Oh, no.
As we said, they had a decent start. So that's on Fnatic actually not leaving. They're going to come around the corner from this one. Good Stranglethorns coming down. Yellow start falling low, but Fnatic dive right back in there, picking themselves up a couple more kills. EXO's not going to be able to escape. I'd be surprised if Yume makes it. Ace in the hole will finish off. And that will be an ace coming down from Fnatic.
Fnatic was not happy about that loss to Vulcan. We can say that.
In the last game of the day, Gambit showed all their practice paid off.
Look at Ozone. They're one by one being taken down. Imp got into the middle of them. They need to lock him out of this one. He will be finished off. It's Genja that picks that one up.
Gambit, that boot camp is paying off for them right now. They are in control of this game.
Gambit defeated Samsung Galaxy Ozone in a landslide, and they joined OMG as the two teams to end day 1 undefeated.
And there is the surrender.
Surrender. Brilliant victory here from Gambit. Thoroughly deserved victory, I'm going to say there.
Absolutely. This is a message to the rest of their group right now.
Welcome back to the League of Legends.